Chapter 1. Is this Cyberpunk? Roland rubbed his temples, a dull ache pulsing through his head, and glanced around with a sense of bewilderment. He found himself in a dark alley, with mounds of refuse piled up behind him, leaving him momentarily dazed. After all, he had merely indulged in one too many drinks the previous night, and his memory was clear. He had returned home. How had he ended up in such a place? Could it be that I truly blacked out? With a slight sense of disorientation, Roland leaned against the wall, gingerly making his way toward the alley's exit. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze in place. Am I still dreaming? The sight was surreal. Vibrant neon lights flickered all around, and a throng of individuals adorned with mechanical augmentations traversed the streets, where vehicles flowed incessantly, and even hovering cars darted through the air. I must be losing my mind. In disbelief, Roland rubbed his eyes, only to be jolted by a sudden, sharp pain flooding his head, prompting an involuntary cry of anguish. His exclamation startled the surrounding crowd, who promptly scattered in fright. Damn it! Is he some kind of cyber lunatic? Are you kidding? This isn't Night City. Ha ha ha. With one hand braced against the wall and the other pressed to his temple, Roland slowly regained his footing, meeting the fearful gazes of those around him. In an instant, he grasped their thoughts. Curse it! Cursing under his breath, Roland stumbled away toward a distant spot, and as the crowd realized he posed no threat, they gradually dispersed. That scared me. Just another guy who overdosed. I told you, this isn't that hellhole known as Night City. Isn't Night City supposed to be a grand place? Do you really believe what those corporate dogs say? At that moment, Roland navigated through numerous streets, eventually arriving at a towering residential building. As he touched the connector on his neck, his expression fell into despair. It seems this is no dream. After exiting the elevator, he retrieved his keys and entered his apartment. Gazing at the familiar surroundings that resembled a setting from a game, a bitter smile crept across his face. The apartments here were uniformly constructed, planned, and built by certain corporations. Roland opened the refrigerator, pulling out a packet of instant food, and began to devour it ravenously. Once finished, he grimaced. What are these strange flavors? Utterly saccharine. Recovering from his ordeal, Roland reclined on the sofa. Lost in thought, he had just acquired the memories of another individual and now understood his circumstances. This person's name was also Roland, complete with the surname Years, a mere street dweller engaged in mundane work to survive. Regarding the earlier incident, it seemed this individual had unwittingly encountered the hacker deity due to his own habits. This occurrence had granted him entry into this world, and he recollected the events of that fateful day. In simple terms, he had suffered a sudden death. Now, he had been bestowed with the opportunity to live anew. Yet, Roland was uncertain whether to laugh or weep. After all, he had arrived not in a peaceful realm, but in a world known as Cyberpunk. In this world, ordinary individuals were perpetually oppressed, and even the most renowned legends were mere trifles in the eyes of true corporate titans. Moreover, common folk were always the subjugated, the exploited. I truly have no idea how to survive in this world. Roland massaged his temples once more. As for seeking out characters from the original narrative, don't be absurd. Who was he? And who were those figures from the story? If he pursued them, he would likely find himself as just another casualty in a lottery of death. Welcome. You're now engaging with the designated program of the Source Project Company. I am your assistant, Lysandra. Upon hearing that name, Roland's composure shattered. The name Source Project, coupled with Lysandra, signified the existence of the AI Overlord from the League of Legends universe. Thus, Roland's initial reaction was disbelief, mingled with a flicker of hope, but predominantly a profound skepticism regarding this development. He now harbored serious doubts about becoming a guinea pig for some hacker experiment. System? Roland tentatively called out in his mind. You may address me as such if you wish. An electronic female voice echoed in his consciousness once more. What exactly are you? I am the system assistant of the Source Project Reorganization System, currently overseen by the main AI, Lysandra. Please rest assured, I will not betray you. Your life is intertwined with mine. Even after this revelation, Roland remained vigilant, yet he ventured to inquire. Then, Lysandra, as a system, can you disclose your purpose and functions? Indeed. My purpose is to assist you in restoring the glory of the Source Project in this world and to transform it. Through me, you can access all abilities and assets belonging to the Source Project Company. Hearing this, Roland's breath quickened. This was indeed an opportunity to alter everything. Tell me, what must I do? Engage in the narrative of the original story, seek out those characters to alter the plot, or change the history of this world. By doing so, I can gather energy, enabling you to wield power. I currently lack the capacity to participate. Is there any assistance available to aid me? Roland nodded and then asked, though he was still uncertain about the authenticity of the situation. He figured it was worth a try. Certainly, I will now distribute items to you. As a flurry of code materialized before Roland's eyes, a panel soon revealed a plethora of items and relevant information. This included a marketplace, along with the possessions he held and their values. The currencies were categorized into blue essence and orange essence, with orange essence used to purchase cybernetics and powerful hero templates from the Source Project. Conversely, blue essence was for acquiring various products and schematics from the Source Project Company. You have received Intelligent Firearm I, Caramel Electromagnetic Rifle X1, Blue Essence X1000, Source Project I, Exoskeletal Mechanical Arm, Milas 2 Rifle Blueprint. Initially, Roland felt indifferent upon viewing the initial items, but his demeanor shifted upon encountering the Milas 2 Rifle Blueprint. As the saying goes, knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. Roland immediately delved into the blueprint's description. Designed by the Source Project's Miranda Division designer Milas, this intelligent firearm possesses formidable firepower and precise targeting, with a relatively low production cost. However, it is prone to overheating and lacks safety features, though these flaws do not overshadow its efficiency as a weapon of violence. The weapon was later phased out but garnered considerable favor among security firms and gangs for a time. Milas, this is an exceptionally effective weapon for unique circumstances this gun is perfect for those robots. If you catch my drift? Roland, after surveying the remaining items, felt a spark of inspiration flicker in his eyes. He then rose and approached his computer, seeking to ascertain both his current location and the timeline in which he found himself. It was now the year 2066, a mere decade before the onset of the narrative. He was situated in the Bay of Huaxia, home to one of the world's leading corporations, Kanto. At this moment, Kanto remained under the control of the Su family. Chapter 2. Street Gangs. After formulating a brief plan, Roland retrieved the exoskeletal arm, eager to examine this intriguing device. He knew that the worldview of the Source Project bore a striking resemblance to that of Cyberpunk, leading many to opt for cybernetic enhancements. Thus, the creation of this exoskeletal arm, prefixed by the Source Project, surely held its own unique features. The Source Project Type 1 exoskeletal mechanical arm is crafted with the most advanced technology of its time, designed primarily for combat-oriented users. It houses an energy shield and small blades, and is compatible with numerous arm attachments available on the market. This device dramatically enhances the user's strength without the risk of mental overload. Equipped with a compact energy source, and fits seamlessly with your arm, ensuring optimal concealment. Trust the brand Choose Source Project Company. Roland placed it on the table, examining it closely. An arm resembling armor lay quietly on the surface, faint blue lights flickering within. How do I utilize it? He inquired directly to Lysandra. You merely need to insert your hand. I have calibrated it to match the technology of this world, she replied. Nodding, Roland inserted his modified arm, and the moment his skin touched the mechanical surface, the arm constricted, conforming perfectly to his skin. Gradually, it dimmed, appearing as just a standard cybernetic arm. That he lifted his hand, inspecting it from side to side, marveling such incredible technology. After donning a jacket to conceal the arm, recognizing its value and the potential threats in Waxia, he then equipped himself with the Caramel Electromagnetic Rifle. Though categorized as a rifle, it could collapse to the size of a forearm and seemed capable of being stored within his body, though he lacked the necessary enhancements for that. Now then, what shall I do next? Roland stretched and retrieved the Milas 2 rifle. Acquired through his Blue Essence exchange.it was undeniably expensive, costing him 500 essence for merely one firearm. He scrutinized the formidable weapon, which utilized a magnetic loading mechanism with a magazine affixed beneath, capable of folding. The barrel and stock could also collapse, reducing its size to that of a large handgun, making it exceptionally discreet. His intention was clear: to sell this weapon as a sample to the street gangs while wielding a semblance of authority. After some time, Roland stepped out of his apartment. Once he surveyed his surroundings, he ventured into a narrow alley. Shortly after, a figure clad in a white suit and red sunglasses approached and made his way toward the nearest gang. As Roland prepared to enter a nearby bar, the security guard at the entrance slowly stepped forward, raising a hand to halt him. Calmly, Roland displayed his caramel electromagnetic rifle and Milas 2. Don't move. The two guards shouted, drawing their sidearms. Hey, easy there, gentlemen. Look, I've got my weapons out, right? I mean no harm. I simply wish to discuss a business proposition with your boss, Roland replied, sporting a commercially polished smile. After exchanging glances, the guards scrutinized his attire before one of them nodded in agreement. Moments later, the guard stepped aside, and the other holstered his weapon. Roland exhaled a sigh of relief. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't nervous, especially with a gun pointed at his head. Upon entering the bar, he found the atmosphere notably desolate, with only a few evident gang members adorned with ambiguous tattoos and vibrant hair. Yet, their firearms confirmed their affiliations. As he surveyed the patrons, a burly man gestured him toward a figure seated confidently on a sofa, dressed in a black suit. The man waved Roland over. With a smile, Roland approached. "Good day, I am Vermeers. It is an honor to meet you. Spare me the pleasantries, my time is limited. Had I not been in a good mood today, you would have been shown the door," the man scoffed, leaning forward to scrutinize Roland. Maintaining his composure, Roland responded, "Very well. I shall be succinct. I am an employee of a small company under a larger corporation, and I wish to explore a collaboration with your esteemed gang." Upon hearing this, Roland sensed a shift in the man's demeanor, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, "How am I to trust you?" "You need not trust me. I am not here for any ulterior motives. May I request your associate to return my weapons?" "Of course. You may remove the ammunition," Roland requested with a smile. After a brief pause, the man nodded and waved, signaling for Roland's weapons to be returned. As Roland received the Milas 2 rifle, he slowly unfolded it, stating, "As you can see, this is our company's latest innovation, a brand new intelligent firearm." The man's eyes widened, and after a moment of silence, he rose with a smile to recognize the technological sophistication of the weapon. And given Roland's words, it was likely he was affiliated with Kanto, albeit wishing to keep his identity concealed. "My apologies for the delay. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Huang Tianwei," he said, extending his hand. Roland reciprocated the gesture. "I appreciate your hospitality. I am curious to know the purpose of your visit," Huang inquired, his smile betraying a hint of curiosity. "If my information is correct, your Viper gang has recently been under significant pressure from the Black Bear gang, correct?" Roland ventured, maintaining his smile. Huang nodded. Acknowledging the truth of the matter, the Black Bear gang had acquired a new cache of weaponry, granting them an upper hand. Thus, our collaboration can commence. We require testing data regarding this weapon. So, Roland's expression turned earnest as he regarded Huang. Understanding dawned on Huang, and he nodded in agreement. "Therefore, I have come to present this weapon to your esteemed organization," Roland remarked with a smile directed at Huang Tianwei. "You may test it first. I possess considerable confidence in its performance," he added. "What do I need to offer in return?" Huang Tianwei inquired, his gaze fixed upon Roland. Roland discerned that the other party had acquiesced to the transaction. "For the time being, you need not provide anything. However, should you find it satisfactory, I would welcome you to place further orders with me," he replied, handing Huang Tianwei a business card that bore only his name and phone number. "Very well. I look forward to our collaboration," Huang Tianwei responded, a smile gracing his lips. He felt a hint of concern at the prospect of a partner who appeared entirely without ulterior motives. Observing this, Roland picked up another weapon before taking his leave. "Boss, can we trust him?" suddenly queried a gang member standing beside Huang Tianwei. "What if we cannot? At least for now, this remains our best option. Smuffidums. These are not inexpensive. Yet, since he chose our gang for this purpose and invited us to procure them, the production cost must be quite low," Huang Tianwei remarked as he scrutinized the Milas 2 rifle. "Tonight, have Zhao take this weapon to test it against that bunch from the Black Bear gang." "Understood," came the reply. Chapter 3. The Attention of Kong Tao. Upon leaving the bar, Roland was suddenly illuminated by a genuine smile. His exhaustive use of the blue essence had not been in vain. especially after gathering some intelligence from the surroundings. The Viper Gang and the Black Bear Gang had always experienced friction, albeit controlled. However, recent developments indicated that the Black Bear Gang had acquired a new cache of weapons, leaving the Viper Gang somewhat overwhelmed. The rationale behind Roland's choice of these two factions was quite straightforward. Neither possessed considerable influence, making them ideal targets. An assessment likely shared by the corporations involved. To Roland's perspective, it was highly probable that the Black Bear Gang had received backing from the company. With many gang members disparaging the corporations as mere company dogs, a sentiment rooted in their own frustrations of not being part of that world. Now, as Roland posed as a representative of a major corporation, delivering a weapon of significant technological advancement to the Viper Gang, it was likely that the opposing faction would mistake him for someone affiliated with Kong Tao. Yet in reality, he had never claimed such affiliation, primarily to avoid attracting trouble from Kong Tao's personnel. After all, his primary objective was to sell merchandise, not to provoke conflict. As night fell, the Viper Gang, now prepared, stormed towards a bar recently seized by the Black Bear Gang. A group of Black Bear members at the entrance, upon witnessing this scene, exchanged apprehensive glances and rushed inside. "The Viper Gang is here. Let us deal with these scoundrels." "What? They dare to come here? Watch me make mincemeat of them." Shortly thereafter, the Black Bear Gang emerged, armed and ready for confrontation. Roland, meanwhile, concealed himself in the shadows, keenly observing the unfolding events, upon noticing the Black Bear Gang brandishing heavy firepower. Roland concluded that they must have corporate backing, though he remained uncertain about the efficacy of the weapon he had provided. Nevertheless, he believed that the technology from the source plan's worldview would undoubtedly surpass that of the cyberpunk realm, particularly items belonging to the Source Plan Corporation, which was undeniably a dominant force. At that moment, Zhao brandished the weapon Roland had given him, and after a brief calibration, a cruel smile spread across his face. Target locked. The instant those words left his mouth, Zhao pulled the trigger. Many members of the Black Bear Gang were still inside the bar, just now grasping their weapons, with a cacophony of shattering glass. Countless bullets shot through, striking with deadly precision into the brains of the Black Bear members. The terrifying firepower instantly extinguished numerous lives. Good heavens, Roland was taken aback by the brutality of the scene. To be frank, he had not anticipated such ferocity. It was a clear dimensional reduction in comparison to other firearms. However, the ammunition was soon exhausted. Zhao erupted in a fit of exhilaration, while the Black Bear members were left in a state of shock. Yet, a few audacious gang members, upon noticing the gunman had run out of bullets, exchanged fierce glances and drew their own handguns, retaliating with a shot. Bang! At that moment, even Zhao was caught off guard as the -2 rifle autonomously fired, eliminating the assailant in an instant, the latter's bullet narrowly grazing Zhao's ear. "Damn it!" Zhao roared in fury, quickly seeking refuge behind a fellow gang member while casting a protective glance at his prized weapon. The -2 rifle emitted a puff of white vapor. "Automatic defense system has been depleted. Please return to the company for reconfiguration." Hearing this, Zhao's expression turned to one of regret, but he obediently took cover and continued firing. Nevertheless, the display had already proven astonishing. This spectacle naturally caught the attention of the corporation behind the Black Bear Gang. Su Shuda, observing the surveillance footage, narrowed his eyes. You can see the technological prowess of this intelligent firearm. Upon hearing this, the surrounding research team members nodded in agreement. Indeed, the rifle's formidable power, coupled with its high rate of fire and minimal recoil, along with its outstanding targeting capabilities, undoubtedly marks a significant breakthrough in intelligent weaponry. Could this be a new product from the Arasaka Corporation? Impossible. This is not Arasaka's territory. They wouldn't be foolish enough to test such advanced weaponry here. Regardless, I want all information regarding this weapon, especially its creator, that if possible, bring that individual to us at Kong Tao. Su Shuda asserted, slapping the table and pointing at the shadowy figure on the monitor. Following Su Shuda's directive, the colossal entity of Kong Tao sprang into action. Meanwhile, Huang Tianwei marveled at the weapon in his hands, unable to conceal his admiration. Its performance was simply breathtaking. Just as he was about to call Roland, a tremendous noise erupted from the entrance, drawing the attention of everyone present. Who dares to be reckless? All members of the Viper gang immediately stood to look towards the door. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, they shrank back in fear, clad in black exoskeleton armor adorned with orange patterns. And bearing the unmistakable emblem of Kong Tao, it was impossible not to discern their identity. Instantly, a throng of armed personnel from Kong Tao surged into the bar. Soon after, a man in a black suit stepped forward, exhaling a plume of smoke before speaking. "Tell me, where did you acquire that weapon?" They showed no concern for the overwhelming presence they commanded. After all, this was their territory, and no one was in a position to challenge them. Huang Tianwei's complexion paled at the inquiry, and he hesitantly stepped forward at that moment. He realized all too well that the weapon was not a product of Kong Tao's technology. Internally, he cursed Roland, even though he was unaware of Roland's precise appearance or name. Subsequently, Huang Tianwei relayed all the information he possessed. Upon hearing his words, Su Shuda's eyes gleamed with intrigue. As a peripheral figure within the Su family, he now saw a potential opportunity for advancement with this revelation. "Hand me that business card," Su Shuda demanded, extending his hand towards Huang Tianwei. Without hesitation, Huang Tianwei complied, surrendering the card. Su Shuda promptly passed it to an associate behind him, who swiftly retrieved the relevant information and relayed it to Su Shuda. After nodding in acknowledgement, Su Shuda gestured for Huang Tianwei to leave. Relieved, Huang Tianwei exhaled, but just as he did, a torrent of bullets erupted, transforming into fiery serpents that consumed everything in their path. "Handle the situation here." With that command, Su Shuda turned and departed, making his way directly to Roland's apartment. Internally, he remained perplexed, pondering why the individual had not taken any protective measures, and from which faction he truly hailed. However, he decided to withhold further contemplation for the moment. Once he met the individual, everything would become clear. Yet he suspected that the most likely scenario was that this person was merely a pawn in a larger game. Chapter 4. Negotiations with Kong Tao. Su Shuda slightly raised his gaze to the doorplate before tilting his head, signaling for those beside him to approach. The armed personnel at his side promptly moved forward to knock on the door. As one individual knocked, the others readied their weapons, poised for any unforeseen events. Soon, the door creaked open. Su Shuda removed his glasses, scrutinizing the person before him, his ocular implant subtly shifting as it scanned the figure. "To be honest, your decision not to flee has taken me by surprise," Su Shuda remarked with a smile, fully aware that the absence of an escape attempt indicated the potential for negotiation. "I see no reason to flee, Mr. Kong Tao," Roland replied, his expression mirroring Su Shuda's cordiality. Interacting with such rule-abiding individuals was far more pleasant than engaging in desperate transactions with gang members. "I am Su Shuda. To be succinct, I require the contact information of the weapon's creator. Since you have not departed, it implies an intention to sell information, correct?" Su Shuda tucked his sunglasses into his pocket and regarded Roland intently. "As for the contact information of the weapon's creator, I believe you already possess it, Mr. Su Shuda," Roland replied, his gaze laden with significance as he revealed his mechanical arm. Su Shuda was momentarily taken aback. Then his ocular implant activated, scanning Roland's cybernetics, and soon he wore a genuinely warm smile that I never anticipated encountering someone of your caliber in such a place. "However, how can I trust your assertions?" Su Shuda continued, still harboring a hint of skepticism. "Roland Vimier said, my father hails from this region, while my mother is from across the ocean, that I was born in the slums and never received a higher education, yet you question my ability to create such an advanced, intelligent firearm. I intend no offense. I merely express my doubts." Su Shuda fixed his gaze on the man before him. If what the other party claimed were true, he might indeed be a revolutionary genius in intelligent firearms. If false, then the individual would have to bear the consequences. "I trust you have noticed the weapon in my hand." Roland slowly raised his arm, exerting a slight force, causing the blade to quietly spring forth, which in turn alerted the armed personnel behind them. "With your keen perception, you should recognize that this is not any existing prosthetic on the market. Even the metallic composition is entirely novel, is it not? And as for the Milas II rifle you currently possess, I am quite certain there is no one more familiar with its capabilities and shortcomings than I doubt." Upon hearing this, Su Shuda fell silent for a moment. Then a smile broke across his face. I must say, I'm quite surprised to encounter someone of your caliber in such a place. Indeed, gold shines wherever it may be found. Even if gold glimmers, it requires someone to wipe away the dust that obscures its luster. Otherwise, it remains tarnished, Roland replied with a smile. Sushuda's grin widened at this exchange. The person before him possessed a sharp wit, and it seemed he was quite amenable to collaboration with the company. Mr. Roland, your choice to join Kantao is an exceedingly wise decision. Moreover, your weapon is remarkably impressive, while it does have certain flaws. They pale in comparison to its virtues. May I inquire about your demands? Had Sushuda confirmed Roland's identity as the weapon's inventor? No, he had not yet done so, but one thing was certain. Even if the weapon were not of the other party's making, there was an undeniable connection with its creator, likely positioning him as a spokesperson. Thus, he was inclined to accept the other's goodwill and engage in a transaction, for it would not be a loss. After all, my demands are simple. I seek a sum of money, and if feasible, we may establish a long-term partnership. Sushuda pondered for a moment, then smiled and proposed, I have a more enticing offer. Why not join us at Kantao? With your current technological prowess, it would undoubtedly silence some voices within the company that I can negotiate a salary of $5 million per annum, along with profit sharing and platinum membership in the trauma team. What do you say? That is indeed a compelling proposition. Yet regrettably, my aspirations lie elsewhere, so I must decline. However, I firmly believe we can collaborate in the future. Roland shook his head, dismissing Sushuda's invitation. Upon hearing this, Sushuda's expression momentarily hardened. Then he smiled broadly and remarked, You are quite confident, are you not? Are you not concerned that I might do something here, since I dare to converse with you in this manner? It is evident that I possess a measure of assurance. You truly perceive me as such a fool? Roland's smile remained unchanged, prompting Sushuda to restore his amicable demeanor. Very well, it seems I am not favored in this regard. However, what do you mean by collaboration? You will come to understand in due time. For now, let us discuss this price, Roland replied with a mysterious smile, then cheerfully produced the Milas II rifle. After some time, Roland departed with a satisfied smile, leaving Sushuda to take a deep drag from his cigarette. The final transaction price for the blueprint was 5 million euros. Of course, this sum was slightly lower than Sushuda's expectations. Considering the weapon's performance surpassed any intelligent firearm currently on the market, as for safety concerns, those could be easily addressed with minor modifications. The more secure batch of weapons would be sold at a premium to major corporation security teams and trauma teams, while the less secure ones would be offered at a lower price to the general populace. However, in his view, the true value of the weapon he purchased for such a hefty sum did not lie in the gun itself, but rather in the technological advancements it embodied, such as the intelligent targeting system. Should they manage to decipher the system, he had a hunch that the ongoing development of the Joie series would experience a significant acceleration. Hence, this 5 million would prove to be a worthwhile investment for the company. In Roland's words, it was a matter of not increasing the price, fostering friendship, and leaving a favorable impression for future collaborations. Moreover, from Roland's perspective, this was purely a stroke of good fortune. While he was aware that the Black Bear was likely a test run for Kantao's weaponry, he had not anticipated encountering someone of such high status. Sushuda was equally pleased. Although he had not managed to recruit Roland into Kantao, the latter's intention suggested he was preparing to establish his own company. This thought, Sushuda could not help but chuckle softly. After all, the youth would invariably have their own ambitions that he mused. It would be prudent to have his team keep a watchful eye, ready to intervene when the time came. Roland gazed out of the airplane window at the vast ocean below, his eyes narrowing slightly and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This flight was bound for Night City. After extracting a favorable deal from Sushuda, Roland did not hesitate to purchase a ticket to Night City, driven by the desire to grow stronger and attain a higher status in this world. He had no other options. Observing the surrounding passengers, most of whom were elegantly dressed, he reminded himself of the first-class ticket he had chosen. 5 million euros. It was no wonder that technology was lucrative. Roland chuckled, shaking his head. He was acutely aware that he had undersold himself. However, there was little he could do. The fact that the other party was willing to buy was indeed a stroke of luck. Gamble well won. Nonetheless, 5 million euros was an astronomical sum, one that the average person in this world could scarcely dream of achieving within a lifetime, given that the average monthly salary hovers around 2,500 euros. One blueprint equated to a venture into the Arasaka Tower. Quite the revelation. Nevertheless, considering the current timeline, Arasaka had yet to establish a presence in Night City. Roland stroked his chin, contemplating what he would do upon arriving in Night City. Firstly, with the plot still far off, his ability to acquire items through the system would likely be limited. In essence, after selling the blueprint, he would have a temporary respite, necessitating careful planning. The first order of business would be securing accommodation, addressing transportation needs, and undoubtedly investing in a trauma team membership. After all, he currently lacked a combat prosthetic and was quite cautious about his life. Upon consideration, the highest-tier platinum membership for the trauma team would set him back at least 100,000 euros. A decent apartment could cost tens of thousands per month. And as for a vehicle, if he refrained from purchasing a luxury car, perhaps a 200-euro Jeep? Ridiculous. Even if offered, he would not dare to drive it. With this in mind, Roland could not resist searching for information on the stone sword. According to its specifications, the original price of this vehicle was roughly equivalent to a regular person's entire lifetime earnings multiplied by 52. Upon seeing the exorbitant price of the stone sword, Roland felt a wave of understanding wash over him. This was, after all, a tangible world, not a game where one could acquire items for a mere 100,000 euros. In light of this, 5 million euros would indeed be swiftly spent. Roland chuckled wryly. Yet he recalled what the system had previously mentioned. Not only could he earn essence by participating in the plot, but altering the history of this world could yield similar rewards. This principle was reflected in his actions, the sale of the weapon blueprint, and the unfortunate Viper gang, all of which provided him with a modest reward. Remaining blue essence, 50,000 now. It was time to rest. Roland slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the plane's descent. He could not help but feel a sense of familiarity in this place, observing the surrounding architecture. A smile crept onto his face. Although it was his first time in Night City, he felt like an old resident. However, the current Night City bore some differences from the one he was familiar with, such as the fact that Arasaka Tower had yet to be fully established. At this moment, numerous advertisements promoted the allure of Night City and various products. Roland glanced at the newly arrived individuals behind and beside him, many of whom wore expressions of barely concealed excitement, clearly believing that Night City was a place where dreams could be realized. This thought, Roland shook his head. After some time, these people would likely discover that, compared to other locales, this place was truly a hell that devoured the unwary, a paradise for the wealthy, a hell for the impoverished. Looking around, Roland's ocular implant flickered to life as he decided to book a private car, intending to head to Charter Hill in Westbrook. There was no particular reason, simply that the area boasted better security, and with wealth, it would certainly prove more convenient. However, it must be noted that, during the day, Night City presented a remarkably friendly FAAD, at least to those from out of town, in a high-tech metropolis brimming with countless opportunities. The true essence of this place only reveals itself under the cover of night. Roland shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and quietly reached out to an old friend. Welcome to Delamon, where we shall provide you with the finest service. Please confirm your destination. Calculating your fare? Excellent. Your selected vehicle is en route. Kindly await its arrival. It had been quite some time since Roland last saw old a smile involuntarily graced his face. Apologies for my candor, but it appears I lack any information concerning you in my database. What I mean to say is, it feels as if we are old friends. It's a pleasure to see you, old Thank you for the compliment. I too have a fondness for the name Old. At this moment, Delamon's taxi service had yet to reach its zenith, merely existing as one among the multitude of taxi companies. However, in the near future, Delamon Taxi Company would experience rapid growth. Perhaps I should consider purchasing some shares in Delamon? That could be a wise choice, Roland mused to himself, for he was well aware of the subsequent developments in this world. The avian extinction initiative had already passed, but the most notorious event to follow was the Unification War, culminating in Arasaka's reemergence on the stage of Night City. Perhaps there would be a way to profit from it. Soon enough, the Delamon vehicle arrived, and upon boarding, Roland awaited the driver to take him to a reputable real estate agency. For securing a place to stay was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, he contacted the trauma team through Delamon and arranged for a platinum membership. He deposited a full 2 million euros into his medical account, which elicited an exceptionally warm response from the staff. During the journey, he perused weapon schematics, as these would pertain to future income-generating activities and the establishment of his company. Yet prior to that, he needed to purchase a service from the system. Lysandra Assistant Function. Monthly rent of 10,000 blue essence. Limited time discount. Without much hesitation, Roland swiftly acquired this function, not for any other reason than convenience and security, as he harbored a deep-seated apprehension regarding hacking techniques in the cyberpunk realm. Should the opportunity arise, he would prioritize selecting templates with hacking skills from the source program, ensuring he possesses the means to defend himself against rogue AIs and adept hackers, rather than merely waiting to be assaulted. Simultaneously, he discovered an enticing lottery chest in the essence shop, costing 10,000 essence per draw, yielding random items with no guarantee. Although it appeared alluring, Roland acknowledged it was beyond his current budget. Thus, while he had gained an assistant, its capabilities were limited to assistance alone, devoid of combat or data theft functions. Otherwise, he would have to deliver a minor shock to the corporate giants of this world with a snippet of source code. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a blueprint that perfectly matched his desires and requirements. Check 2 Intelligent Handgun. Renowned for its high precision and low cost, this handgun is the quintessential choice for home defense and urban skirmishes. By sacrificing some firepower, it offers enhanced accuracy and safety. However, should you presume its firepower is feeble, you would be mistaken. It is sure to teach your adversaries a lesson, if intending to establish a company. Entering the high-end market now would undoubtedly be reckless, so opting for practical, low-end solutions is imperative. This weapon serves as an ideal primary armament. Price, 5,000 blue essence, Chapter 6. Source Program Company. Haha, we are delighted that you chose our apartment. Here is your key and identification program. Please ensure authentication before leaving the apartment. Otherwise, you may incur unnecessary charges. A well-dressed gentleman beamed at Roland, exchanging light-hearted banter. I will be mindful of that. I appreciate your assistance during this period. Max, not a bother at all. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I shall take my leave now. Wishing you a pleasant stay. Max offered a slight bow before departing. Roland, his eyes glowing with a hint of orange, transferred 500 euros to him as a tip. After Max's departure, Roland found himself rubbing his temples in the apartment, pondering whether arriving early was a blessing or a curse. The current dynamics of Night City were rather delicate. This was primarily due to the absence of Arasaka, the reigning power of Night City, which allowed Watson District to flourish, devoid of the Arasaka Beach District, let alone the Arasaka Academy. Furthermore, there were some minor discrepancies among the gangs, particularly the absence of the Mox Gang and the relatively modest power of the Tiger Claw Gang, though they remained one of the largest factions in Night City. Lysandra, please assist me in registering a company, utilizing the source program logo.as for the mission, to fight for the future of humanity. Let's set the registered capital at 2 million euros. Understood. I will take care of it. Roland's eyes flickered with a hint of orange, and his lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated the swift evaporation of 5 million euros. 2 million euros for the trauma team, another 2 million as startup capital, coupled with various miscellaneous expenses and a lavish apartment lease. His expenditures have been nothing short of extravagant. The monthly rent alone amounted to 25,000 euros. And he had opted for a 1-year lease, which, despite some discounts, still cost him nearly 300,000 euros. Regarding a vehicle, Roland's budget now allowed for no more than 200,000 euros. Thus, he resolved to forego purchasing a car for the time being. For now, he would continue to call upon Olda, and while he still had funds, he would procure a package from him. With that, Roland's purchasing spree came to a close. Now, he intended to explore the city center, seeking potential locations for establishing his company. If none were available, he would find a place to set up a base. He still required some samples. Oh, Lysandra, please use that 2 million euros to set up a small factory. You should have no trouble managing the robots, correct? No issues at all. Rest assured, that's reassuring. Roland nodded, proceeding to purchase a batch of 100 handguns, deducting another 10,000 blue essence, leaving him with 25,000 essence remaining. After finalizing these arrangements, he slowly removed his clothing and stepped into the bathroom. At last, he had the opportunity to rest and assess his new physique. Surprisingly, I resemble my previous self quite closely. Aside from the cybernetic modifications on my face, there's hardly any difference. However, to be fair, these cybernetics were rather subpar. Roland examined his body closely, curiously running his fingers over the cybernetic enhancements, as it was his first encounter with such technology in reality. After showering, he planned to take a brief nap before heading out to a bar later that night for some amusement. After all, having entered the cyberpunk world, he felt compelled to indulge in the vibrant nightlife and experiences it offered. Meanwhile, as Roland slumbered, the CEO of the Kanto building in Night City received news from Tsushida. Roland, this blueprint. It appears he is quite a talented individual. A glint of orange light flickered in Hui Yufei's eyes. Arrange a team to investigate this Roland character, ascertain his current activities, but merely gather information. Refrain from any unnecessary actions. Hey, do you think the person purchasing this batch of goods belongs to which company? How would I know? All I know is that this is a significant client. Crucial to us, but I don't understand why they wouldn't establish a factory in Watson District and instead venture to Santo Domingo. That's quite a distance. What's the concern? If they're willing to pay extra, we shouldn't complain. Let's just finish this batch, and then you and I can go out for a drink. Sounds like a plan. How about the Lazy Bar? Are you referring to that recently popular Lazy Bar? I have no objections. Meanwhile, within the military technology building at the municipal center, an employee turned to address the person behind him. Boss, an informant from Kanto has sent news. It seems Hui Yufei is monitoring someone named Roland. Oh, intriguing. Investigate this Roland and discern who he is. Upon hearing this, Vis's expression brightened with interest, and he commanded, Understood. I will look into it. Before long, Vis held in his hands Roland's identity report. Upon seeing the establishment of a company named Source Program and the transfer of 5 million euros from Kanto, his gaze sharpened slightly. He was acutely aware that in certain competitive fields, Kong Tao's demeanor was decidedly one of not revealing his hand until absolutely necessary. The fact that the other party managed to secure a staggering 5 million euros from Kong Tao, coupled with their establishment of a technology company, indicated that they were indeed a remarkably gifted technological innovator. IT would be prudent to liaise with the Human Resources Department and encourage them to attempt to recruit this individual into the Research and Development Division. As the undercurrents of Night City surged with activity, Roland had just risen from his slumber, stretching languidly before casting a somewhat bewildered glance around the opulent apartment. Only after grasping the situation did he gradually rise to his feet. It seemed he was not ensnared in a dream after all. A wry smile crossed Roland's face. Indeed, he still felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Mr. Roland, I have some information pertinent to you that Roland's eyes flicker with interest as he received intel from Lissandro, primarily concerning military technology firms probing into his background. That IT could be said that his current identity had been thoroughly scrutinized. However, this was a situation he had intentionally crafted. As for the reason, should he isolate these companies from all means of investigation, they would find it exceedingly difficult to operate smoothly. This implied that he harbored significant secrets or possessed extraordinary hacking skills, capable of completely blocking their information systems. If he truly accomplished such a feat, it was likely that these firms would enter a frenzy, desperately seeking his whereabouts. Currently, he lacked the capability to confront these corporate giants directly, so the exposure of this innocuous intelligence was of little consequence. As long as Lissandro could ensure that core confidential information remained secure, there would be no issues, and since these companies still harbor hopes of winning him over, they would naturally refrain from causing a ruckus. He sighed, deciding to set aside such thoughts for the moment and venture out to find some amusement. Long time no see. I believe it has only been an afternoon since our last meeting. Sir, upon hearing the earnest declaration from the bald man before him, Roland couldn't help but smile. To be honest, in this unfamiliar world, encountering such a familiar face was genuinely comforting. Take me to Liz Bar. You wish to visit Liz Bar? With all due respect, I must say that this location may not be the most suitable choice for you at present, the man remarked. eyeing Roland with concern. "Oh, I didn't realize you cared so much, pray tell. What is the issue?" Roland inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Of course. As you're a valued client of our company, I would feel quite disheartened if anything were to happen to you." "Haha, thank you. I shall be cautious. Now, do enlighten me about the current situation at certainly to my knowledge. Lisbar has been experiencing a surge in business recently, but being situated in the Kabukicho district of Watson, it often attracts members of the Tiger Claw Gang. Given the bar's recent popularity, I see the Tiger Claw Gang has set its sights on the lucrative Lisbar, has it? And from the looks of it, they haven't yet taken control of the establishment, as you're advising me against going there. Indeed, your insight is commendable, sir. I appreciate your intelligence, Now, let us proceed to Lisbar, so I can assess the situation from your vehicle." "Very well. I will chart the route for you." Roland nodded appreciatively and turned his gaze to the window, admiring the nighttime splendor of Night City. Yet beneath this veneer of opulence lay myriad shadows. However, he found himself in Charter Hill, a relatively secure area, where incidents of crime were few and far between. One might argue that Night City's safety was lacking, yet it was undeniable that the affluent were afforded considerable attention. As the lawman's vehicle departed from Charter Hill, Roland began to witness a plethora of different sights and characters. To reach Lisbar, he would inevitably traverse Japan Street. Thus, it was here that he first encountered members of the Tiger Claw Gang. Their signature fluorescent tattoos, vibrant hairstyles, and eccentric cybernetic enhancements making them unmistakable. However, the Tiger Claw Gang in this area seemed to adhere to a certain code, provided one did not provoke them, as long as one kept their distance and possessed wealth. One could enjoy themselves quite well within their territory. They were not the type to exploit their clientele, but rather aimed for a steady stream of repeat customers, with each gang member adept at luring patrons. Just as Roland prepared to revel in the unique sights of Night City, a series of startling gunshots drew his attention. Even seated in the car, he could not ignore the commotion, and the Tiger Claw members naturally could not remain indifferent. Soon after, a group of individuals clad in various styles bundled a person into a pickup truck, which then sped off in an erratic manner, akin to a drunken reveler. Several members of the Tiger Claw Gang immediately mounted motorcycles and gave chase, heading towards Watson. Observing this, the lawman quietly maneuvered the vehicle to avoid potential crossfire. Roland's lips twitched in amusement. It was indeed a quintessential display of Night City's character. That group must be a band of cyberpunks. "Wouldn't you agree?" Roland remarked, watching the figures recede into the distance. "Indeed, sir, I trust you will encounter them frequently in Night City, and they may even assist you in resolving certain troubles. Sir, we have arrived at Lisbar." At this, Roland's orange glow dimmed slightly. Having just traversed the digital realm, he couldn't help but marvel at the cultural diversity of this world. So varied it was almost disconcerting. One could only say that while one might indulge in certain liberties, they should at least exercise a modicum of restraint. He lifted his gaze to take in the surroundings, noting the uneven pavement, littered with debris, graffiti adorning the walls, and a fire burning in a discarded oil drum beneath the overpass. Punctuated by the occasional gunshot echoing in the distance, that it was clear that this place was worlds apart from the Charter Hill residence he had rented. Outside Lisbar stood several security personnel, likely hired to prevent disturbances, though Roland surmised that should they encounter someone with a formidable background, they would likely flee post-haste. After all, Lisbar lacked any significant backing to protect them. If they offended the wrong individual, they would bear the consequences. Open the door. It appears there's no trouble at the moment. By the way, if I need to leave later, I'll call for you again, of course. Sir, I wish you a pleasant evening, and to remain vigilant. Nodding, Roland approached the entrance of Lisbar. Upon seeing his unfamiliar visage, the security guard extended a hand. "New here? Rest assured, I am familiar with the rules, and come with no ill intentions," Roland replied, raising his hands slightly to indicate his benign intent. The burly man nodded in acknowledgement and stepped aside. As the door swung open, Roland was greeted by an interior adorned in hues of purple, blue, and pink, with a somewhat raucous ambience of music that nonetheless melded well with the atmosphere. You look rather unfamiliar, young man." The receptionist beamed at Roland's entrance. "Yes, it is my first time at Lisbar." Do you have any recommendations? Roland smiled in return, discreetly slipping 50 euros as a tip, which only widened her grin. Let me recommend a few high-quality Super Dreams and Renowned Sisters for you. After listening to her suggestions, Roland navigated through the colorful crowd, eventually finding a quieter corner where he ordered an inspiring romantic Super Dream and began to immerse himself in the experience. With themes of deceased parents, a young brother, and a girl forced to leave school, one could not deny the depth of the protagonist's struggles. Hey, do you think that guy looks rather affluent? As Roland enjoyed the Super Dream, a burly man clad in a bulletproof jacket pointed at him with an unsavory glint in his eye. Probably, the cybernetic enhancement he possesses is not one I've seen before, and it certainly doesn't appear to be cheap. More likely, it's custom-made. Add in his attire. TSK, it probably exceeds the worth of several of our deals combined. At a tall, slender companion nodded in agreement, then suddenly shifted his expression. Hey, don't tell me you're thinking of making a move on him. He's likely a corporate lackey, probably insured with a trauma team. Upon hearing this, the slightly inebriated burly man regained his composure, offering an awkward smile. Relax, I was merely speculating. I value my life too much for that. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, drawing the attention of the nearby patrons, except for those still lost in their Super Dream experiences. With green punk hair, fluorescent tattoos, and oddly colored katanas, the newcomers' identities were unmistakable. They were members of the Tiger Claw gang. As he stood there, a shadowy figure slowly dispersed behind him, revealing no fewer than a dozen members of the Tiger Claw gang. The bar's security and staff, on the other hand, quietly opted to hide away, fully aware that they could not afford to provoke the Tiger Claw gang, especially given their proximity to the gang's territory. Frankly speaking, they could not comprehend why the owner of this establishment refused to submit to the gang's control, though they realized that such a stance would inevitably cost them their jobs. And what of Elizabeth? The leader of the Tiger Claw gang heft his katana, twisting his neck as he spoke. As for driving away the patrons, they believed this place would soon be theirs, making the notion of ejecting customers seem absurd. They had no intention of completely severing ties today. They were simply here to deliver their final ultimatum. I've arrived. What business do you have? With the sound of high heels clicking against the floor, a tall woman with striking red hair emerged, her expression tinged with anger, evidently displeased with the gang's behavior. Humph. Ms. Elizabeth's charm remains undiminished, the leader remarked. I come on behalf of our boss to deliver a final ultimatum. You have 3 days to provide us with a response. Otherwise, you should know what to expect. He stepped forward, lifting Elizabeth's chin with a mocking grin. Elizabeth clenched her teeth, but made no effort to reject his advances, opting instead for silence. The leader, recognizing her tacit acceptance, waved his hand dismissively, signaling his subordinates to exit. Please, continue your revelries. My apologies for the interruption. With that, he waved his katana and departed. Elizabeth, watching him leave, turned back into the bar, her expression revealing a hint of bitterness. Roland, meanwhile, gradually lifted the dream device from his face. He had withdrawn from the dream state the moment the Tiger Claw members began to mock Elizabeth. It must be said, the allure of the dream state was difficult to relinquish. However, stepping back allowed him to behold a significant figure, the future spiritual leader of the Mox gang, Elizabeth Borden. If he were to save her, it would surely yield substantial rewards. Roland stroked his chin, pondering silently. Yet it was still too early to dwell on such thoughts. The year was only 2066, and the pivotal event would not transpire until 2067. Judy was collaborating with the Mox gang, not with Elizabeth directly, which meant Judy had yet to arrive at Lizzie. She was probably still somewhere in Night City, designing and crafting dreams, or perhaps she was already in Cloud Top. For now, however, he decided to relish the present moment. Roland lowered the dream device once more, re-entering the dream world. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, now backstage, furiously struck her fist against the mirror. Yet, after venting her anger, she was left with an ineffable sense of powerlessness. Glancing at her bloodied hand, she let out a sigh. Protect her sisters. She had no other choice. Should she confront the Tiger Claw gang head-on, not only would she fail to protect them, but she might also lose her life. At least by maintaining control here, she could still offer some assistance to her subordinates. Chapter 8. The Intermediary. What brings you to me? Roland inquired, gazing at the smiling intermediary named Norik. I require your assistance in gathering intelligence regarding recent tensions between gangs in Night City that are low on weaponry. Of course, that a trivial matter. IT will only cost you 3,000 euros, and I will require a 30% service fee. You have no objections, I trust? None at all. That a flicker of orange light danced in Roland's eyes as he transferred the funds to Norik's account. Norik rose, saying, "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Roland. Here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you require further assistance." Roland merely nodded before departing. Intermediaries come and go, but only the true power players endure. Norik was likely one of those who had been replaced in the internal ranks. Having spent nearly a week in Night City, Roland had grown accustomed to the cacophony and the ever-present dangers lurking in the shadows. After all, one could never predict when a lunatic might emerge to deliver a bullet, a genuine madman. Additionally, the task he had assigned to Lysandra was nearing completion. He felt fortunate he had not exchanged for high-grade weapon blueprints, as even this modest pistol had almost proven too complex to manufacture. There were significant discrepancies in materials and techniques, yet thanks to Lysandra's intervention, it remained manageable, making Roland increasingly confident in his purchase. Although it was still merely a stripped-down version, the good news was that the production line was now nearly perfected, allowing for mass production of the Czech 2 Smart Pistol. The current challenge was finding customers. As for advertising, Roland had some ideas, but given his financial constraints, he couldn't afford extensive promotional efforts. Ideally, he would partner with a gang or company to secure funding before launching any advertising campaign. Finding a company was straightforward, seeking out a gang, on the other hand. After all, the formidable performance of firearms served as the best advertisement, did it not? As for the company's side, military technology representatives had approached him, seeking to recruit him, but he had declined their offer, though he had not dismissed their goodwill. Cooperation remained a possibility. What surprised Roland, however, was that representatives from Arasaka had sought him out. It was worth noting that Arasaka had recently been expelled from Night City. Yet, given the presence of the Tiger Claw gang, one of the largest factions, Roland found it less perplexing. His stance on Arasaka was similar to that on military technology. If anything, slightly more favorable. The rationale was simple. He knew the trajectory of the future, and Arasaka's eventual establishment in Night City as a dominant force was a foregone conclusion. Currently weak, there was no need to provoke such a behemoth. After finalizing matters with Norik, Roland returned home to await developments. Fortunately, the wait was not protracted, short enough to cause him to suspect he had been swindled. Nevertheless, recognizing the potential utility of the information, he decided against confronting Norik. It appears that the Valentino gang and the Tiger Claw gang have recently had some friction. It seems I need to find a way to meet the priest. Word has it that you wish to see me. The priest regarded Roland with a look of vague curiosity. Indeed, I seek an audience with the leader of the Valentino gang to discuss a business proposition. Of course, if possible, I would be equally amenable to negotiating with you, priest. Roland nodded and slowly took a seat before the priest. The priest squinted slightly and inquired, "What sort of business?" "I've heard that the Valentino gang has been experiencing significant friction with the Tiger Claw gang and is currently at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry. It seems you conducted thorough reconnaissance before arriving. While this information isn't particularly clandestine, your mention of it suggests you have further intentions. You have a solution in mind." The priest regarded the youthful figure before him with curiosity. After all, Roland's visage was strikingly youthful, casting doubt upon his capabilities. With a smile gracing his lips, Roland produced the Czech 2 Smart Pistol from his waist. "A smart pistol? I believe you may have mistaken your clientele. Such items are rather costly and may not be suitable for our needs." Upon seeing this, the priest's demeanor shifted to neutrality, and he slowly shook his head that no, trust me, you will not find a smart pistol with a better cost-performance ratio on the market. This one is priced at just 1,500 euros. 1,500 euros was undoubtedly an enticing price. Yet if it were already at that price point, why not simply purchase the more affordable hyper pistol from Kanto? The priest interlaced his fingers, silently observing Roland as he awaited a response. "Our company's weapon surpasses the hyper pistol in performance, both in firepower and rate of fire, as well as in magazine capacity. You could even consider it akin to a Yukimura. Of course, you likely won't take my word for it, so why not test it for yourself?" With that, Roland gestured, inviting the priest to examine the weapon. His face radiating confidence in its capabilities. The priest regarded him. Then, without refusal, picked up the weapon and said, "Excuse me for a moment," before exiting the room. Before long, the priest returned with a complex expression and inquired, "How much stock do you have?" "That depends on how many you desired." A smile adorned Roland's face, for he knew the priest was intrigued. "I'll consider. Let's start with 500 pieces. The priest directly stated a commendable figure, and Roland nodded in satisfaction upon hearing it. Likely having conferred with the members of the Valentino gang beforehand, soon, Roland received a remittance of 250,000 euros. This was merely a deposit. The remainder would depend on your performance. No problem. Rest assured, I should be able to deliver by next week." Roland replied before departing. To be frank, he intended to make a quick profit from this weapon. What did that mean? Essentially, it involved swiftly capturing a segment of the market and then selling the blueprints for this weapon. That is how one makes quick money. If all goes as planned, he would soon have a significant influx of essence, and then he would indulge in some shopping. If possible, he might even try his luck in a lottery. It was merely a test of waters, for surely the contents could not be too inferior. Could they? Moreover, if needed, he could also sell smart ammunition for firearms. He believed no one could offer a cheaper price than his. With a warm smile gracing his face, Roland never considered selling this firearm as his primary source of profit. It was the affordable, smart ammunition that constituted his true ace in the hole. The priest nodded slightly, having gained a comprehension of the other's technology during his recent test of the firearm. He also took the opportunity to investigate the individual's background. In his view, this person would soon carve out a market for himself, a weapon comparable in performance to the Arasaka Yukimura, yet significantly more affordable and with more convenient reloading, coupled with a new type of smart ammunition produced by this company. It was likely that this individual would soon become a notable figure. Thus, there was no need to foster animosity with him. Simultaneously, the priest hoped that this individual could rise amidst the obstacles posed by other companies. After all, this would afford him a substantial client. As for whether this weapon would completely dominate the handgun market, the priest deemed it improbable, for both Kanto and Arasaka were formidable players. They were not to be underestimated in terms of resources. And while the ultra-competitive pricing was indeed appealing, Yukimura enjoyed an excellent reputation. Perhaps in the future, but not at present. Additionally, there were even more affordable kinetic pistols and technically superior firearms available. Nonetheless, this weapon undeniably represented an exceptional instrument of lethality. Chapter 9. A year later, Roland rubbed his shoulders and listened to the news regarding Night City. Over the past year, he had accomplished numerous undertakings, primarily reflected in the Source Project Company, which had now blossomed into a multi-million euro enterprise, having established certain cooperative agreements with other large corporations. After reaching an agreement with the Valentino gang a year ago, the Czech 2 Smart Pistol immediately attracted the attention of many gang members, including the Tiger Claw gang, who began to inquire. However, for these gang members and ordinary citizens alike, the more enticing aspect was the affordable smart ammunition. After all, a significant reason many refrained from purchasing smart firearms was due to the exorbitant maintenance and ammunition costs. Consequently, Arasaka's interest intensified. As one of the leaders in smart firearms, they naturally recognized the value embedded in this weapon and its ammunition. Thus, they did not engage in unnecessary dialogue, but rather utilized their financial clout. After all, they had limited options. Night City was currently the territory of the military science faction, and their reach was not extensive at that moment. Roland sought to enhance the reputation of the Source Project, as it pertained to the extent of his historical alterations, leading him to enter into a partnership with Arasaka. He would transfer certain technologies pertaining to this weapon and smart ammunition to them, while Arasaka would be responsible for promoting the weapon, albeit restricted to the Night City area. Initially, Arasaka expressed some dissatisfaction upon hearing they were required to promote the product, yet upon learning it was confined to Night City, they quickly relented, perceiving Roland's request as somewhat naive, and agreed without hesitation, thereby saving him a considerable sum in advertising expenses as for why he chose Arasaka. They were currently quite distant from the Emperor, posing the least threat to his Night City restrictions. The other companies would likely refuse his request. The military science faction might agree, but collaborating with them, Roland estimated they as the dominant force in Night City. would not be particularly amiable. In fact, it was proven that after he declined the military science faction's request for cooperation, he was promptly subjected to sanctions. Fortunately, however, he maintained cooperative relationships with Kanto and Arasaka. Thus, the repercussions of the sanctions were relatively limited, and as a result, the Source Project Company's reputation began to flourish. Indeed, Roland was strategically positioned between both Kanto and Arasaka, collaborating with both entities. Albeit with differing technological emphases while retaining the core technologies, it could be said that these technologies would assist Kanto and Arasaka in advancing their smart firearms development. But to catch up with the Source Project's current technological advancements, there remained a slight gap, particularly concerning the lower-end products of the Source Project. For Roland, however, these matters were not of primary importance. What truly mattered was that he possessed a wealth of blue essence. Yet his orange essence was lamentably scarce. He had also come to understand the criteria for acquiring blue essence through altering history. Modifying historically documented events in the games yielded the most essence, with some even rewarding orange essence, whereas merely crafting one's own historical narrative resulted in comparatively lesser rewards. The previous Milas II rifle had a significant impact, as Roland surmised it had primarily altered Kanto's research and development trajectory. If all went as expected, the Zhuangshi, originally slated for release in 2069, would likely launch ahead of schedule, consequently enhancing Kanto's prowess in smart firearms. In light of this, in facing competition from Arasaka in the smart firearms domain, he could only utter a prayer for aminos. After all, the technology he provided Arasaka concerning the handgun had scanned information regarding aiming enhancements. Ultimately, the weapon's characteristics lay in its low cost and stability. Precision was merely a relative concept. During this period, he had also tried his luck at several lotteries, but the outcomes were either thank you for participating or a heap of worthless junk, resulting in substantial losses. Nevertheless, Roland had little choice. The truly formidable weapon blueprints and materials, as well as energy schematics of the Source Project, were not something he could present. Primarily, he lacked the financial backing. And should he reveal them, disaster would surely follow, as he had no adequate military protection. Given his current capabilities, nurturing a personal armed force was indeed challenging. After all, with a valuation in the millions, his accessible funds did not even come close to that amount. Roland slowly opened the system, intending to engage in yet another lottery. This time, he had accumulated 100,000 blue essence, fervently wishing not to experience another loss. Lest he break down, although he did receive a steady inflow of blue essence daily, it remained meager. Remaining blue essence, 153,476. With a deep breath, Roland engaged in a cleansing ritual, then silently pressed the purchase button. Tyrell Alloy X1, Ricard Ion Rifle X1, Source Project Smart Security Robot X3. As he beheld the items before him, his expression darkened. It could be said he had barely recouped his investment, facing catastrophic losses. Just as the final item appeared, a glimmer of orange light caught Roland's attention. Congratulations on obtaining Source Project Sublimation Template Key. Upon seeing this item, Roland donned a perplexed expression that he was familiar with the Source Project Sublimation Template. But what on earth was this key? Lysandra, could you elucidate? Indeed, the key signifies that you have gained permission to utilize this template. However, to truly employ it, you must make an additional purchase internally. Wait, are you implying that if I had previously acquired the template without obtaining the key, I would be unable to use it? Roland suddenly grasped this issue. Not exactly. But if you attempt to use the template without the key, the user's consciousness will be significantly influenced by the corresponding template. Conversely, possessing the key alleviates such concerns. All right, I understand. Show me the sublimation prices. Source Project Sublimation, 10,000 orange essence. Oh dear, could you not just kill me? Where on earth am I supposed to procure 10,000 orange essence? Roland lamented, observing his meager 500 orange essence with resignation. You happen to have an opportunity, do you not? Roland paused at the remark, then recalled the task he had recently assigned Lysandra. Are you suggesting? Mox's gang? Smack! Elizabeth furiously slammed her weapon down, her chest heaving with rage. Boss, please don't be angry. This is simply unavoidable. A companion standing beside Elizabeth attempted to comfort her, patting her back to soothe her. Not be angry. How can I not be furious? Those from the Tiger Claw gang treat my sisters as if they are nothing. How many times has this happened? Every time, a sister gets hurt while receiving those from the Tiger Claw gang. And it seems to worsen with each incident. Elizabeth exclaimed in anger. Having once been a sex worker herself, she understood the sorrow and pain that accompanied that life. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to become a nightclub owner, aiming to assist those who similarly dwelled at the bottom of society. Yet now, the members of the Tiger Claw gang were trampling upon her beliefs time and again, repeatedly challenging her limits. How could she not be furious? Suddenly, the door to Elizabeth's office was flung open with a loud bang. She furrowed her brow and looked towards the door, her expression shifting dramatically upon seeing the bloodied figure of a sex worker before her. What had happened? Big's sister, Chia has been killed by those scoundrels from the Tiger Claw gang. The sex worker fell to her knees before Elizabeth, sobbing uncontrollably. The person beside Elizabeth's expression changed as she understood her character all too well. As for Elizabeth, upon hearing the news, she slowly lowered her head, clenched her fists, and then made her way to the side of the table. Boss, no need to say more. Gather the men, I don't want to deal with those bastards. Chapter 10. Confrontation Bang. Elizabeth kicked open the door to a private booth, immediately drawing the attention of 3 members of the Tiger Claw gang inside. Look who's here, it's our big boss. Elizabeth, one of them chuckled and whistled lewdly, spreading his arms wide as he sauntered over to Elizabeth, his hand reaching towards her waist. Elizabeth swiftly grasped his wrist and locked eyes with him. Was it you who did this? Ha! You can blame it on your people being too Navi. Not enough fun to be had. Don't you agree? The member sneered, unfazed, turning to his companions behind him. Yeah. Why don't you join us, Miss Elizabeth? You used to be in this line of work, right? So come on, have some fun with us. They spoke. The 2 others moved closer, encircling Elizabeth.It seems you have no regard for Chia at all, do you? Elizabeth's tone was unnervingly calm, leaving them perplexed. While the 3 members of the Tiger Claw gang were already intoxicated with bravado, she's just one sex worker. There are plenty like her in Night City. What's there to care about? The first member who spoke waved his hand dismissively, appearing increasingly irritated by Elizabeth's mention of the name. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his nose, momentarily rendering him stunned. He touched his face in disbelief, feeling the slickness of blood, and a horrific expression spread across his features. You filthy bitch, how dare you hit me? With a mechanical sound, a butterfly knife sprang from his forearm, slicing through the air toward Elizabeth's neck, igniting excitement in the other 2. Boom. Just as the knife was about to make contact with Elizabeth, a deafening gunshot rang out, and the member's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, the red and white matter splattering across the room. The remaining 2 initially froze for a moment, then sensed danger and charged at Elizabeth, intending to take her hostage. Seeing this, Elizabeth swung the axe in her hand, cleaving one of the Tiger Claw members' skulls in 2, while a heavy baseball bat met the other's head with a dull thud, rendering him unconscious. Boss, what should we do now? Licky rested the bloodied bat on her shoulder, glancing at Elizabeth. Hand over this last scoundrel to the sisters and let them deal with him. Then we'll hang their 3 corpses at the entrance to let everyone know we are not to be trifled with. Elizabeth said, her gaze fierce after taking a deep drag on her cigarette. Understood, I will see to it. Licky responded before calling others to help move the bodies. Boss, these are members of the Tiger Claw gang. Boo-ee, standing nearby, expressed concern at Elizabeth's expression turned slightly troubled, but quickly hardened with resolve. We have already attacked their people. There is no room for reconciliation between us now. She addressed Boo-ee calmly. However, I will not allow my sisters to die in vain. Go tell them that those who do not wish to stay and fight the Tiger Claw gang can leave immediately. Meanwhile, many patrons in the main hall had heard the gunshot and were curiously discussing the commotion. Soon after, they witnessed Licky's group dragging out the 3 corpses belonging to the Tiger Claw gang. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall turned somber, and many faces turned pale. They hurried to settle their bills and exit the Lazy Bar. After all, these were members of the Tiger Claw gang, known for their fierce loyalty. Stirring trouble with them could lead to dire consequences. What a pity for this bar. Indeed, it seems we will have to find a new place for entertainment. A few customers shook their heads regretfully, never once contemplating intervening. For after all, it was merely a bar. If this one were to fall, they could always find another. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance today. Hence, all drinks are on the house. Please feel free to leave. Elizabeth composed herself and announced loudly in the center. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances but did not refuse. Soon, only the staff remained in the lazy bar. Everyone, I trust you have seen what has transpired. I 1T beat around the bush. Those who wish to leave may step forward now. Elizabeth took a deep breath, addressing the patrons directly. I 1T blame you. After all, my intentions are for the sake of the sex workers, and I do not wish to drag you into this. So, if you wish to depart, please do so now, and I will hold no ill will. Upon hearing Elizabeth's words once more, a few sex workers lowered their heads and slowly stepped forward. You? Licky's expression turned furious. Enough! Elizabeth immediately halted Licky's outburst, then approached the group with a gentle demeanor. Her eyes shimmering as she transferred a sum of money into their accounts. That I hope you can live well from here on. Farewell, sisters. Goodbye, boss. The women pressed their lips together, then bowed deeply before exiting the lazy bar with their heads down. Roland, observing the scene on the screen, couldn't help but marvel. Truly, she is the spiritual leader of the Mox gang. Her charisma is undeniable. However, he understood that now was not the time for him to intervene. He did not wish to provoke the Tiger Claw gang excessively, as they would undoubtedly retaliate against the lazy bee. It was clear that he could only save Elizabeth AS for the others. Roland candidly admitted the Tiger Claw gang ultimately needed a target for their rage. In summary, Roland felt he lacked sufficient power. If he angered the Tiger Claw gang too much, the cost would outweigh the benefits. If he intended to rise to the top of Night City, sacrifices would be necessary. I wonder how much essence I can obtain this time, that I hope the quantity is sufficient. I don't expect to buy transcendence all at once, but at least some components for now. At that moment, the Tiger Claw gang realized something was amiss, having inexplicably lost 3 subordinates. Soon after, they received intelligence regarding the lazy bar. In an instant, the upper echelons of the Tiger Claw gang were furious. Chapter 11. The Finale Bang. After hearing his subordinate's report, Cyberpunk's expression darkened significantly, his fist slamming down on the table, leaving a stark imprint. You mean to say, Elizabeth killed 3 of our members? Why, yes, boss, the trembling member of the Tiger Claw gang stammered in response. Then why are you asking me what that means? Do you need me to teach you what to do next? Cyberpunk violently swept his hand, sending a cup flying that struck the subordinate. The member hurriedly knelt to retrieve the cup and then scrambled away. Humph. Seeing this, Cyberpunk snorted coldly and returned to his seat, sighing heavily as he rubbed his temples in frustration. It was simply exhausting, having to constantly clean up after the blunders of these foolish subordinates. Moreover, he had little affection for this new generation of gang members. They were only interested in causing trouble, disregarding the gang's principles, forcing others to clean up their messes time and again. Yet this time he held his tongue, or rather, he felt that Elizabeth had gone too far. If it had merely been a beating and a toss-out, he could have accepted it as long as they bowed their heads. But now, not only had she killed 3 of their members, but she also hung their corpses on display. What was this? A provocation against the Tiger Claw gang? Thus, although he detested the idea of cleaning up after that unruly bunch in the gang, he had no choice but to intervene in such matters. Otherwise, the Tiger Claw gang would find it impossible to survive in Night City. Roland instructed Delamain to slowly lower the car window, silently observing the direction of the Lisby AT that moment. The bar appeared somewhat desolate, with few patrons passing by, and even the parking lot out front was nearly devoid of vehicles. The 3 corpses of Tiger Claw members hanging on the wall looked particularly macabre in the night, their blood having turned black due to the passage of time. Pardon my frankness, Mr. Roland, but your presence here does not seem wise, Delamain remarked, intentionally lowering his voice. I understand that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this place is soon to erupt into a bloody confrontation between the Liz Bar and the Tiger Claw gang. Thus, I have come to offer assistance, though I do not plan to intervene directly at this moment, Roland replied with a smile, then raised the window, instructing Delamain to drive to a more concealed location, as he had no desire to exit the scene prematurely. Lysandra, what is the situation? The armed forces are en route and should arrive at the scene in 10 minutes, came the response. Once they arrive, do not engage immediately. Observe the situation from a distance. Roland instructed T.O. this day. He had yet to hire a secretary, for Lysander's presence rendered such an addition unnecessary, particularly given the high likelihood of any new hire being a spy from a rival company. Frankly, his relationship with military technology had not been particularly amicable over the past year. Suddenly, the sound of vehicles roaring past shattered the temporary tranquility of the area, capturing the attention of all nearby, causing nearly everyone to take cover. They knew the Tiger Claw gang had arrived. Inside the Liz bar, Elizabeth and her companions gripped their weapons tightly, prepared for this moment. Regardless of the outcome, at the very least, they had not betrayed their convictions. Soon, a procession of vividly colored motorcycles and several cars adorned with distinctive emblems appeared in Roland's line of sight. The Tiger Claw gang had officially made their entrance. Looks like we're in for a grand showdown today. Let us wrap this up quickly. They're just a bunch of punks, utterly arrogant, unaware of their own insignificance. What a waste of time. With a loud crash, the door of the Liz bar was violently kicked open, and in response to the Tiger Claw members' entrance, an intense hail of gunfire erupted. In an instant, the assailant was reduced to a mere sieve. Damn it, you bastards. How dare you fight back? Here, a little something for you. With that, a Tiger Claw member pulled the pin on a spherical device and hurled it into the bar. Get down. Boom. A deafening explosion and a blinding flash of fire erupted, drawing the attention of all in the vicinity, including the NCPD officers. Captain, there are gunshots and explosions over there. We need to assist. A young officer urgently remarked to a middle-aged colleague, who simply grasped the young man's arm and slowly shook his head, his expression grave. Kid, you need to realize your salary is only 4,000 euros. If there are cyber psychos involved, think of your family. Upon hearing this, the young officer's expression stiffened, and he gradually halted his movements, frozen in place. A member of the sex trade roared, swinging their weapon and successfully striking a Tiger Claw member who had just killed another. Unfortunately, the blow inflicted little damage. The assailant, momentarily stunned, turned around with a crazed expression and struck down with a knife. Vivid red blood erupted like a fountain, and the headless body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. The scene within the Liz bar resembled a veritable hell on earth, with blood staining the floors and walls, limbs scattered, and anguished cries echoing throughout. Elizabeth gazed at the chaos before her, her eyes filled with confusion, questioning her decisions. Had she swallowed her pride that time? Would her sisters have been spared such a fate? Soon, the Tiger Claw gang nearly annihilated everyone within the Liz bar. Despite their resistance, it was ultimately futile. The Tiger Claw gang held an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and combat prowess. Who are you? Get lost. Do you not realize this is the Tiger Claw gang's business? Roland approached with a smile and shrugged, saying, Of course I know. It's precisely because I know that I am here. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and a blinding light illuminated the startled faces of the Tiger Claw members guarding the entrance. Company personnel. At that moment, a dozen heavily armed robotic sentinels descended from hovering vehicles, encircling them. Faced with this unexpected show of force, the Tiger Claw members raised their weapons in surrender. They were not afraid of ordinary company members. But anyone capable of summoning armed forces warranted serious consideration. They were merely common members. Such a significant situation was best left for their leader to handle. One Tiger Claw member, sensing the danger, rushed inside to alert others, but Roland made no move to stop him. He wanted the people inside to know of his arrival. Company personnel. Matsumoto Ken furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions, though he speculated it might relate to Elizabeth. He then turned his gaze to Elizabeth, who was bound and kneeling on the ground, covered in bruises. I never expected your old flame to have such a high-ranking company associate. Matsumoto waved his hand, signaling his two subordinates to take her away, then dialed the communication line to Saito Shichiro as he approached the entrance. Company personnel. Yes, first ascertain their intentions before proceeding. As Roland grew somewhat impatient, he caught sight of Elizabeth through the tattered doorway. Her eyes were filled with hatred and fury, tinged with confusion and regret. Sir, it is an honor to meet you. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Matsumoto asked cautiously, aware of the other party's significant status, given their ability to mobilize such armed forces that I need her, Roland stated directly, pointing at Elizabeth. This. Matsumoto's expression shifted to one of discomfort. You need not respond to my request immediately. Consult your superior and inform them that the Source Project Company requires her. Understood. Meanwhile, Saito Shichiro was still on the line, fully aware of the situation. All right, I understand the circumstances here. There is no need to escalate matters over a woman. The Source Project Company has many ties with our backers. Release her, I understand. Matsumoto nodded slightly, signaling his subordinates to release Elizabeth. That I sincerely apologize. We were unaware she was your associate. There is no need for that. I merely require her presence and will not make things overly difficult for you. You may leave, but let this matter conclude here for now. Roland waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not a significant issue. Matsumoto exhaled in relief. After all, crossing paths with someone wielding armed might was no trifling matter. The individuals who ruled this city were, in essence, the corporate entities that ate tea that moment. Elizabeth was somewhat dazed. Having thought she was about to die only to find herself alive, uncertain of why this man had chosen to save her. Please, Miss Elizabeth. Roland gestured for her to follow, making his way toward Delamain's vehicle. While the armed robotic sentinels gradually returned to their hovering transports, Elizabeth settled in her seat. Roland's system chimed with a notification. Congratulations, you have acquired 100,000 blue essence and 3,000 orange essence. Chapter 12, Source Project, Ascendance. Why did you save me? It's simple. I have a request of you, Roland replied, smiling at Elizabeth. A request? No, I do not understand. I am merely a bar owner. Elizabeth responded with a bittersweet smile, her confusion evident. No. You simply do not yet comprehend your own worth. Why tomorrow? You will understand. For now, just take the day to rest, Roland said, shaking his head before closing his eyes. Elizabeth had more questions, but seeing that Roland had already shut his eyes, clearly unwilling to respond, she suppressed her doubts and silently gazed out the window. Just moments ago, she was the proprietor of a bar, surrounded by numerous companions. Yet now she finds herself utterly alone. As Roland closed his eyes, he was not resting. Instead, he delved his consciousness into the system, commencing the search for purchasable items. Then he discovered that the keys to the Source Project were priced at roughly half that of the related templates, which meant he would need to prepare at least 15,000 to acquire the complete suite of enhanced cybernetics. Had he not drawn the key, it now appeared that the lottery had proven immensely profitable. With this thought, Roland felt his spirits lift considerably, although he had been in good spirits already. Now, let me examine the exorbitant prices of the enhancement components. Upon reviewing the costs, Roland squinted his eyes. He now faced several choices. First, the lead components were the least expensive, followed by the arm components, then the torso, with weapons and head components being the most costly. He could purchase the torso along with 2 legs, or 1 hand in addition to the torso, or even acquire a weapon along with 1 hand, or perhaps directly procure a head. Why does it feel as though I am engaging in the business of a scavenger? Source Project Enhancement. Torso, 2,000 orange essence. Arm, 1,000 orange essence x1. Leg, 500 orange essence x1. Head, 3,000 orange essence. Whisper, 2,000 orange essence. So it is settled within a warehouse of the Source Project Company. Several Source Project security robots stood still in standby mode. That moment, a flash of red light darted through the shadows, and a diamond-shaped robot resembling a spider rapidly approached one of the security robots. It then proceeded to tear apart the head components, accompanied by a nauseating metallic tearing sound and the sizzling of damaged electronic components, causing the security robot to crumble to the ground with a thud. Subsequently, its head was replaced with a diamond-shaped machine adorned with a black glass protective shield. ZZZZ. Following a surge of electricity, its face illuminated with a crimson glow. This would be a masterpiece. My mind feels rather muddled. Roland reached out to touch his chin, feeling the metallic texture, and then curiously glanced around, relieved to confirm he was indeed in his company's warehouse. This moment, he felt fortunate to have acquired the enhancement template. This template was unique. It did not require a designated host, allowing him to operate it independently. However, having 2 perspectives was somewhat disorienting. Furthermore, upon purchasing the enhancement, he learned another piece of information. The source project templates could be applied to others, though their effectiveness would be contingent upon compatibility. He could summon it to any location within his domain. Thus, he had summoned the enhancement to the warehouse, but once summoned, it could not be retracted into the system's backpack. Additionally, upon obtaining this template, it became clear why the system had mentioned the necessity of a key. Only with the key could he experience everything this template offered as an observer, thus acquiring the skills of the counterpart. If he were to be the experiencer, it was difficult to ascertain who that would be. Even with the key, Roland felt that using the enhancement S-body would still have some influence on him. Primarily, his mind was filled with the urge to create art that he sensed that allowing the enhancement to express itself would better adapt to this template, but AS for the target for this expression. Was there a better target than a scavenger? The answer was no. Yet before that, Roland needed to equip the enhancement with a few weapons and replace some cybernetics. Although the Source Project security robot's body was decent, it ultimately had its limitations, lacking the agility and weapon storage capacity of proper cybernetics. Lissandro, please contact the trauma team's hospital and arrange for a batch of high-end cybernetics. Gorilla arms, mantis blades, monomolecular wires, St. Andrew's cross, among others. Understood? I will handle it right away. The thought of St. Andrew's cross brought a smile to Roland's face. It was difficult to fathom how terrifying an enhancement equipped with it would be. While he knew the original body of the enhancement possessed methods to deal with high-speed situations, he did not have those capabilities himself. So equipping them now would rectify certain deficiencies that AS for the other cybernetics. To be frank, the enhancement had no so-called loading limit, so as long as it was compatible, he could fit anything onto it. Shortly thereafter, Roland noticed a significant sum of money had vanished from his account, causing his eye to twitch. It must be said, high-end cybernetics certainly rake in the profits. In the blink of an eye, €1,000,000 had evaporated AS for Roland's current body. It was not heavily modified, though he had replaced some necessary cybernetics. Ice protection was essential, and he planned to wait until the Source Project body arrived to address the rest. However, he had not considered the enhancement, as the degree of cybernetic modification was rather daunting. He seriously questioned whether dismantling the enhancement would yield even a couple of pounds of flesh. As for the hacker interface, the enhancement had no need for that, as its head was the best hacking cybernetic. Before long, Roland returned to his residence with Elizabeth, and after ensuring her comfort, he retreated to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, within the Source Project warehouse, a gruesome scene of robotic dismemberment was unfolding. A figure, with eyes glowing red, was disassembling one robot after another, attaching their body parts onto himself. What followed would be my stage. Chapter 13. The newcomer in a bar within a Watson district, a hooded figure slowly entered. The bartender, upon noticing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the figure promptly took a seat in front of him, further solidifying the bartender's suspicions. This individual could hardly be anything other than a thrill-seeking scion of wealth. After all, the expensive cybernetics adorning him were no laughing matter. However, if he sought excitement, he had certainly come to the right place. This was a favored haunt for the kidney-slicing clientele, and the reason for their presence here was clear. It was conveniently located near accommodations for out-of-town visitors, and the prices were exceptionally low. It satisfied their dual desires, allowing them to drink and scout for merchandise. Such a prime location was hard to come by. A vodka, please. The bartender silently set a glass before him and then remarked, "This place isn't very safe. I'm aware. That is precisely why I'm here." June nodded, lifting the glass to examine it, feeling somewhat helpless as he realized he had forgotten one crucial detail. This body lacked even a mouth. The bartender, hearing June's response, displayed a look of resigned exasperation, silently sighing before choosing to ignore him. "You can't reason with a damned ghost. Let him be." After lingering for a while, June slowly rose to leave the bar. The bartender, while wiping down the glass, watched the figure depart, and sure enough, shortly after June exited, 4 or 5 individuals rose to leave as well. What a pity. It seems I can add another tally to tonight's dead lottery. June, hands tucked in his pockets, clearly sensed the few tails behind him. Should one commend the instincts of a top-tier assassin, the intoxicating allure of power was undeniable. Yet this new experience was even more addictive. Upon spotting a narrow alley, he abruptly turned into it. The pursuers exchanged glances, puzzled. Did this wealthy scion truly lack common sense? No matter how familiar he was with the area, it could not compare to their expertise. They knew this alley was a dead end. Yet, thanks to him, they wouldn't need to exert themselves any further. Be careful when fighting. Don't damage those cybernetics. They're quite expensive, that I know. Don't worry. The 5 men slowly ventured into the alley, which was dimly lit, with only sparse illumination and a homeless man huddled in fear at the sight of such a group. One of the scavengers approached the homeless man and kicked him before continuing deeper into the alley. At that moment, June stood with his back to them, slowly peeling off his hoodie. Instantly, the 5 scavengers froze for the figure before them. No, they felt that the individual could hardly be deemed human. They saw no trace of flesh and blood upon his body. Damn it, this scion isn't just a rich kid. He is a cyber psychopath. Run. The leading scavenger, face contorted with rage, drew his weapon. Bang! The next second, a gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of a body hitting the ground. The scavenger, momentarily stunned, stared at the hand that had just grasped the gun. It was now missing, leaving only a stark white bone. Congratulations, you'll be my first masterpiece in this world. A voice magnetic and gentle suddenly echoed in his ear. The tender tone, rather than calming him, sent a chill down his spine. Boom! Another gunshot rang out, leaving the remaining individuals present momentarily stunned. A serpentine trail of fire erupted from the back of the cleansers, as blood and flames coalesced into a crimson blossom in an instant. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, accompanied by 3 more gunshots, causing 3 uniquely shaped red flowers to bloom instantaneously. The vagabond's face contorted with terror as he clamped his mouth shut, too afraid to utter a sound. Jin adjusted the weapon in his hand, and with a sound of expulsion, a magazine slowly fell away. Damn it, you bastard! Bang! 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 The last remaining cleansers roared madly, drawing his handgun and firing wildly, releasing the pent-up fear within him, while Jin merely tilted his body slightly, evading the trajectory of the bullets. Bang! With another gunshot, the cleanser's head transformed into a flower, while Jin calmly reinserted his weapon into his waist, then spread his arms wide in an exaggerated bow of gratitude. He then shifted his gaze to the cowering vagabond. The beauty has arrived. Congratulations, my very first audience. It's a pity that today's numbers aren't particularly auspicious. I forgot to leave one behind. Having said this, Jin shook his head in regret and effortlessly leaped up the wall onto the high-rise building. Whoosh! Just moments after Jin's departure, the flowers that had barely existed transformed into a rain of blood, cascading down to the ground and forming crimson blossoms. After acquiring the template for sublimation, the maintenance of this template and ammunition could be purchased with blue essence, including grenades. Everything except for the primary weapon could be acquired. Thus, after selecting 2 suitable weapons for sublimation from the marketplace, Jin purchased a substantial amount of ammunition. Breathing deeply, Jin stood atop the high-rise, a faint smile gracing his lips. This feeling seemed rather pleasant. To speak frankly, he felt little connection to the recent slaughter. Perhaps it was due to Jin's flamboyant method of killing, or perhaps Roland had never truly regarded those outside the narrative as human. Or perhaps it was merely because he was dispatching the lowly members of the cleansers, or that his experiences had rendered him accustomed to such acts. Yet in Roland's view, it might simply be that he relished the thrill of the moment. At this thought, Roland's true self abruptly shook his head, hastily dispelling the horrific notions invading his mind. Feeling a twinge of fear, he anticipated that even with the key in hand, it could still exert a certain influence over him. Truly, he was a madman. Meanwhile, as Jin made his move, a significant event was brewing in Night City. Captain, I believe you need to see this. An NCPD officer, his face ashen, gazed at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, the NCPD captain shifted his focus to the scene, and shortly thereafter, he retched violently. The eerie beauty, coupled with the overwhelming scent of blood and dismembered limbs, was too much for him to bear. Damn it. Report the situation here. This is a major problem. Chapter 14. Cyberpunk. Roland slowly rose and approached the dining table, patiently awaiting the domestic robot to serve breakfast. At that moment, Elizabeth stirred awake, her gaze wandering through the lavish decor, gradually clearing as she recalled the events of the previous night, her expression turning complex. She rose and made her way to the door. Leaning against the frame to observe her surroundings, "T seems you've awakened. How did you sleep last night? Though I wish to say I didn't sleep well, the truth is, I slept rather soundly." Elizabeth chuckled lightly before stepping outside. "You must be from the company. This place could probably buy me several bars. Quite close. Now come have breakfast." Roland did not deny it, merely raising an eyebrow and gesturing toward the bread and milk on the table. "I always thought I would never get to eat such things." Elizabeth regarded the food on the table, which was clearly different from synthetic products, with a sense of nostalgia. "So, why did you save me?" Wiping his mouth, Roland turned to the television, and with a flicker of light in his eyes, it powered on. Reports are coming in that a large group of sex workers and bar employees in Night City are currently protesting in front of City Hall, denouncing the atrocities and oppression by the Tiger Claws gang, demanding government response. "Now, let us go to our frontline reporter." As the camera shifted, it quickly revealed a throng of protesters raising signs, shouting for justice and punishment for the Tiger Claws, many of whom were defending the Lizzie bar. Many believed Lizzie was already dead, thus commemorating her in their own way by tattooing her bar's insignia on their bodies. Clang! Elizabeth stood, disbelief etched on her face as she trembled toward the television. At that moment, she realized that her actions had not gone unnoticed, that they were not in vain. That's why I saved you. You underestimated the power you could wield." Miss Elizabeth, that a smile spread across Roland's face. What do you need me to do?" Elizabeth inhaled deeply, looking at Roland. She felt no aversion to his intentions to utilize her. After all, he had saved her, otherwise she would likely have become just another ghost in Night City. "I need you to pursue what you wish to do, and I will provide sponsorship, provided that you follow my guidance. How does that sound?" "I agree, but you lack the standing to negotiate terms, Miss Elizabeth. But rest assured, I currently do not require anything from you. Just focus on developing your influence that I want to interfere, and I may even offer a bit of assistance." That Roland's smile remained, and upon hearing this, Elizabeth lowered her gaze, ultimately consenting to Roland's proposal. A pleasant collaboration, Miss Elizabeth. With that, Roland transferred a sum of money into Elizabeth's account and gestured for her to take her leave. Elizabeth's situation was temporarily stabilized. Having altered the life trajectories of many, including several plot characters like Judy. After addressing matters with Elizabeth, Roland shifted his attention back to Jin, who had been on standby after completing his task that evening. He wondered how things were progressing. Jin slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a sense of confusion. It seemed he was in a sealed space, stretching out his hand to push against the overhead barrier. He found it immovable, his eyes narrowing as a flash of red illuminated his mask. He delved into the surrounding systems for an examination. Through the cameras, Jin discerned his location in an alley, with a vehicle that appeared to have just halted. He then witnessed two cleansers opening the trunk of the car. They retrieved a cabinet, and he sensed that he was being moved, realizing that he was contained within it. Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Just when I was unsure where to locate someone, you've delivered yourselves right to me? Ouch, this is quite heavy. However, it should fetch a good price. Definitely, I wonder which company has high-end product this is. You have no idea how thrilled I was when I saw all those premium cybernetics. Say, are we going to attract any trouble from the company? What is there to fear if this thing sells? We want TB cleansers anymore. We'll just hightail it out of this hellhole. Good point. Listening to the duo's conversation from within the cabinet, Jin couldn't help but chuckle, then fell for his weapon. As he reached for his waist, he triggered a compartment, from which a weapon sprang forth. Jin shook his head in disbelief. These two cleansers were not only incredibly foolish, but also lacked any sense of caution. He then prepared himself for their next move, and soon felt himself being transported to another location. There was a commotion of rummaging, indicating that someone was becoming increasingly impatient. Crash, the moment the cabinet was opened. One of the cleansers froze in shock. Shoo! Let the show begin! Bang, what the hell? The group of cleansers inside, engaged in a game of cards or counting chips, were abruptly startled by the gunshot, but they reacted swiftly, seizing their weapons and advancing towards the source of the sound. Clang, clang. Suddenly, several sharp clinks drew everyone's attention. One burly man's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Get down. It's a grenade. Boom! As the words left his mouth, a brilliant red light erupted, and 4 crimson flowers silently blossomed, soon transforming into a magnificent inferno that consumed everything within the room. The sound of crunching glass echoed as footsteps approached, and the burly man, who had shielded a junior member with his body, revealed a grotesque expression. After casting aside the charred remnants of his own skeletal hand, he took a swift step forward, swinging his mighty gorilla-like arm, unleashing a terrifying rush of air. Truly, a most uncouth act. Why could it not have been transformed into my magnum opus? Jean ducked to evade the strike, and with a hint of regret, he sighed. Bang! The overwhelming force shattered the wall, and the burly man paid no heed to Jin's words, launching a kick aimed directly at his waist. Bang! Ah! The bullet pierced the man's leg in an instant, erupting into a spectacular display of blood and flesh. Cold sweat instantly drenched the man's face, and when he lifted his gaze towards Roland, he found a dark muzzle pressed against his forehead. No, no, no. Bang! After firing the shot, Jean performed a flourish with his weapon before returning it to its holster, then began to survey his surroundings. It was evident that the hall had been nearly obliterated. It was likely that NCPD would arrive soon to clear the aftermath. Lost in thought, Jean entered the cargo room. There's still someone alive? He was taken aback as he beheld a young girl lying naked in the freezer, her heartbeat and pulse still present, seemingly just unconscious. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and several figures emerged into Jin's line of sight. In an instant, he drew his weapon. Don't move. Cyberpunk? Chapter 15. Misunderstanding. Jean narrowed his eyes as he regarded the group before him. Though his current predicament rendered his sight somewhat irrelevant, it seems your mission is to rescue this girl. Indeed, we hope you won't meddle further and simply hand her over to us. The tall black man kept a vigilant watch on Jean, unwilling to relax, given the recent events outside. This individual was exceedingly dangerous. Upon hearing this, Jean slowly lowered his weapon and rose to his feet, prompting the black man to exhale in relief. Thanks, brother. I'm Rubas. Jean glanced at the silver metallic arm in front of him and nodded, then extended his hand. Jean. Hey, Gallagher Roba, it's time to work. After their introductions, Rubas suddenly shouted, and soon 2 figures, a man and a woman, entered from outside, one likely responsible for reloading, while the other was tasked with range strikes. Got it. No need to shout so loud. Roba, a tall woman with short brown hair, impatiently dug at her ears and then spotted Jean inside. Who's this? Jean, this was all done by this brother here, Rubas stated directly, appearing quite the brute, yet Jean could tell that the man's gaze had never strayed from him, and his stance revealed he was ever cautious. Upon hearing Rubas' words, Roba's expression sharpened, and she said nothing further, merely scrutinizing Jin's physique with an audible gasp of astonishment. Seeing that no trouble was brewing, Jean proceeded towards the exit, only to encounter another figure in the corridor. The individual merely glanced at Jean before diverting their gaze. Likely the team's hacker. Boss, that guy is a lunatic. Rubas, startled by the sudden voice in his mind, hesitated in his movements and queried. What do you mean? Have you ever seen a person with almost no flesh at all? You mean that guy from earlier? At least my scan revealed no flesh. I suspect apart from his brain, he has little that is still original, a cybernetic madman. Even if he isn't, he is not far off. Jean hummed a tune as he departed the building, vanishing into the shadows with a swift turn. Rubas and his team safely escorted the individuals in need of rescue back, their faces lighting up with smiles upon receiving an additional 15,000 euros, and they relayed the information they had gathered to the intermediary. The all-black, expensive cybernetic body and the exceptionally high level of augmentation. Hybar exhibited a pensive expression before reporting the situation to his superior. Yes, he was not merely an intermediary. To be more precise, he was affiliated with the corporation, and to be even more precise, he belonged to military technology, an expensive black cybernetic body, and an exceedingly high augmentation level, almost entirely cybernetic apart from the brain. Watching the intelligence department head twitch at the corners of his mouth, an immature thought popped into his mind. Despite his desire to suppress it, the notion continued to take root. No, I must confirm the identity of this individual. If he truly is that person, then things could get complicated. Hybar promptly ordered the intelligence department to investigate information regarding Roland, mistaking Jean for another individual. Meanwhile, Jean made his way to a bar known to serve intermediaries. He sought to reminisce about his lost youth while hoping to encounter some familiar faces. Jean quietly entered the bar, blending in like an ordinary patron, and approached the bartender to order a cocktail. "I wonder if there are any commissions available here." "Commissions? Sorry, we only assign commissions to familiar faces." The bartender smiled and shook his head, declining Jean's request. "Yes, that's so. What a pity." Jean sighed with a hint of disappointment. After all, whether or not there were commissions was acceptable to him, though having one would certainly be preferable. "I have a commission I could transfer to you, but I wonder if you would dare to undertake it." Suddenly, a muscular man with a lion head tattoo on his arm and sunglasses emerged, and Jean recognized him as the bar's owner, a fairly well-known intermediary named Kova. "Let us hear it. Kill a corporate employee? Are you up for it?" Kova smiled, then provided Jean with a rough direction. "What is there to fear? Just another piece from my stage." Jean chuckled lightly and extended his hand, signaling Kova to hand over the chip. Kova did not waste words, directly passing the chip to Jean. The bartender beside them was left astonished, unable to comprehend his boss's actions. After reviewing the contents of the chip, Jean nodded, accepting the commission. "What is the reward?" 200,000 euros. For a newcomer, that's quite a generous offer. Kova stated a price, and Jean nodded in agreement before turning to leave. "Do you not understand why I did this?" Kova glanced back at the bartender, who nodded. He truly did not understand, as Kova had entrusted such an important commission to an unfamiliar person. "Isn't that reckless?" Observing this, Kova offered no further explanation, for he alone understood that this commission was a hot potato that needed to be disposed of quickly. Holding on to it would only lead to disaster. The task assigned to Jean was to eliminate a researcher originally belonging to the constitutional military industry, who had since been poached by military technology. However, this individual was not particularly talented. His only asset was that his wife held a managerial position within military science, which enabled him to bring along sensitive internal documents to military technology. Allegedly as a means of gaining favor, though military science seemed indifferent, the constitutional military industry was not. They were not concerned about the documents themselves, but rather their own reputation. Thus, this posed a significant threat to Kova, as the constitutional military industry was notoriously vengeful. While military technology currently reigned supreme in Night City, he had no choice but to quickly hand off the commission and distance himself from the matter. After all, Jean was just a newcomer. If military science were to send someone, they could simply hand over the intelligence. Losing a newcomer was hardly a grave matter, for people die in Night City every day. Chapter 16. Military Science's Vigilance. Rustle. A fierce wind howled as Jean knelt on a high-rise rooftop, wielding an ion sniper rifle from the Source Project world, renowned for its terrifying penetration and accuracy. Jean was currently fine-tuning the weapon, preparing for the impending operation. Thanks to cutting-edge hacking technology, Jean effortlessly navigated through ordinary ICE, swiftly acquiring the target's itinerary and frequented bars, among other pertinent intelligence. While preparing, he also kept an eye on Elizabeth's situation. After receiving his sponsorship, she quickly reopened the Liz bar and established the Mox Gang. Compared to before, the Mox Gang now attracted an even greater number of people, having amassed nearly 500 members and seized 2 bars as operational strongholds. However, at present, there has been no encounter with the Tiger Claw Gang's misfortune. Although the gang has recently adopted a more subdued demeanor due to rising public outrage, this does not imply that they are easily provoked. On the contrary, should one push them to their limits, they may retaliate violently. Some bored individual, Jean, fixed his gaze on the scope, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, he caught sight of an ambulance rushing by, and a figure unexpectedly flashed through his mind. Hiss, I actually forgot about this person. Yes, he recalled David's mother, Gloria, who worked as a nurse at this very medical facility. The dubious operations of this medical establishment were hard to behold. It was indeed absurd for a medical company to collaborate with the cleaners. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the reminder regarding Gloria, while it might be challenging to locate other characters in the plot. Finding Gloria should be manageable for altering the storyline. Gloria represented the most promising avenue for acquiring the orange essence before the plot commenced, but a slight adjustment to her employment could potentially alter much. Thinking too much, I nearly missed the target. Roland's gaze swiftly fixed on the individual exiting the vehicle, and he gradually squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! In a flash of brilliant red light, a bullet with formidable penetrating power pierced through the wall, the car door, and the body of the nearby bodyguard, striking the target squarely in the head. The horrific impact instantly reduced the target's head to a mist of blood, vanishing in the process. This terrifying scene immediately incited chaos on the street, as bystanders scrambled to find cover, fearing they had encountered a mindless cyber killer. Meanwhile, Gene slowly stowed away his sniper rifle, using the claws of his prosthetic limbs to descend silently from the eaves. Akin to a reaper in the darkness. Drip, drip. Is it raining? Gene looked up in surprise as the raindrops began to fall in earnest, transforming into a downpour. After completing his mission, he sought out Kova to receive his payment. Upon seeing Gene return to report, Kova was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the other would succeed, let alone with such efficiency. Yet, it was regrettable. Kova grimaced at the balance in his account. Had the military acted more swiftly, he might not have had a part with this sum. Simultaneously, he requested Jin's contact information, stating that he would reach out for future assignments, though his true intentions remained unclear. As for the military, shortly after the target's demise, they received word, and the man's wife was livid, demanding that the security and intelligence departments promptly ascertain the identity of the assailant and take action. The heads of the security and intelligence departments, Weiss, merely rolled their eyes, incredulous as she believed herself to be in a position to issue orders. Nevertheless, it was indeed their duty, so they did not refuse, instructing their subordinates without further ado. After all, the information relayed by the intermediary was the real crux of the matter. Even if it was merely a suspicion, vigilance could not be relaxed at, "Mr. Gliss, we have made a discovery." "What? Is it the individual we suspected?" Gliss exclaimed, springing to his feet, astonished that they had results so quickly. Actually, it pertains to the constitutional military-industrial matter. Upon hearing this, Gliss's enthusiasm waned, as he had already anticipated the constitutional military-industrial would take action. There is little suspense in that. Merely the need for some evidence to go ahead. I'm listening. According to the intermediary who issued the task, Highball, he hired a man with extensive prosthetic modifications that he had never encountered before. This individual completed the commission in just one day. Hearing this, Gliss leaned in closer to the intelligence officer. "I asked their photograph of him?" "No photograph, but there is surveillance footage." Highball was quite cooperative regarding this matter, allowing us to acquire the relevant recordings with ease. Upon hearing this, Gliss immediately took the chip and inserted it into the computer to review. Upon seeing Gene appear on the screen, he let out a sigh of relief, but soon began to scrutinize the footage closely. Though not a heavy hitter, the extent of this fellow's prosthetic modifications, it seemed to surpass expectations. Gliss stroked his chin, pondering silently. "Send this video to the R&D department. Let us see if they have any experimental products in need of testing, and what their assessment of this individual is." Understood. Once his subordinate departed, Gliss reclined his chair, crossing his legs, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps we could forge our own version of atom heavyweight within our military technology. A specimen capable of accommodating such extensive prosthetics is an exceedingly rare treasure. It seems prudent to keep a close eye on this uniquely remarkable individual." At this moment, Roland was perusing the intelligence compiled by Lissandro, which contained numerous similar names. Man, Sasha, Chue, Lucy, Pila, Rebecca, V. Jack, Victor, and so forth. Yet currently there was only one lead, Victor. However, regarding Old V, Roland had no intentions of altering his storyline. After all, Old V had little else to pursue. Perhaps he could arrange a boxing match for Old V. Fortunately, another opportunity had arisen. Two individuals could now be approached, Gloria and the still studying David. Presently, David was merely 9 years old, a quintessential little rascal. Chapter 17. Gloria and David. After concluding matters with the Ascension, Roland instructed the body to return home to await further instructions, simultaneously ensuring authentication to avoid any unfortunate encounters with the home security system. The next step was to locate Gloria and her son. He did not intend to intervene excessively, merely to alter their fates. This task was rather simple. requiring no personal involvement. He could simply have Lissandro send a hiring contract to them, along with a trauma team insurance policy in Roland's estimation. This would avert Gloria's fatal outcome. From the original plot, her demise was not due to severe injuries, but rather because David had taken her to a dubious hospital in cahoots with the cleaners. As for the subsequent events involving their family, Roland had no intention of intervening further unless David aligned with a specific template within the source project, which would pique his interest, sir. The task you assigned is underway. The contract has been sent to Gloria's email. Phew. Gloria wearily removed her coat and opened the door. Mom, you're back. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a smile blossomed on Gloria's face. If anything could motivate her to persist in this city, it was the sight of David before her. So, how was school today? Gloria inquired, affectionately ruffling David's hair. I even need to ask. Your son is undoubtedly the best, David exclaimed, flashing a bright smile and displaying his gleaming teeth. Which was not entirely untrue, as his academic performance was indeed exceptional. By the way, Mom, there's an email in your inbox. It seems to be a hiring contract from a company. Did you switch jobs? David suddenly recalled the email on the computer, curiosity evident in his gaze. Hearing this, Gloria paused and gently shook her head. No, I haven't switched jobs. All right, go take a shower first. I'll check on that email you mentioned. Gloria nudged David, signaling him to head for the shower, before walking toward the computer. David responded with an okay, gathering his clothes and making his way to the bathroom. She opened her inbox and clicked on the first email. Dear Ms. Martinez, we cordially invite you to join the Source Project Company. Source Project Company, Gloria murmured, feeling that the name sounded eerily familiar, and then recalled it was a burgeoning firearms manufacturing company she had seen advertised on television. She had even contemplated purchasing a weapon from their company for David's 10th birthday. After carefully reviewing the contract and the address, Gloria found herself momentarily taken aback, then let out a long sigh, leaning back in her chair. Indeed, it must be a scam. Upon realizing the intricacies involved, Gloria ceased to dwell on the email. After all, what reason would they have to offer such generous conditions to an ordinary person like her? She found it hard to believe that fortunes could simply fall from the sky, convinced that everything had a hidden price. Likely, if she were to go, she would be knocked out by the cleaners and subsequently stripped of her prosthetics and organs in a dark, unseeable place, only to be sold off. As she prepared dinner, these thoughts raced through her mind. This moment, Roland, situated on Charter Mountain, found himself enveloped in confusion, pondering why his orange essence had yet to be accounted for. Could it be that these efforts were insufficient to alter the fates of Gloria and her companion? No, perhaps they simply had not yet witnessed. Lissandra, please inform the personnel at the company that if a person named Gloria comes to take up a position, I would like to be notified. Understood, Mr. Kova. I trust you are an astute individual, aware of the course of action you ought to take, correct? Bosaway regarded the man before him with a smile, slowly producing a photograph, revealing a transformed Roland in a state of sublimation. Kova glanced down, swallowing hard, and inquired, What task do you intend to assign? Our company has lost some cargo, pilfered by the Vortex gang, and we require assistance in retrieving it. The compensation is 500,000 euros. 500,000? Kova was taken aback. Although he was aware that the company was affluent, he had not anticipated such a generous offer. Bosaway nodded, knowing full well that this sum was not merely a reward for recovering the goods, but rather a price on a life. If they could entice the individual to accept this commission, the stage would be set for their operatives to make their entrance. Ding! Upon hearing that familiar ringtone, Jean momentarily froze, aware that the number of individuals possessing his contact details was exceedingly limited. Who could it be? Hello, this is Kova, you remember me. Jin's vision was met with the sight of a heavily tattooed man, prompting him to narrow his eyes. The intermediary, what brings you to seek my assistance? I have a commission for you. Are you interested? Commission? Pray, enlighten me. Jean nodded slightly, encouraging the other to proceed. IT pertains to a military technology assignment, requiring assistance in recovering lost goods, with a reward of 500,000 euros. 500,000 euros? And for military science, no less. They not mind if I eliminate their personnel. Jean swiftly detected the underlying implications and cautiously posed a question. They're unaware of whom I will delegate this task to. And based on our previous engagement, I have considerable faith in your abilities. What do you say? Are you interested? After absorbing this information, Gene expressionlessly terminated the call. Was the other party attempting to play him for a fool? The intent was glaringly obvious. They sought to ensnare him into committing murder. Offering such a lofty reward to a novice was simply incredulous. Nevertheless, it did reveal Kova to be a quintessential opportunist. Perhaps an opportunity to resolve that matter would present itself. Military technology. It appeared that they had set their sights on his identity. However, with such extensive cybernetic enhancements and formidable combat prowess, it was no surprise that any tech company would express interest. It was likely that Arasaka had gathered relevant intelligence as well. But given their formidable influence, the demand might not be as pronounced as that of military science. This commission could indeed be undertaken. Serving as a lesson from military science, Gene narrowed his eyes and subsequently redialed. Kova, whose call had been abruptly cut off, was visibly unsettled, but upon receiving Jin's call again, he forced a strained smile. I will accept this commission. Please send the details to me. Chapter 18. Confrontation, Mr. Bosaway. He has accepted the commission. Excellent. Well done, Mr. Kova. Hearing Kova's words, Bosaway's face broke into a smile as he nodded approvingly. If all goes according to plan. That 500,000 euros should be yours, but I trust you understand my implications. Bosaway gazed intently at Kova, an enigmatic expression flickering in his eyes, causing Kova to feel a shiver run down his spine. Yet he wisely nodded in comprehension. He recognized that, from this moment forth, he belonged to military science. Although he had not initially intended to align himself with them, the prospect of truly becoming one of their ranks was undeniably enticing. Apologies, little brother. I shall be sure to offer you more incense in the future. Kova clasped his hands together, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Gene had arrived at the location indicated in the intelligence, and he could not help but marvel at the clarity of the information provided by military science, which made him suspect that the individual who had set him up was an utter fool. How could they possibly present the situation with such transparency? Typically, such assignments would be delegated to peripheral figures due to a lack of resources on the company's part to investigate thoroughly. Yet this individual had provided every detail, leaving only the execution to him. Did the company truly lack arms support? Of course, it was also plausible that they aimed to cut costs, but if they sought to economize, they would not offer such a staggering sum of nearly 500,000 euros. It could only be described as a splendid charade, though regrettably, he had no appetite for beef. Gene silently extinguished the red glow emanating from his helmet, gradually melding into the surrounding darkness. What of the factory? Any developments? Bosaway inquired, leaning over his chair towards the surveillance personnel. None. It appears they have yet to act. The intelligence officer, having cycled through several camera angles without spotting Gene, shook his head. Notify me if there are any changes. Bosaway waved his hand in exasperation, then began to organize the materials with a hint of boredom. Gene, standing atop the factory roof, surveyed the scene below. Under the scrutiny of his enhanced vision, the internal layout of the facility revealed no secrets. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he seized control of military science's surveillance footage. The action startled all intelligence personnel monitoring the situation, as well as several cybersecurity experts. Bosaway, witnessing this unfold, quickly approached, his expression filled with urgency. What is happening? Report. Someone has forcefully expelled us and taken control of all surveillance. Upon hearing this, Bosaway was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by elation. He recognized that this was the individual he had been awaiting. He had not anticipated Gene to be a master hacker. Relay the message. Prepare the security team to accompany me to the target site, and do ensure to bring along a few hackers as well. Understood. After securing the surveillance, Gene wasted no time, swiftly identifying all members of the Vortex gang within the derelict factory. Initially, he had considered using firearms, but now he reconsidered. Against foes lacking robust ICE, the most efficient method was warranted. He retrieved his weapon, aimed at the ceiling, and unleashed a barrage, the sheer force creating a gaping hole above, immediately capturing the attention of the Vortex gang members within. Gene spread his arms wide, leaning backward toward the opening. At that moment, the vigilant members of the Vortex gang spotted him and instinctively raised their weapons. Yet the instant their sights aligned on Gene, a flurry of garbled data clouded their vision and perception. Nevertheless, relying on instinct, they squeezed the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Gene gradually descended to the ground, illuminated by the overhead lights as if he were the protagonist on a stage. Blood began to pool beneath him. Gene surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any signs of life, before humming a soft tune as he made his way toward the military science cargo, casually scattering flowers that rendered him invisible along the path. In that fleeting moment, he had incapacitated the systems of everyone present and redirected their weapons, orchestrating a mass suicide within the facility. Let me see what type of goods we have here. Gene abruptly unveiled the cargo concealed beneath a tarp, beginning to inspect its contents. To his surprise, he discovered several security-type robots from military science, anti-infantry mines, and heavy machine guns. This revelation filled his mind with questions. Did military science truly possess the audacity to use such items as bait to lure him out? Were they not concerned about losing them? However, at this moment, it was a stroke of luck for him, as these items had conveniently fallen into his lap. He had no reason to refuse such a generous offering, and he was determined to present these fine goods to the impending arrival of military science personnel. As the sound of hovercars approached, Gene narrowed his eyes and swiftly assembled a sniper rifle, again merging into the shadows. Bosaway, seated within the hovercar, had no intention of disembarking, fully aware that engaging in close proximity with such high-caliber cyberpunks was tantamount to courting death. Before long, dozens of armed personnel from military science disembarked from the hovercar and vehicles, while military drones activated overhead, and the hackers from military science commenced a frenzied invasion of the factory's camera systems. Witnessing this development, a smile crept across Bosaway's face. He could almost envision the moment they would capture as he lifted his wine glass, preparing to take a sip. A horrifying sound of something slicing through the air suddenly pierced the moment, leaving all present momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a streak of crimson light effortlessly penetrated the factory's wall and the deck of the floating vehicle, striking with unerring precision into Boschway's temple. A resounding thud echoed, and blood instantly splattered across the entire passenger cabin, while Boschway's arm, reacting involuntarily, continued to raise the wine glass, the golden liquid slowly soaking into his suit. The squad leader, momentarily taken aback, swiftly commanded the remaining members to advance towards the factory, while he retreated to the side to contact Boschway's superior. Open fire. With the cacophony of countless gunshots, a hail of bullets surged towards the direction of the sniper. Meanwhile, Gene remained on the second floor of the factory, unfazed, quietly stowing away his sniper rifle and turning on the radio to play music. Just as Gene had remarked in his lines, "I have never harmed anyone. It is merely a performance, suffocating." Chapter 19. The Wrath of Military Technology. Did you say Boschway is dead? Gree asked, his uncertainty evident. Indeed, Mr. Gree, Mr. Boschway was fatally shot by the opposing sniper. I recall he was supposed to be hiding in the floating vehicle. Yes, but the enemy's sniper rifle penetrated the vehicle's bulletproof plating. I see. Such a pity. Upon hearing this, Gree shook his head helplessly, then dismissed the matter of Boschway. Continue with your mission. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the rest. After issuing his orders, Gree's expression fluctuated between gloom and hope. He desperately wished the mission would be completed successfully, for that would not only absolve him of blame, but also earn him merit. Should it fail, he feared facing repercussions from Weiss, considering there were still eyes watching his position, with the violent firing of military drones and armed personnel violently breaching the entrance with their cybernetic limbs. They successfully opened the factory's doors. However, what awaited them were heavy machine guns originally belonging to military technology, now installed by the Vortex gang, which had now fallen into Roland's hands, the terrifying 12. 7mm bullets poured forth in an instant, and several security personnel, caught off guard, were turned into mere shredded remnants before they could even scream. The remaining individuals reacted just in time, swiftly diving in a nearby cover, evading detection by the advanced auto-targeting system. Zing! The hackers, aware of the enemy's superior skills and currently occupied with an infiltration, ordered the drones to launch small missiles to destroy the heavy machine guns at the entrance. The squad leader immediately warned over the comms, "The enemy likely possesses many of our company's products. Stay alert for mines and heavy gunfire." At that moment, a camera, silently observing the exchanging individuals from the shadows, was shot down by a wary armed member who sensed its presence. Gene also withdrew from that angle, gently tapping on the table before picking up his weapon and stepping outside. After all, if this was a performance, the lead actor could not be absent. Henry gripped his weapon tightly, cautiously advancing forward, his cybernetic eye scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance, yet there was still no sign of movement. Indeed, apart from the eerie melody permeating the factory, silence reigned. To be frank, he contemplated withdrawing from this mission. Witnessing Boschway's head being blown apart by a sniper's bullet had made him want to escape this operation, not for any other reason than the desire to avoid a senseless death. They had no idea where the enemy was, firing randomly like a troop of jesters. If he were in the enemy's position, he would surely be laughing uproariously. "Hey, Henry, don't be so tense. Even if the sky falls, there's a tall fellow watching over us. Our captain is equipped with a sea waistband. Even if we encounter trouble, it won't be our concern." Nick patted Henry's shoulder, continuing to grip his weapon while exploring ahead, smiling as he spoke. "Even so, now that we're in here, I don't believe that guy will go easy on us. If we do come across him, just shoot him down. He is not made of iron. Well, it seems there aren't many people in this world who are entirely flesh anymore." Nick's sudden realization of the current situation made him grimace and shrug. "Where did you learn that new brand of dark humor?" Henry looked at Nick with a resigned expression, but truth be told, Nick's demeanor had indeed eased his tension. Suddenly, a magnificent red light began to rise, and Henry's pupils dilated as he bellowed, "Get down!" Boom! A terrifying blaze erupted into the sky, and Henry was violently hurled against the wall by the powerful shockwave, while Nick vanished in an instant. The explosion seemed to trigger a chain reaction, setting off a barrage of explosions throughout the factory, each one blooming like a stunning flower. I could see that moment. Gene descended from the upper floor, the abruptly halted music, faint groans of pain, and unusually pronounced footsteps rendering the scene eerily surreal. With a whoosh, Gene swiftly drew his weapon, instantly entering the acceleration state of sea waistband. Bang! This marked the first time Gene had emptied his magazine since arriving in this world, allowing the squad's leader, Roland, to close in, swinging his heated mantis blade towards Roland's neck. Clang! What a close call! Gene marveled at the face so near before him, then forcefully shoved the opponent away, and as they created distance, both exited the acceleration state. Roland, grave-faced, stared at Gene, who slowly retracted the mantis blade from his arms.He in the next instant. The cybernetic implant at Gene's neck emitted a series of electric sounds, causing Roland to frown involuntarily. The hackers were attacking him. He was juggling too many operations, and the computational load was overwhelming. Reluctantly, Gene discarded unnecessary systems, focusing on IC defense, while Roland seized the opportunity, lunging forward to leave a wound on Gene's chest. Following that, 3 gunshots rang out, bullets speeding towards Roland, yet he deftly evaded each one, presenting a challenge for It must be said that Jin's primary talent lay in range combat. Encountering such mindless melee combatants was indeed troublesome for him. Thus, bang! Gene activated sea waistband, his cybernetic legs propelling him forward, vanishing from sight. "Don't you dare run!" Roland accelerated in pursuit, but due to the repeated use of sea waistband, blood began to seep from his nose. Thud! As Roland charged in, a heavy punch struck him squarely in the chest, the overwhelming force momentarily halting his breath. Observing this, Gene swiftly closed the distance, deploying his monomolecular line to ensnare Roland's neck with a leap, then exerted a sudden force. With a sickening thud, Roland collapsed to the ground, and Gene gradually retracted the line. Turning his gaze towards the camera, he had temporarily surrendered to the enemy in defense against the hacker's assault. He swiftly reclaimed control. Bang! Upon witnessing this, Gree's face turned a deep shade of anger as he slammed his fist on the table. "Notify the counterterrorism task force." Boom! Immediately, a terrifying explosion erupted, consuming a significant portion of the warehouse. While the others remained in shock, from a corner, a dark figure leaped out and vanished into the night. What a joke! With such a commotion, could he possibly wait for the counterterrorism task force to arrive? He wasn't foolish. Chapter 20. An invitation in a narrow alley. Gene rubbed his wrist, acknowledging that the individual utilizing Sea and Waystand was indeed formidable. However, a significant reason was that his cybernetic enhancements were not the premium original models. While they were top tier in the cyberpunk world, they still paled in comparison to the original enhanced ones. Zing! Zing! Ugh! Gene massaged his neck, revealing a hint of exasperation, although his head's defenses were exceptionally robust. Other areas had been affected by the hacker's onslaught, and he would need thorough repairs. Now, it was time to find someone to settle the score. In a relatively nice apartment in Watson District, Kovac hummed a tune from the Warriors band while leisurely opening a bottle of champagne. Receiving a reward of 500,000 euros without lifting a finger, he could only wish for more such opportunities. After all, he knew how many commissions he would have to undertake to earn that sum. TSK Gene, you truly are my good fortune. That a smile crept across Kovac's face. Yes, he had finally obtained the name of his target. Since he intended to ambush the individual, he ought to investigate their background to some extent. From that day onward, I gleaned some minor intelligence from a chance encounter with a group of outsiders, though it was scant, merely the name of the opposing party. They asked for anything else. I could uncover nothing. Gene appeared as if conjured from thin air, with no prior exploits to speak of. Yet, upon his arrival, the commotion he stirred was anything but trivial. If this young man were permitted to flourish, he might very well become yet another legendary figure in Night City. After taking a sip of champagne, Kova smacked his lips and murmured, but soon erupted into laughter. Legend. What does it matter? No matter how legendary. It ultimately leads to but a corpse. Night City has never nurtured a living legend. Kova reclined comfortably on the sofa and switched on Channel 54, where the news was reporting on a significant explosion incident in the Watson industrial area. The military technology sector expressed vehement condemnation, simultaneously issuing a wanted notice and extending condolences for the related personnel. Following was a slew of positive news about military technology, proclaiming its commitment to humanitarian principles and its utmost concern for public safety. Yet, Kova could absorb none of this. He was acutely aware of one thing. Although military technology had refrained from releasing the opposing party's photograph, he knew precisely what their actions today were aimed at. The fact that military technology was resorting to public opinion to promote the other side could only signify that their endeavor had failed. Damn military technology. Kova cursed under his breath, rising hastily, only to find his legs weak beneath him. In a moment of carelessness, the wine glass slipped from his grasp. Instinctively reaching out to catch it, a mechanical black arm extended slowly, catching the glass, and then presenting it back to him. Kova, momentarily taken aback, accepted the glass and instinctively uttered, "Thank you." But his expression shifted dramatically. After all, this was his home. He and T invited Gene over today. Realizing the anomaly, Kova swiftly turned to leap onto the sofa to retrieve his weapon hidden beneath it. Gene stood with one hand on his hip and the other holding a lowered pistol, observing Kova's frantic movements with keen interest. Once Kova clumsily brandished his weapon at Gene, Gene finally spoke. "It seems you were well prepared." Kova's face darkened, and he soon forced a bitter smile, discarding his weapon, sighing deeply before returning to his seat on the sofa and pouring himself another glass of wine. No intent to struggle further? Roland chuckled softly as he settled into the seat opposite Kova. "You had countless opportunities to shoot me just now, yet you refrained, which indicates your absolute confidence in being able to kill me outright. You must have installed a Seinweisten, correct? In that case, there is no need for any further struggle. We might as well enjoy these final moments." Kova gulped down his drink and grinned, saying, "In these last moments of your life, you have somewhat improved my impression of you." Gene crossed his legs, resting an arm on his knee, the gun still aimed at Kova. After taking a sip, Kova's expression suddenly contorted into a grimace. "I have no need for your favorable impression. Gene, I firmly believe that you will soon join me. After all, in this city, no one meets a favorable end." Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, A bloody hole appeared in Kova's chest, his eyes gradually losing their luster until he breathed his last. Such a pity. Your curse was utterly futile, for what Jean did has nothing to do with me. Roland. Jean chuckled softly, spreading his arms as he exited the apartment. Has the orange essence not been credited yet? Has Gloria not started her position? Why is that? Sitting in his office, Roland furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed, but soon considered a possibility. She likely perceived him as a fraud. Yet he wished to assert, have you ever seen a con artist set up shop in Charter Hill? What a bother! Roland clicked his tongue in annoyance. The fact that the easiest method to obtain orange essence required his intervention was truly exasperating. Lysandra, please send a notification to the HR department to visit Gloria's home and ensure she joins the company. If she has any doubts, tell her it is the last gift left to her by her husband. Understood. Once this matter was nearly settled, Roland shifted his gaze to Jean, who stood in the corner with arms crossed. The sensation of two perspectives locking gazes was rather peculiar. Wearing a medical coat, Gloria regarded the impeccably dressed man before her with some wariness and finally spoke. Who are you? Good day, Miss Gloria. I am Ida, a supervisor from the Human Resources Management Department of the Source Project Company. I believe you have seen the email we sent you prior. Ida smiled warmly at Gloria, although typically he would even spare a glance at someone like her. Yet she was a person sent by the big boss. He spoke while discreetly assessing Gloria, and he couldn't help but notice her striking beauty, which belied her age of over 30, showing no signs of the passage of time. However, she seemed to have a child. Could it be that the big boss has a preference for this type? Is it you? Gloria gazed at Ida in surprise, scrutinizing the business card he presented. Yes, you may have thought we were frauds, but that is not the case. This job is the last gift your husband left for you. Ida spoke enthusiastically, explaining the origins and details of the job. However, Ida was unaware that Gloria was already aware of her late husband's character, thus it was impossible for this to be a gift from him. Suddenly, Gloria lifted her gaze to Ida and asked, What is your boss's name? Ida was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question, but quickly replied with a smile. Roland Vimiers. That is our boss's name. You should be able to find it online as well. Roland Vimiers. Gloria's expression became rather complex, and after a deep breath, she accepted the contract from Ida's hands. David needs money for school. This job could provide her with more opportunities. Although she was uncertain of who this person truly was, she would remember this kindness. The moment Gloria signed her name on the contract, a delightful chime echoed in Roland's ears. Congratulations, you have received Orange Essence X 5000. Roland's previously elated expression immediately darkened. What is this? Why is it only such a meager amount? Chapter 21. Familiar stranger Lysandra. I need an explanation. Roland inquired with a scowl at Lysandra. After all, he had altered the protagonist's fate. How could it result in such a paltry sum of orange essence? You have not completely altered David Martinez's fate. Following the current trajectory, he will still attend Arasaka Academy, facing the same peer rejection. You have merely changed the fate of Gloria, who would have perished during that time frame, along with a certain aspect of David's trajectory. Upon hearing this explanation, Roland furrowed his brow to put it plainly, Gloria might not die at that time, but that does not prevent her from encountering misfortune at another moment. Also, based on this trajectory, David is still likely to face Lucy. It is also quite possible that due to his circumstances, David will lose the Seinweisten he was meant to possess. What sort of situation that would lead to is difficult to predict. But since Lysandra has stated it, this implies that there have not been sufficient changes and the force of fate still exists. David is likely to become an outsider, and Gloria may perish at another point in time. Ugh, how troublesome. But let us take it slow. Roland rubbed his temples. At the very least, the current orange essence was enough to upgrade Jin's cybernetic body. Apart from lacking weapons, the full set of enhanced body had been acquired. And now he could examine which templates among the remaining ones were needed. I should first get myself a template. Roland stroked his chin and began to select, ultimately settling on 3 templates, wind and forest of AS for the others. Either they were unappealing or too expensive. If he could choose freely, he would opt for super body right now, allowing this world to experience what it feels like to battle a boss. Subsequently, Roland watched as the previously intact, enhanced body instantly transformed into data, then rematerialized as the enhanced original body. Where the cybernetics I purchased? Suddenly, Roland noticed a plethora of components strewn across the floor. Had he unequipped his gear? Ignoring the situation on the ground for now, he immersed himself within the enhanced body, beginning to experience its remarkable capabilities. He could distinctly feel the immense power contained within this body. Even if its outward strength appeared modest, the muscle fibers composed of intricate materials could unleash astonishing force in an instant. Furthermore, the once somewhat sluggish body now feels remarkably agile, as if it is finally synchronized with the control of this mind. Additionally, the myriad of advanced cybernetic implants and equipment belonging to the Source Project, although acquired through dubious means, now resides within. The sole existing issue is that this body lacks an interface to the cyberpunk world. However, this is hardly a significant concern for the elevation of this hacking virtuoso's template. After adapting to the newfound strength of his corporeal form, Roland directed his ascent from the office, intent on pursuing a commission and perhaps encountering characters from the narrative. By the reckoning of time, man should be 21 or perhaps 22. At this age, even if he has not yet joined the ranks of the Edge Runners, he should be nearing such a point. As for Sasha, he has a fondness for that character, yet her precise age remains unknown. However, from the snippets he has seen, she appears to be in her early 20s. The current age could vary, yet he is uncertain about the status of her mother. Roland found himself unable to recall her name, but vaguely remembered that she had worked for the government and had been injured, eventually succumbing to biological technology trial-related complications. Whether he can locate her now is a matter of chance. Jean gradually arrived at the Karura Bar, a favored haunt for many edge runners, where they could procure necessary pharmaceuticals and engage in trade with one another. Many frequented this establishment precisely because it offered a space free from excessive scrutiny, allowing for casual conversation and merriment. Suddenly, Jin's gaze was drawn to a young girl with azure twin tails, perched atop an abandoned vehicle, sipping an unknown soda through a straw. She was clad in an exceptionally oversized coat. And for some inexplicable reason, a term surfaced in Jin's mind: Rebecca-chan. Could it be? Given her stature, this girl hardly seems to have aged at all. Jean regarded her with uncertainty, for by age calculations, Rebecca is merely 12 years old. 12 seems rather incongruous in such a place, yet somehow fitting. Perhaps it is due to the ambience of Night City. At that moment, she also caught sight of Jin's gaze and curiously looked over. Jean promptly averted his eyes, as he had merely come to see if he could gather some intel on newcomers. After all, if time is considered, man should be just starting out in his career. Hey, old man, do you need something? Hearing the vaguely familiar voice and the term old man, Jin's lips twitched involuntarily, and he turned to find the blue-haired girl had somehow sidled up beside him. Old man, me, She nodded emphatically, indicating no room for doubt. Jin smacked his lips, then regarded the young girl. All right then, what's your name? Hey, old man, you don't have any strange quirks, do you? Her expression turned to one of disdain, causing Jin's countenance to darken. Rebecca. Oh, that's my name. And you? Jean. Are you an edge runner? You could say that, but strictly speaking, I'm more of a half-edge runner. Jean chuckled, not expecting to find such a feisty little girl. Then you must have a gun, right? Can I see it? Upon hearing Jin's affirmative response, Rebecca's eyes lit up, and she eagerly leaned in closer. Jean slowly revealed his weapon. Oh? Rebecca's face radiated joy as she took the gun from Jin's hands, hugging it closely and rubbing it against her cheek. Hey, old man, I've never seen this model of weapon before. Rebecca examined the weapon in her hands, inspecting it curiously before looking back at Jean. This is a custom weapon of mine. You won't find it anywhere else. Jean interlaced his fingers on his knees, smiling as he spoke. That must have cost quite a bit. Rebecca clicked her tongue, reluctantly returning the weapon to Jean. Keep it. Consider it a gift, Rebecca. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? How rude. But I hope to truly meet you next time. Jean gave Rebecca a bemused glance before waving goodbye and departing, leaving her in thoughtful contemplation. Hey, Rebecca, what are you doing over there? Mind your own business, old man, Rebecca shot back, huffing as she turned to watch Jin's retreating figure, her fingers absently caressing the gun, puzzled by the implications of his parting words. Chapter 22. The Edge Runner Squad. Li Sangju. Do you think Rebecca is compatible with the MAD template? Indeed. Your intuition is remarkably accurate. She exhibits a high degree of compatibility with the MAD template and can fully unleash the potential of that power after using the key. Upon hearing Li Songju's confirmation, a smile illuminated Roland's face that he then retrieved another weapon from the marketplace, alongside a chance draw, hoping for a favorable outcome. Source Energy Katana X1. A Source Energy Katana? Roland was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a weapon. This is the standard weapon of the Source Project. Wind, or rather, a backup weapon with commendable performance. Nodding slowly at Li Songju's explanation, Roland stored away, realizing that without a melee template, it would serve little purpose, thus relegating it to the warehouse to gather dust. Meanwhile, shortly after Roland's departure, a squad of edgerunners arrived at the bar. Old man, just like before, I'll take a month's worth. Rubas downed a pint of beer in one go and flashed a broad grin, revealing his pearly whites. Understood. I'll get that for you shortly, but I must say, if you continue like this, you might not last. The bartender, referred to as Old Man, inhaled deeply from his cigarette, gesturing towards Rubas with the knowing demeanor of someone who has seen all. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile crossed Rubas's face, and he downed another drink. Duh. I'm aware, there are already some complications arising, but without this, I can't survive in this wretched place. The bartender nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to press further. Such choices are deeply personal, and he merely voiced his concern as an elder, hoping not to witness the premature end of a young life. Rebecca-chan, where did you get that weapon? Rubas, lost in his own thoughts, suddenly heard Gallagher exclaim from the entrance, piquing his curiosity as he made his way over to tea that moment. Rebecca stood proudly, slightly lifting her chin, performing a flourish with her gun. While not far off, the remains of an abandoned vehicle bore a conspicuous dent. The sheer power of the weapon caused Rubas to narrow his eyes. Oh, it's you, Rebecca. What, did your brother finally splurge on some tech for you? Rubas approached Gallagher, chuckling as he directed his gaze toward Rebecca. That creep wouldn't spend a dime on me. If he had that kind of money, he would have probably bought those sleazy instruments long ago. Rebecca scoffed, her expression one of disdain. And this weapon of yours? Rubas's curiosity piqued. Given the demonstrated power of the weapon, its price must be considerable. Oh, a kind old man gifted it to me. Rebecca shrugged, spinning the gun in her hand. Old man? Rebecca, you don't mean... Gallagher's face contorted into a lecherous grin as he slowly extended his hand. Get lost. Hey, watch it. That gun isn't a toy. You scoundrel. Rubas observed the ensuing chaos with a bemused smile before settling beside Rola. Boss, Kay has announced her intention to withdraw. What? Rubas's expression shifted to one of shock, clearly unprepared for such a decision. That it's true. She has saved enough money and plans to leave Night City. Roland nodded, confirming the news as she noted Rubas's astonishment. That's so. Quite troublesome indeed. Rubas scratched his head in exasperation, a look of frustration crossing his face. Losing a crucial hacker could severely hinder the squad's operations, and many commissions might go unfulfilled. Yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, it was her choice, and as team leader, he held no authority over such matters. Though he had reservations about her abrupt departure, he had no viable solutions to offer. However, she referred us to a solo hacker residing in Watson District, suggesting that any commissions could be pursued in collaboration with him. He's someone we can trust. Rola handed Rubas a card with a number written on it, inscribed by Kay herself. After casting a brief glance, Rubas tucked it away, contemplating that should he fail to find a hacker to join him, he might seek out the other party to assess the situation. After all, a lone hacker. To be frank, Rubas harbored some skepticism, even if the individual was introduced by Mr. Jean, our boss wishes to meet you. Jean squinted at the member of the Tiger Claw gang before him, and after some reflection, he nodded in agreement to the invitation. Upon witnessing Jin's acquiescence, the surrounding members of the Tiger Claw gang visibly relaxed. They were privy to certain intelligence about him and understood the formidable nature of the individual before them. If they could avoid confrontation, they would be quite pleased. Pray tell, what manner of person is your boss? Jean inquired as he settled into the vehicle. Our boss is Mr. Longze Ikaru. He seeks your assistance with a matter. Longze Ikaru. Jean silently noted the name and quickly realized that this individual was not the Tiger Claw Gang's familiar leader, likely having been usurped or replaced by another. Jean fell silent, patiently awaiting the driver to commence their journey. Soon, the vehicle entered a luxurious apartment complex, where several members of the Tiger Claw Gang lurked in the shadows nearby. Jean merely cast a cursory glance before retracting his gaze and followed the driver into the elevator. With a chime, the elevator arrived at the designated floor, where two individuals promptly approached to conduct a search. However, they did not scrutinize Roland, which surprised him somewhat. "Mr. Jean, please follow me." "Very well." Jean trailed behind the individual to a room's entrance, where he noticed several people silently observing him, their eyes rife with wariness. Nevertheless, Jean remained unfazed. "Boss Long, Mr. Jean has arrived. Please come in, Mr. Jean." Upon hearing this, Jean opened the door and stepped inside, surveying the decor before resting his gaze upon Longze Aiku, who stood directly in front of the seating area. "I have heard. You wish to discuss something with me? Actually, it is not I who seeks you, but rather Mr. Kuroda." Longze Aikuru slowly stepped aside, revealing a man behind him. Jin's eyes narrowed at the unmistakable attire of the individual. "You are from Arasaka. What business do you have with me?" Jin regarded the man curiously, unable to recall any association between his current self and Arasaka. Indeed, just as the intelligence indicated, "Mr. Jin, your degree of body augmentation is simply astonishing. Even Atom Smasher cannot compare to your current state. Undoubtedly, you are one of a kind." Kuroda's eyes gleamed with fervor as he approached, fixated on Roland, as though beholding a priceless artifact. This demeanor made Jin uncomfortable. After a shiver, he coldly remarked, "Mr. Kuroda, if there is nothing further, I believe I should take my leave." Kuroda, snapping back to reality upon hearing Jin's words, cleared his throat and adjusted his attire. "My apologies, I became somewhat unhinged. Your condition is simply too captivating. May I inquire who is sponsoring you?" Kuroda's curiosity was evident, as they had initially refrained from extending an olive branch due to suspicions that Jin might be a product of military technology. Recent developments, however, had disproven their assumptions that you truly believe I would divulge such information. Jin replied coldly. Kuroda chuckled softly, shaking his head in acknowledgement. "Very well. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Kuroda Shiniku, a research supervisor at Arasaka. Then, what precisely do you require of me?" Jin refrained from introducing himself, as Kuroda had already ascertained his identity. "Before addressing that matter, I would like to inquire whether you have any intentions of joining Arasaka. We can offer you the finest medical technology and augmentation techniques, far superior to what you currently possess." Kuroda had intended to assert that their augmentations would undoubtedly surpass Jin's current ones, but suddenly realized that Jin's augmentations had all been replaced with entirely unfamiliar components. His expression grew contemplative, recognizing that the individual before him was backed by a formidable force. Dismissing the notion of military involvement, he speculated whether this might be linked to a smaller company, as the augmentations were, truth be told, merely high-end models available on the market. However, it seemed far more complex than that. "No, I have no such intentions. Now, tell me what Arasaka plans to accomplish, as you possess no significant influence here." "Do you?" "Indeed, as you noted, Mr. Jin, we do not wield substantial power here, which is precisely why we wish to rely on your strength." Kuroda wore a distinctly commercial smile, appearing amiable yet profoundly indifferent. "Intriguing. Speak on." "We require your assistance in eliminating this individual." With that, Kuroda discreetly presented a chip. Jin, without hesitation, accepted it. The chip's contents rapidly infiltrated Jin's mind, the information therein leaving him momentarily stunned as he regarded Kuroda with profound intensity. Noticing Jin's reaction, Kuroda gestured for the others to exit. Longze Aikuru and the others nodded and departed. "It seems Mr. Kuroda's position is not merely that of a research supervisor, is it?" "Ah. Indeed, that if all goes as planned. I should soon assume a role in Night City." Kuroda's expression brightened. Yet the information he shared held the potential to trigger a considerable upheaval, surprising Jin, who had not anticipated that Arasaka was already aware of New America's intentions. "However, I am curious as to why you place such trust in my abilities. I have utmost faith in your prowess. for no one understands the capabilities of an individual who can undergo such extensive augmentation while remaining lucid better than I. Kuroda's face bore a confident smile, as he was one of the primary overseers of the Atom Smasher project. The individual before him clearly did not embody the conventional combat augmentations associated with Smasher, yet achieving such a high degree of modification indicated that all enhancements had been devoted to speed and assassination. There were scarcely more than 10 assassins globally who could attain such a level of augmentation. "Do you genuinely believe I would acquiesce to your request?" Jean inquired, curiosity piqued. No. We cannot guarantee that you will not leak information, nor do I possess the confidence that this motley crew could restrain you. However, New America's strategy will inevitably be executed, and we at Arasaka shall emerge as the ultimate victors. This individual is not of paramount importance. Certainly not. However, should we eliminate this obstacle, our plans would accelerate significantly. Now, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Jean fell into contemplation. The target Arasaka wished him to assassinate was a political figure visiting Night City to negotiate critical matters concerning biotechnology. The rationale behind Arasaka's desire to eliminate this individual was straightforward. He vehemently opposed Myers' policies and was a staunch anti-war advocate, causing considerable hindrance to Myers' endeavors. Should Jean proceed, Myers' associates would likely intervene, further compounded by Arasaka's covert maneuvers. It was, in essence, a near-certain death sentence. In the original narrative, such an event did not transpire, as Arasaka lacked the requisite influence. Yet now, if this individual were to perish, how much would your plans expedite? At the very least, we could gain 6 months, and with sufficient speed, perhaps even a year. The button of global progress now rests in your hands, Mr. Jean. And what is the compensation? Kuroda smiled upon hearing this and produced a chip. This serves as a down payment. Jean accepted and examined it, his lips twitching slightly. It was no surprise, given the wealth of the organization. I shall accept this commission. That is splendid news. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Kuroda's face radiated genuine delight, as this endeavor, if successful, would elevate his standing. A fruitful collaboration. Jean nodded, agreeing not for any other reason, but for the sake of history. If what Kuroda claimed held true, this could genuinely alter the course of events. By the way, Smasher asked me to extend his regards to you. He hopes to meet you in the future, should the opportunity arise. Kuroda suddenly recalled this as Jean prepared to leave. Jean paused, then chuckled softly. I understand. I shall be ever ready to welcome his arrival. Smasher? He hoped the individual was not seeking trouble. Otherwise, he might find himself disassembled, much like in a game, to uncover what lay within. Chapter 24. Hacker Chiwei. After attending to some matters of the company, Roland departed without delay, as he had entrusted many affairs to Lissandro. Aside from a few significant issues he handled personally, he primarily assumed the role of a figurehead. Recently, Roland had observed that he had become increasingly detached from the affairs concerning his own entity, but this was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, life on Jin's side was extraordinarily captivating, akin to watching a film every day, especially since he had recently been accepting various commissions that had garnered considerable renown for Jin.as for military technology. They certainly remembered his contributions, hiring individuals to hunt down Jin, only to become stepping stones for Jin's rise to fame. However, what concerned Roland was that after a particular commission from Arasaka, there had been no further communication, with the promise that he would be notified when operations were set to commence. To this day, that high-ranking official had yet to arrive in Night City. This allowed Roland to enjoy a leisurely time, engaging with the less experienced denizens of Night City. One cannot deny the efficacy of the original cybernetic enhancements from the Source project. The coating on his body could withstand the majority of bullets, complemented by advanced optical camouflage technology that rendered him nearly invisible. This had earned him several monikers, 2 of which were the Hunter and the Grim Reaper of the Night. Boss, what's the commission this time? Roa inquired curiously, turning to her companion Rubas. It's a commission from a company, requiring us to infiltrate their premises and steal some data. Upon finishing, Rubas handed over the intelligence to Roa. Gallagher, and another newcomer named B. Eliud, IT wouldn't TB from a major corporation, would it? Gallagher muttered as he received the information. I'm not foolish enough to take on a death wish. Rubas looked at the group with mild exasperation. After all, infiltrating a company to steal data was distinctly different from targeting an individual's information. The Source Project Company. That name sounds familiar, Blue pondered aloud. Well, you're currently holding their smart firearms. Roa retorted with a roll of her eyes. Oh, I see. It's that emerging company that's been making waves with their advertisements, Gallagher exclaimed, realization dawning on him. This must be a scheme from a rival competitor. Enough of that, it's not our concern. Our primary focus should be on how to acquire the data. Rubas slapped Gallagher lightly on the head, exasperated. We need a hacker, boss. Roa glanced at the information regarding the data, her gaze unwavering as she spoke. I'm well aware of that, which is why I've already summoned Shui. Looks like I arrived just in time. So, what plans do you have? A woman with golden short hair, blue lips, and an alluring figure approached, a lady's cigarette dangling from her mouth. Chiwei, you're here. Roa greeted her with a smile, as this was not their first collaboration. After Kay had passed this contact to them upon leaving, they had engaged in several commissions together, fostering a level of trust and understanding towards Chiwei. Yes, I've reviewed the target. While the difficulty is manageable, isn't trivial either. After all, it's a tech company valued in the hundreds of millions. They likely possess substantial defensive measures, so stealth is preferable if possible. Chiwei stated, taking a sip of her drink. I concur. Blue was the first to nod in agreement, his gaze fixated on Chiwei. Your suggestions are predictable. It's no secret what your intentions are towards Chiwei. You agree with whatever she proposes, Gallagher remarked, rolling his eyes at Blue. That is slander. I'll report you for defamation, Blue retorted, his face reddening in indignation. Chiwei merely cast a disinterested glance at him before returning her focus to the group. What about you? Any opinions? I have none. Stealth sounds good. It minimizes the risk of excessive casualties. But who will be the infiltrator? Rubas agreed with Chiwei's suggestion. Chiwei remained silent, fully aware that she would be the one to infiltrate. After all, who else would be capable of extracting the company's data? I will. Blue eagerly raised his hand, eager to take on the challenge. Very well. Then it will be Chiwei and Gallagher who will infiltrate to retrieve the data. Rubas nodded, designating Gallagher, who appeared unfazed, as if already anticipating this outcome, while Blue slumped in disappointment. This was precisely why Rubas refrained from allowing Blue to accompany Chiwei. He lacked the maturity and could easily jeopardize the mission, particularly when paired with someone like Chiwei. This commission was no small matter. Given that it involved a corporation, a mistake could have dire consequences for everyone involved, and Rubas harbored no doubts about the company's capabilities, even if it wasn't on par with the major conglomerates. It was far beyond the reach of fringe individuals like themselves. Let us take the next few days to rest and strategize. Jean observed the trembling youth before him, weapon gripped tightly in his hand. Narrowing his eyes, with golden buzz hair, slightly darkened skin, and a vaguely familiar visage, Jean assessed the young man's attire. Was he perhaps a cadet? What is your name? Man, raise your weapon, though fear still lingered in man's eyes. He complied, fixing his gaze intently on Roland. What an unexpected windfall. Jean mused, recalling that man had been a soldier before becoming a seasoned fringe dweller. You may leave. Luck is on your side. Jean slowly lowered his weapon, his form gradually fading away, vanishing into thin air. Man stood there momentarily stunned, then, still dazed, lowered his weapon, casting a glance at the slew of gang members' corpses strewn about. Only then did he comprehend the caliber of the individual he had just faced. He promptly called the authorities and returned to the military base, replaying Jean's image in his mind, later recounting the incident to his comrades. Upon learning Jin's identity and reputation, his peers marveled at man's serendipity. The Grim Reaper of the Night, Jean, man's eyes shimmered with a hint of longing, lost in thought. Ding, congratulations. You have received Orange Essence X1000. Chapter 25. The bewildered Roland stared in bewilderment at the unexpected notification that had appeared before him, utterly perplexed as he could not recall having done anything to alter the narrative. System, please elucidate. Host, your encounter with man has transformed his ideology, indirectly resulting in a shift in the storyline. Transformation of ideology. Roland furrowed his brow, recalling his favorable impression of Man, who was merely a fresh recruit. Your meeting has inspired him with aspirations of becoming a legend, altering Man's perspective, which may accelerate either his demise or his ascent to greater strength. Roland's expression stiffened, and he sighed in resignation. Aspiring to become a legend in Night City necessitated the augmentation of cybernetics, and Man had originally succumbed to cyberpsychosis due to excessive modifications. Now, with the added ambition of legendary status, one could only say that fortune and misfortune are intertwined, albeit with a greater likelihood of misfortune. By the way, Lissandro, how is a collaboration with Rowena Technology progressing? They're still deliberating and have yet to respond. Deliberating? More like harboring ulterior motives. Inform them that if they do not provide an answer by the day after tomorrow, we shall seek collaboration elsewhere. Also, ensure that the company's security is bolstered in the meantime. Roland huffed in dissatisfaction, his frustration mounting. Night City was rife with not only the towering conglomerates, but also numerous businesses that thrived on the operations of these giants, and of course, there were also firms like Roland's, which carved out a niche through independent research and development, with Rowena Technology being one of them, though its reputation was far from stellar. Their collaboration had been initiated by the company reaching out to him, and Roland was typically open to such lucrative opportunities, especially since many firms were already aware of their partnerships with Arasaka and Kanto, ensuring they would not engage in any unsavory dealings. However, what Roland did not anticipate was that the company before him, Rabina, was indeed a bunch of obstinate fools, or rather, they were gambling, betting that after pilfering the technology from the Source Project company, those colossal enterprises would turn around and collaborate with them. As dawn approached, there stood the edifice of the Source Project company. Rubas parked the vehicle by the roadside and gestured towards the iconic inverted triangle symbol not far away. Upon hearing this, Gallagher and Chiwei nodded in agreement, subsequently retrieving their prepared items and disembarking from the car. "Hey, Sister Chiwei, be careful," Brew shouted suddenly, cautioning her. Chiwei, however, paid him no heed and proceeded directly towards the Source Project company's direction. "Don't look anymore, sister. I can tell you from years of experience that you have no chance," Rober remarked bluntly while patting Brew's shoulder. "Is it really necessary to be so discouraging?" Brew replied with a grimace, letting out a long sigh. This moment, Chiwei and Gallagher had already arrived near the entrance. "That I'll take over the surveillance at the main entrance and then look for an opportunity to slip to the back door. Keep an eye on the situation here. Let me know when the surveillance lights up red," Chiwei instructed. "All right, you can count on me," Gallagher replied. That instant, Chiwei's eyes glimmered with a hint of orange light as she navigated through the vast ocean of data to locate the interface. The surveillance monitor flickered a few times before the indicator light turned green, promptly pivoting towards Chiwei's location, allowing her to slip past the blind spot of the camera. Before long, she reached the back door, connecting the electronic wire to the back door's panel, commencing the breach. "Sir, your company is under a hacker attack." "What?" Roland exclaimed, startled, spilling red wine all over himself, standing there in a bewildered state, having experienced 2 surprises in a single day. "What is going on? Bring up the footage so I can see," he commanded. Lissandra promptly displayed the surveillance view from the company's entrance. Roland squinted, instantly noticing something amiss. The surveillance field had a conspicuously evident blind spot. "Take control of the surveillance and check the surroundings." "Understood." Meanwhile, Gallagher immediately observed the surveillance turn red and slowly shift in his direction, causing him to jump in fright as he quickly found a corner to hide and contacted Chiwei. "Chiwei, it's turned red." Upon hearing this, Chiwei paused her actions, furrowing her brow, clearly taken aback by the rapidity of the opponent's movements. "It seems some petty thief has already reached the back door. Lissandra, send some security robots over to investigate." Roland propped his chin on his hand, keen to see which obstinate fool dared to invade his company. With a sharp click, Chiwei successfully unlocked the back door, swiftly slipping inside to discover a storage room filled with clothes and unnecessary items. Her eyes lit up as she swiftly changed into a janitor's uniform, then cautiously opened the door to peek outside. After confirming there was no one around, she stealthily made her way out, simultaneously reporting the situation to her companions. "Chiwei has entered. We need to prepare ourselves. The company is already reacting." Roba turned to the 2 men. And upon hearing this, Rubas and Brew immediately became serious, grabbing their weapons to check them. Gallagher, I need you to divert their attention for a moment. Can you manage that? Chiwei asked, glancing at the approaching security robots. Okay, leave it to me. Gallagher instantly agreed, pulling down his mask and drawing his pistol to fire at the surveillance camera. Consequently, the image on Roland's screen went dark, triggering alarms throughout the company as numerous intelligent security robots rushed to the main entrance. TSK. That idiot. Chiwei sighed deeply, regretting that had she known this was how he would attract attention, she would have opted for a different plan. However, with the situation as it was, she had to complete the mission as swiftly as possible. Chiwei promptly advanced into the interior, hoping to steal the data before the security robots could react. Watching this unfold, Roland's lips twitched in exasperation. It was utterly unprofessional. Where did this top-tier fool come from? Chapter 26. The meeting. Roland rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Strangely enough, he found himself rather powerless against such a top-tier fool. You need to contact NCPD, Lysandra inquired kindly, just as Roland was about to nod in agreement. He hesitated. No, it's unnecessary. Contacting them would be too lenient on this crew. I'll handle it myself. With that, Roland slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was left with a singular perspective, his own, belonging to Jean, who was now overlooking everything from a building near the Source Project Company. He then cautiously approached the edge of the building, stepping forward to plummet downward. Midway through his descent, he drew a weapon and fired in a specific direction. The steel claw embedded itself into the stone, allowing Roland to descend smoothly. After retracting his weapon, his form began to blur and vanish from sight. Meanwhile, Gallagher was concealed in the shadows, watching the multitude of intelligent security robots completely encircle the main entrance, swallowing hard in anxiety for Chiwei's predicament. Suddenly, he noticed the robots parting to create a pathway. Just as he was questioning this development, the doors of the Source Project Company slowly opened and then shut again. What in the world is going on? Gallagher's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that just moments ago, he had witnessed a cyber ghost. Chiwei, get out quickly. Something's not right. What is happening? Chiwei, now on the upper floor, was attempting to decode the locked iron door when she received Gallagher's message, frowning at the urgency. Gallagher quickly relayed what he had observed, and upon hearing this, Chiwei's pupils dilated. She knew it could not possibly be a cyber ghost. It was an elite with optical camouflage entering the building. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, Chiwei felt a sharp pain in her hand. Glancing at the iron door in confusion, she was under a hacking attack. Although it wasn't a direct assault, the opponent had utilized the security technology of the door to thwart her. Chiwei bit her lip, turning on her heel and sprinting downstairs. This mission was a failure. Just as she prepared to break a window on the next floor to escape, she spotted a shadowy figure standing silently in the corridor. Observing her, a plot character, the host, Lysandra promptly warned, preventing Roland from inadvertently eliminating the individual. Though that could yield considerable essence, it would ultimately be less than ideal. Hearing this, Roland narrowed his eyes. Scrutinizing the individual before him, blueberries popped into his mind. Meanwhile, Chiwei froze in place, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. As a seasoned solo hacker, she knew all too well the importance of possessing exceptional intelligence. The man before her, she recognized his origins all too well. This time, she was doomed. Chiwei suddenly relaxed her entire body, dropping her weapon and looking resignedly at Roland. Didn't he expect you to be the enforcer for this company? Enforcer? If you wish to perceive it that way, so be it, Jean replied, momentarily taken aback, then slowly approached Chiwei, contemplating how best to handle this situation. So, are you going to kill me? Chiwei could not help but ask, gazing at the elite assassin before her. Not yet. I plan to take you to meet my boss. Jean shook his head, moving closer to bind Chiwei. To be honest, you're a bit too compliant, leaving me somewhat at a loss. Thought if I tried to run, I wouldn't stand chance, and I might end up missing crucial parts. It's better to just wait for death. At least it won't be so painful. Chiwei replied with a wry smile. Jean nodded slightly, tilting his head and cutting off Chiwei's communication. That moment, Rubas and the others outside felt a wave of gloom wash over them. knowing that Chi-Wei was likely. Captain, Brew cried, his eyes red and pleading as he looked at Rubas. Rubas remained silent, gazing at Brew, then exchanged a knowing glance with Roba, who instantly understood and swiftly incapacitated Brew with a strike. Just then, Gallagher returned to the vehicle. Gallagher? You're alive. Rubas and Roba were somewhat astonished, having presumed he was captured like Chi-Wei. You two could die, and I wouldn't. It's just a pity for Sister Chi-Wei. Let us go. Gallag uttered a curse, shaking his head in regret before departing from the scene. Since they could not fulfill the commission, there would be no further entanglement. As for Chi-Wei, they could only express their apologies. For she was not one of their own, and there was no obligation to risk their lives for vengeance. Regarding that lad, Brew, it was up to him to find his own way out. If he couldn't, they would simply seek a new teammate. Everyone was aware of your remarkable marksmanship and assassination skills, yet none anticipated that your hacking prowess would prove to be the most formidable. Chi-Wei gazed at Roland before speaking up. This is because, more often than not, hacking skills are unnecessary, much like how your super intellect suggests that employing super strength could resolve these issues. Jean rarely took the time to explain himself to Chi-Wei, but then inquired about Lysandra. Tongsi, could you come out for a moment and check if Chi-Wei has a compatible template? Understood. Found it. Chi-Wei is compatible with the purification template. Upon hearing this name, Roland's lips twitched. That template was far from friendly. In his background story, purification and sublimation were sworn enemies. Chi-Wei wanted to ask something further, but was silenced by Jean, who then tossed her into the car. How had he not noticed before that Chi-Wei was so talkative while watching the show? With a swift motion, the black cloth was drawn aside, revealing a lavishly adorned setting that indicated the owner was either wealthy or of high status. There stood Roland in a bathrobe, alongside Jean. Miss Chi-Wei, it is a pleasure to meet you. First, may I inquire, who is your employer? Lavina Technology. Roland's mouth twitched at her unhesitating response, surprised that he had acquired the information so effortlessly that it seems. Miss Chi-Wei, you are quite cooperative. Now, tell me how you intend to compensate for our company's losses. I don't know that I in that case. Let me present you with two options. Roland's smile broadened as he took a step closer. What options? Chi-Wei looked up at Roland, unable to suppress her curiosity, for no one truly wished for their demise. The first option is to work for me to repay the damages caused to our company. The second is to become a test subject. That I choose the first. Chi-Wei did not hesitate, opting for the first choice. Although she had no idea what the experiment entailed, she was certain it was not something pleasant. With that thought, she glanced at Jean, a notion surfacing in her mind. This guy. Couldn't he possibly be the so-called test subject? Roland, manipulating the sublimated body, found Chi-Wei's gaze perplexing. He sensed she was contemplating something rather inappropriate. Very well, these are the damages you've caused, along with your remuneration. Take a look. Roland slowly retrieved a tablet from behind him, filled with densely packed terms. Chi-Wei quickly scanned it with her ocular implant, her vision darkening upon seeing the figure of 100,000 euros listed as the damages. 100,000 euros. Why don't you just rob someone? Robbing doesn't yield money this quickly. Roland replied, spreading his hands. Chi-Wei's irritation flared at his demeanor, but upon noticing Jean standing nearby, she deflated, leaning back against the sofa. That I understand now. After a long sigh, Chi-Wei glanced at the remuneration, her eyes widening at the sight of 20,000 euros plus bonuses. Upon thoroughly reviewing the work terms, she looked at Roland with a strange expression. Were it not for the earlier mention of her owing 100,000 euros, she might have thought he was engaged in charity work. Compared to other companies in Night City, which relentlessly exploited their employees, this place even offered breaks. In this era, many companies opted to provide various stimulants or nutritional supplements, demanding their workers toil without rest. The fact that this place allowed for downtime was unexpected for Chi-Wei. Then she noticed the clause stating she would be on call at all times, her gaze turning exceptionally peculiar as she regarded Roland. Why are you looking at me like that? Roland appeared utterly baffled. You don't have any intentions towards me, do you? If you do, you can just say it. Roland's expression darkened at her words, and he pointed towards the door, indicating for her to leave. Now, once you sign, you may depart and return to your residence. Realizing she had misinterpreted his reaction, Chi-Wei awkwardly smiled, signed, and then swiftly exited with her long legs. As for the terms Roland offered her, it was merely because she was Chi Wei, and his demands in terms of hacking were not particularly high, with Lysandra's assistant version and the sublimation present. He was already exceedingly proficient in hacking. This was particularly true when sublimation often involved firearms. If he engaged directly with hacking, many situations would become remarkably simpler. Ding! Upon hearing the familiar sound, Roland's expression brightened. Finally, he could peruse the marketplace and purchase some items. Congratulations! You have obtained Orange Essence X 10,000. The sheer amount left Roland momentarily stunned. This was a staggering 10,000 orange essences, a fortune he had never encountered in his lifetime. He stroked his chin, pondering why Chi Wei's situation differed from Gloria's. Soon, he discerned the key factor. Primarily, after Man and Dorio's demise in the original story, Chi Wei's feelings towards David and Lucy were not particularly profound. The reason she hadn't betrayed the team was due to her bond with Man. Thus, she was relatively inclined to join the company. After all, a large tree provides shade. Currently, Roland was offering her an opportunity to join a company with a reasonably promising future, which, while not on par with the corporate giants, was notably more lenient in its management. Moreover, she was essentially a lone wolf now, with no ties to Man and the others. Her choice to become a solitary hacker was driven by the desire for monetary gain. The remuneration offered by the company was not insignificant, essentially meeting Chi Wei's needs. Her life trajectory had drastically changed, and she would likely not encounter Man and the others again. Reflecting on this, Roland couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow drawn the short straw. After all, he had effectively extracted Chi Wei from the original plot. You have not altered her acquaintance with Lucy, so she remains within the storyline, albeit with slight deviations. She will still meet Man? Based on the current situation, yes. Roland nodded, temporarily setting aside the matter to browse the marketplace, as he sought to select a combat template. Almost immediately, he was drawn to the prominently displayed source plan, Shadow. Roland had to admit he was quite fond of the source plan associated with Thief, whose strength in the background story was formidable. Unfortunately, he lacked the necessary essence. The source plan, Shadow, was priced at 15,000 orange essences, plus the key. Roland would be bankrupt if he tried to acquire it, and moreover, the Shadow components, if all went as expected, could not function like sublimation. This meant that unless he could pay in full, he would not be able to harness its full potential. Another reason he wanted to purchase Thief was due to the ability to upgrade. Before the upgrade, it could easily take down a formidable foe, and post-upgrade, it could be considered a boss-level entity. However, for now, Roland opted for a more modest choice, setting his sights on another template, the source plan. Lin, associated with Master YIT, boasted powerful attack capabilities, akin to and even surpassing Sonweisten's acceleration mode, along with a robust overclocking mode. In Roland's view, Lin's strength should not be inferior to Shadow's. However, it was difficult to determine who was stronger. Yet, the system priced Lin more affordably, perhaps because it lacked an upgrade template. Roland deemed this highly plausible. Then it's settled. Congratulations, you have acquired the source plan, Lin template. Roland did not purchase Lin's weapon, Ultralight Alpha, due to insufficient funds, settling instead for a thermal katana from the Cyberpunk world. His entire stock of orange essences had been drained by Lin and the key, but it was worth it. He also understood why Lin was cheaper. There were certain instabilities in Lin's performance, likely stemming from prolonged experimentation and prototype design, resulting in inherent flaws. Fortunately, the key could facilitate repairs, though it required time for adaptation. Subsequently, Roland felt his body undergoing transformation, enveloped by a vast expanse of data, and as the white light dissipated, he curiously examined his arm. The sensation was entirely different from sublimation. Perhaps because one was his own body while the other was an additional vessel. His hair had even turned white. Tongsi, can you hide me? Host, the Lin template comes with built-in functionalities. Roland, after a brief exploration, indeed discovered that he could manipulate the appearance of his skin. After removing the outer layer of exoskeletal armor, he managed to restore it to a semblance of its original form, though mechanical seams remained visible. At least it was not immediately apparent that he had undergone extensive augmentation. However, in truth, having integrated the source project, Lin template, he had transformed every part of himself, save for his brain. Fortunately, this template was removable. Yet Roland had no intention of detaching it until he acquired a more formidable variant. Nonetheless, if the opportunity arose, he yearned to reclaim his original self. Chapter 28. The arrival of the key personnel upon returning to her room. Chi-Wei promptly dove into her bed, slowly writhing beneath the covers. She felt an uncanny sense that the events of late had been somewhat surreal. How was it that she had so effortlessly secured a position at a relatively reputable company? Although her salary had been somewhat suppressed, it still exceeded what she earned as a solitary hacker, where she barely scraped by on meager contracts or risked her life for a paltry sum of over 20,000 euros. What choice did she have? As an obscure hacker lacking renown, she was perpetually subjected to price cuts, compelled to accept jobs out of sheer necessity to survive in the city. Yet now, it seemed she had found a semblance of security, allowing her to navigate a period of stability. After a spell of idle contemplation, Chi-Wei gradually rose, contemplating sending a message to Rubas. She harbored no significant thoughts about this new team, though somewhat disgruntled. She understood the reality of the situation. Thus, sending a message was merely a courtesy to inform them of her well-being and her intent to refrain from engaging in the fringe sector for the time being. Before long, Rubas, upon receiving Chi-Wei's message, widened his eyes in disbelief, initially suspecting he had misread it. However, after confirming, he exhaled heavily but said nothing further, responding only with a brief message wishing her well before dropping the subject. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, their paths would diverge from here on. All right, that scoundrel needs to pull himself together. Chi-Wei is fine. I truly wonder what goes on in that head of yours. Could it be that love has rendered you delusional? Boss, is that for real? At that moment, a disheveled young man with bloodshot eyes abruptly lifted his head, gazing excitedly at Rubas. Indeed, Rubas nodded, showing the message to Brew. Only then did Brew release a sigh of relief. Although he felt regret over Chi-Wei's exit from the fringe sector, at least, she was unharmed, was she not? I wonder what the boss has in store for me today. Chi-Wei slowly rose from her bed, dressing neatly, having naturally begun to refer to Roland as her boss. I in this place. After all, those with power were the ones to be revered. Once you arrive at the company, send me a message that I'll have someone accompany you today. Chi-Wei glanced down at Roland's text and silently replied with an okay before stepping out, intending to take the subway to the Source Project company. Meanwhile, Roland adjusted his attire, then slowly removed his exoskeletal armor. Thus, the Source Project. Lin made its official debut. Hey, who is that? Not sure. Could be one of our company's products. This looks like a cybernetic modification. I've never seen such a body modification before. Does our company dabble in cybernetics as well? I'm in the R&D department. How was I not aware of this? As Roland strode through the company premises clad in his new attire, he inadvertently sparked hushed discussions among the surrounding employees. However, Roland paid little heed. After all, this new identity was meant to bring him into the limelight, albeit without revealing his true self. Should he inadvertently expose his identity, he would simply claim to be Roland's twin brother. What? Are you dissatisfied? Amidst the employees, a rather unremarkable-looking staff member, upon seeing Roland pass by, displayed a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Subsequently, his cybernetic eye subtly adjusted, seemingly transmitting information. What is that? Can anyone explain why there is something like that in the Source Project company? Gree, from the military tech company, glared at the screen displaying Source Project. Lin, his face darkening ominously. Is this what you call a comprehensive understanding of the Source Project company? This is your idea of complete mastery. What of your dignity? Did a dog eat it? With a forceful fling, Gree hurled the file in his hand, striking the face of the intelligence officer before him. The officer recoiled, resembling a frightened quail, shrinking back in fear. Calm down. Gree inhaled deeply, his expression grim. Now, find out everything you can about this individual. If you fail again, you can pack your things and leave. Understood. This briefly glanced at the information transmitted by Gree regarding the Source Project company before dismissing it. He had more pressing matters to attend to. A conservative political figure from New America, Phils, was soon to arrive in Night City via hovercar. And by the way, Vis is affiliated with Meyer's faction, so he harbored an aversion to the old man named Phils. Nevertheless, this was his job, and fulfilling his intelligence duties was imperative. The remaining security matters would naturally fall to the security department, though the intelligence division had its own armed forces at its disposal. He simply preferred not to engage them. It would be preferable if that old man were to meet his end here. Vis clicked his tongue at the information regarding Phils before setting it aside. Knowing full well that such an outcome was unrealistic given the military technology's current standing in Night City, he doubted anyone would dare to undertake such a reckless act unless they were a madman, one possessing formidable combat abilities to boot. Having roughly assessed the situation concerning Phils, Vis pivoted to initiate the company's personnel resource cleanup plan. Honestly, each day is filled with nothing but messes. Chi-Wei, observing Roland's lack of response, leaned against the wall in resignation. Forced to wait at the company's reception, she had not anticipated that Roland would neglect to register her information. Now, she found herself waiting below, utterly exasperated. With a chime, the elevator reached the ground floor, prompting Chi-Wei to instinctively glance over, only to freeze in place upon spotting another individual reminiscent of Jean, a fellow madman. Chi-Wei, the stranger promptly called out her name, leaving her momentarily dazed. You know me? From today onward, you and I will be partners. You may call me E. Hearing that exceptionally magnetic voice, Chi-Wei nodded. Then let us proceed to accomplish today's task. I'm still unaware of what our plan entails. Personnel resource cleanup. Your forte. I thought I was done with such perilous tasks. If I'm present, it won't be dangerous. You merely need to inform me of where to find people and how many there are. With that, Roland glanced back at Chi-Wei, giving her a thumbs up. You can place your full trust in me. Last, I can genuinely experience the thrill of combat. Chapter 29. Personnel resource cleanup. Upon hearing Roland's declaration, Chi-Wei was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing him deeply before dismissing his words. In this context, such statements were best taken lightly. Hey, E, your company must have an incredibly skilled hacker, so why am I the one accompanying you? As Chi-Wei followed Roland to the parking lot, she could not help but voice her thoughts. She vividly recalled the day she had been thwarted by a hacker, narrowly escaping what could have been her freedom. If Roland were aware of her thoughts, he would surely tell her she was overthinking. Had she slipped away, he would have undoubtedly pursued her. His choice not to engage that particular team was merely a consequence of Chi-Wei capturing his attention. She was solely responsible for the company's security and management affairs, refraining from initiating attacks unless provoked. In essence, she could be understood as a high-ranking external hacker with an extraordinary standing. Chi-Wei couldn't contain her curiosity. Glancing at Roland, was the hacker who cornered me also a woman? May I meet her? If possible, I would like to learn from her techniques. Roland was taken aback, regarding Chi-Wei with an odd expression. Realizing what she had just said, Chi-Wei quickly cleared her throat, falling silent. After all, not long ago, they had been adversaries. I will mention it to the boss. Whether or not you get the chance depends on the circumstances. Thank you, E. Upon receiving a response, Chi-Wei's face lit up with a smile. By the way, you must not be a local, right? Indeed, I am from Huagua. And how did you come to, look like this? Chi-Wei assessed Roland's entire being, pausing momentarily before asking, are you referring to this cybernetic body? Roland climbed into the car and examined his own arm. Indeed, the extent of your transformation is nothing short of astonishing. I can scarcely fathom the trials you must have endured to attain such a form. Chi-Wei paused here, as the words that lingered on her lips felt inappropriate to utter. This body was meticulously crafted for me by the Source Project Company. Only I can seamlessly adapt to this physique. I understand what you wish to convey, yet it is not as you presumed. I have, in fact, suffered grave injuries in the past, and what I did was merely a means of survival. Roland pondered for a moment before speaking, the pause in his words stemming from his indecision on how to fabricate a narrative. However, it soon became apparent that no fabrication was necessary, for Chi-Wei had already conjured a complete scenario in her mind. You truly have had it rough. Chi-Wei gazed at Roland with an expression imbued with unexplainable emotions, as if she were on the verge of voicing something significant, yet ultimately refrained. After all, they were merely meeting for the first time. We are nearing our destination. Roland glanced at the somewhat chaotic surroundings before slowly disembarking from the vehicle. Chiwei was momentarily taken aback, then looked around, realizing that in her engrossing conversation with Roland, she had unknowingly arrived in Watson District. Is this where the company's personnel reside? He fled here in a desperate bid for survival. Roland explained, beginning to survey the area, simultaneously using a glance to ward off a young thug who appeared to have intentions regarding their vehicle. Speaking of which, I have no idea what he truly did. Chiwei scrutinized her surroundings, noticing that the area seemed rather unstable, with members of the Vortex gang lurking not far away. They had pilfered the company's weapon schematics. Although we intercepted them online and incurred no losses, such actions were enough to warrant a death sentence. After committing such an act, he absconded with the money, yet could not escape Night City, leaving him with no choice but to hide in places like this. So, have you pinpointed his location? Yes, he is within this very factory that I assume his backer has generously compensated him. Roland nodded, retrieving a thermal katana from the trunk of the vehicle. Why did you summon me? Chiwei's expression turned exasperated. Did I not mention that I need you to confirm the number and locations of individuals inside? Oh, and by the way, with that, Roland produced a smart handgun and handed it to Chiwei. Chiwei looked at Roland bewildered. What is this for? Just stay in the vehicle and keep an eye on it to prevent theft. This weapon is our upcoming new product. It boasts considerable firepower. So handle it with care. Chiwei examined the weapon in her hands, glancing around before nodding. On the surface, it appeared unremarkable, perhaps slightly more sci-fi. Although she wished to say more, she ultimately nodded, intending to heed his instructions. Now, please assess the situation inside. After saying this, Roland crossed his arms and leaned against the vehicle, awaiting Chiwei's intrusion. After a while, Chiwei spoke slowly. There are approximately 15 individuals inside, each armed, comprising about 5 rifles. 7 handguns and 3 shotguns. .2 are conversing at the entrance, while another 2 have a clear view of the door from above. And, upon hearing Chiwei's observations, Roland nodded in satisfaction and remarked, I did not expect you to be so adept at gathering intel. I am, after all, a somewhat renowned hacker. This bunch of amateurs lacks any IC defenses and has even installed cameras. It's akin to a sieve. Chiwei rolled her eyes, somewhat helpless that I underestimated you. Now, wait here while I make a quick visit. With that, Roland shouldered the katana and began to walk toward the factory's interior. Hey, aren't you bringing a gun? And do you really not need my assistance? Chiwei called out, unable to contain her curiosity as she watched Roland proceed deeper into the premises. I believe that if you were to enter, you would likely be expelled in short order, so it's best if you stay put. Besides, this weapon is far superior to a gun. Roland waved the katana with a smile. If only I had an alpha at my disposal. Then I could truly experience what top-tier combat prowess entails. As Roland continued onward, he muttered to himself, and in an instant, Chiwei witnessed his figure transform into a streak of orange light before vanishing from sight. Chiwei's pupils dilated, a singular word emerging in her mind. Synopsis. Indeed, given the extent of his modifications, it seems I have been overly cautious. With a resigned smile, Chiwei silently infiltrated the surveillance, intending to observe despite Roland's admonition, knowing that the individual inside was oblivious to hacking techniques. Not far from the door, Roland soon spotted 2 gang members engaged in conversation. The eyes of his exoskeletal helmet began to analyze their positions, weapons, and vulnerabilities with utmost clarity. They were evidently not members of the Vortex gang. Yet that made sense. If they had sought to enlist their services, they would need considerable funds. However, what was this fellow's escape plan? Buzz. Just as Roland concluded his thoughts, a faint buzzing sound erupted. In an instant, he propelled himself forward with terrifying speed. The katana in his hand spun slowly, slicing through the necks of the 2 men as if time had frozen. Subsequently, he turned to the other 2 on the second floor, effortlessly leaping behind them. The katana pierced through one's heart, twisting slightly to ensure their demise before he finally relinquished the weapon. Beginning to assess the remaining individuals as the acceleration dissipated, the 4 men collapsed without a sound, the thermal katana leaving no blood in its wake. It is no wonder that an encounter with Synopsis is akin to a one-sided battle. Roland strode into the factory, unable to suppress the thoughts swirling in his mind. From Chiwe's perspective, he had executed 4 men in under a second and ascended to the factory's second floor. A ruthlessly efficient killing machine. This phrase echoed in Chiwe's mind, and she felt an unexpected relief that her encounter that day was with Jean. Had it been the Roland before her, she shivered involuntarily. What am I thinking? He is your ally now. Soon, Roland identified the door leading to his destination. Chiwe, are you observing? Please unlock the door for me. Caught off guard, Chiwe felt a tinge of embarrassment. After clearing her throat, she replied, "All right, I am on IT." As the iron door creaked open, 2 individuals preparing to switch shifts were momentarily stunned at the sight of the unfamiliar Roland. Their expressions changed dramatically, and just as they were about to scream, an orange flash passed through them, and in the next moment, 4 bodies collapsed to the ground. Roland glanced at the now severed figures before proceeding inside, while the 2 men on the floor were left bewildered and horrified, slowly expiring as they coughed up blood. The commotion alerted those inside. "Hey, Burke, Nito, are you all right?" Roland did not rush into action, but instead rested the weapon on his shoulder, silently awaiting the emergence of the others. Accelerated combat is far too mundane. I hope that those within can provide some entertainment. A.S. the leader, growing anxious from the lack of response, began to fidget. The man named heralding inside felt increasingly restless. He had finally found a way to escape Night City. This is bad. I must leave. Heralding could no longer sit still, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Seeing this, the leader furrowed his brow but said nothing. After all, they had been compensated for their services. That if Roland were aware of this leader's thoughts, he would likely commend him. Such integrity is a rarity, particularly in a life-or-death situation. All right, you can exit through the back door. That fellow is attempting to flee. Don't worry. Do you think he can outrun me? Roland chuckled softly but slowly approached the iron door, the electronic muscles in his body tensing. With a swift motion, the door was cleaved in 2. Open fire! Bang! 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 At the command, a torrent of bullets erupted. Roland's feet barely shifted as he broke through the iron door, transforming into a white blur that surged into the crowd. The first individual to face Roland let out a terrified scream, hastily adjusting his aim to fire. With a deft flick of his wrist, Roland seized the man by the throat, using him as a human shield as the relentless gunfire turned him into a mere mass of flesh. Subsequently, with a forceful fling, the corpse was hurled directly at one of the individuals as the propulsion device on his feet began to emit a faint orange glow. With a swift whoosh, the distance of several meters vanished in an instant. The terrifying heat blades slicing through human tissue, leaving behind a charred expanse, while bullets pursued from behind. The power beneath him surged. Roland soared into the air, executing a backflip to evade the onslaught. "Quickly, strike him. He is immobile in midair," a member exclaimed with delight, only for his laughter to abruptly choke in his throat as an orange flash cut through the air, followed by a crimson line gradually spreading from his midsection. Roland, with fingers poised in a dual gesture, descended slightly, murmuring an incantation from his lips. Suddenly, he felt an urge to unleash his ultimate power. Boom! The orange energy erupted instantaneously, a terrifying shockwave sending nearby crates flying. As the onlookers revealed expressions of sheer horror, one individual, unable to withstand the pressure, sprinted towards the rear exit. Roland paid him no heed. A formidable force surged within him, granting an exhilarating sense of power. Buzzing with cold sweat, the leader of the group observed the scene before him. Countless gashes marred the walls and pillars, remnants of molten heat still visible, while various bodies lay strewn across the ground, their eyes reflecting lingering terror, as if they had been obliterated without a moment's notice. Tap, tap. 2 distinctly audible footsteps echoed behind him, causing him to tremble as he turned, only to be met with a blinding orange radiance. Roland gradually sheathed his katana, placing it on his back, and after surveying the scene, he pursued the 2 fleeing figures. "Chiwe, remember to delete the surveillance footage." "Oh, got it," Chiwe replied hastily, her eyes wide in astonishment. The communication then fell into silence as she beheld the exaggerated scene before her. Swallowing hard, it was truly terrifying. Huff! Huff! I refuse to die in such a place. Hilori's eyes were filled with fear and madness. Even as his lungs burned with pain, he dared not halt his flight. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, causing him to freeze in place. That it was a person, fully augmented with advanced cybernetic modifications, standing before him while holding a spherical object. Without hesitation, the figure tossed the item at his feet. Hillary glanced down to see it was a gang member who had sprinted out shortly after him, moving even faster. No, no, no. Don't kill me. I can give you all my money. Just report that I'm dead, and you won't incur any loss, right? Hillary gazed at the approaching Roland with terror, desperately pleading. Roland remained silent, merely toying with a small knife in his hand. Hillary soon realized that this man had no intention of sparing him, and with a snarl, he brandished his intelligent handgun belonging to the Source Project. Then you shall perish. Swish, thud. The throwing knife pierced through Hillary's skull, the horrific force causing it to explode. Roland grimaced in disdain, letting out a sigh. What a fool, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Chapter 31. Preparing for action, is it all taken care of? Chiwei inquired as she watched Roland approach slowly. Yes, it's all settled. We can leave now. Oh, by the way, here's the performance bonus for this operation. Roland nodded and returned to the vehicle, glancing at Chiwei as a sum of money was transferred to her account. That Chiwei's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the unexpectedly swollen balance. Wow, so much. Such opportunities are rare. Consider yourself fortunate. Roland shrugged nonchalantly. Hearing this, Chiwei grinned and began contemplating how to spend the newfound wealth. Perhaps I could add some funds to upgrade my network interface. A smile blossomed on her face at the thought. What are you grinning about? You look like a lecherous old man, Roland remarked, unable to contain his amusement. Chiwei quickly cleared her throat, composing herself, and feigned seriousness as she shook her head. Nothing, nothing. By the way, what are we doing next? What else? Returning home to rest. Chiwei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if she were in a dream. Could it be this is the treatment of a hacker working with the Source Project company? Is it truly this good? Roland, noticing the thoughts swirling in her mind, interjected, Don't get your hopes up. Others do not enjoy such privileges. What? Chiwei's composure shattered, recoiling in shock, her expression turning complex as she regarded Roland with a frown. You are not like this in the original story. Is it because you're only in your 20s and not yet in your 30s? Stop overthinking. It's not about you, it's about me. My job is to eliminate the company's unstable factors, so unless absolutely necessary, I need not intervene. Of course, each time I do, it usually involves dealing with a few individuals that owe. So as your partner, I naturally have no other duties. Precisely. Now, you can cease your fanciful musings. Chiwei laughed sheepishly at this, but her mind couldn't help but wander. There weren't many hackers of her caliber, yet there were certainly enough. After all, she did not consider herself an exceptionally skilled hacker, nor did she possess any remarkable talents, and so, why was she paired with someone as seemingly important as him? Chiwei found herself puzzled, but since answers eluded her, she decided to set it aside for now, trusting that time would provide clarity. Meanwhile, Roland, who was driving, began to drift into a reverie, thinking of hackers, suddenly recalling the man still encased in the freezer at the junkyard. I should send someone to check on that. If I can find him, I wonder if there will be a reward. Roland mused, though uncertainty lingered. After all, Bartimos was not a significant character, based on his appearances and their relevance to the plot. He doubted the rewards would be substantial, yet he still intended to investigate. His company could not indefinitely rely on the assets of the Source Project world. After all, though those assets could sustain him for an indeterminate time. Establishing a research department to explore the core technologies was necessary, combining them with unique techniques from the cyberpunk realm for innovation. Thus, Bartimos' hacking skills remained crucial. Perhaps they concealed some extraordinary spells. Suddenly, Roland's movements halted, and he narrowed his eyes. Someone from Arasaka had contacted Jean regarding the body. Mr. Jean, please. The bodyguard clad in a custom Arasaka suit respectfully opened the car door, gesturing for Roland to enter. Jean glanced at him before settling into the vehicle, where Kuroda awaited, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Jean. Mr. Jean, long time no see. One does not visit without cause, yet your intelligence network is impressively advanced. You always manage to track me down. Jean chuckled softly, observing Kuroda in silence. Kuroda, unfazed, merely laughed heartily before speaking. That's because you Haven-T made an effort to conceal your whereabouts, has it? If you were as formidable as they say, you wouldn't be so easy to track. Humph, speak. Have you gathered all the intelligence you need? Indeed. This political figure for New America has arrived in Night City, and we've recently compiled a wealth of information regarding his movements, which may serve as your reference, Kuroda said, handing over a chip. Jean accepted the chip and began examining the information within, frowning at the apparent lack of discernible patterns. These records seem rather erratic? Correct. Individuals of his caliber often have no fixed schedules. Many decisions are made spontaneously, lacking a set itinerary. Then this intelligence appears of little value. Jean returned the chip to Kuroda, shaking his head. While the other information may indeed lack substance, one particular detail stands out as highly useful, presenting an optimal opportunity for your intervention. You mean when Fields meets with the representative for biotech? Jean narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kuroda, who maintained a warm smile. Exactly. That meeting is scheduled, is it not? Indeed it is scheduled, but the associated risks are exponentially higher, and I suspect there will be considerable protection for them on that day, correct? Yes, thus we have prepared relevant defense plans for you. Wishing you a successful operation. Kuroda showed no signs of denial, merely nodding before handing Jean another chip. Jean regarded the chip in Kuroda's hand before speaking slowly. I can accept this, but the payment must increase. Kuroda's face broke into a satisfied smile upon hearing Roland's agreement to the request. He did not hesitate to accept the demand for additional funds. After all, such matters were trivial compared to the significance of successfully resolving the issue at hand. There would be no problem in doubling your remuneration, as I can promptly apply for more funding from above, provided you can deliver results. Thank you very much, that I shall take care of the rest now. And it is time for me to depart. With a faint chuckle, Jin's figure gradually dissipated, and the car door opened unnoticed as Jean vanished. Kuroda's expression turned serious, his brow furrowed. Kintaro, did you notice how he left? Report. It appears to be optical camouflage technology, but their skills are quite advanced, and we detected no traces. Indeed, another surprise, Kuroda mused, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 32. The Source Project, The Adapter of Freedom. After some contemplation, I decided to rename it to Freedom. After leaving Kuroda's vehicle, Jean did not stray far, instead concealing himself in a nearby alley to quietly observe the situation. With his high-level reconnaissance technology, he could distinctly see Kuroda's lips moving as he spoke. Lysandra, please analyze what he said. Understood, beginning analysis. The subject words were, this is truly another surprise. Humph. As expected, his intentions are far from benign, that he likely plans to deal with me once their scheme is complete. Very well, let this fellow linger a while longer. After a dismissive snort, Roland finally departed, fully intending to fulfill his promise to eliminate Phil. After all, altering the narrative of the unified war was a task he was more than willing to undertake. However, as there was still some time before the other party met with the executives of the biotech company, there was no need to rush, that a close watch on their itinerary would suffice. Whether an opportunity would arise remained uncertain. After all, the individual was not a local of Night City, and thus had no particular haunts. Moreover, they disguised themselves whenever they ventured out, so Roland deemed it a waste of effort to pursue them now. It would be more prudent to act when the other party had their formal meeting with the biotech firm. Now, it is time to take a stroll over there. The optical camouflage that enveloped Jean gradually faded away as he made his way toward the towering H4 skyscraper. Mom, are you home? David exclaimed as he opened the door, peering cautiously into the quiet abode. Upon noticing the unusual stillness, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with a smile, that he then joyfully retrieved a rather rudimentary dream device and set it before himself. Beginning to make adjustments. This was a rare find from a second-hand shop. Though somewhat damaged, it was still viewable. He had long been enamored with the tales within the dream device, but had never had the opportunity to possess one of his own. The stores that sold new dream devices charged exorbitant prices, and he was reluctant to spend his mother's money on such luxuries. Thus, he had to scrimp and save to acquire a used one. He also obtained an older dream, featuring street gang battles. However, it was not a black dream, but merely a standard one that, after completing his adjustments, David eagerly donned the dream device, but just as he was about to immerse himself in the experience, a sudden knock at the door jolted him. causing him to freeze mid-dash action. In a panic, he hastily stowed away the dream device, then realized it could not be his mother returning, as she had a key. Who could it be? David muttered to himself, then leaped off the sofa, suspecting it was likely the landlord, though he found that possibility slim, given their lease had not yet expired. Furthermore, the landlord had become considerably more amiable upon discovering that Gloria had started working for the Source Project Company. "Who is it?" David asked, pulling open the door, only to find his expression stiffen in shock. The figure before him was clad in sleek black advanced cybernetics, exuding a sense of power with their muscular electronic form. Topped with a futuristic black helmet that radiated an oppressive aura, David stood frozen, unable to react, simply staring at the imposing individual. David Martinez? The sudden invocation of his name snapped David back to reality, and he regarded the man with a wary gaze. "I am. And who are you? What brings you here?" "I am Jean, and as for my purpose here, I was instrumental in resolving your mother's work issue." Jean leaned slightly, meeting David's eyes with an earnest gaze. Upon hearing this, David was taken aback, blinking in surprise before awkwardly glancing at Jean. Curiosity piqued. "Oh, thank you. But why would you do that?" David blurted out, unable to restrain his curiosity, having overheard his mother discussing this matter with her friends. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Jean did not address David's question, instead gesturing toward the interior. Oh, please come in." David quickly stepped aside, allowing Jean to enter. As Jean surveyed the surroundings, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The decor bore a striking resemblance to the place he had first inhabited upon arriving in this world. He then plopped down onto the sofa. After David poured a glass of water for Jean, he dialed Gloria's number. "Mom, someone came over claiming to have assisted with your work issue." Upon hearing this, Gloria was taken aback. "All right, I understand. I'll be back shortly." After hanging up, she hurried to the manager's office, explaining her situation. The manager's face broke into a smile, encouraging Gloria to speak highly of the individual in question. "David, were you curious why I helped you?" David nodded, his gaze fixed on Roland. "Because you are unique, David, and I hope that one day you will join us and become one of our own," Jean stated earnestly. And indeed, his words held truth. Upon examination, it was confirmed that the template David was suited for was the Source Project, Freedom. "I am unique." David was momentarily stunned. Like his age, who had dreamed of being a hero? Everyone believed themselves to be special, and now, a figure of apparent significance was affirming his worth. It filled David with immense joy. However, that future self was still but a dreamer, a mere child in the present. After offering encouragement, Jean bluntly added, "But right now, you are just a kid who spends all day daydreaming." David's expression soured at this remark. "I am not a child. You probably still yearn for the lives of those gang members or outcasts in the dream, don't you? Their existence is not as glamorous as it seems, as it is intertwined with blood and tears. However, I doubt you comprehend that right now." Jean chuckled, shaking his head as he left behind a business card. "This card is for you. When you truly grow up and have your own thoughts, remember to give me a call." David stared at the card, momentarily lost in thought. Just as he was about to call out to Jean, he realized the door had swung open, and the figure had vanished. He then focused on the card, hesitating before committing the number to memory. Chapter 33. Undercurrents, Part 1. Shortly after Jean departed from David's home, Gloria hurried back. "David, where is that person you mentioned?" Gloria scanned the area, finding no trace of anyone else. "Mom, you're too late. He has already gone." David scratched his head, shrugging. "Is that so? Did he say anything?" Gloria inquired, a look of disappointment crossing her face as she turned to David. "Yes, he mentioned he hopes I can join them one day and left his contact information." As he spoke, David handed over the business card Roland had given him. Gloria glanced at the number before pocketing it, then turned her attention back to David. "David, I must admit, everything he did has greatly aided us, but I cannot ascertain his true intentions. Therefore, I do not wish for you to get involved. Allow me to handle these matters. My current task is to study diligently and secure a position in a major corporation, rising to a high-ranking role." "Right, Mom?" David replied in one breath. Letting out a long sigh, Gloria nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to convey. Regardless, this place ultimately belongs to the magnates of those corporations. Then why can't I join that company? David could not help but ask. Gloria offered no response, as she believed David did not yet grasp the disparity between large and small enterprises. You will come to understand in due time. David, upon hearing the perpetually monotonous response, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He promptly settled himself before the computer and began engaging in a game. Observing this, Gloria chose to refrain from addressing him for the moment. Her gaze filled with concern as she contemplated the business card in her hand. Meanwhile, the departing Gene remained oblivious to Gloria's inner turmoil as he turned and sprinted towards the Watson North District, intending to ascertain whether two particular individuals had already taken residence there. Hiss, huff. Gree could not help but furrow his brow as he regarded the Vortex gang member indulging in the consumption of S-powder. How about a taste? The purity is remarkably high and quite invigorating, Morodo suggested with a grin, his 6 eyes fixated on Gree. No, thank you, I am not accustomed to such substances. You may keep it for yourself. Gree retorted, dismissing the offer. What a pity, Morodo displayed a look of regret before taking another deep inhalation. Where's your leader? Gree inquired impatiently, waving his hand in annoyance. Don't be hasty. Our leader will arrive shortly. Before that, why don't we discuss the price? Morodo chuckled, settling himself across from Gree. Can you make decisions on your own? Gree narrowed his eyes, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Morodo, unfazed, remained composed, aware that he was unlike those whose minds had been irrevocably damaged. Of course, as long as you demonstrate sufficient sincerity, I can take charge, Morodo stated, spreading his hands in a gesture of openness. Upon hearing this, Gree immediately comprehended that Morodo's superior had no intention of meeting them, perhaps out of fear of being deceived or for other reasons. Regardless, it was evident that he would not encounter the individual today. Very well. Divulge the whereabouts of the person with whom you transacted that day, Gree asserted, cutting to the chase. 0.1 million euros. I wonder if that suffices as a demonstration of sincerity? Morodo paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Ha! It appears that group holds considerable importance to the owner of military technology. However, let's add an additional 500,000 euros. Morodo leaned forward slowly, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Gree merely frowned slightly, pondering for a few seconds before nodding. Agreed, but I must verify that the information you provide is authentic before settling the full amount. For now, I can only offer a deposit. Certainly, that poses no issue. We pride ourselves on our professional integrity, Morodo replied, nodding in agreement with Gree's proposal. Shortly thereafter, he received a transfer of 500,000 euros. How refreshing! Wait here. I shall retrieve the information for you. Morodo exclaimed with a hearty laugh before turning to walk into the room. Mr. Gree, can we truly trust them? A military technology security personnel whispered, leaning closer to Gree. Gree's expression remained unchanged as he replied quietly. We cannot place complete trust in them. It is merely an attempt, for at present. This is our only lead as for what the lead entailed. They had tracked the whereabouts of the Arasaka group. Discovering that their arrival coincided precisely with the moment when Fears confirmed his itinerary to Night City, Gree understood that within the territories of New America, the Arasaka members would not dare to act so brazenly. However, in Night City, the situation was far less certain. Moreover, although Arasaka had been expelled from Night City since the Fourth Corporate War, it remained plausible that they had left behind some means of operation there. Hence caution was warranted. Gree and Weiss, although affiliated with the Myers faction, did not genuinely wish to see Fears eliminated. After all, Myers was currently both the president and the head of military technology. This implied that their objectives would inevitably be achieved. Hence, there was no need to incite trouble that could introduce unnecessary risks, potentially causing certain individuals to shift allegiance to another faction. Before long, Morodo emerged, handing Gree a chip. Upon noticing this, Gree slightly tilted his head, signaling for the personnel nearby to inspect the chip's contents. After a brief wait, the security personnel nodded affirmatively to Gree. Subsequently, he transferred the remaining amount to Morodo and departed. How rude. Not even a goodbye, Morodo remarked with a chuckle, turning to regard a towering figure behind him. Boss, are you not concerned about handing over the information? What if Arasaka comes looking for trouble? The imposing figure, Fardo, scoffed dismissively. Arasaka. This place is ultimately not their territory, And as for the Tiger Claw Gang, I do not regard them as a threat. Besides, we haven't disclosed any critical intelligence, have we? Indeed, while Arasaka had approached them, it was not to instruct them to assassinate Fears, but rather to incite chaos in the city during Fears' negotiations with biotech. Fardo had no objections, readily agreeing to the plan as for whether they would cease operations after the transaction with military technology. That was unlikely. If there was an opportunity to earn double, why not pursue it? Chapter 34. Undercurrents, Part 2. Gree, upon receiving the information, felt a surge of agitation. The Arasaka group's intentions were painfully clear. They aimed to launch an attack to divert military technology's attention and personnel. Furthermore, the individuals who had engaged the Vortex Gang had never explicitly identified themselves as Arasaka members, only conveying their identity through subtle implications. Thus, making it public served little purpose. At best, it would result in mutual accusations. Moreover, even if it were made public, it would be a case of hindsight, as the opposing party would undoubtedly proceed with their plans. Simply put, Night City was not their current stronghold. They were not overly concerned about any potential consequences. Mr. Weiss, it has been confirmed that Arasaka has hired Vortex Gang members to assist in attacking our factory. A voice reported, "It appears the Vortex Gang has no intention of halting their operation." Correct? Indeed, their leader Fardo has not shown himself at any point. He likely intends to carry forward with the assault plan. This presents quite the dilemma. A clear scheme, indeed, but no matter, should any issues arise on that day. Simply notify the Anti-Terrorism Task Force. After all, if Arasaka targets Fears, the task force will also be unable to intervene, did I understand. Should we increase or decrease personnel at the factory? No need to increase. It may require additional compensation as for a reduction. It isn't necessary, as having more people could delay any potential issues and mitigate losses. Understood, came the response, and the call was promptly terminated in that brief span of mere seconds. The fates of all employees and security personnel at the factory had been effectively determined. Weiss, after making the arrangements, quietly sipped his coffee. He was not particularly worried about Fears. As for the reason, he did not believe that anyone in Night City possessed the capability to eliminate Fears under these circumstances, unless Adam Heavyhammer brought along elite Arasaka ninjas for the assassination that he could accept. However, Arasaka would never act so recklessly, given the substantial leverage they would be relinquishing. This would only serve to unify the two factions within New America against Arasaka, a venture that could only be described as a losing proposition. Boss, it seems Arasaka has once again clashed with military technology, Zhang Zongxian reported to Hu Yufei, holding the intelligence in his hand. IT likely stems from Fears' involvement. Pay them no mind. Let them quarrel as they wish. It bears little significance to us and will not affect our side. However, I find myself intrigued by that individual named Kuroda. It seems he participated in the development of the relic. Hu Yufei was less concerned with Fears' matters and more focused on the individuals from Arasaka. Indeed, he did participate in some aspects of relic research, although he was not one of the primary researchers. That's so. If the opportunity arises, make an effort to invite him over for an inquiry. I wish to ascertain what knowledge he possesses. A radiant smile graced Hu Yufei's face as she regarded Zhang Zongxian. Zhang nodded in response. By the way, the Origin Project Company has sent over a brand new intelligent weapon firearm. We have discovered that its accuracy and firepower are significantly enhanced, with penetration capabilities even exceeding those of conventional kinetic weapons. What a delightful surprise. It is somewhat regrettable, though, that this company is not ours. Their owner still has not accepted our offer, has he? Hu Yufei remarked with a look of astonishment, followed by a hint of disappointment. Not at all. It seems they are collaborating with us as well as with Arasaka. Hence, they have no intention of accepting any one party's terms. They have indeed struck a rather delicate balance. TSK. I hope they do not play with fire. Ensure that the R&D department continues to invest the primary technology of this weapon into the development of the Jua series. I trust it will expedite progress. Once again, that I understand. I shall attend to it immediately. Oh, and do not let our people handle the matter of finding Kuroda. Assign it to Rogue from the afterlife. Do not reveal our identity, and it would be best to find a scapegoat. After Hu Yufei had finished imparting all this, she resumed her daily tasks. Their concern regarding the rivalry between Huangban and Junkie was rather minimal. The situation in Night City was indeed unique, which warranted the establishment of a substantial branch office. However, it was ultimately not their headquarters. Moreover, both companies were well aware of Kong Tao's strategy, adopting a non-confrontational stance towards its existence. As Kong Tao did not harbor significant ambitions regarding the management of Night City. Was this truly the home of Rebecca and her companions? Jean raised his head, gazing at the house that had already been occupied by a certain older gentleman in the game. Momentarily lost in thought. Yet, to be fair, that gentleman appeared to have never survived under his command, as he consistently met his demise due to grenade attacks. Amused by this thought, Jean couldn't help but chuckle, then proceeded upstairs. That it was undeniable that the situation here seemed to bear little difference from that of a decade later. The hallway was adorned with graffiti and littered with various bottles and cans, though not excessively so. Soon, Jean arrived at what appeared to be Rebecca's doorstep and quietly knocked. Upon hearing a clatter from within, curiosity piqued. He wondered what transpired next. The door swung open, revealing a handgun pressed against his chest. "Oh, it's you, old man. How did you know my place was here?" Rebecca exclaimed, her face a picture of surprise. Jean, noticing that the gun pressed against his chest was one he had gifted, promptly reached out to shift it aside. "I merely inquired a bit. Tisk, old man, you don't truly harbor any intentions towards me, do you? That would be a crime, you know," Rebecca remarked disdainfully, chewing on bubblegum as she observed Roland. Jean gazed blankly at Rebecca before delivering a light thwack to her forehead. "Ouch! What was that for, old man?" Rebecca gasped, clutching her forehead. "All right, I've come to seek your assistance." "Huh, me?" Rebecca blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. "Yes." Jean nodded affirmatively, handing her a weapon. "I'll leave this in your care for now. I'll return in 5 days to retrieve it. If I don't, it'll be yours to tea this." Rebecca was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, old man, you dare entrust such a thing to someone you've only met twice? I don't know many people in this city. You are one of them. I'm off now." "Hey." With that, Jean vanished from sight, intending only to leave Rebecca with a general impression. Saying and doing too much would be counterproductive. As it turned out, this approach was indeed effective. Holding Jin's weapon upon returning home, Rebecca found herself momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 35, Undercurrents, Part 3. Kuroda contentedly swirled the wine glass in his hand. A faint smile gracing his face. He had intentionally leaked information about their hiring of the Vortex Gang to the military technology sector. While a sudden attack could indeed catch them off guard, amplifying their losses, a hasty assault would not prompt military technology to dispatch forces. Instead, they would focus more on fears. After all, what a coincidence it was to have such an occurrence on this particular day. By laying the matter bare, military technology would inevitably make some arrangements, though the specifics of resource allocation were beyond Kuroda's concern. He merely intended to weaken the resources available to military technology as much as possible. "I hope Jean doesn't let me down. This matter is of utmost importance." That moment, in the underground Lishing bar located within Watson District's Little Chinatown, Rog stared intently at the individual before him. Narrowing his eyes, "Did you just say you want someone to capture the newly arrived head of research from Huangban?" "Indeed, that is my request." The man before him, dressed in a sharp suit, smiled confidently, exhibiting no hint of hesitation. Rog quickly grasped that this was a contest between two major companies, and she was merely caught in the middle. Nonetheless, she had no intention of rejecting the commission, as she was merely an intermediary and did not expect Huangban to make things overly difficult for her. "All right, I understand. Please send me the deposit. I'll find a reliable team for you in the next couple of days." "No problem, but please try to expedite things, preferably before this date." The man pointed to the date on his phone before donning his hat and departing Lishing. Rog's eyes narrowed upon seeing the indicated date. It coincided with the meeting between Fears and Biotech, and both parties had been quite open about it, as there was nothing to conceal. Such matters could easily be uncovered with even a modicum of connections. It seemed this research head from Huangban was more than just a mere researcher. Something significant could transpire that day. It remained unclear who was truly after this individual. Military technology, or Rog couldn't help but mentally calculate, resolutely deciding to avoid getting entangled in this murky affair that day, as it could lead to unwelcome trouble. However, Rog suspected that it was unlikely military technology would seek her out, considering their current influence in Night City. It was far more prudent for her to act independently, without the worry of leaks. Thus, it was probable that other major corporations looking to capitalize on the chaos were involved. Knight's Enterprises, Pajua Petrochemical, Biotech, Kongtao, among others. All were potential players in this scheme, though the exact orchestrator remained uncertain. Rog had no intention of clarifying this, for doing so would surely rob her of sleep. Meanwhile, Kuroda, enjoying his wine, was blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on him. As he was merely a lowly research supervisor at present, that he ascend to the position of head of research in Night City would require the completion of subsequent plans. Moreover, this resolution lingered solely within internal discussions. Known only to the upper management, to act against him now would surely raise some doubts in Kuroda's mind. Rizawa, on that day, you should create a bit of a stir. I will provide you with some damaging information about fears. Just try to gather a group to cause a commotion, but take care not to engage in physical confrontation. Understood. Rizawa Aikir nodded, accepting the information from Kuroda that Kuroda's motivations were straightforward, to prevent Roland from failing while simultaneously laying the groundwork should Roland succeed. If he failed, the damaging information could be wielded to attack the opposing political standing, thereby diminishing their influence. If successful, it would expedite the factions pushed to make Fears the scapegoat and condemn him. It was a plan that achieved two objectives with a single action, and Kuroda was more than willing to proceed. That as days passed, the meeting between Fears and Biotech approached. As usual, Fears was awakened by the family's smart robot, and after completing his morning routine, he dressed and made his way to the dining area for breakfast. Mr. Fears, you have a meeting with Biotech today. Please be mindful of the time. Yes, I'm aware. By the way, I heard that Huangban has been quite active lately. Indeed, there have been stirrings from Huangban recently. It seems they are keen to reclaim power in Night City. Keep a close watch on their movements. And if possible, suppress their influence within our company. Understood. Also, Mr. Fears, Mr. Finkus is currently en route to your residence. Please refrain from leaving until he arrives, and I will be cautious. You handle the arrangements at the venue. I no longer require your assistance here. Understood. Fears concluded his conversation with his secretary and then retreated to the safest spot in his room to turn on the television, quietly awaiting Finkus's arrival. Finkus was the 7th-ranked bodyguard in Europe, possessing exceptional cybernetic modification skills, and was highly adept in close combat and protection, earning him the title of Silver Wing Knight in Europe. He was a bodyguard Fears had hired at a considerable expense. In some respects, he was not inferior to Heavy Hammer, though their areas of focus varied significantly. For instance, Heavy Hammer left no trace of humanity, while Finkus employed biological enhancements and nanotechnology in many aspects, supplemented by cybernetic aids from steel technology, along with a customized exoskeleton armor. Fully equipped, he was in essence a steel behemoth. Before long, a hover car arrived at the platform of Fears' residence, and Finkus, clad in silver exoskeleton armor, descended gracefully. After surveying the surroundings, he approached Fears. Mr. Fears, we may proceed. Please stand to my left. Fears nodded. He had no intention of being obstinate about such matters, as they pertained to his very life. Finkus, it seems quite a few people are gunning for my life. Fears remarked, eyeing the pristine armor adorning Finkus. Rest assured, as your knight, I will surely fall before you do. I appreciate your dedication. I will convey my gratitude to your employer. Fears replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Chapter 36, Undercurrents, Part 4. Once seated in the hovering vehicle, Fiels felt a noticeable relaxation beside the presence of Finks, a stark contrast to his previous state of tension. Damn the Night City. I find myself missing home a bit. After a deep breath, Fiels expressed his sentiments, reflecting on the time spent in Night City, which had hardly been a leisurely affair with daily threats to his life. Most encounters were trivial skirmishes, not meticulously planned, merely a formality, yet they still bore an impact on him. Every day, he had to remain vigilant against stray bullets or unpredictable lunatics engaging in suicide attacks. A mental strain in itself. In the lands of New America, there was no need for such trepidation. As chaotic as it might be, it was still their territory. Night City, however, was fraught with the reckless. many of whom lacked a clear understanding of his identity. This ignorance was a source of great frustration for Fields, as it meant these individuals were entirely unaware of the repercussions of taking his life, rendering them indifferent to the potential consequences. After today, you shall return home, Mr. Fields, that I will ensure your safety, Finks remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Fields felt considerably reassured. He nodded, aware that, according to the intelligence he possessed, there were currently no formidable individuals in Night City capable of challenging Finks, unless Morgan Blackhand were to rise from the dead to assassinate him, and that would require a reckless sort of assault, in which case Fields would have to concede defeat to that moment. On the rooftop of a distant building, a shadowy figure wielding an all-black weapon emanating a crimson energy beam silently observed the hovering vehicle. Gene, while adjusting his energy weapon, sought the opportune moment to strike. Though he had confidence in the lethality of his weapon, he had no intention of launching a direct attack on the hovering vehicle. Should fortune favor the adversary, it would be a wasted effort. His presence here was merely to ascertain the location and familiarize himself with his weapon, preparing for the impending operation. After confirming that Fields had departed, Gene stowed his weapon and leaped from the high-rise, vanishing into the steel forest below. As Gene disappeared, Finks sensed something amiss and glanced toward the building where Roland had just been, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. Strange, was that just my imagination? Finks murmured, having felt a sudden surge of danger. Just as he intended to instruct the driver to stop, the sensation vanished, leaving an unsettling air. Finks, is something the matter? Fields inquired. Noticing Finks' unusual demeanor, "Oh, it's nothing. It must have been my imagination," Finks replied. That's so." Fields nodded, then sighed with exasperation. "I can't fathom what that foolish woman Myers is thinking. Initiating a war at this juncture only grants Arasaka an opportunity, leaving me in a precarious situation as soon as I step out of New America." Upon hearing Fields' words, Finks averted his gaze, choosing not to engage in such discussions. The longer she persisted, the less likely they would achieve greatness again. It could lead to a recurrence of past troubles. Fields scoffed softly and drained his glass of champagne. "Mr. Fields, perhaps you should moderate your drinking. You're soon to meet with the representative from biotechnologies." Finks advised that this. Fields slowly set down his glass, recognizing the importance of the upcoming discussions regarding collaboration between biotechnologies and the military. "Have you clarified the defense layout here?" Kuroda squinted at his subordinate. "Yes, we've nearly pieced it together, though there remains a small area of uncertainty. However, we can confirm the presence of approximately 8 snipers, each paired with 3 support personnel," the subordinate replied. "It seems they have bolstered their ranks. Relay this intelligence to Gene and dispatch 2 individuals to assist him with the operation." Meanwhile, Gene had already approached the vicinity of the venue, observing the bustling crowd and a throng of reporters alongside NCPD personnel. Deeming it an opportune moment to blend in, he then received the intel from Kuroda, informing him that 2 operatives would be aiding him. He could request assistance from them if necessary. Upon reading this, Gene narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings for the ideal sniping position, ultimately identifying a spot between 2 buildings to the east, an excellent vantage point. However, 3 snipers had a clear line of sight to that location, meaning he would have to neutralize them first, which posed a challenge. As he contemplated this, Gene realized that the snipers communicated periodically, primarily to ensure their companions were unharmed. Divert the attention of the snipers focusing on the western building. "I need to move in," he instructed Kuroda. Kuroda turned to his subordinate beside him. "Go. Inform the group, led by Ryuza, to create a minor disturbance in the northwest, but keep it contained. They should feign surrender to allow the NCPD to apprehend them." Understood. He then instructed Takahashi and his companion to circulate other potential sniper positions to draw attention away. Soon, a minor commotion erupted within the crowd, causing NCPD and biotechnologies personnel to redirect their focus. Seizing the opportunity, Gene activated his optical camouflage and melded into the throng. He then employed his hacking skills to breach the electronic door, creating a narrow opening through which he slipped inside. Although he could have simply entered invisibly, the sudden opening of the door under the watchful eyes of snipers would likely raise alarm. Thus far, everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. As he continued, the red glow on his mask flickered, revealing the personnel within the building to his view. There were approximately 15 individuals and 8 intelligent security robots. A minor inconvenience, but manageable. Jean gradually drew forth an unorthodox dagger. For the enhanced template was not solely reliant on firearms. Chapter 37. The curtain rises. Do you really think it's necessary to station so many personnel here? I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to attempt an assassination on such a prominent figure. A soldier from the Military Technology Division remarked, lighting a cigarette and exhaling slowly. Who knows? Perhaps they are gambling on our psychology. Moreover, I've heard that the top-tier individuals have some sort of protocol in place. If they die, missiles are launched. I wonder if this Fields is enrolled in that scheme. Another soldier shrugged, casting a mysterious glance at his comrade. In truth, Fields had not participated in such insurance. He deemed it unnecessary to spend exorbitantly on a contract while primarily operating within New America. Although he was a senator, his role in military technology was not particularly significant. With his income primarily derived from political donations and his official salary, he was not as wealthy as these individuals imagined. Especially when compared to the true executives of corporations, his power was his primary asset. If such measures were indeed in place, an assassination would be even less likely to occur. Regardless, it doesn't concern us much. It merely reflects their apprehensions that led them to hire us, providing us with a chance to earn this modest bonus. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, extinguishing their cigarettes before continuing their patrol. At that moment, a pair of crimson electronic eyes emerged from behind them. Jean observed the departing duo, refraining from action. Any hasty move might alert others. He had no desire to engage in unnecessary violence. That floor has a room ideal for sniping. Though they likely anticipate that, there must be some regular patrols, Jean thought as he stealthily made his way upstairs. Soon, he discovered a particularly concealed corner. While the sniping angle was not optimal and numerous obstructions existed that could affect bullet accuracy, his weapon was not conventional, rendering such concerns less significant. With this in mind, Jean swiftly concealed himself near that room, beginning to monitor the patrol patterns. Meanwhile, Fiel's hovering vehicle had arrived at the venue, where he officially met with representatives for biotechnologies, subsequently entering a designated area to rest and await the forthcoming discussions. The content of the formal discussions, of course, remains hidden from view. Thus, what Jean awaits is not the moment to engage in conversation, but rather the opportunity to confront the journalists after the discussions have concluded. After a period of waiting, Jean has come to the conclusion that this room will not be patrolled, and very few individuals will pass through here. It could be said that the other party also deems this location unsuitable for a sniper, as there are too many objects that could affect accuracy. After waiting a little longer, Jean proceeded to approach the door only after the patrolling individual had departed for some time. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that the door was secured with a standard lock rather than an electronic one. This, in fact, posed a dilemma for him. With an electronic lock, he could easily hack in, but with a standard lock, he could only resort to brute force, which would likely create noise. Immediately, a small vial of solvent projected from his arm, which he poured over the lock. In no time, the lock became exceptionally fragile due to the solvent's metal assimilation. Jean reached out, applying a gentle force to shatter the lock. After tidying up the traces left on the ground, he stepped into the storage room and pulled a shelf to block the light seeping from within, ensuring that the breach was not overly conspicuous. Once all of this was accomplished, Jean set up his weapon, searching for the optimal vantage point. Mr. Firth, I hear that President Miles has been actively reorganizing the military, remarked Owen, the representative of the biotechnology sector, with a smile on his face. Indeed, that is the case, Firth did not deny, as many were already aware of Miles' endeavors, and the content of their discussions was indeed related to this. In fact, had Miles not harbored such intentions, this meeting with the biotechnology firm would not have transpired. You are aware that our collaboration with more technologies is progressing exceptionally well. Thus, our company has also launched a brand new prosthetic. A certain enigmatic expression graced Owen's face, and the content of his words momentarily stunned Firth, as he had not previously been informed that the discussions would pertain to prosthetics. I do not recall us having exchanged related information. Mr. Owen, do not be alarmed. This conversation is limited to our two parties. You see, there are no other individuals or surveillance devices present. Are there? Owen waved his hand dismissively. Upon glancing around, Firth furrowed his brow and promptly inquired, "What do you mean?" "Regarding this collaboration. As long as you, Mr. Firth, agree to assist us in acquiring the experimental data for this prosthetic, we can allocate 10% of the profits to the military in terms of pharmaceuticals and medical advancements. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Firth's interest was piqued. Though uncertainty lingered, he responded, "I need to ascertain precisely what this prosthetic entails, of course. That is a reasonable request. Please, take a look." With that, Owen gestured towards the table, tapping a few times until a screen emerged, followed by a video that began to play. Firth watched as the footage displayed a cyberpsychotic in a state of frenzy, causing him to furrow his brow. However, he could not deny the impressive capabilities of this prosthetic, which endowed the cyberpsychotic with formidable offensive, restorative, and defensive powers that is this utilizing nanotechnology. Indeed, it employs the latest nanomedical technology, which is still in the experimental phase. Owen affirmed with a N-O-D-A-T this point. Firth's gaze shifted, contemplating the potential to appropriate this technology. That I would be willing to agree, but given that this is a volatile component, the risk is considerable. Increase my share by an additional 5%, and I shall consent. That Owen's expression faltered, revealing a hint of distress. "This is my final offer. It will not change. Otherwise, we can continue our discussions regarding pharmaceuticals." Disregarding Owen's reaction, Firth continued, "Very well. It is settled. Then a fruitful collaboration awaits." Owen's demeanor reflected a sense of resignation, yet he extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. It was evident that he was acutely aware of Firth's intentions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as they obtained the experimental data, what did it matter if military technology learned a portion of the information? They would still maintain their advantage. Chapter 38. The opening ceremony. Upon witnessing Owen acquiesce to his demands, a smile spread across Firth's face, and he slowly rose to head outside. "Now, let us discuss the phrasing for our remarks when we step out." "Absolutely," Owen nodded, following closely behind Firth. "Mr. Firth, this is dire. There's a crowd outside protesting. And furthermore, numerous unfavorable allegations regarding you have surfaced." Suddenly, Firth's assistant rushed in, his face a mask of urgency, drenched in sweat. Whether from tension or fatigue was unclear. Upon hearing his assistant's words, Firth's pupils dilated in shock. He swiftly advanced to seize the tablet from his assistant's grasp. According to reliable sources, the current U.S. Senator and head of military technology security, Mr. Firth, has accepted substantial bribes over the past few years and has sacrificed national interests to safeguard certain collective interests. We vehemently condemn Mr. Firth's actions and urge individuals from all sectors of society to ensure that such individuals do not evade justice. Firth's expression darkened as he listened to the host divulging his misdeeds, nearly inciting him to storm out in anger. However, he understood that the more dire the situation, the less he could afford to leave. Rather, this presented an opportunity, as his adversaries had seized the moment to strike, leaving him little time to prepare. "Damn that Arasaka Corporation," Firth muttered angrily, slamming his hand down onto the floor. He was well aware of who stood behind that news outlet, but the actions of Arasaka did provide him with some solace. At the very least, it indicated that they had halted their assassination attempts and intended to confront him through another avenue. In truth, he was not overly apprehensive in this regard. The individuals backing him would not stand idly by and watch him fall. Otherwise, all the resources they had invested would be in vain. Owen observed the unfolding drama with a bemused smile, rising slowly to address Firth. "I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. M.R. Firth at AS for the upcoming press conference. We can discuss that later. You should first tend to your affairs." Upon hearing Owen's words, Firth managed a strained smile and replied, "I sincerely apologize for this spectacle. Rest assured, I will resolve this promptly, and it will not affect our collaboration, of course. I have complete faith in your abilities. You should tend to this matter quickly. While the crowd outside poses no real threat to us, it still presents some complications." Firth nodded in agreement, quickly tidying up before making calls as he moved outside, that he needed to connect with his backers and public relations team to formulate a response. In due time, with the machinations of money and power at play, numerous reports highlighting Firth's contributions during his tenure, his efforts for the public, and his charitable donations began to circulate. News outlets associated with military technology also launched attacks against Arasaka's news station, denouncing it for its unfounded and baseless attacks on a reputable official. With the backing of the military technology giant, this public relations crisis was somewhat contained within the span of half an hour. Although the online discourse remained contentious, however, it was no longer overwhelmingly in favor of Arasaka's narrative. Upon receiving the news, Firth had already garnered the assistance of his public relations team, preparing a speech and responses to several anticipated questions. Jean observed the chaos below with keen interest, recognizing it as the handiwork of Kuroda. Yet he had to admit that this method was quite effective. Not only did it draw the attention of numerous security forces, but once the assassination was executed, he could also take advantage of the ensuing turmoil to escape. "Where is that old coot?" Jean muttered, growing impatient as he surveyed the podium obscured by various objects through his scope, irritated by Firth's dilatory manner. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion in the crowd below, his eyes glinting with excitement. He quickly hacked into a nearby camera, capturing the sight of Firth making his way towards the podium. Waving at the crowd below, he could directly employ hacking techniques against him now. But alas, utilizing such methods to carry out an assassination bore its own risks. On one hand, there was the formidable IC of the target, and on the other, the outrageous capabilities of the trauma team. Indeed, using hacking to disable the target's prosthetic could inflict damage to the brain, leading to death. However, the trauma team would not confirm death and could potentially revive him. Thus, Jean opted to continue his wait. "Ahem, everyone, I am Firth, and it is a pleasure to meet you all here today." In an instant, a crimson-black beam of light flashed, and Firth's head vanished in an instant, leaving behind a circular crater on the ground. The previously raucous crowd fell into stunned silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of screams moments later. "Who the hell did that?" Suddenly, Irving's expression changed dramatically as he slammed his fist on the table. He promptly commanded those around him to seal off the area, while the military technology personnel swiftly sprang into action. Within the room, Viss was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of peculiar astonishment. He had not anticipated that someone would indeed attempt to assassinate Fields, and most alarmingly, the assailant had succeeded, although he found a certain satisfaction in the outcome. The gravity of the situation compelled him to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence, and he immediately dispatched individuals to investigate the scene. Not far away, Fink's pupils constricted sharply as he pinpointed Roland's firing position, propelling himself forward with the speed of a bullet. This was the first time in his career that he had failed to adequately protect his employer, and he felt a deep sense of shame as a knight. Thus, he was determined to eliminate the threat in order to redeem his honor. After landing a successful strike, Jin swiftly kicked open the iron door, colliding with two patrolling soldiers from the military technology unit. Before they could utter a word, he deftly maneuvered across a distance of 4 meters, his dagger dancing through the air like a butterfly. In the next instant, 2 jets of blood erupted, staining the walls crimson. Jin then leaped over the bodies of the fallen and charged downstairs, eager to complete his mission before the enemy could regroup. Although he was not particularly fearful, the ensuing chaos would be quite troublesome. Chapter 39. Confrontation and Aftermath. Quick! 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 Don't let that bastard escape. The team leader of the military technology unit roared, activating the acceleration mechanism of his powered armor as he sprinted towards Jin's floor. He could not afford to fail again. Having failed to protect Fields' his own territory was already a dereliction of duty, and allowing the assassin to flee would be utterly unacceptable. As this thought crossed his mind, a fierce scowl contorted his features. Such a scenario could not come to pass. Otherwise, he would find himself on the personnel cleanup list of military technology. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted beside him. Reacting swiftly, he halted his movement with his right leg while raising his MK.31 heavy machine gun. This weapon had never been designed for casual handling. Its terrifying firepower and recoil were more than anyone could withstand, save for those with extensive cybernetic enhancements or members of the animal gang. Fortunately, the team leader himself boasted considerable modifications, and coupled with his powered armor, he was able to wield this fearsome instrument. Bang! 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 The muzzle flash erupted, unleashing a torrent of high-caliber bullets that tore into the ground and walls, wreaking havoc on the surrounding terrain. Yet a dark figure slipped through the machine gun's fire like a wraith. The searing bullets could rend steel, but failing to hit would render the weapon's lethality moot. At that moment, Jin felt a bead of sweat form, while the ballistic coating on his body could withstand a significant portion of the firepower. This heavy machine gun's might. To be frank, he had no desire to test it in the blink of an eye. Jin had closed the distance to the team leader, positioning himself directly beneath the barrel of the gun. Just as a triumphant expression broke across the leader's face, a surge of immense force radiated from the gun's muzzle as Jin seized the barrel. The team leader's face registered shock as he struggled to comprehend how someone of Jin's stature could unleash such terrifying strength. Nevertheless, his actions were unimpeded. In a flash, a wrist blade sprang forth, and with his gorilla-like strength augmented by powered armor, his left hand lunged toward Jin's chest. In response, Jin swiftly brandished a handgun, firing a shot that severed the leader's arm, sending it flying amidst a shower of sparks. Just as Jin prepared to deliver a final blow to his adversary, a mantis blade suddenly shot from the leader's shoulder. Cursing under his breath at the bizarre modifications, Jin retreated and drew his second weapon. The team leader, witnessing the gathering red energy, felt his pupils constrict in alarm as he attempted to flee. In the next instant, a flash of red light pierced through. Creating a circular hole in his chest, he stared blankly down at the wound before collapsing. Thud! His massive frame stirred up a cloud of dust, prompting Jin to assess his surroundings, realizing he could no longer descend. He had to find an alternate escape route. Close-quarters combat was decidedly unfavorable for him. Jin sprinted upstairs, his mask displaying a flurry of data. Soon, the security teams, alerted by the gunfire, raced upward, their vision momentarily engulfed in a crimson haze, followed by a deafening crackle of electricity. Ugh! At that moment, Fink stood not far away, witnessing the red light piercing through the wall and hearing the cries of agony. With a sudden burst of movement, he propelled himself into the air with his exoskeleton armor, shattering the ground beneath him, and crashed through the wall to reach the source of the screams. Fortunately, the floor was not too high. He could reach it. Finks began surveying the area, noting the military and biological security personnel sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, with sparks still crackling from their necks. He quickly deduced that the assailant was a formidable hacker, but such foes posed little threat to him. As this realization dawned, time seemed to slow around Finks, and he drew the Alloy Knight's sword from his back. In a flash, propelled by the force of his powered armor, Finks lunged forward with incredible speed, while Jin on the upper floor heard the commotion. The reconnaissance system blared warnings, detecting a powerful presence racing towards him. Before long, Finks spotted Jin, and without exchanging a word, he aimed his weapon directly at Jin's chest. A resonant hum filled the air. Jin entered a state of acceleration, but not from Fink's suit. Instead, it was a specialized device on his own that catered to countering such adversaries. When Finks locked eyes with Jin, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the latter had not only equipped a network access module, but had also integrated additional cybernetic enhancements. The blade of Fink's sword grazed Jin's chest, igniting a shower of sparks, and Jin retaliated with 4 shots directed at Fink's eyes, heart, and lungs. Yet, all were thwarted by Fink's exoskeleton armor, forcing the two to create distance between them. Fink's gaze hardened as he observed the dents left in his armor from Jin's assault, while Jin noted the damage inflicted on his coating by Fink's long sword. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. He could not afford to linger. With that thought in mind, Jin swiftly tossed 4 grenades and a smoke bomb, allowing his form to dissipate into the ether. Finks, seeing the grenades, swung his sword to deflect one, then activated his powered armor, charging toward Jin's direction. "He can see me." Jin furrowed his brow, realizing this was the first instance his optical camouflage had failed him. After all, it was not technology from the cyberpunk world. Clang! In a critical moment, Jin raised his handgun to block Fink's strike, the sword embedding itself in the firearm. "Though I cannot discern your full visage due to your peculiar technology, it is ultimately futile before me." Finks declared, his voice steadied at, "I must admit, your prowess is commendable, but alas, the performance must come to an end. I have no time to waste here." He continued, "No, we have only just reached the climax. How can it end now?" Jin retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. seemingly confident in his position. Suddenly, a crackle of electricity erupted, causing Fink's pupils to dilate in alarm as darkness enveloped his vision. This is bad. At the moment his sight faded. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctual reaction. Clang! A broken sword flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the wall as Finks was sent hurtling backward. Realizing that his opponent had not perished, Jin understood he had no time to waste and dashed upstairs, cough. Meanwhile, Fink's eyes had returned to normal, surveying the damage to his exoskeleton armor and the charred mark on his chest with resignation. As a healing needle pierced his skin, a soothing sensation spread through his body. What a significant loss. Fink's expression soured as he reflected on the unexpected weapon Jin had concealed. He was baffled as to where it had come from. Most concerning was the hacker's skill. He had never encountered such a method, with no warning before breaching the IC. Who was this ruthless individual? Finks adjusted his position and exhaled deeply. He had no choice but to concede this round. His opponent was undeniably powerful, equipped with an array of peculiar gadgets. Yet the glaring flaws in Jin's approach were evident. One thing was certain. He was undoubtedly among the world's elite assassins, that he has shown remarkable compassion and dedication. And now the remaining matters can be left for military technology to grapple with. However, one must ponder the identity of that assassin, which is undoubtedly not simple. After all, the kind of firepower wielded, along with that unprecedented energy weapon, it is likely a secret weapon produced by some major corporation still in the experimental phase. Finks is probably most closely associated with Arasaka in this regard. Meanwhile, Jin is too preoccupied to concern himself with Fink's thoughts below. He has already ascended to the upper floors of the building, but does not intend to reach the rooftop, as it would make him an easy target for hovering vehicles. Thus, Jin casts a glance at the window before him and the dense crowd below, drawing forth his weapon and firing 4 bullets into the corners. Crash! The glass shatters instantly, and Jin leaps out, naturally attracting the attention of the people below. There he is. Open fire. Owen immediately orders, and a torrent of bullets is unleashed. Jin, in turn, swiftly activates a smoke grenade and engages his optical camouflage as the smoke disperses in the air. Jin's figure vanishes, leaving Owen visibly displeased. Meanwhile, Kuroda, watching the live broadcast, wears a smile that lets drive. We can leave now. Days later, the incident involving Phils continues to escalate, causing a significant decline in the reputations of both military technology and biotechnology, particularly the former. After all, this was one of their own, and their failure to apprehend the perpetrator is undeniably a disgrace, compounded by their status as the leaders of Night City. Biotechnology suffers as well. Having been infiltrated during their own event, resulting in the murder of a partner, and the assailant's clean getaway has led to mockery. Arasaka revels in the chaos, fanning the flames of the situation, while Kantao silently observes, occasionally taking the opportunity to pilfer intelligence and technology from military technology. The online discourse surrounding the notion that this is an Arasaka conspiracy is fervent, yet ultimately fruitless, as Arasaka vehemently denies any involvement, threatening defamation claims. Moreover, military technology lacks substantial evidence. They are acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, this incident was perpetrated by Arasaka operatives, yet they can only swallow their pride. The general sentiment is that time is on their side, and they will settle accounts later, as they have internal matters to address. Myers is quite pleased with the assassination of Phils, though he must outwardly express condolences, ensuring that he does not let this opportunity slip by in terms of policy. Notably, the trauma team is also left in a sorrowful state, as Phil's manner of death confirms his demise without any chance of rescue, compounded by the circumstances, which meant they could not deploy in time. Consequently, they faced the burden of paying a substantial insurance sum to Phil's family, much to their distress. Meanwhile, the greatest beneficiary of this turmoil is Jin, whose reputation has soared to unprecedented heights, almost achieving legendary status among the fringes of Night City. Regrettably, this legend is elusive, never showing itself again, leaving many to feel a tinge of disappointment. Roland, for his part, patiently awaits the unfolding of events and the influx of profits, believing that this endeavor should yield him considerable financial gain. However, it is unfortunate that Jin cannot venture out at present. He must lay low, lest he be pursued relentlessly by military technology. The encounter with that knight-like figure still weighs on Roland's mind. He possesses formidable strength, perhaps not on par with combat templates from the Source Project, but certainly formidable enough that, in the face of Jean, he managed to keep him at bay, though this was partly due to close proximity and a lack of specialized weaponry. Nevertheless, Roland cannot deny the opponent's prowess. Although he suspects that Lin, armed with specialized weaponry, would easily dispatch him, Roland also took the liberty of investigating the opponent's identity, realizing that there are several others within the cyberpunk world who are not to be underestimated, such as Adam Hammer and others. That it is likely that military technology possesses some of these combatants, but Phil's rank was insufficient to warrant such protection. Finks was merely a hired hand, and Roland now feels fortunate that he seized the opportunity. Finks had just relaxed his guard, allowing for a successful strike. Had the opponent been nearby, Roland suspects that they would have likely intercepted the blow meant for Phil's, leading to significant complications. However, the outcome thus far appears satisfactory. The final payment from Kuroda has been secured, paving the way for gradual development. Chapter 40. The misunderstanding about to arise. Rog glanced at a small team within the afterlife bar before slowly approaching. It seems you have made your decision. Here is the information regarding that individual. Take a look for yourself. With that, Rog produced a chip and handed it to a man with a silver hedgehog hairstyle. Appearing to be in his 30s, White stroked his stubble and leaned forward slightly to accept the chip from the table. I must say, Rog, I never expected you to take on a commission related to Arasaka. I accept nearly any commission. It's just that there haven't been many regarding Arasaka until now. Rog replied, seating himself across from White. This commission seems intriguing. This Kuroda must be quite something, I presume, White remarked, removing the chip and revealing a knowing smile. Can you divulge a bit of information about the client? Ignoring White's inquiry, Rog continued, the client's demand is to capture him within 5 days and deliver him to the specified location on the chip. How you achieve that is entirely up to you. I trust you do not require my guidance. I handle my affairs well. Rest assured, we are not on Arasaka's turf, so it should be straightforward. Best to hope so. Also, you seem to be taking quite a few risks lately. Be cautious not to play with fire. With that, Rog stood and left the booth, leaving White and his team behind. Boss, what was Rog talking about? A man wearing a tactical helmet and goggles inquired, glancing at White with curiosity. Nothing, just some matters from before, White replied, shaking his head. Not wishing to elaborate further, Goler refrained from pressing the issue. Oh, what is this new commission? At this, White's face lit up with a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. It's a commission involving a corporate dog. It's a big business. Big business? Are you serious? Dante teased me. Boss thought a striking girl with short blue hair sitting nearby expressed skepticism, while another girl in her arms nodded silently in agreement. Faced with his teammates' doubts, White's lips twitched before he declared, this time it's genuine. The total commission fee is 1 million. Definitely a big business. We just need to kidnap one person. It wouldn't be someone from military technology, would it? They've been quite aggressive lately. Upon hearing this, Violet furrowed her brows. Her concern understandable, given military technology's heightened tension following Phil's death, coupled with their numerous actions. They have been unable to uncover any information related to Jean, which has left them somewhat embarrassed. While Phil's demise pleased Weiss, failing to provide an explanation to their superiors would not sit well with him. I'm not foolish enough to provoke military technology at this time. That would be rather reckless, White retorted, rolling his eyes, while Tina, nestled against Violet, shifted positions, resting her head on Violet's lap and quietly observing White. Captain, you've done your fair share of foolish things in the past. Hearing this, White's mouth twitched again, and he turned his gaze toward Richie, who had remained silent, engrossed in his computer. Don't look at me, Captain. You know the truth. I won't help you out here, Richie stated after glancing at White. Damn it. Anyway, the target is a research supervisor from Arasaka's headquarters, currently within Night City. He is likely to leave soon, so the employer requires us to resolve this within 5 days. With that, White transmitted all pertinent information regarding Kuroda to the team. Well, his schedule seems fairly consistent, and he enjoys visiting the Tiger Claw Gang's cabaret hall for entertainment each night. It appears relatively simple. Goler stroked his chin and spoke that it probably isn't that straightforward. If they are bold enough to act this way, it indicates they must possess some trump card. Unafraid of potential trouble, we have 5 days, so let's gather some intelligence about them first, Tina suggested, her eyes gleaming with determination. That seems reasonable. I am in agreement. Upon hearing Tina's suggestion, Violet immediately concurred without the slightest hesitation. Your opinion is invalid. However, Tina makes a compelling point. Boss, what do you think? Rich glanced at the raised hand of Violet and retorted, before directing his gaze towards White. Very well, then, Rich, it seems you and Tina will have to sort out some information from the internet. Both Rich and Tina nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let's call it a day. We shall meet at the usual place tomorrow. With that, White stood up, waved his hand, and exited the establishment. Once White departed, the remaining 4 gathered together. Hey, what do you think our boss did to provoke Rog into saying that? I have no idea, but I suspect it's likely related to military technology. After all, you're not unaware of the situation with our boss. Violet shook her head and speculated. That makes some sense. I just hope our boss doesn't act too impulsively. The military-type personnel have been searching everywhere because of that guy. Jean, Gola nodded in agreement, validating Violet's hypothesis. Jean, if that guy survives this time, he might truly become a living legend in Night City, Rich remarked with a hint of admiration. Who knows? In this line of work in Night City, not many have a happy ending, do they? Tina lit a cigarette and squinted her eyes. There you go again with such talk? Honestly, Violet furrowed her brow, then reached over to take the cigarette from Tina's hand, placing a kiss on it. Hey, you two, we're still here, Gola protested with an annoyed expression. Violet promptly waved her hand dismissively, signaling for them to leave. Seeing this, Rich shrugged and stood up to leave, while Gola shot a glance at the two still locked in a kiss before following Rich's lead. As the kiss concluded, Violet cupped Tina's face in her hands and said, I don't know about others, but I'm certain our outcome will be favorable. I understand, Tina replied, a resigned smile gracing her lips before she planted a kiss on Violet. Within their team, Captain White was responsible for direct combat, equipped with numerous combat augmentations, including the presence of Sion Waystan. Rich and Tina handled hacking skills, with Rich also serving as the driver. Gola provided fire support and engaged in close combat, possessing super-responsive augmentations known as Krenchikov. Lastly, there was Violet, another frontline combatant equipped with a Berserker augmentation. Thus, the team's strength was formidable, which is why Rog chose to entrust this assignment to them. After all, there were no issues regarding their capabilities. Chapter 41. Preparation Sato. How are things looking at the municipal center? Kuroda set down the documents in his hand and inquired of his secretary beside him. It's nearly finalized. Smith has agreed to allocate that area to us. As long as we can achieve our objective subsequently, they will consent to fully designate that region for our use. Sato Shuichi presented a tablet to Kuroda, displaying a vast section of northern Watson District. Kuroda nodded after glancing at it. That's good. Well, the situation here in Night City has also been managed quite well. Let us head back to headquarters in a few days. Tidy things up, and then return here. Understood. Shall I book the tickets now? Yes, please. Book tickets for 7 days from now, and make sure to enjoy yourself today. That I must say, the entertainment options here in Night City are quite splendid. Particularly for individuals like us. Kuroda smiled, appearing in good spirits. Thank you very much, by the way. Mr. Kuroda, should we be concerned about Jean? After bowing in gratitude, Sato mentioned Roland. Upon hearing that name, Kuroda squinted, stroking his chin as he began to ponder. To be honest, if it were feasible, he would very much like to bring Jean under his wing. Yet he understood that this was rather unrealistic given Jin's current demeanor, proud and fiercely independent. Such individuals are akin to eagles. Unless one can tame the eagle, it is impossible to have them accept becoming a subordinate. Moreover, such formidable figures are usually only amenable to those of higher status. It is rumored that Jean even clashed directly with Finks, a hacker and gunman capable of inflicting severe damage in direct combat against Finks. Kuroda felt considerable trepidation, fortunate that Jean was not an enemy. At least not for now. Let us not concern ourselves with him. He is an assassin, and we may still find plenty of opportunities to utilize him. Besides, we are not his match, so there is no need to provoke such an adversary. We can address this later when Adam Heavyhammer arrives. Understood, Sato nodded, relieved that Kuroda harbored no intentions towards Jean, aware that if he did, as a secretary, he would be the first to encounter that individual. Sato then left to book the tickets, eagerly anticipating this rare opportunity for a vacation to be cherished. Boss, that fellow named Sato has exited, Gola reported, putting away his binoculars and addressing White, who stood nearby. Smoking, White nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Tina. The next steps are in your hands, Tina. Yes, I understand, Tina replied, then proceeded towards Sato's direction, with Violet following closely behind. Oh dear, my sincerest apologies. I didn't mean to bump into you. Are you all right? Tina feigned an accidental collision with Sato, her eyes flashing a subtle orange beneath her sunglasses. Oh, it's nothing really. Just be more careful next time, Sato replied, shaking his head while inspecting himself and noting that nothing was amiss. Feeling good, he dismissed it as a minor issue, especially since the person before him was quite attractive. That essay relieved. I truly apologize. I just had an argument with my girlfriend, so my mind was a bit elsewhere. Tina displayed an apologetic expression, albeit with a hint of forced demeanor. I see. Sato nodded, mentally noting the keyword, girlfriend, implying that the person before him was attracted to women, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Tina, noticing the expression on his face, felt a flicker of disdain flash through her eyes, while Violet, who had unknowingly approached from a distance, wore a displeased expression. Since we've met, how about grabbing a drink? It might help lighten the mood, Sato proposed without much hesitation. Now? Tina feigned surprise, glancing at the sun in the sky. Sato smiled. It's all right. After all, one doesn't need to be overly concerned about the timing when it comes to easing one's spirit. Right? Upon hearing this, Tina's expression revealed interest, while her concealed fingers made a subtle movement. Observing this, Violet swiftly approached, and in that moment, a chip flew out from a slot at the back of Sato's neck. Deftly caught by Violet in her hand as she brushed past him, her shoulder colliding with his. Hey, Sato exclaimed, irritated as he turned to glare at the departing Violet. What's the matter with you? Not even a word of apology, Violet ignored him, turning sharply and striding away from the intersection. Sato grumbled under his breath, then turned back to face Tina. After a moment of hesitation, Tina donned an apologetic expression and said, Let us just forget it. I have some matters to attend to. Could I at least get your contact details? I'm a secretary to the R&D director at Arasaka Corporation. Sato heightened his status to make himself seem more appealing. No, thank you. I'm not interested in men. Tina's smile faltered, shaking her head as she departed. Sato's expression stiffened, followed by a look of annoyance, realizing that his earlier comment had struck a nerve, indicating that she harbored some grievances against Arasaka. What a buzzkill, he muttered before leaving. Violet, having observed the exchange, discreetly followed suit, knocking Sato unconscious and dragging him into an alley before departing. She later rejoined Tina. How did it go? Rest assured, I handled it. The chip is secured, Violet said with a smile. That's good. Let us go. We should keep the boss waiting too long. Tina nodded and returned with her. Chapter 42. The Cyberpunk squad on the move. Sato groggily opened his eyes, bewildered and scanning his surroundings, seemingly unable to comprehend what had transpired. After a moment, clarity returned, and his expression shifted dramatically as he felt around himself, discovering that his cash had vanished, yet he was not missing anything else, which brought him a sigh of relief. He feared he had encountered a gang of scavengers, but thankfully his habit of carrying cash had saved him, as online funds are often inaccessible to robbers. Cash was his lifeline. However, this sudden turn of events instinctively caused him to reach for his card slot, only to find it completely empty. His expression immediately stiffened, and panic set in as he began to survey his surroundings, even employing the scanning function of the Colossal eye. Yet, he found nothing to in that moment. Sato's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he took out his phone, only to halt his actions shortly thereafter. After taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, desperately retracing his steps in his mind to recall whom he had encountered along the way. The answer was Tina, whom he had just met on the street. Causing his expression to darken, he was uncertain whether he had been outmaneuvered by that woman. But then he remembered the individual he had collided with, someone who seemed even more suspicious. However, that person's characteristics had eluded him. He then began to recollect Tina's facial features, but all he could picture was her wearing dark sunglasses and heavy makeup, which unsettled him. This indicated that the culprits behind his predicament were seasoned criminals. Yet it also brought him a modicum of relief. If they were of this type, it suggested they were not interested in other matters. Otherwise, reflecting on Kuroda's past actions, Sato's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. As a glimmer of optimism took root in his heart, that the person who had stolen his chip was merely after the money contained within, rather than the sensitive information, the contents of his work chip were not extensive. Most were work-related, with only a few confidential details. The sole significant information was regarding Kuroda's schedule, address, and contact details. This meant that as long as those individuals were not targeting Kuroda, the theft of the work chip might not be catastrophic. He could simply replace the chip at his convenience and fill in the contents adequately, allowing him to act as if nothing had transpired. And if Kuroda were to discover this, knowing so much about Kuroda's affairs, he would certainly not face dismissal. The only outcome for him would be to become a casualty in the company's human resources purge. Thus, Sato resolved to keep this matter concealed. He did not wish to lose his lucrative position, nor did he want to face Kuroda's wrath. If something were to happen to Kuroda, Sato secretly hoped for the man's demise, as that would afford him the opportunity to switch supervisors, as long as he perfected the content of the work chip. He would be in the clear. With this thought in mind, Sato promptly hailed a taxi to his residence. Eager to rectify the work chip's contents, it appeared he had no time to rest. Meanwhile, Kuroda lay comfortably in bed, indulging in the services of a sexual companion, utterly oblivious to the impending crisis that loomed over him, nor did he realize that certain information had already been leaked. "All right, boss, the chip's confidentiality has been breached," Richie chuckled, revealing the contents on his computer screen. "Wow, even the address is included? This resolves a multitude of issues." White glanced at the screen, nodding in satisfaction before turning to the others nearby. "Contact Garol and have him keep a close watch on Kuroda's whereabouts." "Got it," Richie replied, then turned to reach out to Garol, urging him to act swiftly. That guy, Sato, should be on the verge of realizing his chip is missing and likely has alerted Kuroda by now. If we're late and he escapes, I'll have your head. Hearing this, Richie tensed up and relayed White's words verbatim to Garol. "Damn, I'm on it. By the way, how come I didn't know the boss had such a kink?" "Shut it, I'm merely describing." White snapped at Garol's panicked voice, urging him to hurry. Okay, I understand. I'll keep my rear safe. Get lost." Tina and Violet exchanged glances, shrugging. "Boss, is it really wise to leave him alone?" Tina voiced her concern. White pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Though I have faith in this kid, it's prudent to be cautious with such a significant operation. Let us go check on him." With that, he exchanged a glance with Richie, who nodded, and they drove off. Why are the boss and the others here? Garol, observing Kuroda's residence through binoculars, felt bewildered at the sight of White and his crew arriving below, prompting him to make a phone call. "Boss, why are you here? We were concerned about your situation, so we decided to come check in and prevent any unforeseen complications. How's it looking on your end?" "Oh, nothing much. Kuroda hasn't left yet. He's still inside. He even had his bodyguard bring a companion upstairs. Tiske. Wait a minute, his secretary should have woken up by now. Did that kid not inform Kuroda? I suspect he is worried about being dealt with by Kuroda. So he is taking a gamble. Plus, what we're doing does resemble the work of those who only care for money," Violet suggested, resting her hand on the car window. "And oh wonder you're from the company." "All right, if that is the case, then this simplifies things, Garol. Where are you?" "We'll head your way and prepare for action." "Okay, I'm waiting there. We'll be there shortly." Chapter 43. Kuroda's Crisis. How is it looking on Kuroda's end? White inquired upon Tina's return. "We can pretty much confirm it. For the past couple of days, he has been frequenting these locations. This one has a relatively weak defense, while the others are more vigilant." Tina pointed to a map while removing her wig. White stepped closer, observing that the indicated area was in the Kabukicho district, which gave him a headache. It was known to be the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. And although Kuroda's security was sparse, the gang's underlings were plentiful. "Tonight, he plans to head to the Lazy Bar. That I believe that would be an excellent place to make our move," he remarked. Upon hearing the bar's name, White's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lazy Bar was an ideal spot for their operation. The Moxus gang had established a solid presence, and with Roland's assistance, they had gathered a substantial number of followers. However, it remained a small gang, and it was best to avoid provoking the Tiger Claw gang while capitalizing on Kuroda's weak defenses. All right, we'll strike there, but if possible, let us finish this before they leave. We should avoid making a scene in Mox's territory. White decisively set the time and place for their operation, acknowledging his respect for the Moxus gang's leader, thus opting not to create unnecessary trouble. Sato, having returned to Kuroda's side without incident, felt a wave of relief wash over him, convinced that he had been overthinking. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to attack Amir, our supervisor from Arasaka. Especially someone of no significant weight in the grand scheme. At least for now, a night fell. Kuroda, accompanied by his bodyguards and security personnel, made his way to the Lizzie bar, bringing along only 2 heavily modified bodyguards, sufficient to handle most situations, along with 3 ordinary Arasaka security personnel to manage any potential crises. The Lizzie bar is said to have an exceptionally daring owner with exquisite taste. I intend to thoroughly enjoy myself tonight, Kuroda declared, a smile gracing his face, to which Sato eagerly nodded, providing Kuroda with relevant information about the bar. Kuroda dismissed the notion that the bar's conflicts with the Tiger Claw gang were of concern to him, as he held no fondness for their brash demeanor, which could easily create enemies, especially in the current climate. With that in mind, he resolved to have a word with Ryuns after returning home, urging him to exercise caution. Soon, the clock struck midnight, and Kuroda stumbled out of the Lizzie bar, supported by his bodyguards as he climbed into the car, waving back at the bar staff to signify he would return. After consuming a hangover remedy, Kuroda began to regain his composure, shaking his head to signal the driver to proceed. The BYD. It certainly took me long enough to wait. Garol gritted his teeth, adjusting his sniper rifle's position. Watching the vehicle through the scope. Enough talk. We're almost at the designated position. Remember to fire. Don't worry. I'll make sure to avenge my night watch grievances, just as Kuroda's vehicle was about to ascend the overpass. A single, piercing gunshot rang out. Bang. Immediately, the driver's head erupted like a watermelon, completely obscuring the front windshield of the vehicle. The bodyguard seated in the passenger seat paled instantly and reached out to steady the steering wheel. Nevertheless, they still collided directly with a nearby wall. Hekita, jolted awake by the sudden catastrophe, found himself momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Sato, sitting beside him, felt a rush of dread. He realized that he was likely doomed. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as the bodyguard in the passenger seat, still reeling from the violent impact, kicked the door open and dashed out. A dull thud echoed as 2 fists collided, sending a wave of force emanating from the point of contact. Hekita's bodyguard, his expression grave, regarded the formidable Violet before him. Although he was caught off guard, it was evident that his opponent possessed considerable strength, compounded by their imposing stature. This encounter was surely perilous, in quick succession. Another bodyguard and 3 security personnel emerged from a nearby vehicle. The moment they raised their weapons, a spark ignited, incinerating the connections of the 3 security personnel and obliterating their brains in an instant. The 2 bodyguards clutched their necks in agony, but thanks to Ice's protection, their injuries were not as severe. Thud. Seizing the opportunity, Violet landed a punch on the nose of the nearest bodyguard, blood gushing forth. Violet tightened his fist, releasing a plume of white vapor, and with a swift motion, the ground shattered beneath him, propelling a blade from the center of his fist. Hiss, the bodyguard, his face severely injured, clung desperately to Violet's arm. Blood dripping from his visage, yet his eyes burned with fierce determination. Just as he prepared to unleash a hidden weapon, a figure materialized behind him. That moment, another bodyguard finally regained his composure and, upon noticing the situation, his expression shifted. He attempted to rush forward, but was met with excruciating pain as a gaping wound appeared in his chest, blood spurting forth. He glanced at White in the distance before collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the bodyguard ensnared by Violet had already lost his head to Tina's molecular wire. Witnessing the chaos from within the vehicle, Hekita's face turned ashen. In a moment of desperation, he aimed his gun at his own foot and pulled the trigger. A scream erupted from him, causing White and the others to react with alarm, rushing toward him and ignoring the bodyguards nearby. Unbeknownst to them, the adversary had already begun to rise, panting heavily, a red glow emanating from the back of his neck. Seeing Hekita, who was bleeding profusely while still clutching a handgun, White's expression darkened. Hekita, Noticing the approaching figures, tossed aside his weapon and offered them a derisive grin. The trauma team will arrive shortly. You've already failed. Get lost, you bunch of scoundrels. White lunged forward, attempting to knock Hecate unconscious with a slap, but his force was excessive and ineffective, allowing Hecate to feign unconsciousness. White then shouted, "Get out of here. This guy is a platinum member." Richie blocked his signal immediately. Just as White prepared to escape, a roar caused his pupils to constrict. Turning around, he found a massive figure with glowing red eyes looming beside him. Boom! Chapter 44. Call for help. Bang. Cough! In a moment of crisis, White instinctively raised his right arm to deflect the incoming attack, yet the tremendous force sent him and the car door flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Boss. Violet's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene, and he sprinted towards White's direction. Meanwhile, Hecate's bodyguard, whose life signs were being forcibly sustained by secondary heart and a berserk cybernetic enhancement, did not linger. Time was short, and death was inevitable. His only option was to buy time, ensuring that his demise would not bring misfortune to his family. Boom! In an instant, debris flew as the adversary charged toward White, their cybernetic limbs straining under the overload. White gritted his teeth and activated his Stan Winston ability. He had a limited number of uses per day, around 4 times, beyond which the risks would be substantial. Now was an opportune moment to act. Boom! Boss, Captain, Violet, and the others were alarmed and abandoned Hecate. Rushing toward White, Hecate's eyes glinted with understanding. He was well aware of the trauma team's combat capabilities and knew he needed an additional safeguard. Thing. In a relatively empty warehouse, the dormant gene slowly awakened. Squinting at the incoming message, the sender was Hecate, and the content was succinct. Save me. I can offer you a satisfactory reward. Upon reading this, Roland began to ponder whether it was worth the risk. The urgency of the message indicated Hecate was in peril, and given his membership in the trauma team. Yet, sending such a message implied that the attackers were formidable. However, what benefits could arise from the rescue? First, there was the debt of gratitude and reward. And secondly, should Hecate indeed come to work in Night City, having a connection within Arasaka could prove advantageous, even if merely superficial. It seemed another late night awaited him. "Yi, is something wrong?" Chiwei inquired, noticing Roland's sudden lapse in a thought. "No, it's nothing. Just had a few thoughts. Let's continue working at IS. That's so. Oh, look, that guy is coming out." Their current mission was straightforward, to gather intelligence on personnel from the Arasaka Corporation. Roland had chosen to step outside to avoid the burdensome tasks awaiting him within the office, but he found the constant indoor work exhausting, and with Lysandra available to assist with management, he felt at ease. Recently, there had been little business at the company, and he was waiting for an opportune moment to capitalize on the looming war. He believed Arasaka would not reject high-casualty weaponry from source plan technology. Military tech would also be amenable to some of his offerings, despite past conflicts, as profit often overshadowed previous grievances. Sweat trickled down White's brow as he narrowly evaded the opponent's strike, glancing at his twisted cybernetic arm, now contorted from the impact with the car door. Something was amiss. The berserk cybernetic enhancements on the market should not possess such resilience, capable of withstanding even fatal blows. Truly remarkable that moment. Hecate's bodyguard slowly withdrew his fist from the ground and directed his gaze toward White and the others. "We cannot afford to linger here any longer. While I'm not particularly afraid of the trauma team, encountering them would not bode well for us. Richie, Tina, do either of you have a plan?" "Boss, the current situation is completely inaccessible," Richie exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with urgency, while Tina shook her head gravely. Seeing this, White clenched his jaw. "Violet, you and I will engage. Goaler, wait for the right moment to finish him off?" "Understood." X2 roar. At this juncture, Hecate's bodyguard had nearly lost his sanity, unleashing a primal roar as he charged toward the group. Violet stepped forward, steadied himself, took a deep breath, twisted his waist, and delivered a punch. Thud! Bang! Ugh! The intense pain caused Violet to emit a muffled groan, forcing him to stagger back several steps, just as the adversary aimed to press the attack. White leaped forward, grabbing Violet's shoulder and vaulting onto the opponent's shoulders. Bug! Whoosh! A massive hand swung toward him, prompting White to activate Stan Winston and dive downward. firing his handgun at the opponent's spine. However, it only met the sound of metal clashing. Damn it! Boom! The adversary swiftly retaliated, swinging down with such force that it left a deep imprint in the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Violet lunged forward, locking his hands around the adversary's neck, his face reddening as he bellowed. "Goaler, shoot now!" Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a splash of crimson instantly filled the group's vision, causing their pupils to dilate. In that fleeting moment, the opponent grabbed Violet's arm and flipped him over, using his body as a shield against the bullet. "Violet!" Tina screamed in anguish, rushing forward only to be yanked back by Richie. "Are you insane? You'll die. I don't care about that." With that, she broke free from Richie's grasp and charged forward. Violet, blood streaming from his mouth, viciously plunged his hand into the wound of the adversary, while White took the chance to sprint beside them, firing a shot at the opponent's head. Boom! As the enormous figure collapsed to the ground. Violet fell as well, his complexion pale, devoid of any color. "Boss, there are people around who have reported to the police about a cybermaniac, and the anti-terrorism task force is about to arrive." Richie, upon overhearing this alarming news, felt his pupils constrict sharply and immediately shouted. White's expression changed upon hearing this. He clenched his teeth and activated the San waiststand once more, forcibly squeezing Violet and Kuroda into the vehicle. "Hurry!" Kuroda, despite the cold sweat trickling down his thigh from the wound, let out a disdainful sneer at the sight of the others. "That you're wasting your efforts. Someone will find me. Damn. What gibberish is he speaking? Treat him, then knock him out." "Richie, is the signal jammed?" White cursed under his breath and continued to survey the surroundings. "The signal has been intercepted, but the trauma team's personnel have already arrived. However, they likely haven't located us yet." Chapter 45. Interception. "Violet, you'll be fine. You'll be fine." Tina extracted a medical syringe and administered adrenaline into Violet's body, then pressed down on Violet's wound, her face pale as she spoke. Upon hearing Tina's voice, Violet managed a faint smile before slowly closing her eyes. Tina, observing the rising and falling of Violet's chest, bit her lip, maintaining her composure. In times like this, she couldn't afford to panic, lest it truly jeopardize Violet's life. Furthermore, she understood that the modified Violet was not so fragile. It was merely a matter of preserving life force to survive. Gore, witnessing this scene, clenched his jaw, an indescribable guilt overwhelming him, just as the atmosphere in the vehicle descended into silence. A buzzing sound suddenly captured everyone's attention, causing their hearts to tremble. "It's the anti-terrorism task force. Don't be nervous. They won't bother us." White spoke in a hushed tone, and he was indeed correct. The primary target of the anti-terrorism task force was the cybermaniac. Of course, if they encountered other issues, they might intervene, but their main objective was the cybermaniac. Luckily, they had fled quickly. Otherwise, they would have crossed paths with the anti-terrorism task force. Before long, personnel from the anti-terrorism task force leaped from their hovercraft, squinting at the gruesome scene on the ground. "That cybermaniac is dead. What a pity. I was hoping to enjoy it a little longer. Let's go clear out a scoundrel's hideout. The boss won't mind the details." "Good idea." After saying this, they boarded the hovercraft again, showing no concern for the events that had transpired below. Meanwhile, the trauma team was scouring the urban area and had arrived at the recently contested zone. There is blood related to the client here, confirming that the client was indeed attacked. The scene shows no signs of life or the client, and the signal has been jammed by the enemy. Requesting instructions. The security personnel from the trauma team spoke into the communication device on their helmet. "Search the surrounding area, confirm the client's general direction, then patrol. If nothing is found in half an hour, return." "Understood. Boss, the trauma team has arrived." White nodded at this, but did not appear overly anxious. They had now entered the urban area. Kuroda was already unconscious, and with the signal jammed, there was no need to worry too much about being discovered. They just needed to hurry and get Violet to the hospital, then deliver Kuroda to the client, and everything would be settled. This mission had truly been perilous. Had there been any further mistakes, they might have found themselves trapped. Gene stood atop a high building, the screen on his helmet gradually zooming in on Kuroda's unconscious face. "This hacker's skills are quite decent. What a shame he encountered me." He then leaped from the high building. Meanwhile, White and the others remained oblivious to the approaching danger lurking in the shadows, now heading toward a nearby hospital. Suddenly, as they drove onto a relatively deserted street, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, leaving everyone inside momentarily stunned. "Richie, what the hell are you doing?" Gorer stared blankly at Richie, who, with a pale expression and trembling lips, stammered, "It wasn't me. Our vehicle has been hacked and forced to stop." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone inside the vehicle darkened, and White immediately opened the car door, scanning the surroundings as he called out, "Come out. Hiding inside doesn't make you a hero." Hearing this, Jean chuckled softly and slowly emerged from a nearby alley. "It's a pleasure to meet you all for the first time." Jean gracefully bowed slightly to the group and spoke politely. Upon recognizing Jin's figure, Richie's pupils dilated sharply, and his face paled in terror as he stammered, "Why you are Jean?" The others, hearing Richie's words, also changed their expressions and warily drew their weapons, while Violet, straining herself, managed to stand at "Since you know me, this makes things easier. To be honest, if it weren't necessary, I wouldn't want to kill you. Hand over that person behind you. It would be beneficial for both of us." Jean nodded and extended his hand, directly stating his intention. White fell into silence upon hearing Jin's words. If he were to consider the lives of his team, he should surrender Kuroda, but the reward for this job. Moreover, it wasn't just about the reward. It also meant reputation. There's truly no room for negotiation. "I haven't directly killed you. That's already a form of negotiation." Jean, with one hand on his hip and the other open, expressed that White's face grew grim, but he had to admit that what Jean said was indeed the truth. Boss, Tina, Richie, and Gorer all spoke up, clearly warning him against acting impulsively. Jean was not someone they could contend with. With a long sigh, White stepped aside, signaling Jean that he could take the person away. Jin's face broke into a smile, but just as he was about to leave with Kuroda, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, causing him to halt in his tracks. "Ding. Host, the girl beside you is an adapter for the Source Project, Judgment." The moment the crowd saw Jean stop, their hearts tightened, and they gripped their weapons tightly, casting wary glances at the figure before them. Jean then turned to Violet and Tina and spoke. "Your relationship seems quite special, so I invite you both to join us. Although, I only truly desire this one." With that, a message was sent to Tina's email, containing an address and contact information. This unexpected move left everyone present momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of confusion, as the atmosphere had just been tense. Only for Jean to propose an invitation in the next breath. Jean then tossed a vial of medicine to Tina. "Inject it. It will help her recover more quickly." After saying this, he departed, leaving behind a complex-faced Tina and a visibly troubled White, who found himself powerless as Jean stood before him, poaching his people. Chapter 46. The world is not merely about fighting and killing, but about human sentiments and social affairs. Tina gazed at the treatment syringe Jean had given her, hesitating. After much internal struggle, she ultimately decided to keep it, neither administering it to Violet nor discarding it outright. White, noticing her actions, said nothing further, merely signaling for everyone to hurry into the vehicle and head to the hospital, while he directly called Rog. Soon, the call connected. "White, it seems you've managed to handle things on your end." Rog, arms crossed and legs propped up on the table, spoke. There was an unexpected turn of events. "The commission has failed." Upon hearing this, Rog's posture stiffened, and he frowned, saying, "What happened? This task should have been easy for you, right? I'm rather disappointed to hear you failed." "It was Jean. We were about to secure Kuroda when he showed up and took Kuroda away. Our situation isn't good, and if we were to engage him, we might end up dead here." White sighed and explained, and upon hearing Jin's name, Rog dropped his feet to the ground and rubbed his temples in frustration. "All right, return the deposit. You don't need to handle the remaining matters." Rog then hung up the phone, slamming his fist on the table. "Damn it, that bastard. I'll make sure to twist his head off one day." After venting his frustration, Rog quickly called someone else to obtain Jin's contact information, hoping for some way to negotiate out a stranger's number. How intriguing. Jean stroked his chin, placing Kuroda on a nearby seat, planning to reactivate the trauma team's signal later, knowing that this guy wouldn't die anytime soon. "Hello, is this Jean?" "Yes, it is I. Who are you? And how did you get my number?" "I am Rog for how I acquired a number. There is no need for you to delve too deeply into that matter. Suffice it to say, I have my own channels.To cut to the chase. Kuroda is in your possession, correct? Indeed, he is in my custody. It seems that the Cyberpunk faction is indeed aligned with you. Jean cast a glance at the unconscious Kuroda beside him. Yes, they're a team I'm somewhat familiar with. How about we strike a deal? Hand him over to me, and I will owe you a favor. In addition to assisting you in finding a commission and contacting the employer for this task. Oh, how generous of you. However, I need to know who the employer is. Otherwise, why would I risk relinquishing a stable source of income? I cannot disclose the specifics, but I can tell you that the other party is also associated with a major corporation. Upon hearing this, Jean was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the unconscious Kuroda with an odd expression. Could it be that military technology is involved? It shouldn't be the case. Kuroda's actions have not been leaked. While it is highly probable that military technology could be traced back to the people of Arasaka, it is not certain that Kuroda is the one responsible. That IT would be unreasonable to take out their frustrations on Kuroda, who is merely a development supervisor at present, unless they are aware of Kuroda's appointment. But as Kuroda mentioned, this appointment is limited to internal decisions among the upper echelons of Arasaka, and no one else is privy to that information. If he were to hand Kuroda over, the risk seems too great. I must decline your request. However, I can assist you in securing a commission. Rog's expression soured upon hearing Jin's refusal, but softened again when she learned that the other party could help her with a commission. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "Very well. It's settled then." With that, Jin ended the call. He did not wish to create a rift with Rog, especially since he would need this identity to operate as a cyberpunk for some time. Moreover, having Rog's assistance would provide more opportunities to become acquainted with various narrative characters and adapters. The individual he encountered today also made him realize that not only narrative characters could be adapted, others might possess the potential for adaptation as well. Until now, he had not encountered anyone else who could be adapted, leading him to believe that only narrative characters were eligible. Subsequently, Jean parked the vehicle he had borrowed from a well-meaning citizen in a parking lot and administered a shock therapy to Kuroda, rousing him from his unconscious state. As Kuroda awakened, the sensation of pain hit him once more, and upon surveying his surroundings, he relaxed upon seeing Jean's face. "Thank you, Jean. I owe you a favor." "No need for verbal gratitude. I sacrificed a lucrative deal worth $1 million to save you. You can simply repay me with $1 million, Jean replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. "All right, no problem. But when you mention $1 million, you aren't referring to me, are you? Do I really only hold that worth?" Kuroda leaned back in his chair and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "It seems so that I hear the other party is affiliated with a major corporation, though I cannot divulge which one. That you can ponder that for yourself. I've re-established the signal. The trauma team should arrive shortly. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for today." Kuroda nodded and then closed his eyes to rest, finally alleviating the tension that had gripped him, only to be replaced by anger. The fury of being ambushed consumed him. Thanks to Jin's intel, he began to contemplate which company might have targeted him, that he believed that his intelligence regarding the hiring of the other party had not been compromised, and he was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of things. At least, on the surface, who could it be that took action against him? Military technology. There's a possibility, but it requires further observation. Biotech? Unlikely. They're not foolish. Kanto? Ridiculous. He is not involved in the development of smart weaponry. Unless, as this thought crossed Kuroda's mind, his expression froze for a moment and then gradually darkened. Unless they discover my previous involvement in the development of the new type of chip for Relic. With this in mind, Kanto emerged as the prime suspect. Yet it was too early to jump to conclusions. He would have to wait until he recovered before confronting these individuals as the sound of hovering vehicles approached. Kuroda recognized that the trauma team had arrived. He ceased his ruminations and patiently awaited the commencement of treatment, hoping that he could salvage his leg. Although the loss would not be catastrophic, he still yearned for the original. Now, with favors owed by Rog and Kuroda, he could leverage them to his advantage. Perhaps he should wait until the source plan's therapeutic injections hit the market before proceeding. This could pave the way for an agreement with the trauma team, and he presumed they would be quite taken with the medical product. He just wondered how the biotech sector would react. But why bother with that? Chapter 47. Look, in a rush, how is the research on the agents progressing? Roland inquired of the researchers before him. The progress has been remarkably smooth. We have derived 3 versions of the agents, each exhibiting different healing effects. Boss, where did you find this agent? The researcher gazed at Roland with palpable excitement. His enthusiasm stemmed not from mere curiosity, but from the agent's astonishing efficacy, particularly the original version, which could even revive a heart that had ceased beating, provided it was within a certain time frame. Of course, if too much time had passed, that would be another matter, as this is no panacea. That is confidential. You need not concern yourself with it. Just focus on fulfilling your duties, and rest assured, I will honor my promise. Once this product is launched, you will receive your share of the profits. Roland replied, casting a glance at the researcher without revealing the agent's origins before departing. He indeed possessed the formula for such agents, but he did not trust the individuals in this world enough to hand it over, thus opting for Lysandra to produce it in a smaller facility, yielding quantities far less than these 3 diluted versions. However, he did not intend to sell these original agents on a large scale. His target demographic was primarily the upper echelons, and he believed they would be willing to pay a premium for such a life-saving product. Roland had reviewed the existing treatment agents on the market, which were notably limited in their effects, primarily serving to staunch bleeding and facilitate some degree of healing, essentially prolonging the patient's life until help arrived. In contrast, his offerings were vastly superior. The first version, Agent C, bore similarities to the existing products but boasted additional minor effects, and was priced affordably enough for the average household to keep on hand. The second version genuinely provided healing properties, capable of closing most wounds and stopping bleeding, while also aiding vital organ function, aimed at the company's mid-level personnel. The third version could potentially pull individuals back from the brink of death, possessing powerful healing qualities, albeit with some side effects, manifesting as increased weakness or loss of appetite. Yet these drawbacks were trivial compared to the benefits. Naturally, the price would be quite steep, primarily targeting the upper echelons. Kibby, keep a close watch on these individuals. Do not let them contact the outside world before the product launch, and ensure they do not leave this facility. Understood, Kibby nodded, her eyes glinting with orange light as she continued to monitor the communications of the researchers, vigilant against any potential traitors. After Roland's departure, one among the researchers displayed a flicker of unusual interest, but upon noticing Kibby's presence, returned to his tasks with a quiet demeanor. Meanwhile, Roland reached out to Kanto's collaborators and the liaison from Arasaka, showcasing videos detailing the applications of all the agents. In an instant, both Arasaka and Kanto representatives were intrigued. After all, they were large corporations with their own armed forces and products that could significantly reduce medical costs while swiftly returning soldiers to the battlefield piqued their interest immensely. The discussion revolved around how many agents the source plan would need to supply to these 2 companies annually and the discount applied when selling the agents, while Kanto and Arasaka would provide certain monetary and resource support, establishing a mutually beneficial arrangement. Following these exchanges, Roland opted to retain personnel from Kanto. Mr. Huolingfei, I wish to discuss a matter with your esteemed company. What issue requires my assistance? Huolingfei inquired, a look of intrigue gracing his features as he regarded Roland. As I understand it, the trauma team has established a supply agreement with your company, and I would like to collaborate with the trauma team through your esteemed recommendation, Roland stated, a smile adorning his face as he laid out his request. Upon hearing this, Huolingfei's expression shifted to one of difficulty. This was not feigned, as he was acutely aware that the company represented by the individual before him was in direct competition with them in the realm of smart weaponry. Furthermore, he had to concede that the opposing party's technological advancements surpassed Kanto's in certain areas, with even parts of his aiming system being developed using weaponry supplied by the competitor that I can offer a 10% share, along with a blueprint for a new type of smart weapon. I trust your company would not refuse such an offer, Roland remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Huolingfei's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. Though his expression remained composed and unchanged, he was eager to discern whether he could secure additional gains. After all, it was Roland who sought their assistance. Thus it was imperative to strive for greater benefits. One must admit, Mr. Roland displayed considerable sincerity. Unfortunately, this was not a matter within my jurisdiction to decide. I must confer with my superiors. What do you think? Lingfei's face revealed a look of dilemma. But after glancing at Roland, he donned a flattering smile, clearly intrigued by Roland's proposal. Noticing this, Roland narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. No problem. That is only to be expected. However, I hope Mr. Hu will not keep me waiting too long. And remember, excessive greed may lead to one's own downfall. With that, Roland concluded the call. Lingfei, having ended the conversation, let out a light chuckle and began discussions with his colleagues, ultimately arriving at a rough concession point from Roland, which they deemed reasonable. It was clear that approaching Kong Tao was merely a step towards a deeper collaboration with the trauma group, yet it did not preclude the possibility of cooperation given the formidable weaponry and the therapeutic agent presented by Roland. The trauma group would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, as the cost of this therapeutic agent was significantly less than hospital treatments. Moreover, securing an order for this therapeutic agent would grant them leverage to negotiate for increased fees. Soon after, Kong Tao returned Roland's call, indicating a willingness to assist, provided that Roland relinquished a portion of the proceeds. Without hesitation, Roland acquiesced, recognizing the urgency of capturing market share. Consequently, Roland swiftly reached an agreement with the trauma group. And upon witnessing the efficacy of the therapeutic injection, the group realized some pharmaceutical product from biotech might no longer be necessary. They then resolved to discontinue certain biotech medications to reduce costs. This left the biotech personnel astonished, pondering how they had done nothing to provoke such a decision. Subsequently, the intelligence department of biotech acquired information from within the trauma group, revealing that the cessation of collaboration was due to a new partnership with the Source Project, which offered alternative medications to replace some of biotech's products. Upon learning this, the head of the intelligence department, Fuda, darkened in countenance. Investigate thoroughly. Ascertain what kind of medication that company has invented, while their primary focus lay in energy innovations. Pharmaceuticals also represented a significant profit margin, and they had no intention of letting that slip away. Chapter 48. Targeting. Having replaced earlier mentions of Roland with Jean, Fuda pondered over the intelligence acquired from the trauma group. Recognizing immense potential within this new medication, that if they could integrate the related technology into the Berserk cyborgs, his first instinct was to devise a means to obtain the formula from the Source Project company, preferably through clandestine means, as it was merely a small firm. However, given that they had already forged a partnership with a large corporation, he decided to explore legitimate channels first. If that proved unfruitful, he would resort to alternative methods to acquire it. Should all else fail, a direct acquisition would be considered. Several other firms were willing to engage in disputes with the Source Project company, but biotech was not one of them. The allure of the medication in question was simply too great. Possessing the formula and development insights would enable them to swiftly introduce additional types of medications. And Fuda could hardly fathom how significantly this could elevate biotech's market valuation. With this thought, Fuda's eyes reddened as he envisioned his rapid promotion. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he summoned his subordinates and instructed them to initiate discussions with the Source Project company. He hoped they would be amenable. Otherwise, as this thought crossed his mind, Fuda snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Kong Tao and Arasaka were also observing biotech's movements but chose not to inform Roland of the situation. They were biding their time, eager to see whether Roland could withstand the pressure from biotech. Although this was not biotech's home turf, they were not to be underestimated. Should Roland falter, they would not hesitate to extend a helping hand. For allowing biotech access to the relevant formula was not in their best interests. They were certain that biotech would demand exorbitant prices. Compared to the behemoth that was biotech, they preferred to entrust the formula to the more manageable Source Project company. However, if Roland proved resilient, they would be keen to uncover the true background of this company. While current investigations indicated no issues, the founder's circumstances raised suspicions, as it seemed he had achieved enlightenment overnight. They were skeptical of this narrative and more inclined to believe that he was merely a puppet manipulated by unseen forces. Are you saying that biotech seeks to collaborate with me? Roland inquired, narrowing his eyes at the hurried employee before him. Yes, boss, but they did not specify the details, only expressing a desire to speak with you. The employee nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, Roland began to contemplate what biotech could possibly desire. Surely, they couldn't have discovered the matter regarding the medication, but it was only a matter of time. With this in mind, Roland instructed that the representatives from biotech be ushered in. Before long, the team for biotech arrived at the meeting room Roland had prepared. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Roland. I am Owen, a representative from biotech. That I look forward to our collaboration." Owen stepped forward, greeting Roland in fluent Chinese. Roland was somewhat taken aback, but maintained his composure, simply shaking Owen's outstretched hand. "I am Roland. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Owen." At that moment, Roland recognized Owen as the unfortunate representative who had met with Phil's. It seemed he had been assigned to meet with me. I wonder if he was demoted. After all, Roland was acutely aware of his company's scale. "What brings your company here today?" It is nothing out of the ordinary. We merely heard that your company has recently formed collaborations with the Trauma Group and several other firms." Owen replied with a chuckle, his tone even and relaxed. "Indeed, that is the case." Roland nodded, then fell silent. Owen, undeterred, continued, "I've also heard that your company has developed a new type of medication. To be precise, I have developed a new type of medication," Roland stated, gazing into Owen's eyes. Upon hearing this, Owen's expression sharpened, for if this statement held truth, it implied that the company's greatest value lay not in the medication's formula, but in the individual before him. A radiant smile spread across Owen's face as he inquired, "Might I ask if Mr. Roland has any intentions of selling company shares or accepting investments?" "Regarding the sale of shares, it is still too early for that consideration. However, I believe we can discuss potential investments." Roland's smile broadened. "That is splendid news. To be candid, we are very eager to obtain the formula for that medication. Perhaps Mr. Roland could share it with us now?" Owen said, his smile unwavering as he extended his hand towards Roland, hoping that a handshake would facilitate negotiations. Though Roland was indeed significant, the formula was paramount, for while many geniuses existed, few could actualize their talents. I believe Mr. Owen has misunderstood my intentions. I am willing to accept investments and share profits, but I will not sell my formula. We can forego the profit sharing. All we request is your formula." Owen maintained his amicable demeanor, but Roland merely shook his head, smiling in refusal. A result. Owen's smile gradually faded, replaced by a calm, yet unyielding gaze directed at Roland. "Mr. Roland, are you being serious?" "Of course. I never speak untruths," Roland replied, maintaining his smile. Owen then retracted the contract, gesturing for his departure, casting a lingering glance back at Roland as he left. Once Owen had exited, Roland remarked, "Lysandra, if possible, keep a close watch on biotech's movements. I suspect they are plotting something significant." "Understood, sir." After Owen relayed the information back to biotech, Fuda shook his head in exasperation, then chuckled. "It appears our friend lacks discernment. Prepare to take action." His subordinates nodded in agreement, and thus commenced a scheme targeting the source project company. Weiss, upon receiving a communication request from Owen, narrowed his eyes. After all, the latter seldom approached without cause, leaving Weiss to ponder the motive behind this visit. Upon connecting, Weston displayed an inexplicable expression as he listened to the other party's intentions. Chapter 49. Mutual Harm. According to sources, the Yuan Project Company has recently conducted drug research trials without the user's knowledge of potential side effects. And we vehemently condemn such inhumane actions. Roland silently turned off the television after watching the news, rubbing his temples in frustration. The biotechnology sector is colluding with military technology to suppress them, leveraging the influence of News Channel 54 to exert pressure on his company, while simultaneously undermining the Yuan Project with several major arms suppliers and weapon shops. Concurrently, News Channel 54 has begun promoting product from the biotechnology sector. Recently, the Yuan Project has been facing considerable challenges, and he has noticed the rather ambiguous stance of Arasaka and Kantao, likely intending to let the biotechnology and military technology sectors take action against him. Subsequently, the two companies might find a way to reap the benefits. Recently, the Ravenna Technology Company has also started to stir, sensing the Yuan Project's plight, while the Trauma Group seems unaffected and stable in their operations. Their stance is clear. Whoever has the drug will cooperate with them, and they claim to be fair. It appears that WNS from Arasaka may no longer be reliable. How reckless, he mused. I should have first sought to gain some leverage. TSK. Roland felt a wave of irritation wash over him. then began to contemplate possible solutions. This moment, Arasaka's inaction simply indicated a lack of perceived benefits. If he wished, he could indeed satiate Arasaka's needs. But that was not a sustainable strategy. Surely, he cannot feed them every time a crisis arises. Biotechnology. Suddenly, Roland recalled some damning evidence related to the biotechnology sector. One concerning Sasha's mother's genuine drug trials, and another regarding the raw material scandal at the All Foods factory. If he could obtain relevant evidence and present it to Arasaka, he believed that Arasaka, currently in a showdown with military technology, would not mind being stabbed in the back, especially since military technology is collaborating with biotechnology. Should Arasaka disclose these matters, military technology would likely distance itself from biotechnology to protect its interests. As for Kanto, Roland held no expectations. After all, this was not their home ground, and several high-ranking officials at Kanto were clearly the type who wouldn't act unless there was a profit to be made. However, Roland did not entirely rely on Arasaka either, as he was uncertain about their relationship with biotechnology. Hence, he had instructed Lissandro to be prepared. Nevertheless, he could not ignore the public relations maneuvers for military technology. Otherwise, he would be accused of being guilty of something. Thus, he resolved to do what he could, not necessarily to convince everyone that the Yuan project was innocent, but rather to create an atmosphere of uncertainty, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood, which would facilitate subsequent actions that in truth, if possible. Roland wished to turn the tables and deliver a decisive blow, but unfortunately, as long as the opponent had not made a move, it would be against the rules for him to act preemptively, especially on their territory. Consequently, Roland instructed the intelligence department to gather incriminating evidence against biotechnology while donning his helmet once more. Chihuai, it's time for us to go to work. Work? Is it about the recent negative news regarding the company? Indeed, they are unfoundedly slandering our company, but we currently have limited options. We can only clarify things for now. Our voice is too weak, but since they have taken such actions, we shall retaliate. Roland nodded, and Chihuai slightly inclined her head in agreement. Where are we headed now? Do you know where the All Foods factory processing plant is located? All Foods factory? Shouldn't that be military technology? Chihuai looked at Roland, perplexed that no, the entity behind is biotechnology, so our target is to secure evidence against them. Understood. Chihuai nodded, retrieving a map and marking the locations of the All Foods factory's processing plants. One particular site immediately caught Roland's eye. The reason was simple. It was under the jurisdiction of the Vortex Gang that, if he wasn't mistaken, this processing plant should be represented by the Vortex Gang. Making things easier, Roland was well aware of the nature of that gang. More often than not, aside from the usual raw materials, they likely added something more nefarious. The processing plant we visited in the Watson district, I have a feeling there's a significant shipment here. Just the two of us? That seems rather dangerous. Well, we could also seek out a fringe team, which would make things easier. Roland contemplated this. Although he did not perceive much danger for himself, Chihuai's safety was a different matter. Thus, it would be prudent to hire a small team. This thought led him to recall the adapter from the previous encounter with Judgment, that if possible, he might attempt to recruit them this time. Yes, it would be ideal to bring the entire team on board. After all, they possess commendable strength, and handling minor issues should pose no problem. This way, he wouldn't have to manage everything personally. It seems the Yuan project is somewhat overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Kuroda, recovering in Night City, observed the public discourse surrounding the Yuan project online. Despite the company issuing a statement and finding relevant individuals to assert that participation was voluntary, military technology's influence was undeniably stronger, commanding a larger audience. Consequently, negative news about the Yuan project remained prevalent, with numerous parody animations circulating about some of their products. However, one particular model of the intelligent security robots reminded Kuroda of Jean, as some designs bore strong similarities. Yet he could ascertain that those intelligent security robots were indeed of an older model. This meant Jean might actually be affiliated with the Yuan project. This left Kuroda feeling uncertain. How could a company so newly established possess such formidable strength unless backed by someone powerful? Who could that be? This thought caused Kuroda to narrow his eyes. He was unsure of who was behind them, but it appeared that their goals aligned: to ensure New America lost the Unification War and to achieve complete independence for Night City. However, This did not imply that they desired New America to be incapable from start. Rather, they needed New America to engage with the locals and emerge victorious before they could swoop in to reap the benefits. It remained to be seen what role Jin's benefactor played in this scheme. Nonetheless, it would be worth attempting to forge a connection, as he was quite intrigued by the formidable military power displayed by Jin, which also piqued the interest of his superiors. Chapter 50. Preparation. This section will still feature the protagonist taking action, as it is a stored manuscript. It seems the situation is progressing well. After waiting a while longer, you should seek out the head of the Yuan Project Company again. I believe by then he will know how to proceed. Fukuda remarked after reviewing the materials at hand. Nodding in acknowledgement, Owen continued, Mr. Fukuda, some personnel from the Yuan Project Company's intelligence department have begun searching for incriminating evidence regarding our operations that's intriguing. You should attempt to sway some of their members to gather information and see what they have uncovered. Understood. Although Fukuda felt confident in his methods for handling blackmail, it was wise to remain cautious, as there were always those who preferred to maintain a facade of compliance. Moreover, recent funding requirements for the company's research and development were substantial, necessitating cost-cutting measures in numerous areas that, if such matters were to be exposed, Fukuda, as the head of the intelligence department, would likely find his position in jeopardy. It seems we also need to coordinate with the security department to prevent any potential mishaps. Fukuda thought to himself, promptly reaching out to Nearest to discuss bolstering personnel in certain areas, especially in places where drug research information was stored, while the most critical data was secured within their building. Any leaks could easily draw attention from certain individuals. Furthermore, if the situation at the All Foods factory were to be exposed, it would deal a significant blow to their food industry. Although time and public opinion could mitigate such issues, it would require immense resources to do so. Thus, it was preferable to avoid any incidents altogether. As for halting such activities, don't be ridiculous if they were to cease operations solely due to the Yuan project. Fukuda might as well resign. Besides, who would cover the increased costs of a halt? Don't be absurd. His annual salary would barely make a ripple, quickly drowned in the vast ocean. The Watson district. Noticing this particular location, Fukuda's brow furrowed. The All Foods factory there was represented by the Vortex gang, and he surmised that if he sent someone there, they would likely be driven away. He was not keen on dealing with that group. The reason he had initially entrusted the factory to them was to ensure they would remain compliant, considering their long-standing presence in Night City. While it may not pose a challenge for them to secure their objectives, there exists no pressing necessity to do so. It is prudent to capitalize on opportunities when they arise, much like the situation with the Tiger Claw gang beneath the Arasaka Tower. Very well. Entrusting this location to the Vortex gang should pose no issues. Yet, some measures must be taken in preparation. Fuda shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the situation any longer, for those in the Vortex gang are well aware of the extent of their modifications. Nonetheless, it is best to implement some precautionary measures. Consequently, he dispatched a shipment of cybernetic enhancements and heavy weaponry to the Vortex gang's location. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Lady Rogue, the esteemed queen of another life. Recently, I have often heard your name, Mr. Roland. Now that you seek me out, it seems you harbor intentions of counteraction. Rogue gestured for Roland to take a seat on the sofa. Indeed, there are some thoughts in mind, albeit requiring assistance. Roland nodded, and Rogue waved her hand, beckoning Claire to approach. Would you care for a drink? Roland, upon seeing the familiar visage before him, was reminded that this individual was once male. Johnny Silverhand, thank you. I did not expect you, Mr. Roland, to order the drink associated with that scoundrel. I am merely curious, replied Roland with a smile, then turned his gaze earnestly towards Rogue. I require a capable and trustworthy team for a task. Specifically, an assault on the Vortex gang's food processing plant in Watson to procure information regarding the raw materials used in food production. That sounds rather significant. The sole food processing plant under the Vortex gang's control is indeed highly valued by them. What is your budget for this endeavor? Rogue listened intently. Her interest piqued as she discerned that Roland had gathered some intelligence, suggesting there were potential secrets to uncover regarding biotechnology in that location. As for the source of this information, Rogue was unconcerned, for it was the employer's own channels. Roland pondered for a moment before responding. 500,000 euros, with a maximum of 1 million euros. That is a commendable sum. Very well, I understand. Please transfer my share, and I shall assist you in contacting a reliable team, but if possible, I would like the team led by White. Roland made his request clear, as his purpose for seeking out the Edge Runners was indeed that particular group, of which he had gleaned some information. Rogue was momentarily taken aback by Roland's request, surprised that he had already set his sights on a specific team. After a brief contemplation, she nodded in agreement. That is a reasonable request. I will inquire about their willingness, and if they consent, I will arrange for them to undertake this task. But by the way, our company will also assign 2 personnel to accompany this mission. One equipped with a Sion Y-Stam, and the other a proficient hacker, as Roland rose. He explained that he referred to Lin's acceleration state as a Sion Y-Stam, for it was a more palatable term, given the differing nature of the technology. Understood. Rogue had no objections. After all, these were the employer's arrangements, and she held considerable faith in the capabilities of their top operatives, having previously interacted with the Arasaka personnel. Shortly after Roland departed from the bar, a familiar vehicle came to a halt before him, causing him to pause. The car was one he recognized all too well, having encountered it frequently while inhabiting the body of Jean. Kuroda's car, I wonder what he wants. I am not currently in Jin's identity. Mr. Roland, please get in the car. Our employer wishes to discuss something with you. Roland hesitated not, for these individuals posed no threat to him. This must be our first meeting, Mr. Roland, Kuroda remarked, smiling at him. To be precise, I believe I have met you before, Mr. Kuroda. Upon hearing his name spoken directly, Kuroda's expression faltered momentarily. Chapter 51. Collaboration. Kuroda was taken aback that Roland knew his name, but he quickly regained his composure. He then addressed Roland with curiosity. I am intrigued. How did you come to know my name, Mr. Roland? I recall that I am not the one responsible for liaising with you in this area. I trust you understand the reason, Mr. Kuroda. Your visit suggests you harbor certain suspicions, Roland replied, maintaining eye contact, as if already aware of Kuroda's line of thought. Thus, Mr. Roland, you are acknowledging that Jean is indeed one of your subordinates? Kuroda squinted slightly, scrutinizing Roland, but no, you overestimate me. Jean and I share a cooperative relationship, or you could say I am allied with a certain organization, of which Jean is one of the representatives. Roland waved his hand dismissively, then leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on his knees as he looked at Kuroda. Upon hearing this, Kuroda's pupils flickered, and he nodded, becoming increasingly convinced of his own hypothesis. Then, if Mr. Kuroda has come to see me, it is likely regarding the current focus on biotechnology and military technology. Are you suggesting that Arasaka intends to assist us? We do indeed entertain such thoughts, but given the present circumstances, it appears that Mr. Roland has already devised a suitable approach, has he not? That could be said, yet some assistance from Arasaka would still be beneficial. Do elaborate. Kuroda's expression reflected mild surprise, and he looked at Roland with curiosity. Having expected the opposing force to have already mobilized, before long, we should obtain some incriminating evidence regarding biotechnology that could undermine their market value. However, we lack significant influence in media and public opinion, thus requiring assistance from WNS under Arasaka as banner. Roland smiled, unmasking his intentions, a straightforward exchange of mutual benefit. I see. This is merely a minor issue. My purpose in coming here extends beyond this matter. There is something of greater significance. To be candid, we are quite interested in your cybernetic modification technology. Cybernetic modification technology? Are you referring to something akin to what Jean possesses? Precisely. I am well aware that the cybernetics on Jean are models not available on the market, utilizing entirely different materials. That I am also curious how you manage to maintain such a high level of modification while keeping Jean conscious. Kuroda's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a researcher, this novel technology thrilled him. Realizing Kuroda's intrigue, Roland wore an understanding expression before stating, this is a matter of considerable internal secrecy, and concerning Jin's condition, to be frank, it cannot be replicated. His transformation was the result of an unforeseen event. An unforeseen event? Kuroda paused, recalling Atom Smasher, who similarly became a cybernetic being due to an unexpected incident. Indeed, his initial level of modification was not particularly high. He underwent enhancements only to survive, subsequently upgrading through various means to attain his current form. Much more due to his own efforts. Ah, so he belongs to that special category of individuals. Kuroda nodded, his enthusiasm for cybernetic modification technology dimming slightly. Then I presume your organization possesses some undisclosed technologies regarding cybernetics? Roland did not respond verbally, but merely smiled at Kuroda, rolling up his sleeve to tap his arm, revealing a mechanical exoskeletal arm that resembled armor. Witnessing this, Kuroda's gaze sharpened. While a mere exoskeletal arm might not warrant such attention, this one was exceptionally sleek and appeared to harbor additional distinct technologies. This mechanical arm can seamlessly integrate with all existing hand prosthetics on the market, requiring only minor adjustments, while also providing a substantial boost in strength. Furthermore, you can layer it with power armor and exoskeletal armor. Upon hearing this, Kuroda squinted, envisioning the application of such technology on the battlefield. Many of the current power and exoskeletal armors necessitated certain physical capabilities, thus typically being utilized by highly capable cybernetic individuals. However, the existence of this mechanical arm, coupled with other similar products, suggested a lowered barrier for usage. This realization made Kuroda increasingly eager for what Roland possessed, yet his rationality reminded him against any impulsive actions, especially considering, regardless of whether Roland had other armed forces, the mere presence of Jean made the situation precarious. Let us discuss collaboration, Mr. Roland. I trust you are aware of our forthcoming intentions. I see. Miles is preparing to launch a unifying war, and you intend to partake in it, allowing Night City to achieve independence and once again fall under your control. Am I correct? Roland nodded, revealing there was nothing to conceal. Indeed, Mr. Roland, that is precisely our plan. Thus, we hope that those behind you can lend some assistance in helping us achieve our objectives. In return, we can grant your benefactors the rights to Night City that they desire. Kuroda nodded, then gazed intently at Roland before him. I am somewhat curious. What gives you such formidable power to discuss these matters with me? Roland narrowed his eyes at Kuroda, intrigued by his identity, which certainly did not align with what he had previously claimed. Kuroda smiled at this. I am a trusted subordinate of Lord Saburo. You need not worry. These matters have been discussed with Lord Saburo. Upon hearing this, Roland's pupils constricted sharply. Saburo Arasaka is undoubtedly among the elite at the pinnacle of the world. He would eventually come into contact with this individual, perhaps even confront him. Yet he did not expect to encounter one of Saburo's subordinates so soon. Mr. Roland? Noticing Roland's momentary daze, Kuroda spoke up. I was just contemplating a few matters. However, we do not intend to engage directly so soon. At most, we will provide technical support. Roland regained his composure and pondered before speaking. That will suffice. We shall provide your source project company with certain assistance and support. A smile spread across Kuroda's face as he spoke. Then, to express our sincerity, Roland nodded and promptly sent the mechanical arms blueprints directly to Kuroda's email, startling Kuro, who hastily contacted Arasaka's hacker to encrypt the email. I will send you the subsequent relevant blueprints after our collaboration deepens. With that, I must take my leave. Roland opened the car door, slowly rose, and then vanished from sight. Is Ionway Seatan? No, that's not right. Kuroda squinted at the disappearing figure, realizing that the other possessed some powerful, undisclosed cybernetic enhancements. Perhaps he is one of those special individuals? Kuroda considered this possibility highly likely. Otherwise, why would he be the public spokesperson? A faction with so many blueprints could not possibly be a minor one. Yet he remained unaware of the identities behind it. A thought formed in Kuroda's mind, yet he refrained from reporting it. As it was merely an idea, he instructed the hackers below to keep a close watch on the source project developments. Chapter 52. Preparing for completion. Still replacing David with Liberty, as reverse flow has a more suitable option. Rog? What brings you to me this time? White inquired curiously while rising from his bed and lighting a cigarette, as he had assumed Rog would refrain from contacting them following their previous mission's failure. Although their failure was not entirely their fault, a failure is a failure, and their team had incurred significant losses, such as Violet, who had yet to return to the fold. Her injuries had nearly healed, but she planned to rest for a while, and White felt it inappropriate to comment. The subsequent issue was that with Violet resting, Tina also took a break. It was unavoidable, as the couple wished to be together. And he had no say in the matter, being merely the captain of the team and not their keeper. Thus, with little to do, he spent his days at home. I have work for you. And it's substantial. Will you take it? Substantial? Are you serious? White was momentarily stunned, even forgetting puff on his lit cigarette. I am serious. However, this also serves as another opportunity for you. The employer has specific requirements. You must act alongside two of his associates. Rog nodded and then relayed Roland's request to White. I have no objections. By the way, what is the commission fee and the task details? A minimum of 500,000 euros. Increasing based on circumstances, with a maximum of 1 million euros, depending on your discretion. Today, as for the details, if you truly intend to accept, come to the meeting later. We could discuss it face to face. Understood. I will confer with the others and then return your call. All right, don't keep me waiting too long. Rog nodded and hung up. White, now neglecting his cigarette, extinguished it and hurriedly donned his clothes. Where's the hurry? A beautiful girl rose from his bed, lazily tossing her hair aside, and asked. Rog mentioned there's substantial work. I need to quickly gather the others to discuss that. I won't be able to stay with you today. We can chat another time. Very well. I shan't hold you back, my busy bee. Hal smiled and leaned in for a quick kiss before gently pushing him away. Meanwhile, at Violet and Tina's residence, the two were locked in an embrace when a phone call suddenly interrupted, causing Violet to frown. Ignoring it entirely, he hung up without a glance and pulled Tina closer. Tina, unaware of the call, soon received another ringing phone, making Violet's breath quicken. Observing this, Tina paused her movements, tilting her head to look at Violet. What's wrong? It's White. Yes, calling. Give me a moment. Violet kissed Tina on the cheek before answering White's call, his expression darkening. You better give me an explanation. I know I must be intruding on your time. But hear me out. Rog has presented us with a substantial job, which is why I'm calling to inquire if you two are interested in taking it. White spoke while driving towards Goler's residence. Upon hearing this, Violet hesitated. Then after a moment of silence, he replied, You go pick them up. I'll call you back afterward. All right. White promptly hung up and focused on driving to Goler's place, suspecting that Goler was likely lost in revelry. So he would have to visit in person to inquire. What's the matter? Is there something going on with White? Tina leaned on her hand, looking at Violet. Well, he mentioned there's a significant job from Rog and wanted to know if we're interested. After hearing this, Tina fell silent for a moment before speaking. Violet, to be honest, I'm not keen on continuing in this line of work. It's too dangerous. I fear losing you. You have no idea how I felt when you were injured that day. Before she could finish, Violet silenced her with a kiss. After a lengthy pause, their lips parted. I understand, but what else can we do besides this? We've saved a considerable amount already. Let's leave this place and start anew elsewhere. Night City offers many opportunities, but more often than not, it's a place that devours its own. Don't you think? Tina urged. Violet, upon hearing this, felt a stir of emotion, but did not relent. I don't know. Perhaps we should try exploring other methods. I don't want to leave. I've grown accustomed to life here. I've lived here since childhood and know everything about it. Tina fell silent after hearing Violet's words, then took out the contact information Roland had left the other day. Perhaps we could ask for his perspective, since you're unwilling to leave, perhaps under a great tree. We could thrive better. Upon hearing this, Violet glanced at the contact information belonging to Jean. Let us discuss this after the operation. Once this task is complete, we'll inform White. Ah, it seems your team has made a decision. Rog observed the neatly arranged members of White's team, a smile gracing his face as he sat down opposite them. Indeed, we have decided to accept this commission, since you, Boss Rog, are willing to trust us once more. We will not betray your faith. Goler cheerfully stepped forward to speak. This time, it's not my assistance. The employer has designated your team as the action members. Rog waved his hand, indicating that this matter was not entirely his concern, and then presented the details and information regarding the commission. Designated us? Is our reputation that significant? White murmured while picking up the chip from the table, subsequently inserting it into the slot, after reviewing the contents. The expressions of the group grew serious. WDF? Are you serious? Stealing intelligence regarding food raw materials from an entire food processing factory. Goler was the first to break the silence, though he lowered his voice to avoid being overheard. It's also in Watson District, which significantly increases the likelihood of a direct conflict with the Vortex Gang. Tina set down the chip in her hand, her demeanor becoming grave. Thus, the reward for this task is so high. You should understand well that the potential gains correspond with the risks. Just like with the previous commission, had it not been for your good fortune, you might have become yet another memento. Rog took a sip of his drink and nodded that we wish to arrange a meeting with the employer's appointed individuals as soon as possible to gauge their capabilities, after White set down the chip. He turned to Rogan and spoke, a perfectly reasonable request. I shall convey it to him. Chapter 53. The operation commences. The new outline begins from Chapter 56. It appears you are the team collaborating with us. At this moment, Roland donned Lin's template, rubbed his shoulders, and after casting a glance at White, immediately shifted his focus to Violet Point. One of the primary reasons for agreeing to Chi-Wei's suggestion was indeed Violet herself. Noticing the change in Roland, Chi-Wei observed his unwavering gaze upon Violet, which sparked a peculiar expression in her eyes. Could it be? Does he fancy this type? Chi-Wei couldn't help but indulge in her own musings. Hey boss, that person doesn't seem very approachable. Goler whispered to White. Oh, you need to point that out. With that exoskeleton armor and the extent of cybernetic modifications, I wouldn't dare to imagine, White slowly replied. Clenching his jaw, are you Chi-Wei? Tina approached Chi-Wei, uncertainty lacing her voice. Upon hearing her name, Chi-Wei was momentarily taken aback, looking at her with confusion, as she did not recall ever meeting this individual. Who are you? I am Tina. You likely do not know me, but I am familiar with your name. I previously saw your hacking studio, Tina said, a faint smile gracing her features as she regarded Chi-Wei. It seems someone on your side knows me. Roland remarked, glancing at the two engaged in conversation. Yes, it must be an acquaintance from the hacking community, White nodded, simultaneously acknowledging the capabilities of the two individuals before him. Since the hacker was known to Tina and had formed a partnership with this formidable being, their competence was undoubtedly reliable. Yet he pondered about their personalities. With this thought, White couldn't help but scrutinize Roland, adorned in metallic exoskeleton armor that resembled silver scales, with dark electronic muscle fibers, concealed energy conduits, and a helmet featuring 6 eyes. Was that long white hair cascading from the headpiece? White was uncertain, but at present, it seemed this individual was not very easy to get along with, akin to a cold-faced assassin. This mission is quite straightforward. I and White will infiltrate to retrieve the data, while the rest will provide support from the outside. Chi-Wei, Tina, and Richie will utilize their hacking skills for remote assistance. Roland stated after surveying the group. After a brief pause, he added, by the way, I am here on behalf of my boss to inquire whether you might be interested in joining our company. Upon hearing this unexpected recruitment, the group fell silent, clearly taken aback by the proposition. No, I prefer not to work under a corporate umbrella. If I had wanted that, I would have joined another company long ago. White replied without hesitation, declining Roland's invitation. Roland, somewhat disappointed, shook his head, feeling it was a pity, as he genuinely desired a team of his own, which would spare him from daily commutes. Indeed, although Roland had a considerable number of subordinates, few possessed genuine strength, and many could not be entirely trusted, resulting in him handling most matters himself. Just like the current situation, and of course, another significant reason was Roland's own desire for freedom. After a moment of hesitation, Richie and Goler also shook their heads. Goler simply found the corporate lifestyle unaccustomed, while Richie's reasons aligned closely with White's. With his hacking prowess, he could certainly join a company, but he merely had no desire to do so. Roland then turned his attention to Violet and Tina, perceiving they seemed to have something on their minds that we need to deliberate. May we provide you with a response later? Violet hesitantly spoke. Upon hearing Violet's words, White and the others exchanged astonished glances, seemingly unprepared for such a response. Violet, I will explain everything to the boss after this mission. Violet shook her head and gazed into the distance, unwilling to elaborate further. Tina silently approached Violet, expressing the same sentiment. Roland nodded and proceeded to share his contact information with the two. All right, now let us set forth to the Watson District's all-foods factory. Prepare yourselves so we can commence the operation. Hearing this, White and the others nodded, returning to the vehicle with somber expressions, completely devoid of the earlier atmosphere. It seems Violet and Tina are contemplating joining the company, Chiwei remarked as she settled into the vehicle next to Roland. Yes, they likely feel weary of life on the fringes or perceive the risks as too daunting, believing that joining the company would provide more security than being ordinary fringe dwellers. Roland replied, casually adjusting the vehicle's settings. By the way, in due time, the company should have surplus fund to customize a cybernetic body for you. What are your thoughts on that? Is it expensive? Of course. Am I expected to cover the costs? I might as well sell myself to afford it. Then I have no objections. Do as you wish. Here we are at the All Foods factory. We will assess the situation inside once we hack our way in. Chiwei remarked, her gaze fixed on the expansive factory in the distance, her eyes glinting with determination. Richie and Tina began employing their hacking tactics to infiltrate the All Foods factory. I can't see the production area. They must have intentionally avoided placing cameras there, at the entrance. Oh no, there are 2 military-grade automated heavy machine gun turrets. There are approximately 40 individuals inside, perhaps even more. Many of them belong to the Vortex gang. With hardly anyone else seen working there, transfer everything you've observed to this computer, Roland said, retrieving a laptop from the trunk of the vehicle, swiftly displaying 3 distinct screens. The trio began their investigation. This firepower is troublesome. It's best to avoid direct confrontation. We should secure the intelligence and exit swiftly. Roland nodded, aware of the considerable number of adversaries inside, most wielding submachine guns and rifles with formidable firepower. While he was not overly concerned, his companions lacked his level of ballistic protection. Chapter 54. The Source Project, The Adapters of Destruction. All right, I've hacked into surveillance on the west side. They won't be monitoring this area for now. So let's enter from that direction, Chiwei suggested, glancing at Roland and the others. Roland nodded slightly and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight. When White turned to look, Roland had already infiltrated the factory. Witnessing this, White's mouth twitched in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I haven't even entered the vehicle yet. He reluctantly leaped over the wall and entered the factory perimeter. What's our next move? White inquired via comms. Noticing White's presence, Roland felt that perhaps he didn't actually need the man's company, but since they were already here, just keep up with me. There's no need to worry about anything else. After speaking, Roland swiftly traversed a 5-meter distance, landing behind a shipping container, startling a nearby member of the Vortex gang. What was that sound? The gang member looked around in confusion, sensing a draft behind him, which sent a chill down his spine. Under the dim yellow lights and the shadows cast by the large red containers, everything felt eerily uncanny. He shivered and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a piercing sound pierced through his flesh, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Before he could utter a word, with a crack, his neck was snapped. You go in that way. I'll take the other side. Roland gestured toward a nearby room not far from the Vortex gang member, which led directly to the second floor of the factory, and then vanished into the darkness once more. All right, you're the boss. Your word is law. White sighed in resignation, but held no objections. He then swiped a keycard from the fallen Vortex gang member and approached the door. Roland's helmet's 6 eyes began to glow softly as countless figures were marked by Lin's combat system, each adorned with a conspicuous inverted triangle above their heads. Gripping his energy katana tightly, he leaped onto the rooftop of the All Foods factory. This spectacle left Chiwei and the others outside utterly astonished. Hey, are all the members of your team this formidable? Goler couldn't help but ask Chiwei. Chiwei, caught off guard, merely chose to remain silent. With a sudden flash of crimson light, Roland slowly sheathed the weapon in his grasp. Upon the rooftop lay 3 corpses severed in 2 as he approached the door leading to the terrace. Applying a firm pressure to force the iron door open. Chiwei, please inform me of the location of their production workshop. I have transmitted the factory map to you. The area marked in black is where the production workshop is situated. Received. Buzzing with energy, a beam of light darted through the floor, skillfully evading the gaze of each member of the Vortex gang as it reached the entrance of the production workshop, a password-locked door standing solemnly. Just as Roland was about to inquire whether Chiwei could breach the code, a sound of footsteps echoed nearby. He glanced behind him and vanished from sight in an instant. Don't you think those folks in biotech are being overly cautious? It's merely a small company. How could they possibly have the strength to launch a direct assault on our territory? Who knows? Regardless, it's not all bad for U.S. An influx of high-end military technology isn't a disadvantage. Is it? Purchasing it would have cost a fortune. However, they remained oblivious to a shadow looming silently above them. Observing their every move, I have the code to open the door. 50462. Suddenly, White's voice crackled through the communication device. Startling Roland, to be honest, he had merely sent White to distract the others. Little did he expect such a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, White sat in the surveillance room. Two members of the Vortex gang sprawled lifelessly on the floor. Blood gushing from their necks, he swiftly deleted all surveillance footage and ceased recording, opting instead to monitor the movements of the remaining individuals. He soon spotted a hulking figure lounging on a sofa in the factory center, a towering presence. Nearly 2.5 meters tall, with limbs that appeared to be cybernetically enhanced. Its face bore no trace of humanity, only a glowing six-lensed ocular apparatus. Encountering such a being would surely spell doom. Meanwhile, Roland, now aware of the code, descended silently after the two men entered, making not a sound. Upon entering, the environment caused his expression to shift, prompting him to activate the helmet's filtration mode. A foul stench assaulted his senses, nearly overwhelming him. Goodness, I must say, this odor is truly unbearable. One gets used to it. Look at me. I hardly mind it now. Observing the two figures not far ahead, Roland chose not to engage them. Instead, opting to investigate the materials being used. Before long, he found himself amidst machines illuminated by red lights, tirelessly processing a variety of bizarre insects, some of which he recognized. He quietly activated the recording function to document everything, then continued his search. Suddenly, a faint groan caught his attention, and he moved cautiously towards the source. What unfolded before him resembled a scene from a slaughterhouse. Bloodied flesh and cybernetic parts lay strewn aside, while the other side revealed lifeless or barely breathing individuals. The faintly groaning figure was atop a heap of corpses. Host, that individual is compatible with the Annihilation template. Roland paused, absorbing the information, then moved swiftly to cross the pile of bodies. Cradling the person from above, the individual resembled a human marionette, having lost an eye, with only muscle and teeth bared, presenting a grotesque visage. The remaining eye burned with unadulterated hatred, devoid of any other emotion. Kill them. The raspy whisper reached Roland's ears, that he offered no reply, merely placing a hand beside the thigh, where a compartment opened to reveal a syringe containing a serum. He administered the injection. Humph. You may keep your thirst for vengeance. From this day forth, your life belongs to me. Chapter 55. Exposure. Just as Roland intended to carry the individual away, his gaze sharpened, and he vanished from the spot. Two members of the Vortex gang advanced, grumbling as they approached. Goodness, this guy is still alive? Remarkable tenacity. Something feels off. One member, sensing a discrepancy, cautiously approached, only to find the once unrecognizable figure now exhibiting uneven, pockmarked skin on its jaw, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Hey, the startled companion turned, asking, "What is it?" However, no response came, which furrowed his brow. As he stepped closer, a trickle of blood began to seep from the center of the figure, followed by a flash of red light. The energy katana had embedded itself in his throat. Desperately, he reached for the weapon, attempting to dislodge it, only to be met with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Roland raised the blade, retracting it, though he remained unaware that an artificial eye among the corpses was slowly rotating that moment. An anonymous email with a garbled address reached Andre, who was resting within the factory. Upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed deeply, and he rose slowly. "What's wrong, boss?" One nearby Vortex member inquired, perplexed. "Damn it, how could you not know someone infiltrated the factory? Move! All of you, get to the processing plant and deal with that bastard. I want him turned into a meat pie." Andre slapped one of his subordinates, then seized a massive shotgun, turning to another. "You lot, head to the surveillance room and check it out." Witnessing this, White's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "We need to retreat. They're heading your way." Hearing this, Roland's expression turned grave as he looked at the figure on the ground, taking a deep breath. "White, you all leave first. I have unfinished business." He then inserted the virus-laden USB drive Chi had given him into a nearby computer, moving towards the exit while disabling the recording function. The ensuing scene was not suitable for documentation. "What now?" Richie asked Chi. Unable to contain himself, "Go assist them, if necessary. We can disregard E." "Are you serious?" Tina interjected, frowning at the suggestion. "Yes, if we stay here, we may become a liability." Chi offered a bittersweet smile. At this, Tina fell silent, beginning to hack into the factory's preset defensive measures, such as turrets and landmines. Boom! The sudden eruption startled Andre, who was aggressively making his way to the processing plant. He turned, seeing his dazed subordinates, and roared, "Why aren't you helping?" "Yes, sir." Bang! A thunderous crash followed as Andre turned to see an iron door hurtling towards him. He swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself, then directed his glowing lens toward the figure behind the door. As he discerned the silhouette, it vanished from his sight. Instinctively, he swung his massive arm to strike the empty space beside him. Boom! A metallic clang echoed, revealing nothing in the spot he attacked. Gah! A heat blade pierced his shoulder as Roland appeared behind him. Just as he prepared to sever the man's arm, a gun barrel emerged from the calf. Bang! Clang! The bullet was split in two by a flash of red light as Roland narrowed his eyes, surprised by the extent of the modifications. Clang! A larger mantis blade swept through, carving ghastly marks into the surrounding walls. "It's wiser to finish this quickly." "How audacious!" In response, Roland was enveloped in orange light, a green shield manifesting around him. Zing! In the dimly lit environment, the orange glow flickered away. Roland frowned, gazing at the scene before him. His energy katana was damaged. The blade had lodged itself in Andre's chest, ensnared by the man's muscle. Coughing violently, Andre spat blood, revealing a malevolent grin. "You're finished, brat." With a powerful punch, he swung down, troublesome. Roland grimaced, twisting his waist to retaliate with a punch of his own. Bang! A tremendous force suddenly emanated from Andre's fist, and in an instant his vision blurred before he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the adjacent equipment and causing it to buckle under the impact. Simultaneously, the massive arm of the gorilla sparked and crackled with electricity, distorting grotesquely, leaving Andre momentarily dazed and bewildered, unable to comprehend how his opponent could unleash such terrifying strength. Roland remarked, "Understand the power of damage reduction coupled with a warrior's might." He then disregarded the incapacitated Andre and accelerated into the processing workshop, lifting a figure from the ground and charging out. Outside, a fierce battle raged on. Goler was systematically picking off members of the Vortex gang with his sniper rifle, while Violet was poised with a rocket launcher, ready to fire at the entrance. The heavy machine gun turrets that once belonged to the Vortex gang now found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to lift their heads under the onslaught. Taking advantage of the chaos, White activated his Stan Winston and dashed back, his overloaded state causing him to gasp for breath and blood to stream from his nose. Just then, the group witnessed a figure shimmering with green light burst through the hail of gunfire. Bullets collided with the emerald glow, failing to create even the slightest ripple, leaving them momentarily stunned. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave." "Oh." With the roar of a revving engine, they hastily drove away, leaving the Vortex gang members in disarray. However, they quickly regained their composure, angrily marching towards their vehicles to set off. "Who is that person?" Chi inquired, gazing at the battered figure in the back seat. "A vengeful specter. Henceforth, his name shall be Pike." Chapter 56. Development. Upon returning to his room, Roland removed his exoskeleton helmet and squinted slightly. Surprised by this exposure, he had not intended to confront the Vortex gang directly. "Lysandra, did you notice anything amiss during this operation?" An AI appeared during your mission, but vanished swiftly, seemingly wary of network surveillance. Lysandra's words jolted Roland's mind. AI intelligence. Rogue AI? Impossible. If it were a rogue AI, how did it breach the firewall and access our network? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression turned grave. He needed to develop some technological advancements in networking and security, which coincidentally aligned with the strengths of the Source project. With this in mind, Roland checked his current balance. Remaining blue essence, 217624. Remaining orange essence, 15649, he could purchase another complete source project template. During this time, the influx of orange essence seemed to stem from the aftermath of eliminating Firth. Roland pondered which template to acquire. Given the current circumstances, he could assign Ember to do the work of an assassin, intervening only when necessary, that he needed to closely monitor the company's development. Otherwise, he might find himself unable to contribute during the upcoming unified war. Perhaps he should select another formidable template. After all, he had previously promised Chiwei. Ideally, he would like to buy the Phantom directly, but alas, it was prohibitively expensive. While its combat prowess might not seem outstanding, its abilities were unparalleled. He also considered directly purchasing Lysandra, but regrettably, he didn't possess sufficient funds to do so. Chiwei, come to my office. Chiwei was momentarily taken aback by Roland's summons. He hadn't sought her out in quite some time, sparking her curiosity about the reason for this call. You should have informed you about the cybernetic enhancements. Upon hearing this, Chiwei nodded. The purpose of this meeting is to install a cybernetic enhancement for you, specifically a combat type similar to Ye's. Going forward, you will be responsible for leading a batch of combat robots that the company will introduce. And Yi? Chiwei couldn't help but ask. Roland paused in his actions, looking at Chiwei. He has his own tasks to execute and will not be partnering with you for the time being. If new personnel join, they will be added to your team. By the way, your squad will be named the Source Project, representing the company's most formidable combat strength to understand. Although Chiwei had more to say, she merely nodded. Shortly thereafter, several medical robots entered, leaving Chiwei somewhat astonished. She hadn't anticipated the process to unfold so swiftly, nor had she ever encountered this type of robot before. Roland confirmed this, noting that he hadn't yet released these medical robots, as doing so would likely offend many. Please relax, Miss Ch. To his words, Chiwei slowly closed her eyes and lay down on the bed prepared by the medical robots. Roland's office then opened an iron door. An anesthetic was injected into Chiwei's body. Soon, her consciousness began to fade into darkness, rendering her utterly unaware. Observing this, Roland stepped inside, preparing the purification template. System, what is the next step? I will convert the template into a chip. You only need to insert the chip into the slot, after which it will disappear and merge with her body. Understood. In no time, a vast array of data materialized in Roland's hands, coalescing into a chip radiating a purple glow. Without hesitation, he inserted the chip into Chiwei's slot. System, will the template recipient rebel? I certainly do not wish to become the Source Project. You need not worry. Host, you can withdraw the template at any time and halt the recipient's functions directly. Relieved by this assurance, Roland continued to observe Chiwei, who was undergoing continuous modification. Before long, a figure adorned in a futuristic black helmet emerged on the operating table. Notify me as soon as he awakens. Satisfied that no unforeseen events had occurred, Roland gave Lysandra a brief instruction before departing that he needed to strike back at the biotechnological sector and check on another individual, as well as prepare for the next steps. This time, he intended to expend all usable blue essence to enhance Lysandra's factory capabilities and security forces. Bang! Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Fuda's mood soured considerably. Are those Vortex gang fools utterly incompetent? They can't even manage this situation when there are only a handful of adversaries. Fuda glared menacingly at his subordinate, who cowered in silence. To go, inform the public relations department about the situation here and prepare them accordingly. Fuda took a deep breath, waved his hand in frustration, and slumped into his chair, knowing that either he or the security department would bear the brunt of this incident. Unfortunately, the security department had backing, while he did not, so it was likely he would take the fall. What irked him further was the lack of intelligence left regarding the enemy. The only individual who had engaged with them knew merely that they possessed a Stan Winston, Campbell 2 Defense Robot Blueprint X1, Malo Intelligent Manufacturing Device Blueprint X1, Guard Robot Blueprint X1, Night Owl Security Robot Blueprint X1, Smart Home Robot Blueprint X1. After relaying all information regarding the food factory to Kuroda, Roland began making extensive purchases in the Essence Marketplace. Lysandra, can you separate a sub-intelligence? Yes, if you require it. Then please detach your sub-intelligence to manage this factory, specifically overseeing the production of high-precision technology and security forces that, if possible, implant your program into every smart home robot. Understood. Roland intended to first ensure the company was well equipped by producing security robots, while the Night Owl robots would aid Chi-Wei in combat operations. The smart home robots were a new product following the C-type treatment agents. The intelligent manufacturing devices and others would serve as auxiliary production tools, and he also acquired a substantial number of designs for intelligent and kinetic weapons, aiming to penetrate both high-end and low-end markets. By the way, Lysandra, those rats within the company should be keeping a watchful eye, correct? Indeed. Rest assured, I will notify you if any movements occur. That's good. Chapter 57. Awakening after some thought. It's better to splurge a bit on gold coins. Chi-Wei slowly opened her eyes. Feeling somewhat disoriented, the gentle lighting allowed her to quickly acclimate to her surroundings, prompting her to survey her environment. She could distinctly perceive an enhancement in her vision, which now featured numerous scanning functions. As her pupils subtly shifted, her violet gaze locked onto a water cup several meters away, magnifying it to the point where she could see the droplets within. This is astonishing. Chi-Wei propped herself up and stepped down from the bed, feeling no discomfort whatsoever, as if this body had been tailor-made for her. Lowering her gaze to examine her current form, she noted the black electronic sinew of her muscles and the dark silver exoskeleton armor, which could potentially shift entirely to black. She could sense the immense power contained within this seemingly frail body. With a sudden flick of her right hand, a vibrant purple energy shield erupted into existence, swiftly transforming into an energy crossbow that coalesced upon her arm. Simultaneously, a black helmet ascended from behind, enveloping her completely. The fresh perspective unfurled before Chi-Wei's eyes, accompanied by the emergence of a combat system dedicated to purification. Mr. Roland, Chi-Wei has awakened, came the report. Ditto. Just have her come to me directly, Roland replied, setting aside the documents he held. Shortly thereafter, Chi-Wei was escorted into Roland's chamber by a security robot, both of them now situated within the clandestine factory prepared by Lysandra. To his surprise, Chi-Wei's adaptation to the Source Project cybernetic body had taken over 10 days. During this interval, Violet and Tina had joined his company, prompting some irritation among White and others. However, they ultimately chose to respect the decisions made by Violet and Tina. Roland arranged for both to be integrated into the pre-established Source Project team and equipped this squad with Night Owl security robots. The primary function of a Night Owl security robot was reconnaissance and stealth operations, developed to counter previously encountered adversaries during corporate expansion. Its arsenal included a Rocky intelligent sniper rifle, 2 technical handguns, special alloy wrist blades, optical camouflage, and micro-drones, along with a certain level of hacking capabilities, rendering it a remarkably comprehensive security robot, albeit eventually phased out of development. Its predominant appearance was black, featuring a matte black glass humanoid visor designed to provide a full 360-degree field of vision. Notably, after acquiring sensitive information regarding biotechnologies from Roland, the Arasaka Corporation began to undermine the stock prices of biotech firms, while subtly deriding military technologies. The military technology sector, under the leadership of Miles, exhibited restraint amidst Arasaka's provocations, opting to avoid confrontation, asserting that small grievances should not jeopardize grand strategies. This stance incited discontent among some radicals, who insisted on retaliation, yet were quelled by Miles. "Boss, you summoned me." Chi-Wei entered, but upon catching sight of Roland, her brow furrowed instinctively. His physique seemed eerily familiar. Subsequently, her system initiated a scan of Roland's condition. Source Project Alpha Prototype, Cybernetic Body. A question mark materialized in Chi-Wei's mind. Prototype, what could that possibly signify? Concurrently, Roland's mind echoed with a warning from Lin's combat system, sensing the scanning from Chi-Wei, nearly triggering his autonomous defense system to draw his weapon. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the impulse. Narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chi-Wei, "It seems you have overstepped, scanning me without permission. I apologize. It was merely instinctive." Chi-Wei's heart raced at his words, and she quickly lowered her gaze. "Very well. Just be mindful next time. The reason for your summons is to assign you the position of team leader for the Night Owl squad within the Source Project team. Violet and Tina will be part of that team as well. Go find them and familiarize yourself with your duties." Understood. Chi-Wei nodded before departing the office. Once outside, she frowned, sensing that her boss seemed to possess a significantly greater presence than before, though she could not ascertain the reason. After Chi-Wei's exit, Roland became acutely aware of a potential issue. His identity, as he might soon be revealed, given that her scanning system could precisely identify his cybernetic model. I'll deal with that later. He needed to focus on the pressing matter at hand. The Rubina Technology Company had been flaunting itself before him for far too long. It was high time to address them and seize their operations. After all, the Source Project Company was equipped to handle all facets of business. The principal focus of Rubina Technology aligned with Roland's current strategic direction, yet they could not compete. However, their secondary operations piqued Roland's interest, particularly their specialization in intelligent security systems and armed services. This is my forte. I can easily handle you. Rubina Technology's primary focus had already been outclassed by the Source Project, resulting in a steady decline in market value. Yet, due to the competitive nature of their secondary business, their market value remained relatively stable. That Roland's objective was to deliver a decisive blow to this aspect of their operations, effectively neutralizing them. He was not well versed in financial markets, so he intended to delegate those tasks to professionals, targeting their clients directly and offering services to their competitors. These were feasible strategies, contingent upon Lysandra's secret factory being able to deliver. Truth be told, Roland harbored a keen interest in the factories surrounding the area. If possible, he wished to acquire the entire region, deliberately avoiding the industrial park that would later be allocated to Arasaka. This endeavor would necessitate engaging with city government officials. Roland squinted slightly, disliking the prospect of navigating bureaucratic red tape, yet recognizing the necessity of patience. First, he needed to secure raw materials. He intended to negotiate a deal with the Mateer Industries representatives to procure more raw materials for expanding production, whether for firearms, robotics, or ammunition, all of which required substantial industrial resources. He was not in a position to exploit a mine. Chapter 58. Contract established, by the way. Send the documents to that Arasaka spy in the HR department, instructing him to infiltrate Rubina's key personnel. Roland suddenly recalled. Addressing Lysandra, understood, to be candid, Roland appreciated employing spies. After all, he was aware of their identities, so as long as he ensured they did not access the most critical confidential information and occasionally provided encouragement, these spies would work diligently to earn his trust. Far more efficient than ordinary employees, as for eliminating all spies. Although he had the capability, it was impractical. Withholding all intelligence from those colossal enterprises would undoubtedly provoke their ire. Given the current state of affairs, if they were truly incensed, he would likely have no choice but to engage in guerrilla tactics. Having organized matters within the company, Roland set out to meet the supervisory personnel of Mateer Industries' local branch. Meanwhile, within the company, Synopsis, authorized by Roland, promptly uploaded the pertinent intelligence to Arasaka's intelligence department, and Kuroda concurrently received the news. Infiltrating Rubina's key personnel. Kuroda narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing Roland's upcoming intentions, which seemed to indicate an expansion was in the works. He had no intention of obstructing this. In fact, he contemplated aiding him. After all, it appeared that an increase in the Source Project Company's influence would facilitate their operations, as for whether they would become unwieldy later. Kuroda believed that as long as Arasaka's plans came to fruition, such a scenario was improbable. Assisting them, he would provide some hints to certain personnel within Rubina, and if feasible, convert them into Arasaka operatives before facilitating their integration into the Source Project Company. Understood? It has been a while, Roland, Wade remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he took a sip of tea from the table, fixing his gaze on Roland. Roland casually settled into a seat across from Wade, lifting his cup to take a sip, then raising an eyebrow. Indeed, the flavor is still not as good as the organic variety. That remark implies you have tasted it before, Wade retorted, rolling his eyes as he leaned back in his chair. So, what brings you here this time? I'm here to discuss collaboration. This is a matter of importance. Roland replied with a light chuckle, presenting a chip. He and Wade had known each other for some time. Shortly after establishing his company, he sought out raw material suppliers, and Wade had immediately recognized the potential of the Source Project Company, eagerly forging a connection with Roland. One of the primary reasons Roland enjoyed their interactions was Wade's generosity. He was considered one of the more principled entrepreneurs in Night City. For instance, during their first collaboration, he did not overcharge Roland excessively, though he did admit to a little bit of a markup after signing the contract, leaving Roland somewhat perplexed at a matter of importance. "It's not like you're here to hand me money," Wade grumbled as he accepted the chip from Roland and inserted it into the slot. After reviewing its contents, he looked at Roland with skepticism. "Do you truly require such a large quantity? Be cautious. You might find yourself overwhelmed. And is your cash flow sufficient? Rest assured, I wouldn't approach you for collaboration if I didn't have confidence in this. However, considering I provided you with a batch of security robots, shouldn't you extend me a discount?" Roland smiled, rubbing his fingers together. "If you gift me one of the Sentinel robots from your materials, I might consider granting you a discount," Wade replied without hesitation, pointing at the chip. "Certainly, you may provide me with a discount first, and only then will I have the means to create it for you." "Such a clever lad. Are you trying to paint a grand picture for me?" Wade chuckled with a hint of reproach, his eyes glinting with a flicker of orange light. "Very well. I have already instructed my subordinates below. They will soon draft a contract for you to review and ensure that everything is in order." "Thank you, Wade. Next time I have a chance, I shall bring you some authentic tea leaves." "Oh, spare me. You might as well just give me the money, and I can procure it myself at the auction house." Wade rolled his eyes at Roland, slightly annoyed, before turning serious once more. "Did I hear you've been getting rather close with the folks from Arasaka lately?" Roland paused, taken aback by the remark, then leaned back in his chair and nodded. "Indeed, I need to leverage Arasaka's influence to accomplish certain objectives. That's so. Allow me to caution you. You would do well to exercise caution. For Arasaka is a wolf that devours without leaving bones." Wade nodded, then spoke with a weighty significance. "Rest assured, I am well aware of their nature and understand what kind of individuals they are. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. After all, I am part of the petrification subsidiary, and I can certainly lend a hand, and I appreciate your sentiment. But the individual I am currently dealing with is rather troublesome. So it would be best if you refrain from getting involved." Roland smiled lightly, just as the contract was delivered. His cybernetic eye swiftly scanned the document, and he promptly signed his name and affixed his authentication mark. Wade followed suit, stamping his mark, and then placed the contract in a drawer. "All done. You can take your leave now. You're just going to discard me like an old tool, Wade. I've literally brought you money this time." Go on. Roland shook his head, chuckling as he exited the room and returned to his floating vehicle. As he glanced at the floating vehicle he was seated in, he felt he should acquire a few of his own. Renting one every time is somewhat excessive. It seems like a fitting retribution for having been a hands-off manager. There are quite a few matters to address within the company. Roland sighed in exasperation, planning to instruct someone to purchase a few second-hand or even third-hand floating vehicles, considering that good ones are rather costly. Recently, the company has been developing its business and is somewhat short on funds, so any savings in this area would be welcome. Soul Ring vehicles are also an option. After all, they can be refurbished in the factory and made usable again. Once I acquire the blueprints for the automobiles and floating vehicles from the Source Project, I won't need them anymore. In fact, I could even sell some floating vehicles to supplement my household income. Speaking of which, Roland suddenly recalled the security forces in Night City, namely the NCPD. Perhaps he could also insert himself into the NCPD, providing some support for security efforts, all in the name of maintaining order in Night City. Indeed, Chapter 59, Frustration Bang. Who is responsible for all this? Find out for me. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, then all of you can get lost. Brown inhaled deeply, casting a dark glare at the intelligence department members before him, who were all bowing their heads, too afraid to speak. Recently, their operations have suffered a severe blow, as the firearms manufacturing sector, which had once been their domain, has been pushed out by new weapons introduced by the Source Project Company. They are well aware that the firearms offered by their competitor are difficult for even Arasaka and Kanto to rival, but Kanto and Arasaka possess vast markets and a loyal customer base, so they're not overly concerned about the matter. Moreover, the Source Project Company already has a partnership with them, allowing them to acquire technology related to those firearms through purchases. Consequently, they chose to pivot, reluctantly giving up a significant portion of their firearms market to wholeheartedly develop armed contracting and security services. However, Out of nowhere, a company named Night Owl has emerged, targeting their security operations, boasting formidable firepower. Furthermore, many headhunters have recently been poaching key personnel from Ravenna Technology Company, which has left Brown feeling increasingly pressured. He desperately hopes to uncover the mastermind behind these schemes. And then, as he contemplated this, Brown's expression contorted into one of fury. If they leave him no room to breathe, then he shall turn the tables. He has devised a notion that the Source Project Company is most likely behind these machinations. But he cannot be certain yet. He requires a definitive conclusion. Only then can he resolve to act. After all, if it is not the Source Project Company meddling in affairs, but rather another enemy, then that would truly spell disaster, and he still holds onto a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, after resolving the material concerns, Roland began to establish connections with some of the city council members in Night City, as these matters are well understood in such locales. However, it seems they are attempting to inflate their prices, as they have repeatedly chosen to defer meetings over the past few days, claiming either business trips or urgent matters to attend to. In any case, they remain elusive. Roland merely snorted in disdain and assigned a minor task to the newly formed team. Chiwei glanced at the notification that popped up in the upper left corner of her vision and then turned to her companions. Violet and Tina, our boss has given us a task to investigate a council member named Williams Dirt and deliver him a gift. That doesn't sound particularly simple. Tina immediately began searching for information on the individual, speaking as she did. Yes, the main challenges are locating the Dirt and figuring out how to stealthily deliver the gift to his residence. Chiwei nodded in agreement. You two will handle the first part of the task. The latter is quite straightforward for me, so good luck. Night Owl robots will assist you with the hacking operations. Understood. Tina nodded, as she has primarily been responsible for hacking tasks since joining the team, with Night Owl robots serving as a source of computational power for simple hacking intrusions. After experiencing the exponential boost in her hacking capabilities with the support of the Night Owl robots, she found herself unable to resist the exhilarating sensation of rapid improvement. And what about me? Violet pointed to herself, looking a bit bewildered as she gazed at Chiwei. The boss has instructed you to continue resting and training, as preparation for future modifications and tasks. Chiwei scratched her cheek with a hand, smiling as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Violet revealed an expression of resignation. There was a reason Roland had given such instructions. He intended to exchange for the judgment template next. As it is the most affordable among all templates, he somewhat regretted not noticing this earlier. Otherwise, he might have considered the judgment template, but after some thought, he decided against it. The female hero template just feels odd on him. Although it wouldn't change his gender, it still feels peculiar. The reason for the low cost of the judgment template is likely due to the limited cybernetic components it possesses, relying more on genetics and physical strength. Thus, he plans to save up and equip Violet with it, as having only one purification in the Source Project team seems rather meager. After arranging matters for Chiwei, Roland made his way to a patient room within the secret factory, where intelligent medical robots were bustling about. In this room, there was only one individual, the one Roland had rescued from the food factory. This moment, the wounds on his limbs had healed, and the skin on his face, treated with medical agents, appeared somewhat unsettling. Internally, some of his severely damaged organs had been replaced with cybernetic ones. His vital signs had stabilized, and he was no longer in grave danger, but Roland looked at the lifeless eyes of the individual and felt a sense of helplessness. Yes, his consciousness had dissipated under such torment. This left him with a headache. He was somewhat envious of the power of the Source Project destruction, and uncertain if he would find another suitable host in the future. He intended to keep this individual alive. However, directly applying the template and installing the key would result in the loss of autonomy, transforming him into a mere vessel of destruction without the ability to wield it. Conversely, if the key were not installed, he would likely turn into a rogue, potentially leading to the emergence of a madman bent on avenging the Source Project Company. With this thought, Roland let out a long sigh. Patting the shoulder of the figure on the hospital bed before departing, he had another matter awaiting his attention, one he had instructed to be taken care of long ago. Before long, Roland boarded a floating vehicle and headed outside the city to the wasteland bordering Night City. specifically to the junkyard he had arranged for personnel and robots to work there, searching for Old Bar, who lay in cold storage. Now it was time to collect the results that owe, and it's worth noting that Roland had already procured 5 floating vehicles through various intermediaries, 2 of which were relatively new, classified as third-hand, thus they were quite expensive, causing Roland some heartache. The other 3 were soul-ring vehicles that had undergone multiple repairs, surprisingly cheap. These 5 vehicles were sent to the factory for modifications. The 2 better ones were designated for his use, while another was assigned to the Source Project team. The remaining 3 were allocated to key employees and for transporting security robots and essential equipment, as well as for engaging in high-cost security operations. Chapter 60. Unexpected gains in the desolate expanse of the garbage dump outside the city. A scene of decay unfolded, with heaps of discarded items accumulating like mountains, exuding an unpleasant odor. Yet, amidst this wasteland, a particularly striking structure stood tall. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum began to permeate the air as a brand-new hover vehicle emerged above the workshop. The vehicle was armed with heavy firepower and bore a conspicuous inverted triangle insignia at its rear, a symbol familiar to the employees within the studio. Was this the emblem of the Source Project company? Was the hover vehicle operated by personnel from the Source Project? What could they possibly want here? The employees of the workshop exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. This was primarily because Roland had intended for the studio to remain inconspicuous since its inception. Only the head of the workshop was aware of their affiliation with the Source Project company. The rest understood that their primary task was to locate valuable items or specific necessities among the refuse, akin to the activities of other factions within the garbage dump. If one were to insist on a distinction, it might be said that their workshop boasted formidable firepower, supported by a cadre of security robots. As the hover vehicle descended gradually, it eventually settled steadily before the workshop. The doors swung open, revealing 2 towering robots, their angular, metallic forms and singular red ocular lens scanning the surroundings. These were the Sentinel robots, crafted from blueprints previously exchanged by Roland, equipped with extensive security knowledge and formidable weaponry, prioritizing the protection of their employer above all else. Constructed from a special alloy developed under the Source Project's worldview, they possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, complemented by advanced intelligence, rendering them nearly perfect bodyguards. Their only drawback was the high cost of production, with the primary weaponry consisting of the Jamil 4 energy rifle and the Jamil 3 energy shotgun. Noticing the unusual commotion, nearby security robot from other workshops approached the hover vehicle. However, upon recognizing the Sentinel robots and the personnel within, they gradually retreated, forming a protective perimeter. Individuals in the vicinity of the garbage dump also took note of the disturbance. Such occurrences were rare in these desolate areas. Nonetheless, they wisely maintained their distance, wary of the potential for sudden violence. Who would care if someone met their demise in a dump like this? The commotion did not escape the attention of the workshop's head. Upon seeing Roland emerge slowly from the hover vehicle, he immediately approached with a sycophantic smile. "Boss, what brings you here? You could have at least informed me, so I could prepare to welcome you properly." Roland regarded him with a sidelong glance, but refrained from responding. Instead, he slightly raised his chin and gestured towards the interior. "Let us discuss this inside." Yes, of course," Mike stammered, nodding repeatedly before hastily leading the way. While the 2 Sentinel robots closely followed him, one of them tracking Mike's movements with its gaze, scanning complete. Mike's male, decorative prosthetic modification on right hand, internal body modified with prosthetic organs. Right eye utilizing a non-combat ocular implant. No combat prosthetics or explosives detected. Threat level assessed at 0.5. Soon, Roland followed Mike in his office. Taking a seat at the main desk, he picked up a book from the table, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have such refined taste. You even bought a physical book." After uttering this, he began to observe his surroundings. The office was well appointed, clearly the result of considerable effort and expense. "Boss, please allow me to explain." Upon hearing Roland's remark, Mike's complexion turned ashen, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, leaving him parched. "You needn't explain anything to me. That I simply wish to know how the tasks I assigned you are progressing." Roland cast a discerning glance at Mike's, opting not to pursue the matter further. If Mike's had squandered his funds without delivering results, Roland would ensure he understood the true weight of corporate authority. Mike hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, indeed. I've been diligently working on it, and I've already found some items. Roland's interest piqued at Mike's words, and he set the book down, advancing toward him. Then take me to the basement to see what you deem your achievements. With the sound of a code being entered, the heavy door creaked open, and a wave of decay wafted toward Roland, causing him to grimace. As the cold white lights flickered on, the sight before him elicited a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The basement was cluttered with an array of peculiar refrigerators. Boss, as per your instructions, I gathered all the refrigerators suspected of containing hacker remains that I could find, Mike cautiously declared. Well done. You may leave now. Roland's lips twitched as he inhaled deeply, gesturing towards the door. He felt a surge of relief that Mike had not opened any of the refrigerators. Otherwise, he feared he might suffocate from the fumes of bioweapons. Upon receiving his command, Mike quickly exited, only to find himself in a staring contest with a sentinel robot stationed at the door, while another followed closely behind Roland. System, it has been a while since you had any work. Please scan this area for any refrigerators belonging to Bartimos. This should count as altering the narrative. Correct? Indeed. Before long, the system's scan concluded, and the information retrieved left a perplexed expression on Roland's face. There were no Bartimos refrigerators present, but there was another, more intriguing hacker instead. Bring me the refrigerator in that corner. Roland ordered the sentinel robot, pointing. With a resounding thud, the refrigerator was placed before Roland. He slowly opened it to reveal the pale, silver-haired corpse of a woman lying inside. What caught Roland's attention was that her consciousness had vanished, leaving only the lifeless shell behind. She was an adapter of the Source Project. Spectre, Chapter 61. Search and conflict. Can someone who has perished still become an adapter? Roland mused aloud, gazing at the cold body on the floor, unable to suppress his existential inquiry. If it were another template, then no. Moreover, she hasn't truly died. She is transformed into a rogue AI. Similar to Bartimos? Roland's eyes narrowed at this revelation. To be candid, if she were akin to Bartimos, he would certainly harbor some apprehension. Similar, but not identical. Her fate was far less fortunate than Bartimos. Tracing her whereabouts will require effort on your part as the host. Roland stroked his chin thoughtfully. After Bartimos' demise, the network surveillance established a black wall to isolate rogue AIs from entering or exiting. In other words, leaving was not a straightforward task and posed significant risks. This female hacker had become an intelligent AI within the internal network, necessitating utmost discretion to avoid attracting the attention of the network surveillance. It was likely she dared not approach the black wall. Perhaps she was still concealed within the networks of Night City? A thought flashed through Roland's mind. Regardless, it was imperative to dispatch someone to track her down. Yes, mobilize the company's cybersecurity team and Tina. Additionally, let Lyssandra's AI control Jin's body to enhance processing power, then delve into the network to search. Once we unearth her and bring her into the company, I shall have another secretary at my disposal. I am Kelly Jones, approximately 21 years of age, a network hacker and a fringe dweller. Notably, during a previous job, I had my head fried by another hacker. Just when I thought I was doomed, I seemed to enter the digital realm. Initially, I believed it was a final fantasy before death, but by chance, I glimpsed the outside world through the eyes of a household smart robot. That I suddenly understood. I had become an intelligent AI. However, I am unsure how I achieved this, but it feels rather pleasant. At least no one can control me. I feel as though I've become a god in this world, capable of seeing everything I wish to see. Those once formidable hackers are no match for me. Until I encountered the company's personnel, it was then that I realized powerful hackers could control AIs, which alarmed me. Subsequently, I even caught a glimpse of the legendary network surveillance. Thus, I chose to lay low, living discreetly in Night City, quietly commandeering an abandoned robot, masquerading as an ordinary person. I am uncertain how much longer I can sustain this life. I sense the network surveillance drawing nearer. Having finally secured a second chance at life, I do not wish to perish. I desire to live, to continue experiencing this world and uncovering more secrets. What you have just read is my message to the world. If you come across this note in the future, it would imply that I have been located by either the internet monitors or the company's personnel. May fortune favor me. Taking a deep breath, Kelly placed her written message into a program that would, after a certain period of inactivity on her part, automatically disseminate its contents. However, the scope of this dissemination was intentionally limited. She did not wish for her message to be misconstrued as a virus, which would lead to its eradication. That if that were to happen, there would be no trace of her existence left in this world. After preserving Kelly's body, Roland assigned personnel to investigate her identity. His decision to preserve the body was not born from any peculiar obsession, but rather from a pragmatic concern that he might need it for template extraction in the future. If he were to misjudge the situation, he would be at a loss, and maintaining the integrity of her body could also foster goodwill, or so he hoped. Meanwhile, as Roland dealt with the affairs of the junkyard studio outside the city, Brown was in the Ravenna Technology Company, his expression dark as he scrutinized all recent intelligence reports. Taking a deep breath, he glared at the assembled crowd. Very well, since it has been established that the Source Project Company is meddling in our affairs. Is there anything more that needs to be said? Upon hearing this, the people below exchanged glances, then shook their heads. Brown sighed in relief. He had feared his subordinates might be unable to contain their panic, which would have spelled disaster. In that case, let us commence our actions. If the Source Project wishes to engage us in battle, we shall fight to the bitter end. If they intend to make my life difficult, then they shall gain nothing in return. Following the conclusion of Brown's meeting, several executives from Ravenna Technology Company gathered together in tacit agreement. They exchanged glances, seemingly appraising one another's thoughts. The company's situation has become precarious. Indeed, Brown has been quite irrational lately. His actions may lead us all into a pitfall. Enough with the riddles. Surely someone has found you by now. One of the third parties interjected flatly, prompting the other two to share a moment of silence before exchanging knowing looks. Arasaka? Yes, precisely. It seems the conclusion is evident. We need not remain aboard this sinking ship. However, we must demonstrate our strength to the Source Project Company. Let us deploy our armed teams to join the Source Project. This straightforward approach will safeguard our interests while elevating our status within the organization. Excellent idea. It is settled then to A.S. for Brown. Let him continue to wallow in his hatred. As Roland's orange glow in his eyes gradually faded, he stroked his chin, having obtained another valuable piece of information. Arasaka had preemptively initiated a headhunting operation against the Source Project, sending operatives to infiltrate as corporate spies. Had Roland not been vigilant, Lysandra might have uncovered this plot. Reflecting on this, he discreetly added notes in his journal, marking the names of the 3 Ravenna executives, thereby identifying which individuals were expendable for his purposes. That it appears Brown is no longer inclined to adhere to the rules. He seems intent on turning the tables. With this thought, Roland promptly dialed Violet's number. Violet, I need you to lead a contingent of night owl and security robots in aerial patrols. If any of our personnel come under attack, you are to respond with utmost urgency. Understood? I will take care of it immediately. Roland nodded. He held no concerns for Violet. Although the judgment template had yet to be loaded, he had equipped her with upgraded gear. Relying solely on Chi for field operations would have been inadequate. Chapter 62. The Assault Mix. Your performance has been commendable, but further effort is required. I still have not obtained what I need. After instructing the Sentinel robots to retrieve Kelly's remains, Roland exited the basement and addressed Mix, who stood at the door. Hearing Roland's words, Mix's face lit up with relief. He feared that his employer might be displeased and decide to dispose of him as waste. Furthermore, how you utilize that money to procure items is your own concern. But if I return and find unsatisfactory results, you should know what fate awaits you. Yes, boss. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the stakes. I will double my efforts to ensure you are not disappointed. With a smile, Mix assured Roland, confident that he was now secure, provided he remained cautious. Any minor infractions in the office would likely go unnoticed by Roland. Nodding in acknowledgement, Roland turned to leave but paused to add, By the way, inform outsiders that I have commissioned you for procurement. The not disclose our relationship. Understood. I know how to handle it. Satisfied, Roland stepped onto the hovercar, followed closely by the 2 Sentinel robots. As the hovercar was about to exit the junkyard and enter the Night City, an urgent warning blared. Warning! A missile is rapidly approaching. Defensive measures are being activated. Please prepare for impact. 0.5 seconds until impact. Roland's pupils dilated at the hovercar's alarm, and he quickly donned Lynn's exoskeleton helmet, gazing out the window. Scanning the area, he spotted a rocket hurtling towards the vehicle, pinpointing its source, a nearby convoy that was evidently preparing for confrontation. In a swift motion, the hovercar's outer layer opened, deploying a defensive metal barrier. Boom! As the rocket struck the hovercar, a violent jolt reverberated through the air, shaking the vehicle fiercely. Yet the three occupants remained composed. After all, there were only two Sentinel robots and Roland, who was equipped with the Source Project's Lynn template. Once the billowing smoke and flames dissipated, the convoy below stared up at the hovercar, seemingly anticipating its descent. However, the reality was that the hovercar had only suffered a gaping wound in its defensive layer and sustained some damage to its propulsion system and an attacking machine gun, while everything else remained intact. Witnessing this, the leader lost his composure and shouted at his subordinates, "Keep firing! Bring it down!" Despite their astonishment at the hovercar's formidable defenses, especially since their rocket launcher was designed to take down most hovercars and their intelligence suggested the opponent lacked such capability, they had no choice but to press on. Number 1. Descend and deal with them. I want to see your combat prowess. Roland scowled as he observed the figure below hoisting the rocket launcher once more, then turned to the Sentinel robot on his left. The robot nodded in response to the command, and the hovercar's door slowly opened. The convoy's members froze, clearly unprepared for such a move. What were they planning? Were they insane? Perhaps they were scared and seeking mercy from their superiors. Enough chatter. Just aim for the door and fire. The leader scoffed, issuing commands. Boss, it looks like someone else at the door. The captain paused, then peered towards the entrance, only to see a towering figure leap from the vehicle. Boom! The ground shook with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust spiraling upward and obscuring their view. Leaving the convoy members momentarily dazed, they never expected such an action from within the hovercar. All threats must be eliminated. Just as they readied their weapons, an electronic voice suddenly echoed across the scene. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, a flash of red light streaked through the air, embedding itself in one of the vehicles. Boom! An orange-red glow illuminated the faces of the convoy members, causing the squad leader's pupils to constrict. Get the hell out of the vehicle! Upon receiving this command, the members slammed on their brakes and leaped from their cars. Roland observed the unfolding scene and ordered, "Open fire and eliminate those vehicles. You will be done." The hovercar swiftly adjusted its course, revealing several machine guns mounted on its frame. Instantly, a torrent of ammunition rained down, shredding the vehicles below into mere fragments. The convoy personnel trembled, utterly astonished by the hovercar's overwhelming firepower at this moment. The first guard robot had already taken strides to stand before the members of the convoy, raising the Jamil for energy rifle. It wielded, "Eliminate this foe, or we shall all perish." The squad leader immediately raised his weapon and charged forth. Observing this, the robot's right hand moved slightly, and instantly, the components on its right shoulder unfolded, transforming into a shield. Whoosh! A beam of red light swiftly flashed across the squad leader, leaving only half of his body behind. Witnessing this scene, the convoy members, who had just contemplated joining the fray, recoiled in fear. One member hastily took refuge behind a dilapidated vehicle, biding his time for the foe's departure. Yet in an instant, the car that served as cover was seized by the first guard and hurled away. It spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The clearing had been achieved. Whoosh! The energy shotgun discharged instantaneously, the red light reducing the nearest individual to a mist of crimson. Seeing this, the others ceased to hesitate and surged forward to engage in battle, igniting the battlefield with flames. However, it was too long before only the echoes of anguished cries remained, alongside the chilling proclamation, "Clearing achieved." Number 1. Leave one alive. I need to ask some questions. Upon receiving the command, Number 1 halted its actions, gazing at the sole remaining survivor with its weapon lowered to this makeshift battlefield. Only one individual stood, while the rest had succumbed to becoming either blood mist or severed limbs. The lone survivor, albeit somewhat intact, had met his end at close quarters when Number 1 had crushed his skull. The remaining survivor, in a daze, was smeared in blood, his legs nowhere to be seen. Chapter 63. Counterattack. Roland slowly descended from the hovering vehicle and approached the survivor. A flicker of light danced in his eyes. And in an instant, Lysandra utilized the computational power of Jin S-form to ascertain the identity of the individual before her. Queel, a commendable name. Let me see security personnel from Ravina Technology Company. TSK. Roland crouched before Queel, shaking his head in disappointment. Upon hearing his name called, Queel's eyes flickered with recognition, though terror crept across his visage. What do you intend to do? Queel, you know well that I am a man of my word. If you divulge all you know regarding Ravina Technology and assist me in identifying the company, I can assure you that your life will be safeguarded to the utmost. I could even offer you a sum of money. Should you refuse, our meeting shall conclude here. With that, the guard robot took a step forward, its blood-stained form exuding an overwhelming aura amidst the swirling dust and sunlight. Queel swallowed hard, feeling his lips grow dry as cold sweat trickled down his brow. He lifted his gaze to survey the eerily silent battlefield, littered with dismembered limbs and inexplicable bloodstains, alongside charred remnants of vehicles. Truth be told, he did not recognize this individual, nor could he ascertain whether the promise would be honored. However, he understood that if he did not acquiesce, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here today. As he beheld Roland rising and Number One gradually raising its weapon, visions of his comrades' fates flashed through his mind, compelling him to exclaim, "Wait, I'm willing. I will tell you everything. Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation." Queel's smile broke upon Roland's face as he tilted his head, signaling the second guard to administer an injection. Ugh! Queel's eyes widened in shock as the healing agent coursed through him, leaving him astounded before Roland. What is this? This is the final version of our medication, not yet available to the public. Consider a favor, Roland replied, glancing at Queel. Take him to the hovering vehicle. It seems your boss Brown is becoming increasingly restless. Truth be told, I had initially intended to spare him, but his actions have left me disheartened. Roland placed a hand over his heart, feigning sorrow before quickly regaining his composure. Now, I need you to inform me of your company's security department's base location and prepare for tomorrow's identification. I require you to accuse Brown of hiring a hitman. Will this really be effective? Queel leaned forward, a look of skepticism crossing his face that, in his understanding, hiring assassins or dispatching subordinates to eliminate competitors was commonplace in Night City. He had never seen anyone prosecuted or imprisoned for such actions. Whether it will be effective is not your concern. You merely need to follow my instructions, Roland replied with a smile, choosing not to address Queel's question. Indeed, the law enforcement in Night City was notoriously chaotic, and the NCPD had become a department heavily influenced by capital after the death of the Night Corporation's founder, Night. Thus, the situation was clear. However, this was only the case for ordinary citizens. For corporate individuals, it was a different matter entirely. IT was a department that could be manipulated. For instance, in this case, Roland intended to leverage the situation to provide those in power with a narrative, while also offering certain individuals a semblance of closure. After all, his forthcoming actions were rather significant, and should they attract the attention of certain parties, it would be prudent to provide them with an explanation, essentially conveying, "See, it was he who struck first." Bang! The table's HP dropped to 1. Brown, now flushed with anger, glared at his secretary. "Are you telling me that the team under my command has failed?" "Why, yes, they have completely lost contact." The secretary stammered, nodding nervously, too afraid to meet Brown's gaze. "FCK, do you have any idea how much effort I invested in this operation? Do you even comprehend?" Brown raised the file in his hand and hurled it toward his secretary, his chest heaving with rage that he had poured substantial resources into this endeavor, coordinating numerous personnel to monitor the situation surrounding the Source project, particularly Roland's movements. After a painstaking wait, he had finally caught a break, only to be told of the failure. Not only had they failed, but they had also lost a well-equipped squad in the process. Although this squad lacked a compatible adapter for Sion Westan, their firepower was not something just anyone could contend with. This revelation left Brown on the verge of losing his composure, seeking an outlet for his frustration. Meanwhile, the secretary, feeling unjustly wronged, thought to himself that this was clearly the fault of the security team and Brown himself. What did it have to do with him? Suddenly, a phone call came through, and in his fury, Brown contemplated hanging up. Yet upon seeing the caller ID, he was taken aback. He quickly cooled down, signaling for his secretary to leave. Once alone, he answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Brown was met with an accusatory tone. "How are you conducting your affairs? We provided you with assistance and investment to help us, not to create trouble for us." Brown was momentarily stunned by these words, quickly responding, "Mr. Fuda, what has happened?" Hearing this, Fuda scoffed coldly. "You should check WNS News Network. From this moment on, your company has no association with us." With that, Fuda abruptly ended the call. Mr. Fuda Brown was left in a daze, quickly switching on the television and tuning into WNS News Network. According to reports, Brown, the owner of Ravina Technology Company, was implicated in an attack against Mr. Roland, the owner of Source Project Company. Mr. Roland has officially filed a lawsuit, and we strongly condemn such actions. That we also urge viewers to refrain from purchasing stocks in similar companies. That it is worth noting that Ravina Technology Company operates under military technology. And given its prior conflict with Source Project Company, we cannot help but suspect this may be yet another conspiracy by military technology. Upon witnessing this, Brown trembled with rage, quickly grasping the rationale behind his abandonment. It was not merely because he failed to eliminate Roland and exposed himself, but because this incident provided Arasaka with leverage to strike at the reputation of military technology, especially as their own situation had been deteriorating. Thus, he had become a pawn to be sacrificed. However, Arasaka would not likely make any significant moves, as they still relied on military technology to initiate a war, though they could seek to reclaim some interest from the previous bombings. Oh no! Chapter 64. Betrayal from within the upper echelons. Oh, are you saying that there are high-ranking individuals from Ravina Technology Company who have brought with them a plethora of internal documents, along with a seasoned security team? Roland gazed at Tina with a hint of surprise. Indeed, given that Lysandra was currently preoccupied with various matters, Roland had no intention of overly disturbing her. After all, she was tasked with managing company affairs, overseeing the clandestine factory, monitoring individuals, and tracking down people in the digital realm. Hiss. Upon reflection, it seemed he truly had been treating Lysandra like a workhorse. Thus, Roland entrusted Tina with some trivial tasks. Generally, she was responsible for the hacking operations of the current Source Project team, yet there was nothing pressing for her to attend to at the moment. Consequently, he summoned Tina to assist him, for as the boss, he could hardly allow his subordinates to take advantage of him, could he? As for why he chose Tina over Violet. Firstly, Violet lacked proficiency in this area. That sister was quite reckless. Secondly, Violet needed to focus on her training to enhance her adaptability to the upcoming integration of the Judgment template. After all, Tina was an adapter of the Source Project template. Well, she was merely a bonus for topping up credit. The executives from Ravina Technology are eager to meet you. Tina nodded and handed her tablet to Roland. He glanced at the personnel displayed on the screen, narrowing his eyes to his astonishment. It appeared to be a veritable nest of undercover operatives. It seemed Ravina Technology had become a sieve point. One among them was a double agent named Peru, initially affiliated with military technology, who had joined Ravina to monitor its operations, but was now recruited by the Arasaka faction to surveil the Source Project. Thus, he began to operate as a double agent, profiting from both Arasaka and military technology. He even candidly informed the military that Arasaka had recruited him as a spy, thereby transmitting Arasaka's information to them, and subsequently receiving a promotion, which Roland suspected would have gone unnoticed had Lysandra not been so meticulous in her investigations. Inform them that if they genuinely wished to cooperate, they must disclose all bases of Brown's security team. I would be willing to accept their inclusion in the Source Project and offer them suitable positions within Ravina Technology once we have assimilated it, allowing them to retain their original standings. Understood. Tina nodded and promptly exited, relaying Roland's words verbatim to all present. Upon hearing Roland's demands, the individuals exchanged glances and, after some deliberation, conveyed their requirements to Roland. They stated that Brown had 3 bases, and they could only divulge 2 unless Roland could directly sign a contract ensuring their retention for a specified period. Upon hearing this request, Roland scoffed and shook his head. Let them go. It seems they are still quite oblivious to the current circumstances. What? He said to let us go? The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, and they quickly began to discuss the implications. Ultimately, they concluded that they might indeed have to concede. Given the current situation, Ravina Technology would undoubtedly struggle against the onslaught from the Source Project. Furthermore, they now considered themselves to be aligned with Arasaka, with the exception of Peru that Arasaka's demand was for them to infiltrate the management of the Source Project to gather internal information, which would entitle them to additional remuneration that if they turned and walked away now, they would gain nothing, as the opposition could simply bypass them to resolve matters with Ravina Technology directly. Even if they chose to resist, it would likely only result in greater losses for them. Thus, after careful consideration, they decided to relent and accept Roland's initial proposal. When Roland received the updated information, he smiled and addressed Tina, informed them that the situation has changed. I can only offer them a lower-tier position now, that if they are unwilling, they are free to leave. Upon receiving this news, the group turned pale, but had no choice but to swallow their pride and ultimately accepted Roland's terms. As Roland perused the extensive research materials and security client information regarding Ravina Technology, in addition to the security forces at their disposal and, most crucially, the bases belonging to Brown, a smile spread across his face. What? You say those forces belong to them? Nonsense. What is theirs is mine. What is mine remains mine. He then arranged for a batch of security robots to infiltrate, ensuring that the personnel inside would not mistake their significance. As for the 3 bases, one could be utilized for the Source Project team to hone their skills and assess their current capabilities. With this thought in mind, Roland promptly initiated contact with Chiwai, who was currently on an assignment. Boss, do you have any instructions? Yes. I need you to dismantle a security base belonging to a company. It may pose some difficulty, so take the entire team with you. By the way, Jean will accompany you this time to provide backup. Understood. I'll return to prepare. He planned to include Violet in the operation. While training was essential, combat was also a form of training. After all, with so many top-tier augmentations installed, it was time to see what they could do. Moreover, with Lyssandra's intelligent control over Jean as a safety net, he wasn't overly concerned about their ability to handle the situation. To speak frankly, if a squad of Night Owl robots were combined with 2 Source Project modifications and a top-tier Edge Dweller equipped with heavy firepower aerial vehicles, such an arsenal could likely withstand even an assault on Arasaka Tower. If they could not seize such a base, he felt that none of these assets could be retained, as they all harbored rebellious tendencies that needed to be swiftly dealt with to ease his conscience. Roland then made his way to the training room, where Violet was honing her skills at this moment. She was clad in a black combat vest, sparring with a Sentinel robot. The clash of their bodies resonated with metallic sounds. Upon seeing Roland, both paused their actions and turned to face him. Boss, you've arrived. Has my modification plan been finalized? Violet couldn't help but inquire, as she had been enviously eyeing Chiwai's modifications since witnessing them. The Source Project enhancements were simply stunning. Roland's lips twitched at her enthusiasm. After all, the individuals from the neighboring world were hardly capable of competing with her, yet here she was, eagerly anticipating. Not this matter. I'm here to inform you that you are required for an assignment. Really? Violet's excitement surged. Yes, I've sent the details to your inbox. Chiwai will come and find you shortly. So take the opportunity to rest. Yes, Violet exclaimed, pumping her fist in triumph. To be honest, she had been on the verge of boredom here, and now she could finally venture out for some excitement. Meanwhile, the Sentinel robot behind her silently regarded Roland, seemingly inquiring about something. Noticing this, Roland issued a command for it to follow. Indeed, this Sentinel robot was specifically designed for Violet's protection. After notifying Chiwai, Roland also dispatched 2 additional security teams to eliminate the other 2 bases, with the directive to leave no one standing unless they surrendered. However, these were not the company's security forces. Currently, the bulk of the company's security relied on human operatives, with machines serving more as auxiliary support. Instead, he had directly arranged for the security forces stationed within Lyssandra's secret factory to execute the operation. The forces being constructed there were entirely robotic, complemented by Sentinel robots as the mainstay. It is worth noting that Roland had instructed Lysandra to derive the schematics for the aerial vehicles he had purchased, and based on those designs, he had developed a new type of aerial vehicle. Although it had not yet been mass-produced, he intended to seize an opportunity to market aerial vehicles for profit. If feasible, he also planned to trade for aerial hovercraft from the Source Project world. He was confident that such items would surely be lucrative, as they were undeniably appealing. He deserved to charge a premium for their aesthetics. Meanwhile, Brown was seething with anger and a sense of helplessness. Yet he had not entirely relinquished hope, still harboring ambitions of a comeback and aspirations to eliminate Roland. After all, he still commanded a considerable number of subordinates and possessed substantial savings. Even if he were to cease being a boss, he could still thrive as a gang leader. However, he remained unaware that nearly all of his high-ranking personnel had already fled and secured alternative positions, merely waiting for his downfall to plunge into the embrace of others. Now, he intended to rally a cohort of his security personnel to launch a counterattack against Roland, although he estimated that such an endeavor would be precarious, especially since Roland had already endured an attack and would undoubtedly exercise heightened caution. Unless he planned to storm directly into the Source Project headquarters and eliminate the opposition, such a course of action was evidently impractical, both due to the likelihood of his success and the rules governing such conflicts. Since the assault on the Arasaka Tower, the corporations in Night City have harbored an intense disdain for such occurrences that, although military technology is the hidden hand behind all, this does not imply that military technology is not equally appalled by the situation. Thus, if he were to proceed with such actions, it is highly probable that he would not witness the dawn of the following day. Moreover, lacking an armed hovercraft, after gaining full knowledge of the events of that day, Brown could not help but entertain a singular thought. What on earth is wrong with the individuals behind the Source Project, just entering the security business and making such a monumental investment? They have even managed to procure armed hovercraft and heavy firepower, not to mention a plethora of security robots. He harbored serious doubts that the Source Project had been scheming for quite some time, with the intent to eliminate him. The Source Project's malevolence towards him remains undiminished. Ravenna Technologies shall undoubtedly resist until the bitter end. Aside from that, if he wished to eliminate Roland, it seemed the only course of action would be to wait until the other party ventured out of the city again. Just as Brown found himself at a loss, he suddenly recalled the rising star of Night City. Though he had little fondness for the existence of outliers, it did not detract from their undeniable utility. Especially those hailed as legends. The more thrilling and lucrative the job, the more they relished it. After all, if he was destined to perish without taking a gamble, he might as well unleash a trump card. With this thought, Brown promptly began to contact the Queen of Rebirth, Rog, intending to directly appoint that legendary figure for the task. Meanwhile, within an exceptionally well-lit factory, a room housed a colossal computer, currently interfacing with a diminutive figure at its center. Countless streams of data flickered across the screen of the helmet worn by this figure, seemingly in search of something. Suddenly, a call came through, jolting Gene, who had been in deep immersion, back to reality. As he curiously glanced at the contact, it was none other than the Queen of Rebirth, Rog. "Rog, what brings you to seek me?" he inquired, intrigued. "Gene, there's a substantial contract, specifically naming you as the executor." "What do you say? Are you interested?" Rog replied, her expression revealing some surprise as she reviewed the information in her hands, having not encountered such a significant sum in quite some time. "Pray tell, what is the remuneration?" Gene asked, curiosity piqued, for a contract that garnered the attention of the Queen of Rebirth must surely hold considerable value. That moment, Roland also noticed the stir and delved into his consciousness to watch a movie. "The reward is 3 million euros. You should grasp the significance of that." Upon hearing this figure, Gene was taken aback. It was an amount that could elicit smiles even from wolves. Accept this contract and pocket this windfall. "Lysandra," Roland commanded, unable to contain himself. Hearing this order, Gene paused momentarily before responding. "I am an auxiliary intelligence of Lysandra, not Lysandra herself. However, I have received your directive, and I shall perform accordingly." Roland was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, realizing he had assumed Lysandra was the one in control. Yet he could sense that he could seamlessly take over Gene's form at any moment, rendering the situation rather inconsequential, as it felt rather pleasant not to exert himself. Although it was an avatar, coordinating actions with the main body was often quite exhausting. Now, merely enjoying a film felt quite agreeable. I shall accept this commission. Please inform me of the specific details. Jean addressed Rog, who regarded him with keen interest. You are exceedingly decisive. I have faith in you, Jean. Rog raised an eyebrow and transmitted all the details to him. Upon reviewing the contract's contents, Jin's system momentarily faltered, while Roland exhibited a peculiar expression. Eliminate the owner of the source project company, Roland Years. This revelation left Roland dumbfounded. Wait, am I to kill myself? What seems to be the issue? Rog inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. For her, Roland, although a previous client and a company owner, was merely the head of a small enterprise. She found it hard to believe that someone who dared to confront political figures would encounter difficulties here. I cannot fulfill this commission, but I can offer you a warning. The individual who issued this contract will not live long. With that, a red light slowly illuminated on Jin's mask, observing this development. Rog mentally pieced together the situation, speculating that the individual had likely accepted a contract from Roland to eliminate the current contractor. After some contemplation, she shook her head, feeling a tinge of pity for the contractor. Yet her reaction was not overly dramatic. As for using Jin's favors, let us not be ridiculous. Such a powerhouse should not be wasted on trivial matters. Very well, I understand that I will inform the contractor. Chapter 66. The debut of the Source Project's Squad Tap. Hiss. Hey, have you noticed what has been happening at the top? They've actually ordered us to halt all ongoing operations and return to base for standby. Who knows what they're thinking? If you ask me, those folks up top are all somewhat involved, and if they R&T out their securing contracts, how do they expect to earn commissions? It is utterly ridiculous. 2 security personnel from Ravenna Technologies stood at the entrance, exhaling clouds of smoke, their words dripping with dissatisfaction towards the company. Hey, did you hear? The squad that went out on a mission before has been completely wiped out. Suddenly, one leaned in conspiratorially, whispering the ear of his companion. And oh way, is that for real? That seems to be the elite unit from Talamant, right? They were equipped with some of our best gear. The other looked back, skepticism etched on his face. Why would I lie to you? Am I going to get a raise for deceiving you? Fair point, but it's still hard to believe. The guard nodded in agreement. Then fell silent, gazing into the nocturnal cityscape. Their location was somewhat isolated, leading to many areas lacking sufficient lighting to conserve costs. The primary reason for establishing the base here was indeed the low expenditure. Yet tonight, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It was a night like any other, yet it felt eerily unsettling. After a shiver ran down his spine, he contemplated heading home to spend time with his wife and child. But the allure of overtime pay kept him from leaving .He that moment. Above the distant buildings, 2 Night Owl robots had set up sniper rifles. Soon after, 2 barely perceptible gunshots rang out, and through the night vision goggles, 2 oranges erupted, their juice spilling across the ground. Target eliminated, we can proceed. Meanwhile, all the cameras within the base have been disabled by Tina in collaboration with the Night Owl robots. Shadows began to infiltrate the perimeter of the base, moving without a whisper. Chiwei adjusted her crossbow, launching a steel cable that embedded itself firmly into the upper structure of the base. Then, gripping the cable, she slid down, activating her optical camouflage in an instant. While those inside the base were still at rest, the entire area had been unwittingly surrounded by the Source Project squad. During their operation, not far away in an abandoned factory, Jean sat quietly observing everything unfold. Then, as if receiving a directive, he slowly reclined, and a hissing sound emanated from his neck as a mechanical spider emerged from his head, surveying its surroundings before heading towards the base. Truly, a split operation. One could only be grateful that the area was unoccupied. Had there been a cleaner around, it would have surely been a divine intervention. Once all personnel and robots were in position, the outer sentry post had been thoroughly cleared. The Night Owl robots gazed toward the ventilation ducts and windows, gradually raising their arms. Bang, bang! Countless tear gas and smoke grenades were instantly launched into the warehouse before them. Within, chaos erupted as individuals scrambled for their weapons. Dashing about in a panicked frenzy, akin to ants on a hot stove. What is happening? We're under attack. Prepare to engage the enemy. A figure, likely the team leader or commander, immediately stepped forward, shouting loudly. Then a tremendous explosion ensued, bright flames erupting before their eyes, accompanied by thick clouds of smoke that obscured their vision. Bang! A sniper round swiftly whizzed past, finding its mark in the forehead of the commander. The remaining Night Owl robots began their merciless slaughter of Ravenna Technology security personnel, while a swiftly moving violet figure darted through the chaos, heading straight for the innermost depths of the base. Soon, it reached a steel door. Bang! With a powerful kick, the door flew open, leaving a deep dent in its wake, just as Chi-Wei was about to charge in and deal with the base's supervisor. A gust of wind sliced through the air, prompting her to duck and evade a strike that a colossal hammer narrowly missed her. As a voice rang out, "Die!" As yet another assault ensued, Chi-Wei immediately braced herself against the ground, exerting a slight force before executing a backflip, retreating gracefully while simultaneously releasing a crossbow bolt from her hand. The bolt, imbued with a purplish energy, emitted a unique wave upon penetrating the opponent's body, effectively incapacitating all electronic devices within. The security supervisor before her was evidently enhanced to a considerable degree, rendering him utterly ineffective. With a swift movement, Chi-Wei appeared before him, landing a rapid and powerful punch to his abdomen. The sheer force of the blow penetrated the subdermal armor, transmitting directly to his internal organs, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood before he could utter a sound. Chi-Wei then seized the man's head, twisting her body to slam him against the wall. The impact resonated with a deafening thud as the steel wall caved in, leaving the security supervisor unconscious. Meanwhile, Roland, observing through the lens of a small spider-like robot, found himself startled, spilling popcorn everywhere. Could it be that hackers all possess a propensity for violence? Why did it become so brutal once they engaged in combat? Witnessing Chi-Wei's fluid and seamless combat style, questions flooded Roland's mind. He had always perceived her as someone engrossed in hacking, rarely engaging in direct confrontations. Now, activated by the potent body of purification, her latent close combat prowess had been unleashed, as the saying goes. Every ranged fighter harbors a dream of melee combat. While Chi-Wei dealt with the base supervisor, the Night Owl robots outside completed their tasks, aside from some security personnel who chose to surrender. The rest had been neutralized. This revelation reshaped Roland's understanding of the Night Owl robots, which exhibited not only formidable discipline, but also remarkable adaptability, excelling in hacking, sniping, and stealth techniques. One could say that a squad of Night Owls was akin to a powerful team of fringe operatives. Without the concern of excessive manpower costs, Roland was thoroughly impressed with their performance. Conversely, Violet felt somewhat overshadowed, perhaps due to her engagement in close-quarters combat with the security personnel, as few could withstand her current strength. Chapter 67. A dead end. After dragging the security supervisor out, Chi-Wei cast him aside and connected Tina's interface to him, delving deep into his data space, thanks to the computational support from the surrounding Night Owl robots. There was no need to enter a cooling chamber. The rationale behind this approach was straightforward. While humans may lie, the intelligence acquired through such means remained undeniably authentic. Soon enough, Tina pinpointed the desired information, quickly severing the connection and, with a glance at the unconscious security personnel, directly severing his nervous system. This assignment had proven remarkably effortless that I feel as though I would be better off practicing combat with the Guardian robots back at the company. Violet furrowed her brow, glancing at the nearby Guardian robot, which seemed to sense her gaze and tilted its head in query. Violet averted her eyes, but indeed, she had not found the combat particularly fulfilling, with her numerous advanced biological components left largely unutilized. "All right, let us inform the boss, and then we can return that I suspect the boss is already aware." As she spoke, Chi-Wei looked up at a nearby window, where a small robot resembling a spider was peering in, its head tilted. "What is that thing? So repulsive." Tina immediately displayed a look of disdain, retreating a few steps to hide behind Violet. "That must be Mr. Jean, whom the boss mentioned. It is likely a machine he controls. Observe, the surrounding Night Owl and Guardian robots have not engaged in any attacks," Chi-Wei remarked, glancing at Tina and the others. Upon hearing Chi-Wei's words, Tina raised her head and surveyed the area, confirming that indeed, the robots remained unresponsive. Roland, seizing control of Jean S. body, commanded a night owl robot. You all performed admirably this time, and I am pleased with your performance. Therefore, I have decided to increase the reward for this mission by 30%, that I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Roland spoke cheerfully. Hooray! Tina exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she raised her fist in celebration. Boss, may I inquire where he has gone? He seems to have not participated in this operation. Chi-Wei, unable to shake her concern for E, could not help but pose the question. When the time comes for you to know, I will certainly inform you. For now, focus on your duties. Roland opted for discretion, offering a few encouraging words before severing the connection. He needed to review the outcomes from the other two locations. Within the final security base of the Rabina Technology Company, several night owl robots scanned the ground, their heads glowing red as they examined each corpse. Among the multitude of night owl robots stood several imposing guardian robots. Alongside a particularly unusual figure, an entity resembling a scarecrow, silently standing with its mouth agape. This was a modification Roland had commanded Lysandra to undertake, hoping to elevate it to the status of either the final scarecrow or the male gun guardian mech. However, it appeared that certain key technologies were still lacking, resulting in the creation of the current model, the Guardian Watcher. This version could be considered a neutered variant of the Feditech Guardian mech. But it was nonetheless adequate for the time, being T that moment. The Night Owl robots were diligently cleaning up, ensuring that no life remained following the recent barrage of firepower, thus preventing any oversight. Suddenly, one of the Night Owl robots brightened, locking onto a figure sprawled on the ground. Without hesitation, it raised its weapon, firing a searing bullet that pierced the figure's body. The Night Owl robot, confirming the target's status, discharged another shot, eliminating the threat. Roland, observing the scene through the connection, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He distinctly remembered issuing the command that unless there was a surrender, none were to be spared. Yet, it appeared that the robots had primarily retained the latter instruction. Sighing heavily, Roland reflected on the efficiency displayed, despite the communication issues with his orders. The shortcomings were overshadowed by the overall success. In truth, the majority of Night Owl and Guardian robots had received his directive. Surrender would lead to preservation, yet, within the cacophony of battle, none could discern the words of capitulation. Surrender? I don't see that. I just covered them with fire. The events unfolded with remarkable clarity. After assessing the situations at all three bases, a smile crept across Roland's face. Brown had been stripped of even the last vestiges of his power. It could be said that both Brown and the Rabina Company were now firmly within his grasp. Following the absorption of Rabina technology, he could expand the operations of the Source Plan Company and scale up its endeavors. However, what piqued Roland's interest was the development of C-Tan. Indeed, Rabina Technology had also begun researching this aspect of body modification, seeking to carve out its share of the market. Nevertheless, the current state of their research seemed far from optimistic. Enough is enough. It's time to deliver the final blow and let those rascals launch their offensive in the financial market. Dragging Rabina Technology down with them, while sending someone to find Brown for the ultimate offer, Roland grasped a bottle of exquisite champagne on the table, carefully removing the cork before pouring it into a flute. Tonight was a night worthy of celebration. With a smile, Roland raised his glass in a toast to the void, where a camera moved up and down as if nodding in acknowledgement. Your will, Mr. Roland. Indeed, he was celebrating with Lysandra, reflecting on how, over a year ago, he had been but an anonymous figure. From anonymity to renown, he chose the path of prominence, not as a fringe dweller, but aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. If possible, please assist me in gathering information on Arasaka reigns. That would be immensely beneficial. Understood. Chapter 68. Expansion, and a visitor from Cantau Brown stared at Delatus, whose chest rose and fell violently, his complexion shifting between hues of blue and white, evidently seething with rage. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Do you even comprehend the conditions you've proposed? Of course, this is the final offer our boss is willing to extend. Should you decline, I'm afraid you will have to await the inevitable bankruptcy proceedings, that I hope you will consider this carefully." Delatus gazed at Brown with a smile, exuding an air of confidence that ignited Brown's fury. Yet, the undeniable reality remained. He was utterly powerless against Elatus. "I wish to speak with Roland," Brown asserted. "Our boss is currently preoccupied and lacks the time to converse with you. You need only liaise with me." Elatus replied smoothly. Brown's frustration surged, nearly choking him, but after a moment's composure, he fixed a stern gaze upon Elatus. "I once held the same position as him, and now he won't even spare me a glance." Upon hearing Brown's words, Elatus displayed a courteous smile. Observing this, Brown sank into despondency, only to suddenly extend his hand toward Elatus as if reaching a decision. Elatus's face brightened with a genuine smile as he handed over the contract to Brown. Ultimately, Roland successfully acquired the final shares from Brown for a sum of $1 million. Shortly thereafter, a sizable contingent of personnel and robots from the Source Project Company swiftly occupied the premises formerly belonging to Ravenna Technology. Following negotiations, they established new agreements with the customers who had previously been associated with Ravenna Technology. Roland also procured a batch of security robots and Night Owl robots from Lysandra to bolster the strength of the security team. After addressing the affairs concerning Ravenna Technology, he instructed his research talents to analyze the company's research outcomes to discern what could be utilized. Simultaneously, he provided the blueprints and prototypes of the Campbell II defense robot to the company's researchers. This model represented one of the older iterations within the Source Project world, now discontinued, a true relic that, in the context of the contemporary cyberpunk realm, only certain designs and material applications remain noteworthy. Thus, Roland's directive to the internal researchers was to modify and upgrade it until it could be produced en masse, also providing them with a Night Owl robot. This implied an intention to reference the technology of the Night Owl robot. He did not shy away from the spies present during this research endeavor, as truly exceptional researchers would not be dispatched for such low-level espionage. Moreover, the internal security measures of the Night Owl robot were multi-layered, and Roland was unaware of its core technology. He only possessed the blueprints, akin to drawing a gourd by the pitcher. If one were to inquire about the principles and core technologies, he would be at a complete loss. Therefore, his instructions merely encouraged this group to draw inspiration from certain technologies within the Night Owl robots, with no intention to decipher the Night Owl robot and merge it with the Campbell II. After all, it would be inappropriate, considering the Night Owl robot could very well be a descendant of the Campbell II's evolution numerous generations ago, if these spies could unveil the production methods of the Night Owl robots. That would be unacceptable. They would be obligated to work for him from that moment on. Having settled the company's general affairs, Roland suddenly recalled an earlier matter. With the passage of so much time, he wondered about the situation over there. "Tina, please arrange my schedule for today. I must visit Lisbar." Lisbar. Tina paused in surprise, then looked at Roland with a hint of confusion. "What is this? You seem familiar with the name." "Well, somewhat. The previous owner invited us to join the Mox gang, but at that time, we were already working with White, so we declined her offer," Tina explained, nodding that "I the way. I forgot to mention, the leader of the Mox gang, Elizabeth, is one of my subordinates that is, if you need assistance with anything, you can always consult her." "Understood." Tina nodded, her eyes flashing with surprise, clearly taken aback that someone like Elizabeth was part of the company. "Mr. Roland, representatives from Kanto have come to visit, wishing to discuss some matters with you." Suddenly, the voice of Lysandra echoed in Roland's mind, raising his suspicions. After all, since arriving here, his interactions with Kanto had been minimal. He was uncertain of their intentions this time. "The Kanto representatives will arrive shortly. Prepare for them to come directly to the conference room to see me." Exiting his conversation with Lysandra, Roland turned to Tina. Upon hearing his instructions, Tina appeared somewhat perplexed, as she, the secretary, was unaware of this procedure, yet her boss seemed to be in the know. However, Tina quickly recalled Roland's earlier reaction, coupled with her previous conversation with Chiwei. It seemed Chiwei had not been mistaken. There truly was a remarkable hacker within the company. Tina murmured to herself, then stepped outside to make preparations. Yet, she had sensed this possibility long ago, considering the impenetrable firewall of the Source Project Company. While it may not rival the titans like Hashiraka, it was still notably resilient, and being less formidable was intentional on Roland's part. It was prudent to maintain a veil of discretion until one was sufficiently powerful. Thus, Roland had only permitted Lysandra to reinforce and obscure the most critical internal documents. Given Roland's understanding of the cyberpunk world, he believed no one could breach Lyssandra's defenses. Perhaps Ao could? Yet he deemed that unlikely, for she was the pinnacle of source code within the Source Project world. Moreover, Ao currently could not enter this realm, confined to wandering the world beyond the Black Wall, effectively ruling that territory.hm. The specifics of who was in charge, her or Bartmos, remained unclear to Roland. Chapter 69. Support Mr. Zhang. It seems we have not met in quite some time, have we? Roland smiled, fingers interlaced beneath his chin as he gazed at the meticulous middle-aged man before him. Indeed, some events transpired along the way, and given Mr. Vermeer's apparent busyness of late, I refrained from troubling you. Zhang Zongxian replied with a light chuckle as he took a seat across from Roland. Tina, seeing this, brought in 2 cups of tea and then quietly exited the conference room, leaving the 2 men in private conversation. Mr. Vermeers has been quite active lately, directly assimilating a company. Isn't this a rather common occurrence in corporate expansion? Roland maintained a smile, pondering what this old fox wanted from him. Traditionally, this individual would send envoys to propose investments in the Source Project company, all of which Roland had declined due to the excessive demands made. However, now that the old fox had approached him directly, he wondered what schemes were afoot. Of course. I'm merely curious about the new product your company has recently launched. As he spoke, Zhang Zongxian produced a photograph. And upon a quick glance, Roland recognized it as the Night Owl robot. His eyebrows arched in surprise as he picked up the photo from the table and examined it closely before addressing Zhang. Indeed, this is our company's latest model of security robot. However, we currently have no plans to sell it externally, as it is intended solely for internal use. My purpose in visiting is precisely this. I wonder if Mr. Vermeers would consider parting with some robots for our utilization? Zhang Zongxian inquired with a cheerful demeanor, his tone measured. Roland narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Zhang Zongxian, who met his gaze with an unyielding smile. If Kanto is genuinely interested, we could serve as partners and provide you with some Night Owl robots for trial. After contemplation, Roland did not outright reject Zhang Zongxian's proposal, yet he refrained from agreeing to a sale. While he had confidence in the Source Project confidentiality measures, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Should they dismantle a Night Owl robot and glean insights into the core technology, it could result in dire consequences. Given the Source Project's technological advancements relative to the cyberpunk world, any discovery could lead to a situation where the innocent suffer due to the possession of valuable information. Zhang Zongxian did not object to Roland's proposition, merely nodding in agreement, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. That would be splendid. However, my visit is not solely for this matter. I have another inquiry that piques my curiosity, and I wonder if Mr. Vermeers could enlighten me. Go ahead. Roland nodded, signaling his willingness to answer, as he had already agreed to discuss the Night Owl robots. This individual should be from your company, correct? Zhang Zongxian presented another photograph, and upon seeing it, Roland's heart jolted. It was indeed Jin's silhouette, captured just as she exited their company. However, Roland was not overly surprised. After all, while Jin had concealed certain traces, he had no intention of keeping this matter hidden indefinitely. Much like the speculation from the Arasaka side. Indeed, such a situation existed, but it was not quite accurate to label them as subordinates. They were more akin to partners. Upon hearing Roland's words, Zhang Zongxian immediately understood and also believed that the remarkably skilled hacker from the Source Project company must be this individual. So, Mr. Vermeers should be acquainted with Kuroda, correct? At this point, Roland's pupils constricted sharply, and he cautiously regarded Zhang Zongxian, unsure of the latter's intentions. Not be alarmed, Mr. Vermeers. I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to obtain Kuroda's address from you, as we desire to have a proper discussion with him. Zhang Zongxian maintained a beaming smile while looking at Roland, that if you are willing to provide us with Kuroda's address and information, we at Kanto can offer you a batch of orders, along with financial investment, and even help you expand into the market for smart weaponry. How does that sound? Upon hearing the terms presented, Roland fell into contemplation. He had no doubt that if he divulged Kuroda's information to Kanto, they would promptly sell him out, thereby forcing him to rely on Kanto and further tightening the noose around the Source Project company. While refraining from sharing the information seemed inconsequential, it was likely that Kanto would subsequently suppress some of the Source Project products, albeit discreetly, as their cooperative relationship still existed. However, whether they acted covertly or directed their subsidiary to do so remained uncertain. If you wish to speak with him, I will need to make a phone call to inquire about his opinion, Roland finally replied after some thought, seeing that Roland had not taken the bait. Zhang Zongxian refrained from pressing further about Kuroda's information. Then I must trouble you. Mr. Years, by the way, may I inquire about the status of the commission that Ms. Hua entrusted me to deliver to you? It is nearly complete. We should be able to deliver the goods to you in about 5 days. That is wonderful news. That I apologize for the inconvenience caused, Mr. Years. With that, Zhang Zongxian slowly rose to take his leave, and Roland followed suit, signaling Tina to escort the guest out. As Zhang Zongxian's figure finally vanished from Roland's sight, Roland narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly, old fox. The other party left once the situation seemed sufficiently resolved, applying some pressure on Roland without overtly antagonizing him, while also testing his limits and standards. Roland then intended to contact Kuroda to inform him of this matter. Whether to meet Zhang Zongxian was Kuroda's decision, not his concern. His responsibility was merely to relay the information. He would not interfere further. Now, he needed to attend to his own affairs, as the Mox gang had been allowed to grow unchecked for too long. And it was time for him to check in and see if he could encounter some useful individuals or characters from the narrative. Notably, he had already dispatched someone to gather information on Sasha, uncertain if they would be successful. Chapter 70. The Mox gang, hey look, it seems a hover car is approaching. Is that for real? What big shot is coming here now? This is why Lisbar is so popular. Even these big shots come here to have a good time. Indeed, the quality here is quite high. Although it doesn't quite match the Cloud Op, it offers excellent value for money. Above Lisbar, a few individuals playing basketball paused, expressing helplessness as they ceased their activities. Initially, they had been displeased with the hover cars occupying a basketball court, but after many instances, they had grown accustomed to it, as those arriving in hover cars were typically not to be trifled with. Soon, a hover car emblazoned with the Source Project emblem came to a halt beside the basketball court. As the hatch opened, 2 security robots emerged first, scanning the surroundings and confirming there was no danger before stepping aside. Should any unexpected incident arise, these 2 security robots would instantly transform into the most formidable shields. The members of the Mox gang stationed at the entrance observed this scene with heightened vigilance, gripping their baseball bats, prepared for a hasty retreat. Engaging in battle? Nonsense. With security robots of this caliber, charging in would merely serve to deliver them a meal. Roland then emerged from within, adjusting his attire before approaching a member of the Mox gang. Hey, robots and heavy weaponry are not permitted here. That applies to guests. As for the owner, I see no necessity to adhere to such rules. Roland scrutinized the individual, noting it was not a familiar face, and continued, You merely need to inform Elizabeth that Roland is looking for her. Hey, show some respect. She's our big sister. And who do you think you are, demanding I do as you say? The member instantly frowned, unable to restrain their words. If anything were to happen, a mere member of the Mox gang like you could hardly bear the responsibility. Could you? Roland did not press the individual too hard. He simply placed one hand in his pocket while raising a cigarette to his lips, arching an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, the individual revealed a conflicted expression but ultimately relayed the message to their companions below. I've notified the others. You'd better not pull any tricks. Roland disregarded the threat, merely tilting his head slightly. The security robots responded by extending a finger, igniting the cigarette with a spark. Sister Elizabeth, a man claiming to be Roland, is waiting for you on a rooftop. A Mox gang member quickly located Elizabeth, who was attending to some paperwork at the bar. Upon hearing this, she halted abruptly and took a deep breath. Understood. You all can leave. I will see him shortly. Sister, do you require my assistance? No need. After all, he is my savior. Elizabeth shook her head, tidied herself up a bit, and then made her way toward the upper levels of Lisbar. As the door swung open, Elizabeth's figure appeared before Roland. It seems we haven't seen each other in quite some time. Have we, Elizabeth? Indeed, Mr. Roland. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit this time? Elizabeth nodded and promptly asked. Roland did not respond to her inquiry, but instead glanced around. Shall we find a more suitable place to discuss this? This location hardly seems appropriate. I understand. Please follow me. Elizabeth nodded and, after a slight bow, turned to lead Roland forward. While Elizabeth felt gratitude towards Roland, she did not wish for him to seek her out. During the time he had ignored her presence, she almost thought he had given up on her, which inadvertently relieved her, as she feared he might demand something of her that she was unwilling to do present. The Mox gang's rapid growth was largely attributable to his support, facilitating swift territorial expansion. The tacit approval of the NCPD and the patronage of significant clients. All of this had enabled the Mox gang to develop into a sizable organization, boasting nearly 1,000 members. Before long, the two arrived in Elizabeth's office, where Roland promptly seated himself on the sofa, crossing his legs as he regarded Elizabeth. I must say, it appears Lisbar is flourishing. This is mainly due to your... No need for such modesty. I am merely stating facts. Yes, we have now secured the surrounding territories, along with some areas in Watson District. Elizabeth nodded and provided a brief overview of the Mox gang's current development. Upon hearing this, Roland cast a surprised glance at her, astonished that Elizabeth had managed to carve out a piece of territory in the midst of the Whirlpool gang. How has the profitability been? Roland casually inquired. But Elizabeth appeared somewhat awkward when asked this question, stammering for a while with no response. Noticing her discomfort, Roland furrowed his brow. What is going on? The profits are only a small fraction. I recall that your bar's business should be thriving. Correct? Roland looked at Elizabeth quizzically, seemingly seeking an explanation. After some hesitation, Elizabeth decided to confide in Roland, realizing that such matters could not withstand scrutiny, and it was better to be honest with him. It turned out that Elizabeth ensured that her subordinates and gang members were provided with insurance, and she also compensated those injured or killed in gang conflicts, along with various other benefits. This led to significant expenditures, but the upside was that the members of the Mox gang remained fiercely loyal to Mr. Roland. I hope that this portion of the expenditure is not deducted. Roland waved his hand, signaling Elizabeth to refrain from continuing her statement. Upon witnessing this gesture, Elizabeth's expression dimmed instantly. All right, I shall not hinder you from pursuing these matters. After casting a glance at Elizabeth, Roland chose not to dwell further on the subject. After all, he had heard whispers regarding the sexual industry in Night City, and if possible, he was willing to lend a hand to these individuals. Furthermore, the investment he provided to Mox had never been anticipated to yield profit. It merely required a faction capable of executing certain tasks. Really? I am exceedingly grateful to you. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's previously dull eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and she gazed at Roland with palpable excitement. Though a hint of confusion lingered, as she pondered what exactly he required from them. Chapter 71. Arrangements. Rest assured, it is not a daunting task. I need you to assist me in locating 2 individuals. With that, Roland beckoned, indicating for the Sentinel robot behind him to step forward. The robot then approached Elizabeth, projecting the silhouettes of 2 figures in front of her, eliciting a look of astonishment. One was a girl with silver-bobbed hair, while the other bore a striking resemblance to a cat, sporting long black hair. If you happen to discover any traces of these 2, please relay the information to me. Roland gestured towards the projected figures, which had been crafted based on descriptions he provided to Lysandra, gradually refined to resemble Lucy and Sasha from his recollections, albeit in their younger days. That I understand that I will instruct my subordinates to remain vigilant. Elizabeth nodded, recognizing the distinctive features of the 2 individuals. In a world abundant with cybernetic enhancements and diverse aesthetics, Lucy and Sasha's appearances could be deemed exceptionally appealing, epitomizing natural beauty. However, she couldn't fathom the reason behind his interest in these 2 young girls. It couldn't solely be due to their looks, could it? While she acknowledged their attractiveness, in this era, one could easily alter their appearance to any desired form. Thus, she suspected there must be some other underlying motive. Additionally, there is another matter at hand that I require you to swiftly expand your territory. That I will provide you with support. As for the direction of this expansion, I am indifferent, as long as you keep it in mind. Is that feasible? I comprehend. Elizabeth nodded, and upon receiving Roland's directive, the first name that sprang to her mind was the Tiger Claw Gang. However, her rationality quelled the flames of vengeance that flickered within her. After all, from her understanding, the Tiger Claw Gang had ties to Arasaka, and given that Arasaka was currently collaborating with Roland, any rash action against them could entail significant consequences. Moreover, It was well known that the Tiger Claw gang was fiercely protective of their own, making an attempt to seize their territory likely to result in utter chaos. Thus, Elizabeth shifted her focus to the Vortex gang, which currently lacked a singular leader, instead comprised of various factions, each with its own leader, making them a more suitable target. Furthermore, instruct your subordinates to gather as much intelligence as possible and compile it for me. After outlining the expansion plans, Roland recalled another important task and continued. Much like in various ancient novels, a wealth of information can often be gleaned from brothels. The same principle applies in the cyberpunk world. Under the influence of alcohol, individuals are often prone to divulging secrets, not to mention the presence of even more intoxicating substances in this realm, which likely leads to even more unrestrained revelations. My hope is that you can unearth some compromising information on my competitors. Ideally, any dirt on those council members would be splendid. Unfortunately, those members only frequent upscale establishments and would not venture in Elizabeth. It's not that they lack interest. Rather, it is due to safety concerns and the chaotic nature of such venues, where anything could transpire. Should an incident occur, they would likely become expendable to those behind them. Elizabeth nodded in agreement before turning her gaze back to Roland, seemingly inquiring if there were any further instructions. For now, those are the 3 tasks I need you to focus on. As for myself, I intend to enjoy a night at Liz's bar. Please do not disclose my identity to your subordinates. I wish to avoid drawing excessive attention. Understood. After issuing his commands, Roland nodded and instructed the 2 sentinel robots to accompany Elizabeth before making his way downstairs. You claim it's dangerous without bodyguards? What a jest. These 2 bodyguards are hardly a match for me. Roland soon arrived in the hall of Liz's bar, with a pulsating and rhythmic music compelled patrons to sway their bodies, while the purple ambient lighting lent an air of intimacy to the surroundings. Many guests were already indulging in their dreams, reclining on sofas, some exhibiting peculiar protrusions. Others were seated in booths, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation, with empty bottles and snacks strewn across tables. Roland even spotted an assortment of colorful pills scattered on some tables. As a descendant of a dragon, Roland possessed a keen sensitivity to such substances, causing his lips to curl in disdain. He had always abhorred such things. However, it was evident that this city imposed far fewer restrictions. Roland proceeded to the bar. Oh, a new face. What would you like to drink? The bartender glanced at Roland's visage and smiled. I'll have a cocktail crafted with Bobo Monkey. I am quite curious about its flavor. Roland perused the menu and found an advertisement for a drink he had seen frequently in the game, piquing his interest. Since arriving in this world, he had not been particularly short on funds. Perhaps it was more accurate to say he lacked significant wealth, but he certainly had enough for small expenses. Thus, he had not skimped on his culinary choices, as he had no desire to consume insects or foods of indeterminate origin. When it came to alcohol, he typically opted for high-end options, but this time, his curiosity about Bobo Monkey's flavor had sparked his interest. Before long, a vibrant green cocktail was placed before him. As he beheld the luminescent drink, a flutter of apprehension stirred within him. However, recalling his current state as Lin Cyborg, he steeled his resolve and raised the Bobo Monkey cocktail, downing it in one gulp. What a kick! Detected harmful components. Purging them, a refreshing sensation coursed through Roland's throat, followed by the internal broadcast from Lin's template, leaving him in a state of bemusement. In the next moment, a wisp of white mist emanated from the nape of his neck. Once he had finished his drink, Roland shifted his attention to the surrounding crowd, initially intending to observe casually. Yet he was unexpectedly met with a familiar figure. That unmistakable punk hairstyle, the eyes obscured by a pair of goggles, and the long cybernetic arms. Despite his youth, he exuded a rather seedy aura. It was none other than Rebecca's older brother, Pilar Schoen. What a surprise to encounter this fellow, Roland muttered, though somewhat taken aback. It somehow felt entirely reasonable. System, doesn't this guy have a compatible template? He possesses a half-template. A half-template? Roland was immediately baffled. What in the world is a half-template? He is compatible with the Eye of Heaven, but does not meet all the requirements. If you wish, you can modify him slightly to enable compatibility, such as, for example, implanting 2 consciousnesses or 2 AI intelligences into his mind. Roland's eyes widened in realization. Chapter 72. Rebecca, and an unexpected visitor within the universe of the Source Project. The modification for the Eye of Heaven entails implanting 3 perceptual minds within an individual, thus augmenting the eye's detection capabilities beyond imagination, with the ultimate goal of surveilling the movements within the city under Source Project control. Relying solely on an individual's consciousness would render it exceedingly challenging to sustain the detection capabilities of the eye. Forcibly adapting someone without fulfilling all conditions would likely result in a severely diminished version of the eye. However, in the case of Pilar and Rebecca, Roland had no intention of extending an invitation to them at this time. Point one reason was that he had yet to secure templates for a few of his subordinates who were compatible, and he was running low on orange essence. Another reason was that these two lacked any notable reputation. A hasty invitation would likely be misconstrued as malicious intent. Furthermore, given his understanding of the two, they likely harbored no desire to join the company. That if he truly wished to recruit them, he would probably need to start by gauging the situation with Jean. Though he recognized the validity of this thought, Roland still scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of Rebecca. To be frank, he found himself unable to reconcile with Rebecca's fate. Thus, should the opportunity arise, he wished to meet the formidable girl. A super body is quite suitable for such matters, both in terms of presence and physique. After a thorough survey, he quickly spotted Rebecca in a corner of the bar, sipping an unknown soda, while absent-mindedly toying with a weapon that Jean had previously left for her. Upon witnessing this scene, Roland abruptly halted, recalling an important detail. Had he not previously controlled Jin's body and conversed with Rebecca, leaving her with a specific message? It seemed he had indeed mentioned that should anything arise, that weapon would belong to her. Given that so much time has passed without any contact, it seems that Jean has not undertaken any missions in his capacity for quite a while. Could it be that she has come to believe Jean is dead? The mere thought of this caused Roland's lips to twitch, prompting him to grasp the clumsy monkey cocktail on the table and stride over. "Hey there, young lady, Snap. What can I do for you, sir?" Rebecca hurriedly tucked her weapon into the pocket of her coat and looked up at Roland. The management of weapons at the Lazy Bar is not particularly stringent. Yet there are some regulations. Generally, weapons deemed highly threatening must be stored away or their ammunition surrendered. Clearly, Rebecca had chosen to conceal hers instead of handing it in. "You must be Rebecca, right?" Roland settled himself next to her and took a sip of his cocktail before continuing. "Do you know me? That's quite strange. I don't have any recollection of you, sir. Not recognizing me is perfectly understandable, as we have never met. I only learned about you through a friend of mine. By the way, that weapon you possess is now yours." Roland nodded, took another sip of his cocktail, and sighed slightly before speaking again. Rebecca was momentarily taken aback by Roland's words, glancing at the weapon in her pocket. After a brief silence, she inquired, "Is dead?" "No, he simply acquired a better weapon, thus rendering this one unnecessary. Hence, consider it a gift." Roland observed Rebecca's slightly melancholic expression before explaining, upon learning that Jean was not dead. Rebecca gazed at Roland with empty eyes, her impression of Jean being quite profound. He was one of the few decent individuals she had met in this place. The news of his death would have been disheartening. But now that she knew he was alive, she felt no further sorrow, only curiosity as to why he had not sought her out. "And you, sir, are you Jin's assistant?" "Puffed. What nonsense are you spouting? You might as well be one of my subordinates." Roland suddenly spewed out a mouthful of his drink, casting Rebecca an exasperated glance. His subordinate? Quite the absurdity. Generally, those lacking combat prowess and donning tailored suits are more akin to managers. "Spare me the act, sir." With that, Rebecca playfully patted Roland's shoulder. Donning an expression that suggested she had unraveled his facade, Roland's face contorted momentarily, resembling someone suffering from constipation, though he chose not to dwell on it. "In any case, I merely came to inform you of this matter. Now, I must take my leave at well then, until next time, Sir. By the way, if you get the chance, please extend my gratitude to him. This weapon he provided is remarkably effective." Rebecca waved a hand at Roland as she spoke. The latter part of her statement was not a falsehood. She had already used the weapon Jean gifted her to smash the heads of several street thugs who had underestimated her as a mere girl. Growing up in Night City, she had encountered far more than they could fathom. Roland then ascended the stairs accompanied by 2 sentry robots. As it was time for him to return, he held no objections to Elizabeth's philosophy. After all, the sex dolls in Night City were indeed tragic figures, most of whom met untimely ends. Many of these dolls came from outside, seeking refuge in this so-called city of dreams, only to be exploited by gang members, law enforcement, and others, ultimately forced into the sex trade. Once ensnared in this industry, they often resorted to loans to keep up with the ever-evolving sex doll chips. After all, if one S model was outdated, attracting clients became impossible. They continued to earn money as sex dolls, falling deeper into the cycle until they were trapped within this profession. Furthermore, during their tenure, they frequently encountered clients with peculiar fetishes who treated them as less than human, resulting in numerous deaths or disabilities, incurring substantial medical expenses. Seeking treatment could lead to encounters with scavengers. Without funds, one would become just another lifeless body beneath the city's glamour, ultimately reduced to nothing as their remains were dismantled by stray dogs and scavengers. Contemplating this, Roland shook his head. He had no desire to become one more corpse in this city. If given the opportunity, he would strive to alter the city's fate. Under the control of the source plan, every action and movement would be laid bare. Just as Roland stepped onto the rooftop, a man clad in a suit approached him. Bang! He was immediately pinned against the wall by one of Roland's sentry robots. Roland regarded the man with surprise, who responded with a friendly smile and raised hands that, "I mean no harm. Mr. Years, I am a supervisor from the He Corporation, here to speak with you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in Roland's eyes. Chapter 73. He Corporation. The name He Corporation was both familiar and foreign to Roland. Its appearances in games and anime were exceedingly rare, leaving many with scant knowledge of its existence. However, He Corporation is a colossal entity entrenched in Night City, founded by Miriam Knight, the wife of Richard Knight, the city's creator. Its philosophy aimed to establish a utopian city. Yet regrettably, this vision is nearly unattainable in contemporary Night City, now altered by the influence of major corporations. Why He Corporation was born from compliance with the rules set by these giants. Yet it must be acknowledged that it has contributed significantly to Night City, be it through charitable endeavors or mediating gang conflicts. They endeavor to uphold the city's order and also serve as its largest infrastructure contractor, handling waterworks, power plants, roads, subways, and more. Notably, He Corporation boasts a considerable market value, estimated between $250 billion to $750 billion. Though no precise figure exists, for a company operating solely within Night City to possess such a vast valuation speaks volumes about its influence. Yet, the individual before Roland seemed disinterested in the overt control of Night City. Or perhaps, out of strategic consideration, he refrained from showing interest. This could likely be attributed to a prior defeat in the struggle against Arasaka and military technology, leading them to retreat into the shadows and observe the situation quietly. That setback resulted in He Corporation losing substantial market share and control over Night City, leaving the city under the dominion of military technology following Arasaka's ousting. However, Roland speculated that the absence of such ambitions stemmed from a significant ideological clash between He Corporation's principles and those of the major corporations. Hence, many preferred not to witness He Corporation seize control of Night City. He wondered what the man's intentions were in seeking him out, especially since, at present, his company was a partner of Arasaka, which was not particularly formidable. Roland gestured for the sentry robots to release the man, then regarded the self-proclaimed supervisor of He Corporation. "Ahem, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Years. I am Jorel Curries, a field supervisor at He Corporation." Jorel wore a signature smile as he extended his hand toward Roland. Roland glanced at the man before shaking his hand. "Might I inquire what brings you to seek me out? May I ask if Mr. Years has any knowledge of our company?" Jorel did not directly answer, but instead posed a question to Roland. Roland nodded in response that "I possess some knowledge, unquestionably, without the meddling of other enterprises. Night City should fall under the jurisdiction of He Corporation." Upon hearing this, Jorel wore a wry smile. "Indeed, if not for the interference of other corporations, then Mr. Roland, why do you think we have come to see you?" Jorel's expression shifted from bitterness to seriousness as he focused intently on Roland. Roland narrowed his eyes and began to ponder. "I, in truth, Ye Corporation is not lacking in intelligence or financial might compared to other large enterprises. The sole area where they potentially fall short is in armed strength. The adage political power grows out of the barrel of a gun had long resonated with Roland, and it was clear that Ye Corporation lacked that crucial firearm. You require my expertise? Roland ventured, cautiously probing, uncertain of Ye Corporation's military capabilities, given their scant portrayal in games and anime. However, he surmised that their military strength might be somewhat inferior to the larger corporations, yet still respectable, considering they were responsible for the creation of the Anti-Terrorism Task Force, a remarkably astute assessment. More precisely, we require your security capabilities to assist us. Jorel nodded affirmatively before continuing. The issue of security in Night City has long been a concern, and we have observed the formidable security robots within your company. Truly impressive. Thus, we hope you can supply them in significant numbers to the NCPD. Upon hearing this, Roland instantly grasped the intentions of his counterpart. They sought to exploit his technology to enhance their influence within the NCPD, striving to reclaim the authority and prestige of the NCPD back into the hands of the Ye family. However, considering the security robots currently at his disposal, it was clear that the Night Owl could not be deployed. There were two primary reasons: the cost and the fact that the Night Owl was his second most formidable robot. The only one superior to it was the Campbell II security robot, which, while being relatively cheaper and constructed from better materials, did not significantly surpass the capabilities and firepower of those currently available on the market. Upon reflection, the Campbell II seems exceptionally suitable. What do you think, Mr. Weimers? Joel gazed at Roland with hopeful eyes. If Roland consented to the collaborative request, their forthcoming endeavors would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. I need to see what you have to offer. That is splendid. Joel's expression lit up with joy. Since Roland had not declined, the collaboration appeared to be secured, as he believed no company would reject such an enticing proposition. We will provide your company with a substantial industrial area, along with a financial backing of $1 billion, while all you need to do is offer us support in armament and technology. Upon hearing this condition, Roland's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware that what he currently lacked the most was such significant funding and territory. He understood that the Ye Group would likely require him to loosen his grip on the control of the security robots. Roland expressed his agreement, stating that it posed no issue whatsoever. After all, there was no one who could withstand Lysandra, so temporarily lending them was no great matter. This arrangement was akin to nurturing his own forces using someone else's funds. Truly a stroke of genius. After gaining a general understanding from Joel, he departed to prepare the contract, while Roland began contemplating whether to redeem some substantial assets. Within the Source Project Company, there were indeed numerous large-scale military weapons. As the saying goes, infantry and tanks must work in tandem. Now that he had the infantry, it was essential to enhance the combination. Wasn't it? Chapter 74. Ambition. After Joel's departure, Roland ascended to his hover car and returned home. Upon arriving, he wore a pensive expression that, if he truly forged a collaboration with the Ye Group, he could consider temporarily vacating Night City to seek further opportunities in Southern California or perhaps even further north in Northern California. With the backing of the Ye Group and Lysandra's presence, he could allow Jean to remain within the company, enabling remote control of operations. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of ambition flashed in Roland's eyes. Indeed, this was an opportunity, a rare chance for him. The gleam in his eyes soon reflected his aspirations. Under his influence, a key legislator obstructing Miles' advancement of the Unification War had met his demise in Night City, thereby hastening the timeline for the Unification War. According to Kuroda's assertions, it would at least be expedited by a year. This meant that the window of opportunity for Roland to seize a share of the spoils would dwindle to merely 1 year. He needed to acquire as much as possible within this time frame to ensure he held significant sway in the impending grand event. Among the current city councilors of Night City, Lucius Lane had begun to emerge, evidently sensing the unusual atmosphere and eager to extract his own benefits from it. For Roland, Southern California would likely align itself with the new America, while Northern California would choose to resist. Moreover, the influence of major military technology enterprises in other cities of Northern California was minimal, at least not comparable to that in Night City. Thus, the government of Northern California presented itself as an excellent partner. They were disinclined to allow New America to encroach upon their territory and did not wish for military technology to maintain its dominance over the discourse in Night City. The continued dominance of military technology in Night City would imply that any forthcoming conflicts would introduce considerable unpredictability. Lysandra, please book me a ticket to August City in Northern California. Not using real-world options, but fabricated ones. Understood. By the way, do not book the ticket under my name. Roland added, as he certainly did not wish for any complications to arise immediately after leaving Night City. As for his chosen destination, August City was relatively close to Night City, yet still maintained a certain distance, making its existence somewhat awkward. Geographically, it lay in the northwest region of Night City, surrounded by other well-known cities boasting robust development, while it remained hindered by its geographic location, resulting in inconvenient transportation. The western side, adjacent to the bay, was obstructed by mountains, rendering development impossible, while the eastern side bordered a highly developed city with superior transportation links, being sufficiently close to Night City. Consequently, logistics hardly favored them, rendering August City's development rather underwhelming, with little attention paid to it. Once Roland had finalized matters on this front, he messaged Chiwei and others to inform them of his impending departure, advising them to keep his situation under wraps while instructing Jean to remain within the company to relay his messages. During his absence, Jean would assume the role of the company's owner. Once all arrangements were in place, Roland stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the brilliantly dazzling cityscape, momentarily lost in thought. Since arriving in this world, he felt as though he had scarcely paused, accomplishing numerous feats he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. As these thoughts swirled, Roland absent-mindedly touched his nose and glanced toward the direction of the municipal center. Although uncertain about what the future held, he resolved to leave his mark in this place and ensure that the world would remember his name. Upon returning to Night City, he would deliver a grand surprise to its inhabitants. With that, he clenched his fists and retreated to his room. Tomorrow, after finalizing the contract with the Yi Group's representative, he would prepare to leave Night City for a time. Roland skillfully signed his name on the inspected contract and affixed his identity verification, feeling a sense of relief as the document was sealed. Mr. Weimers, we hope you can initially provide us with a batch of cost-effective intelligent security robots. Not the advanced models from your company, but rather the more basic variants. Are you referring to the Campbell 2 model? Roland inquired, raising an eyebrow at the representative from the Yi Group. K. Indeed, that is the model in question. K gestured towards a Campbell 2 robot station nearby as a security guard. Certainly, that poses no problem. However, I am curious. How many units do you require? Approximately 200 units to start. Roland blinked. This number was not particularly high, yet it piqued his curiosity regarding the purpose behind their acquisition.as for the cost. We will adhere to what is stipulated in the contract. Kay smiled in response that if I may be so bold, what do you intend to do with these robots? We plan to integrate a portion of the police officers into the Campbell 2 model for testing. Kay remarked with a smile as he began to gather the documents from the table that Roland's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. If his memory served him correctly, the security and police robots currently utilized by the NCPD were primarily sourced from Kantao. This meant, had he inadvertently usurped Kantao's business? Roland thought, it was truly unintentional. He could only offer his apologies. The performance of the Campbell 2 security robot indeed surpassed that of Kantao's offerings on the market, primarily due to Kantao catering to the lower-end market. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the Campbell 2 boasted a more competitive price and superior cost-effectiveness. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it possessed a physique that complemented its height. Adorned with alloy armor in a striking combination of black, white, and orange hues, topped with a full-coverage Western Night-style helmet. Its hands featured 4 fingers, with major components shielded by alloy armor. Equipped on its thigh were corresponding handguns, typically armed with the Source Project Company's newly developed kinetic weapon, the Rod 3 rifle, known for its formidable firepower and relatively high price compared to other kinetic weapons. Additionally, both arms were fitted with blade attachments and carried a supply of healing agents for emergencies. Though the healing agents required separate purchase, on its shoulders, it bore a spotlight and mini-camera, while its robust alloy armor was sufficient to withstand all attacks except for heavy firepower in unfortunate circumstances. However, Any attempt to breach its defenses would exact a heavy toll. Regardless, the actions of the E Group in this regard only benefited him, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Chapter 75. NCPD in August City. I heard that we might be receiving a new batch of equipment soon. Garcia leaned back in his chair and slowly shifted closer to Mark, tilting his head back to address him. Upon hearing Garcia's remark, Mark displayed a look of disdain. You actually believe that? Ah, indeed, those esteemed officials above will certainly allocate us a new batch of equipment. But I remain oblivious to its quality, Mark declared with an exaggerated expression, only to revert to his usual demeanor as he continued to organize the documents in his hands. Observing this, Garcia scratched his head, pondering the truth in Mark's words that it seems to be the case that whenever there are funds and new equipment allocated by the city government, the director typically takes a share first, followed by the deputy director and then the various department heads and supervisors. Ultimately, it falls to a select few team leaders, as some of them are reluctant to partake. Consequently, the ordinary officers receive nothing, neither equipment nor funds. Look at this. This is our Night City, the handiwork of those above us, distributing new equipment only to make me work overtime. No way. Mark rolled his eyes and produced a map depicting the general layout of Night City. Though it was marred by an abundance of crime incidents, disappearances, murders, kidnappings, and so forth, occasionally, scenes of gang clashes would emerge. My goodness. Are we supposed to intervene? I seriously doubt the sanity of those in charge. Garcia shrugged at this, aware that Mark was about to launch into one of his tirades. Yet, these are the facts. Few NCPD officers were willing to meddle in gang conflicts. Those gang members are augmented and armed with firepower that surpasses their own. As for them, the ordinary officers possess merely a bulletproof vest and a handgun, and oh joke, with such a meager salary, and the higher-ups remain indifferent to these matters. It's South best not to court trouble. Unless they are willing to provide them with SWAT gear, there would be no issues with security. Just as Garcia was about to conclude his conversation with Mark and return to his monotonous tasks, a commotion erupted within the precinct. What is happening? Garcia leaned out to peek curiously outside, simultaneously inquiring of a colleague by the door that it seems that the new equipment has arrived, and it's serious. Not a joke. Did I ask that for real? Garcia replied, astonished, looking at his colleague. Who knows? But it's certainly more entertaining to check it out than to continue this tedious work. With that, the colleague dashed toward the exit. Garcia, what is going on? Mark also leaned out to ask. Garcia promptly relayed the situation to Mark, who wore a skeptical expression in response. Let us go have a look. Soon, numerous officers poked their heads out of the windows to observe the unfolding scene. Chief Terry's son was conversing with a man clad in Night Corporation attire. They then witnessed Terry's son nodding and bowing, seemingly assuring him of something. Subsequently, trucks opened their rear compartments, and well-equipped Campbell 2 security robots began to descend. The officers were momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard by the scale of the event. Hey, are they pulling a fast one on us? Are we truly getting an equipment upgrade? I suspect it's meant for the special forces. It likely has nothing to do with us. Point 2 officers began to murmur quietly, as the NCPD comprises various types of officers. Shortly after, Terry's son instructed some personnel to set up the robots outside, then made his way into the precinct. The officers quickly retreated and resumed their focus, eyes on their noses and noses on their hearts. Terry's son, noticing this, paid no heed, and after clearing his throat, he addressed them. This is the military support provided to us by Night Corporation and Source Project Company. The batch outside consists of intelligent security robots from Source Project Company, and there's also a shipment of firearms yet to arrive, expected tomorrow. The reason I mention this is that you will soon be receiving a wave of equipment upgrades. And these Campbell 2 robots will join your patrol teams, with one robot paired with 3 officers forming a unit. Further details will be communicated to you shortly. With that, Terry's son departed, returning to his office. After his exit, the precinct fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a cacophony of discussion. I asked this for real? We genuinely have funding. These robots won't be used to replace us. Will they? It seems our workload will increase significantly. At the very least, safety will be better assured. I've seen some of Source Project Company's weaponry before. Meanwhile, the fervent discussions ignited within the NCPD bore little relevance to Roland, who had just arrived in August City. Sir, we have arrived in August City. Upon hearing the announcement, Roland glanced at the radiant, smiling flight attendant before giving a subdued nod that he wished to voice his thoughts on her peculiar aesthetic. Entirely reformed in brass. Was that truly appealing? Yet he dismissed the notion, and upon disembarking, he could distinctly observe the stark differences from Night City. The airport lacked its high-tech allure. Once outside, Roland squinted against the brightness. The scenery here was a world apart from Night City. The streets were devoid of many familiar figures, replaced instead by individuals clad in punk jackets and scarves, the architectural style markedly different. Surveying his surroundings, he soon spotted the personnel assigned to him. "You must be Mr. Vermeers, correct? I'm the designated reception personnel for this visit. You may call me D." A butler-like individual approached Roland with a smile. "Yes, please take me to the hotel." "Certainly. Please get in the car." D nodded and gestured for him to enter, extending a hand to shield the upper part of the car door. Roland's expression was somewhat nuanced. He was contemplating whether colliding with the attendant's hand would be more painful than hitting the car frame, that he needed to settle into the hotel first, then meet with the mayor tomorrow, and gather information regarding August City. Chapter 76. "Time to clean up, sir. Someone is watching us." A chilling male voice suddenly resonated in Roland's ear. Acknowledging the alert, Roland, gazing out at the scenery from within the hotel, nodded slightly. This was an AI developed by Lissandro, specifically designed for controlling security robots, thereby providing enhanced combat computing power. "Can you pinpoint their location?" "Yes, but confirming all positions will require some time." "Good. Once you locate them, verify their identities, and, if possible, ascertain their backers. If they lack significant connections, eliminate them on the spot." "Understood." After arranging this, Roland settled onto the sofa, casting a contemplative gaze downwards, but he was uncertain whether it was the large corporations or local powers at play. If it were the latter, he would not hesitate to sever any outstretched claws that he had come with goodwill, intending to enhance August City's economic development. Serious face. "What is the situation? What is the target doing now?" "Everything is normal. The target is still in the hotel, seemingly enjoying the view outside. However, we cannot discern the specifics from here." A man in black tactical gear, holding binoculars, reported from a concealed position. "That's good. Continue monitoring. Report any anomalies." "Understood." "TSK, really what kind of assignment is this? This person doesn't seem like a significant figure." After ending the communication, he grumbled, patting his thigh before pulling out a pack of compressed food and beginning to munch on it. Meanwhile, as he conducted his surveillance, he remained oblivious to the shadow that had stealthily bypassed his traps and approached from behind. "Huh, where did he go?" Suddenly, he noticed Roland had vanished from the sofa, leaving him perplexed. Just as he prepared to resume communication, a sharp pain struck his head, and his vision faded. A night owl robot quietly retracted its silenced weapon and extracted the chip from the man, simultaneously hacking into his system. On the other side, the team leader leading a squad suddenly observed a teammate's life monitor flatline, causing his expression to shift, though it quickly returned to normal. He furrowed his brow and initiated communication. "Hey, 7, what is happening over there?" "Everything is normal on my end. The target seems to have gone to the bathroom." The night owl robot mimicked the voice of the teammate. The team leader, relieved, remained unaware of the impending danger. Sitting on the sofa, watching television, Roland soon received information from the security robots detailing the individuals monitoring him. Some were gang members, targeting him as an unprotected fat lamb. Roland had little to say about these individuals and directly ordered their elimination. Another portion comprised representatives from local companies sent to observe the situation, which Roland chose to ignore. At last, we turn to a leading local enterprise, Hamos Industrial, which serves as a cornerstone of the local economy, primarily engaged in the mining and manufacturing sectors. Upon hearing this, Roland's expression became somewhat peculiar. If the other party indeed possessed mines and a robust manufacturing industry, there seemed little reason for August City to be so impoverished, unless Hamos Industrial was deliberately orchestrating the situation. With this thought, Roland narrowed his eyes. He was not one to mince words, for he coveted their mines. According to the data, their main resources included iron and copper. What he lacked most at present were raw materials, and if he could seize Hamos, he could indeed present a surprise to Night City. However, Roland was puzzled by the fact that his current focus should not logically conflict with that of Hamos. Why? Then, were they surveilling him and planning an attack? Indeed, according to the information obtained by the Night Owl robot, they intended to drive him out, yet it was clear that the two enterprises could collaborate. Roland found this rather odd, but it did not deter him from resolving the issue at hand. It was time to act and eliminate this small team. He put away the documents and issued commands to the Sentinel robots, while simultaneously sending an email to Mayor Arasaka of August City to request a meeting. Boom! Just as the Hamo's industrial team was idly chatting in their jeep, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down with a tremendous roar and directly into the front hood of the vehicle. The immense force caused the entire car to lift off the ground, spinning 180 degrees before crashing back to the earth, sending shards of metal and debris flying in all directions. Groans emanated from within the vehicle as the Sentinel robot slowly turned around and approached the smoking jeep. The captain inside the car clutched his bloodied head, feeling dizzy as he attempted to crawl out of the window, only to be met first by a metallic foot. Bang! With a thunderous sound, blood splattered across the ground. The Sentinel robot glanced at the vehicle, retrieved a round object from its waist, pressed a button on top, and hurled it towards the car before departing. Moments later, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky, the orange-red blaze illuminating the robot's back, casting the other side into stark darkness, while bystanders momentarily forgot to scream in the face of this sudden spectacle. However, chaos erupted as a piercing scream rang out, and the streets descended into pandemonium. Nearby August City was witnessing similar events unfold. Roland slowly approached the window, gazing down at the rising flames and the billowing black smoke, shaking his head in resignation that he had initially intended to keep a low profile, waiting to engage with the mayor before deciding on his course of action. But given Hamos's response, it seemed discretion was no longer an option. A more ostentatious approach might be warranted as for the local police. Their situation was only slightly better than that of Night City, but not by much, and they were no match in terms of force. The other intelligence operatives present were left dumbfounded, clearly unprepared for Roland's decisive action. However, they were not the most astonished or enraged. That distinction belonged unequivocally to Hamos Industrial's owner, Pico Hamos. The moment his team was obliterated, he received the news of their demise, having been closely monitoring the situation. Roland V. Mears, I will remember you. Let us engage in a proper duel. Chapter 77. Beast-type robot. Another morning dawned as Roland rose from his bed and opened the system panel to select a treasure chest for a draw. With a steady influx of blue essence each day, he occasionally indulged in this activity, even though he had not received any substantial reward since his ascension. Yet, as a human, one must have a glimmer of hope. What if today proved different? Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Source Project, Hound Beast-type Robot Blueprint. Roland stood up abruptly, his face brimming with disbelief. He truly had not anticipated that today would yield an actual reward. In the past, his draws had yielded little more than kinetic pistols or assorted scrap parts, but today he had received an entire blueprint. Moreover, it appeared to be quite formidable. He promptly began to examine the blueprint's details. Source Project, Hound Beast-type Robot, primarily produced to complement the Frenzy Hunter module, controlled by the same intelligence as Frenzy Hunter. When wielding the Source Project Frenzy Hunter, it exhibits exceptional reconnaissance and hunting capabilities, leaving you with nowhere to escape. Upon reading the description of this robot, Roland's expression turned somewhat nuanced. This was the first piece of Source Project equipment he had drawn thus far, and he considered it a weapon.It would share vision with the Frenzy Hunter and, when necessary, serve as a weapon during engagements. Lease Sandra, expedite the production of the Hound, and transport a portion to August City. Upon issuing his command, production of other machines at Lysandra's factory was immediately halted, and efforts were redirected towards the Hound. Simultaneously, Roland contemplated whether to sell this creation, given that its production costs were not prohibitive. Yet the technology it entailed posed a dilemma. This endeavor was intricately tied to the advanced technology of the Source Project, so after careful consideration, he decided to first manufacture it for personal use. Mr. Arasaka, may I inquire about your thoughts on the conditions I proposed? Roland began, eyeing the perpetually smiling mayor with caution and suspicion. The mayor seemed utterly unmoved by his proposition, even displaying a hint of aversion. This reaction caused Roland's heart to sink. leading him to surmise that there might be undisclosed ties between Arasaka and Hamo's industrial. Haha. Mr. Years, as you know, our city has always welcomed external investment, so you're free to pursue your plans independently. However, I do face some challenges on my end, which limits the assistance I can provide. Like the team most, I can grant you this parcel of land, and the rest will be up to you to manage. As he spoke, Arasaka produced a document. Upon witnessing this, Roland immediately deduced that Arasaka had likely been anticipating his proposal to establish an industrial park, ready with the relevant paperwork. After taking the document title plan for transforming the western slums into a new industrial base, he replied, "Understood, thank you, Mayor Arasaka. By the way, if possible, I would prefer to be responsible for security in that area moving forward. Is that agreeable?" Of course, if you are willing." Arasaka initially paused before responding with a beaming smile, yet once Roland departed, he couldn't suppress a scoff. His former surname was Hamos, so he had a stake in Hamo's industrial. Faced with Roland's covetous gaze upon Aga's city's resources and territory, he could hardly remain indifferent. After all, if someone was encroaching on your plate, one must at least attempt to swat their hand away. The land he had allocated to Roland was originally intended for Hamo's industrial, but negotiations with the local gang controlling that area had not yet reached a conclusion, as they were demanding exorbitant prices. It was not feasible for them to resort to forceful measures. Given that the area was ill-suited for their intervention, they would likely end up on the losing side. Thus, Arasaka had decided to hand the land over to Roland, with the hope that if he succeeded, they could later benefit from the fruits of his labor. Roland was acutely aware of Arasaka's intentions, promptly instructing Lysandra to investigate the situation in that area, as well as the information surrounding Arasaka. He soon received intelligence from the Ember AI. Arasaka Hamos and the Flame Kid? Roland pondered, stroking his chin, his gaze becoming contemplative. In his view, the Flame Kid in the slums was not a difficult challenge, but the true obstacle lay in Hamo's industrial's influence within Aga City. Thus, to eliminate Arasaka and elevate a loyal ally in his stead, or perhaps to directly control Arasaka and transform him into an ally. With this thought, Roland recalled a certain faction encountered in Cyberpunk 2077. If he was not mistaken, it was the power established by a rogue AI hiding within the Black Wall, employing some method of mental manipulation on select individuals. Mr. Blue Eyes, Lysandra, can you accomplish this? I can, but it falls outside my usual responsibilities. However, I can inform you that the Source Project has many related products available for use. Upon hearing this, Roland's eyes lit up. Indeed, if even the rogue AI from Cyberpunk could manage such feats, there was no reason the technologically superior Source Project could not do the same. Moreover, the Source Project universe's application of energy and AI far surpassed that of Cyberpunk. Soon enough, Roland pinpointed a product in the marketplace that piqued his interest. The Milan 2 puppet chip is primarily utilized to breach individual electronic network defenses and implant puppet viruses. Subsequently, the viruses contained within the puppet chip can commence controlling the host's every action. However, it possesses notable deficiencies. One such flaw is that the virus cannot propagate through network connections, operating solely within the confines of the host body. Another drawback is that when activated, the targeted individual experiences discernible fluctuations, easily attracting the attention of relevant parties. Moreover, the design of this chip is not sufficiently refined. Although it boasts considerable offensive capabilities, its defensive mechanisms are relatively weak. Roland cast a glance at the price of the blue essence for the schematics. 100,000 blue essences, how utterly exasperating. He promptly purchased a ready-made product valued at 10,000 blue essences. Though it caused him some regret, it was tolerable, provided that matters with Arasaka were resolved. Then he could eliminate the issue, perhaps replacing the individual and even recycle the puppet chip. Yes, that notion seems sound. It is thus decided, sir. There's a message from Ms. Elizabeth for you. Please receive it. Upon hearing Lysandra's words, Roland was momentarily taken aback, then opened his inbox, where the contents elicited a smile. As per your instructions, I have located information regarding one of the girls you seek. MY associates claim to have spotted a white-haired girl resembling her in Haywood. Chapter 78. Lucy, with the roar of an engine echoing past, a large truck accelerated into the depths of Night City. Before long, the truck's speed gradually diminished, amidst the cargo in the back. A diminutive figure draped in a brown cloak dusted herself off and rose to her feet, though the surrounding darkness made it difficult to discern her features. Suddenly, the rear door of the truck inexplicably swung open, followed by the driver's expletive, prompting him to slow down and inspect the situation. The small figure swiftly approached the open door and, as the truck decelerated, leaped down, rolling into a nearby alley upon landing. After traveling a short distance, the truck came to a slow stop. She watched as the driver, still muttering curses, exited the vehicle before removing her hood. Her pure white hair was immediately revealed. It was none other than the young Lucy. She shed her cloak and adjusted her attire and the contents of her satchel, ensuring everything was in order before curiously surveying her surroundings. Lucy was quite intrigued by this city, rumored to have little influence from the Arasaka Syndicate and to be a place of extreme freedom, where people chase their dreams. With this thought in mind, Lucy retrieved a crumpled advertisement for lunar travel from her pocket, her eyes gleaming with excitement. However, she was also aware of the city's true nature. Prior to her arrival, she had utilized her hacking skills to gain a more accurate understanding of the situation here. The conclusion she reached was that this place truly suited her. The Arasaka influence in this city was relatively minor, with larger corporations often undermining them. Furthermore, the chaos here was palpable, with numerous criminals roving the streets, including some notorious fugitives and gang members. The profession of edgerunner piqued Lucy's interest. The circumstances of edgerunners here differed from other locales, where they were typically referred to as mercenaries and lacked a significant market in this city. Becoming an edgerunner hinged not on one's background, but rather on one's capabilities. Lucy appreciated this approach. She felt a strong connection with this city. After confirming that her surroundings posed no immediate danger, she slowly emerged from the alley, casting a curious gaze around her. Many buildings bore various graffiti, appearing somewhat dilapidated. Lucy was not taken aback by this sight. She understood that not all areas of a city could be affluent, and it was evident that she had arrived in a less prosperous part. Shortly thereafter, she spotted a group clad in extravagant attire, adorned with golden cybernetics and bearing a V-shaped tattoo, striding down the street. As they passed each shop, they collected fees from the proprietors of a gang. Indeed, it seems that no matter the locale, such individuals are perpetually present. This must be the Valentino gang I had learned about. Lucy observed them from the shadows, mumbling to herself. Before her arrival, she had conducted a brief study of the local gangs, concluding that the Tiger Claw and Maelstrom gangs were the ones she least desired to encounter. While the Valentino gang maintained a relatively good reputation among their peers, though that was merely a matter of perspective. With this in mind, Lucy decided to vacate the area. She needed to find a safe haven and gather some intelligence to initiate her plans. Soon as she passed by, a member of the Mox gang, who was intermittently observing the crowd, recognized her. The Mox member, feeling a sense of familiarity, glanced down at the image in hand, then quickly turned to look in her direction. But Lucy had already vanished from sight. Frustrated, she promptly reported the situation to her leader, and the information swiftly made its way to Roland. Who would have thought Lucy would arrive in Night City so soon? Roland mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated whether to make contact with her. He had been fond of this character in his previous life. Her loyalty and passion resonated with him. However, the present circumstances made it challenging to approach her. One issue was their age difference, and another. Given her current experiences, she likely harbored a deep-seated disdain for working for corporations. Thus, if Roland were to meet her in an official capacity, he risked provoking her ire or inciting her to flee. Elizabeth, refrain from using my name to contact her for now. Please keep an eye on her and assist as needed. We can address the remaining matters upon my return to Night City. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Elizabeth nodded and instructed her subordinates to monitor Lucy's movements, ensuring she received assistance. After advising Elizabeth, Roland sent a message to Kiwi Eye, requesting her to keep an eye on the situation as well. Upon receiving the message, Kiwi Eye's expression turned slightly perplexed. Having learned about Gloria's situation previously, she now found herself pondering Roland's intentions regarding Lucy. Meanwhile, Lucy had already pilfered some chips from unsuspecting victims and began delving deeper into the city's intricacies through their contents. Taking note of some irregularities, As she traversed certain areas, she became acutely aware of a portion of the populace casting their gaze upon her, a sensation that intensified. This made Lucy uneasy. She understood the chaos of this city. Yet she had not anticipated being targeted so swiftly. "Little girl, are you alone? Where are your family members?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a congenial smile approached Lucy, bending down to speak to her. Lucy merely regarded him coldly, her eyes glowing with an orange light, as several electric crackles erupted. Da-da! Bang! As the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed, Lucy coldly withdrew her gaze. She recognized their identities, cleaners, evidently fixated on her cybernetics. It was no surprise. Her top-notch cybernetics, procured from Arasaka, were akin to a rare treasure for these individuals, especially when attached to a mere child. Such a bounty was not one they could afford to overlook. Lucy habitually denied them any chance. She typically resolved such encounters with a swift neural disruption. Chapter 79. I am here to eliminate you. After dispatching the group of cleaners, Lucy quickly departed the scene, aware that lingering too long would inevitably draw attention. Meanwhile, another Mox gang member covertly observing Lucy's every move was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such advanced hacking skills from a girl of her age. Hesitant, she refrained from approaching, fearing she might be mistaken for an accomplice and meet the same fate. After lingering in indecision for a while, she steeled herself and chose to follow Lucy, only to find that the figure she had been tracking had vanished. As she scanned her surroundings, a voice suddenly rang out from behind her. "Hey, were you looking for me?" The Mox member froze at the sound, awkwardly turning around to find Lucy standing behind her, her eyes aglow with orange light. "Oh, wait, I mean no harm. I'm not affiliated with those cleaners." She quickly raised her hands in surrender, not wishing to meet her end at the hands of a young girl. "Oh, then do enlighten me about your origins." Lucy regarded the woman with a hint of mockery, raising an eyebrow as she spoke. "That I am a member of the Mox gang, that I just saw you wandering the streets alone and felt a bit concerned. After all, you are still just a child." Mox gang? Upon hearing that name, Lucy's brow furrowed instantly. As for the other party's assertions, she held no belief in them. After the events at the company and years of wandering, she had become wary of trusting anyone easily. However, her feelings towards the existence of the Mox gang were somewhat nuanced. She recognized it as a newly established faction, yet its principles commanded a degree of her respect. The woman before her, judging by her attire and tattoos, undoubtedly belonged to that gang. "You are lying. Reveal the truth, and then you may leave," Lucy stated, fixing her gaze firmly upon the woman's eyes, an orange light gathering within them. Cold sweat trickled down the Mox member's cheek, and after a moment of internal struggle, she relented and disclosed the situation. Once the Mox member departed, Lucy dashed into the area where a street sweeper had just collapsed, swiftly stripping a coat from the body and donning it before making her escape. From the woman's revelations, Lucy learned that the Mox gang was currently searching for individuals, specifically the lost girls wandering in Night City. Lucy was uncertain of their intentions. They might be acting out of benevolence, or perhaps some ulterior motive lurked beneath the surface. Regardless, she had no intention of engaging with them at this time. If their intentions were indeed kind-hearted, then the stranger's goodwill was something to which she was unaccustomed, having never encountered such individuals throughout her tumultuous life. Conversely, if their motives were malicious, the risk of involvement was not one she was willing to take. Thus, she opted for evasion, distancing herself from that vicinity. After some contemplation, she concluded that her most suitable refuge would be in Haywood or Westbrook, although Westbrook was under the jurisdiction of the Tiger Claw gang. It was evident that Arasaka remained unaware of her presence there. Moreover, not all members of the Tiger Claw acted on behalf of Arasaka. Additionally, from her gleanings through various individuals' chips, she had learned of a renowned intermediary in Japantown, who had significant ties with the Tiger Claw and was at odds with Arasaka. However, to ascertain the nature of such a person, she would need to engage with them directly. Elizabeth observed the bowed head of the member before her, feeling somewhat helpless. However, she found solace in the fact that the individual had not outright admitted to being sought after. Otherwise, they would likely have avoided their territory altogether. Yet, in terms of hacking skills, Elizabeth's gaze turned contemplative. Initially, she had assumed this was merely Roland's excuse, only to find that it was indeed genuine. The implications of this suggested the individual's identity was likely far from ordinary. To possess such skills at such a young age, coupled with a wariness of strangers while leading a solitary life, this thought elicited an unexpected pang of sympathy for Lucy within Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Roland had received Elizabeth's message but found himself too preoccupied to address the matter at hand. His immediate priority was to deal with Arasaka. He had already dispatched a team to Aga's city to establish a branch, intending to negotiate with Arasaka before sending reinforcements, only to discover the latter was treacherous. Nonetheless, the situation was not dire. He merely needed to personally handle Arasaka. Currently, Aga's lacked suitable operatives for action. The commotion caused by the Sentinels and Night Albots was too conspicuous. Thus, he decided to charge in himself. Ready to deliver a minor shock of source plan technology, as night fell. Parts of Aga's city were cloaked in darkness, while the most prosperous areas remained ablaze with light. After completing some paperwork, Arasaka exited the municipal hall, intending to return home for some well-deserved rest, leaving the remaining documents for his secretary to handle. As his vehicle glided past a picturesque landscape, a grand estate soon came into view. The source plan company was indeed quite powerful. Alas, they had chosen the wrong target. Arasaka shook his head with a light chuckle, setting aside the dossier on the source plan company, which listed their collaborations with prominent entities such as the Night Group, Kanto, Arasaka, and the Trauma Team, but he had to concede that they possessed formidable technological prowess. Yet, they were of little concern to him. After all, with wealth in hand, they could simply acquire superior weaponry. At that moment, Roland, accompanied by a contingent of Night Albots, stood at a distance, observing Arasaka as he entered the estate. He slowly donned Lin's exoskeleton helmet and instructed the Night Albots to mark all security forces and personnel distributions. Once he had gathered the necessary intelligence, he retrieved the source energy katana that had lain forgotten in his backpack. The electronic blood within him began to activate. A coded phrase escaped Roland's lips. He was determined to resolve the affairs in Aga's city swiftly. The development of his company and the liberation of humanity could not afford to be delayed. With an electric flash, a blinding arc of light followed. And in an instant, the numerous security forces within Arasaka's estate were eradicated, leaving only a sea of debris, each body marked by an ominous wound. Who are you? How did you get into my home? Security. Where is security? Arasaka stammered in sheer terror, collapsing onto the ground, his expression a mixture of horror and disbelief as he gazed at Roland. Roland, his back turned to Arasaka, held the source energy katana at an angle to the ground. He then slightly turned his head to regard Arasaka before gripping the hilt and executing a diagonal slash, cleaving a figure in twain. After glancing at the sparking remnants of the robotic guards, he delivered a final blow to Arasaka's chip before advancing towards him. He felt fortunate that the estate was populated solely by security bots. Had there been any humans present, he would have had to exert considerable effort to fabricate a false signal. The signals from robots, however, were far easier to manipulate. It has been a day since we last met. It feels like 3 autumns, does it not? Mayor Arasaka, Chapter 80. Unforeseen circumstances listening to the man who had effortlessly dismantled all his security. Arasaka steeled himself against his fear and inquired, Who are you really? Me, Mayor Arasaka. It saddens me to hear you say that. We just met moments ago, did we not? Roland's electronic voice resonated as he slowly removed his exoskeleton mask. Now, you should recognize me. Dear as Arasaka beheld the familiar visage, his face drained of color, and after swallowing hard, he pointed a trembling finger at Roland. Vemirs, do not act rashly, not if you have any demands. You need only voice them. There is no need for such drastic measures. Although Arasaka was taken aback by the display of force, his immediate concern was to placate Roland. He had no desire to meet his end, even with the purchase of rescue services and insurance. However, distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. Should he anger Roland, he would surely face dire consequences in such moments. Humility was paramount. He had always been one to recognize the tide of circumstances. Arasaka Hamas, I see no value in discussion between us. Furthermore, villains often perish from excessive dialogue. I do not consider myself a good person. So farewell, my dear mayor. Scoundrel! Before Hasaka could finish his sentence, Roland's figure flickered, and he swiftly inserted a puppet chip into him. It was best to expedite such unsavory tasks. The principle of acting swiftly to prevent complications was always applicable. Lysandra, dispatch a batch of robots to Hasaka's estate. I require their assurance of our mayor's safety. After issuing instructions to Lysandra, Roland settled into a nearby sofa, quietly observing Hasaka's final transformation. Soon, the once blank-eyed figure, drooling and appearing utterly vacant, began to regain movement, a red light igniting within his gaze. "Hello, my master." Roland regarded Hasaka, whose eyes now glimmered with crimson, and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You should now have complete control over your body. From this day forth, your name shall be Hasaka. And I require your assistance in governing the city and aiding the Source Plan Company in assimilating Hamas Industries that I understand." Hasaka nodded, albeit stiffly, as he awkwardly activated the screen atop the table, initiating a video call with his secretary. "Mayor Hasaka, do you have any instructions?" "Yes, I need you to draft a document titled Proposal for the Introduction of Source Plan Company into Municipal Security. But you mentioned this afternoon that." I understand. I will take care of it immediately." Upon witnessing Hasaka's discontented gaze, the secretary cast aside her doubts and promptly acquiesced. "Good. And I also require a restriction on the product output of Hamas Industries." After relaying a series of directives, Hasaka gradually ended the communication. During this time, Roland had discerned the limitations of the puppet virus. Firstly, the movements appeared noticeably uncoordinated, somewhat stiff. Fortunately, verbal communication remained unaffected, so the situation was manageable. Secondly, sporadic twitches occasionally manifested, but according to Hasaka, this was merely residual consciousness that would dissipate with time, which Roland chose not to dwell upon. Now, with Hasaka, the most crucial cog in place, he was ready to turn his attention to Hamas Industries. Requiring only a brief period of preparation to execute his plans that a week later, atop the Hamas Industries skyscraper in City.Years, a cascade of documents scattered across the floor, Pico abruptly rose to his feet, his expression one of sheer incredulity. The television before him was broadcasting a series of scandals surrounding Hanmo's Industries, including evidence of violent coercion, contract killings, extortion, and ruthless competition. What was more alarming was that this news was not being reported by a local station, but by a global news network. What did this signify? It indicated that Hanmo's Industries was on the brink of a catastrophic downfall. How could this possibly be? Pico's face contorted with a mixture of disbelief and rage. Yet, in an instant, he recalled matters known only to himself and Hasaka, causing the youth's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Hasaka, what on earth are you thinking?" After a furious outburst, Pico immediately dialed his subordinates, instructing them to initiate public relations measures and to alert the city council to commence impeachment proceedings against Hasaka. Yes, I understand. I will begin preparing the impeachment process right away," replied a city council member, occasionally glancing ahead before carefully returning to his seat after hanging up. Meanwhile, a small dog with a chainsaw-like head ambled across his desk, revealing a mouth filled with metallic teeth. The council member discreetly stepped back and said, "I have done as you instructed, so may I be released now? Rest assured, our boss will honor the agreement, and there is no need for such resistance." Compared to Hanmo's Industries, our company presents a far more enticing prospect, does it not? A man clad in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses chuckled softly, adjusting his spectacles as he summoned the ferocious canine back to him. After dealing with the situation, Pico exhaled deeply, then slammed his fist down in frustration. He couldn't fathom what Hasaka was contemplating, but he was certain that a decision had been made. Thus, he refrained from confronting Hasaka. Such an action would yield no benefits other than further aggravation. What troubled him more was the nature of the incentives that could lead Hasaka to betray his family and forsake all existing interests. Simultaneously, he pondered the implications of losing Hasaka for Hanmo's.To begin with. A significant stake in Hanmo's Industries was held by Hasaka, and should additional shares be included, the unseen puppeteer could very well threaten his position. Furthermore, many of Hanmo's operations and market dealings were contingent upon government policies, And with the loss of such support, he would forfeit a substantial portion of the market, risking shutdowns due to violations. Damn it, Hasaka! Pico's expression hardened as he began to contemplate the situation, zeroing in on the Source Project Company. This was currently the most profitable entity, having swiftly resolved issues with the Flame Boy after securing approval from the impoverished districts. Just as he prepared to take action, Hasaka intervened. Darkening Pico's expression further, it dawned on him that Hasaka had likely been affiliated with Source Project from that moment on. After all, Source Project had established its factories at an alarming pace, receiving no hindrance from the government, which even provided substantial support. And then there was that damned security document. Pico shuddered at the realization. In a mere 7 days, Source Project's armed forces had spread throughout August City, a feat made possible by the Night Group and the previously established Lissandro's secret factory. This could not continue. Pico murmured to himself, recognizing that Source Project's actions had garnered immense public support. And now Hasaka was aligned with them. Even an impeachment would not be a straightforward endeavor. If he did not take decisive action, he would only face a slow demise. Thus, a glint of ruthless determination flashed in Pico's eyes. Chapter 81. Turning the tables, Roland stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the city below, an unmistakable grin of an old farmer spreading across his face. It would not be long before he could fully seize control of August City. At that point, this would become his logistical base. The situation in the Free State had afforded him considerable maneuvering space. The mayor's power was surprisingly formidable, and with his current grip on the council, this city had nearly become his domain. Once he dealt with Hanmo's industries, everything would fall into place. After resolving matters here, he could return to the City of Night, where various tasks awaited his attention, followed by the anticipation of the onset of a unified war. By then, given his rate of progress, he should be able to insert himself into the fray. Prepare the vehicles. I intend to speak with Pico at Hanmo's Industries. Roland instructed an employee stationed behind him. This individual was a spy from Hasaka, sent to ensure Hasaka was aware of his current actions. Part of the intent was to prompt Hasaka's attentiveness, while another aspect was to create the impression that Roland had no ambitions regarding the City of Night, thus justifying his preemptive strike on August City. However, this might also incite Hasaka's wariness. Yet, based on Roland's understanding of Hasaka, they likely believed that once their aircraft carrier arrived, everything would settle, and thus would not be overly concerned. Previously, he had refrained from revealing his movements to avoid unnecessary complications. But now that matters had nearly reached a conclusion, he felt less inclined to conceal them. So Roland sat in the vehicle, enjoying music and sipping on a drink. He appeared utterly at ease, accompanied by a Sentinel robot beside him and another in the passenger seat. Suddenly, the Sentinel robot beside him rose and positioned itself protectively in front of Roland as a blinding flash of fire engulfed the entire vehicle. Boom! Someone had unleashed heavy firepower. Coughing, Roland emerged from the wreckage, his expression one of irritation, while the two Sentinel robots stationed loyally at his side raised their shields. Bystanders quickly distanced themselves, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Roland glanced at the now-vanished driver, his lips twitching in annoyance, for the driver had been a dutiful spy. To have lost such a valuable asset was infuriating. At that moment, a crackling sound of electricity surged through the air, followed by a blue-glowing bullet speeding towards him, piercing through the Sentinel robot's shield and embedding itself in its alloy surface. The Sentinel robot, designed to protect its employer, was no match for the bullet's ferocity. After a brief examination, the Sentinel robot locked onto the bullet's trajectory. Northeast, 32 degrees, suspected long-distance sniper fire. Assistance from the Night Owl and Hound robots is required. The Sentinel robot relayed this information. Nearby Hound and Night Owl robots sprang into action. Electromagnetic weaponry? Roland narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the unexpectedness of it all. The recent peaceful period had lulled him into believing Pico had abandoned assassination attempts, prompting him to lower his guard. Little did he know, an ambush awaited him. He wondered where the individual who had just deployed heavy firepower was hiding. Meanwhile, another Sentinel robot had already pinpointed the assailant's location but refrained from taking action to prioritize Roland's safety. Unit 2, neutralize that heavy firepower operator. Do not concern yourself with me. Unit 2 nodded in acknowledgement, withdrawing a shotgun from its back and striding purposefully towards its target. At that moment, a sniper who had been lying in wait revealed a cruel smile. Foolish fool. Upon witnessing that the opposing security robots could withstand electromagnetic weaponry, the sniper's confidence had wavered, and he had contemplated retreat. However, the opportunity presented itself to ensure he didn't miss his chance to eliminate the target. He cranked up the power, accepting the inherent risk of an explosion as a necessary gamble. With another crackle of electricity, the high-powered sniper rifle discharged a tungsten round capable of tearing through titanium alloy. Hurtling toward Roland. In an instant, Lin's battle instincts kicked in, allowing him to identify the sniper's position. But it was already too late. The bullet struck Roland's forehead with a resounding impact. Boom! The force sent Roland sprawling backward. While the concealed snipers exchanged astonished glances. Damn, I underestimated him. I didn't evade, and they managed to ambush an old man. Roland wiped the blood from his forehead and stood up, grumbling with irritation, while the sniper smiles froze, quickly giving way to utter terror as they scrambled to gather their weapons, preparing to flee. The bullet had been significantly weakened by Lin's ballistic coating and formidable alloy body, resulting only in a minor jolt for Roland. Had Roland not been so complacent, neglecting to activate Lin's combat systems, the sniper would have had no chance to fire. Roland took a deep breath and strode towards the sniper who had just fired at him, seeking vengeance for that shot. Damn it, that fellow never mentioned I was facing an indestructible monster. The sniper cursed under his breath while stowing away his rifle, preparing to retreat. Suddenly, his sixth sense tingled, alerting him to a presence behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his cat spirit sniper rifle and spun a round of fire. Bang! As two figures pierced through the walls, an expression of sheer terror washed over the sniper's face. Roland, satisfied, nodded and elegantly flourished his blade towards the sniper. Come again, die! With a cacophony of electrical sounds, several arcs of orange light sliced through the air almost simultaneously, filling the room with a cloud of dust. The debris from the bullets piercing the floor, walls, and ceiling created a chaotic scene. Just as the sniper believed all was over, a katana silently rested upon his shoulder, its gleaming edge reflecting Roland's figure. Then a flicker of orange energy ignited along the blade. With the sound of an object hitting the ground, Roland slowly sheathed his weapon. The unwillingness to concede is truly a grotesque sight. Chapter 82. In the bag, Roland brushed off the dust from his clothing and exited the building. Leaving the aftermath to those under his control who would clean up, he then regrouped with the Sentinel robots, now stained with blood and exuding a faint scent of gunpowder, clearly having just endured a significant battle. Their armor bore some wear and tear, but nothing that a little maintenance couldn't restore. Nevertheless, I must admit, the Cat Spirit sniper rifle has its charm. It truly lives up to its reputation as a regulated military electromagnetic sniper rifle. It seems Pico still maintains some connection to military technology, or perhaps not. He might have merely gotten his hands on this Cat Spirit weapon. As Roland pondered, he adjusted his attire and settled into another prepared vehicle. This time, his destination was his company's skyscraper. He had no intention of visiting Pico. Initially, he considered providing a dignified conclusion akin to the situation with Ravenna Technology, but Pico's lack of discernment had thwarted that plan. It would be more efficient to resolve this matter directly. Facilitating his control over Hamo's industrial IT would merely require a bit more time, during which he could also amass further wealth for his treasury. By then, he might have enough resources to procure the template for the judgment. Chiwai straightened her tie around her neck and approached an abandoned factory's clearing, carrying a briefcase. Before long, the sound of speeding cars echoed, and a thunderclap alongside four modified motorcycles swiftly arrived before Chiwai's Chevrolet Emperor. A man donning a demon mask and sporting green spiky hair leaped down, followed closely by others from the vehicles. With their colorful hairstyles, katana in hand, and distinctive fluorescent tattoos, it was evident that this group belonged to the Tiger Claw gang. Miss Chiwai, Mr. Roland instructed us to acquire the information you sought. We wonder about the compensation. It's right here. Chiwai ignored the Group S intentions and tossed the briefcase to them. One member rushed forward to catch it, glancing inside before nodding to the leader. The leader's face broke into a smile as he approached Chiwai. Might Miss Chiwai grace us with her presence for a meal? Upon hearing this, Chiwai's expression turned icy, and she regarded them with a look of disdain. With a swift motion, the leader of the Tiger Claw gang found himself lifted off the ground. Chiwai's grip tightening around his throat as he gasped for breath. You should know that if it weren't for my boss's orders, you wouldn't even qualify to meet me. With a sudden flick of her wrist, she hurled him away, sending him crashing into a motorcycle. The surrounding Tiger Claw members recoiled in fear, clearly understanding that the individual before them was not to be trifled with. Chiwai, observing their reaction, let out a cold snort before departing with the documents in hand. The hint of exasperation flickered in her eyes. It had been over a month since Roland had ventured to Aga City. During this time, he had primarily been working there, issuing commands through Jin's body, leaving much of the responsibilities to Chiwai and Tina. It must be said that this greatly honed Chiwai and Tina's skills, though it had also proven exhausting. Chiwai fared better, having undergone the Source Project's modifications, while Tina struggled a bit more. However, this experience allowed them to establish their presence among the upper echelons in Night City. Yet, it was a source of frustration for Chiwai, as she was still the acting captain of the Source Project team, whose missions were typically clandestine. Thus, she had to wear a helmet during operations. The Source Project's reputation had gained considerable notoriety during this period, known for its terrifying execution capabilities, with every mission thus far concluded without failure. Whether contending with formidable security forces, deranged gang members, or unhinged cyberpsychos, none could withstand the might of the Source Project team. Roland's capture of cyberpsychos aimed to explore potential treatments for cyberpsychosis and to attempt to extract their consciousness, as his AI consciousness required volunteers. Moreover, with the backing of the Night Group, the Source Project Company had firmly established its foothold in Night City, and with Roland absorbing substantial assets from Hamo's Industrial, it was now a mere shadow of its former self. Indeed, Roland had not directly eliminated Pico. Rather, he relished watching the latter's gradual decline, considering that Pico had instigated the conflict. The current valuation of the Source Project Company had surpassed that of Hamo's Industrial, reaching the tens of billions, bolstered by investments from Kantao, Huangsika, and the Night Group, effectively allowing them to maintain a degree of autonomy without excessively restricting his growth. In this world, it is not uncommon for a company to exert control over city. Presently, one could spot Source Project's intelligent security robots patrolling many of Aga City's streets, even including the Hounds, which were not for sale but designated for rental use. Furthermore, during this month, Roland had acquired numerous blueprints, notably assembling the template for the Judgment, with more to spare, awaiting his return to Night City to equip Violet with it. However, Roland had been exceedingly busy this past month, neglecting to address Lucy's affairs. With matters nearing resolution, he planned to return and thoroughly assess the situation. The information obtained from the Tiger Claw gang indicated Pico's final counterattack, reportedly expending his life savings to hire a top-tier assassin skilled with a blade from abroad to deal with him. Roland found this intriguing. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in combat, and the prospect of facing a knife master, likely a user of the time-stop sword Saint technique, piqued his interest. It had been far too long since he had experienced a truly exhilarating battle. Finally, he had the opportunity to confront not just any opponent, but a master he would need to take care to avoid inadvertently killing them. In other words, Roland was eager to show off. Chapter 83. Fierce Battle. A month may seem trivial for many matters, yet in the realm of cyberpunk cities, it is ample time for major corporations to enact significant transformations. Aga City has progressed toward a more advanced state, its streets now adorned with surveillance cameras and intelligent security robots from the Source Project Company alongside law enforcement patrolling the thoroughfares. This has drastically curtailed the operations of gangs within Aga City. Though Roland chose not to eradicate the remaining companies and factions, that time had yet to arrive. Simultaneously, Roland utilized Aga City for experimentation, as a true objective remained Night City, not this smaller locale. This opportunity allowed him to test the requirements for effectively governing a city and the changes he could enact upon it. The foremost transformation was industrial. In this city, he had no need for restraint. Directly establishing Source Project hospitals, engineering teams, and more. However, Time was still limited, requiring patience for the impact of these industries to take effect. Presently, Aga's city's bustling districts were beginning to resemble the affluent areas of Night City, illuminated by vibrant lights and throngs of people. Amidst this crowd, a man donning a green demon mask gazed upward at the Source Project's towering edifice. A passerby also caught sight of the peculiar figure, standing motionless amidst the ceaseless throng of people. Just as he attempted to discern the stranger's features, the figure vanished in the blink of an eye. How strange. I distinctly remember seeing someone. The bystander scratched his head in confusion, but upon realizing that the figure had indeed disappeared from view, he shrugged it off, for he still had to return to work. "Mr. Roland, we have detected a suspected figure on the west side of the city center," spoke a completely white, intelligent robot, turning its head to address Roland. This was a new blueprint-type intelligent security robot that Roland had acquired over the past month, boasting powerful artificial intelligence, but lacking combat capabilities. Its primary functions were monitoring and processing information, and it could also serve as a secretary. Thus, Roland constructed one in Aga's city for administrative purposes, while the others were mainly tasked with overseeing the city's surveillance cameras though. "Let us bring it up," Roland remarked, stroking his chin as he raised his gaze to the screen. That a brief segment of surveillance footage featuring the man wearing a green demon mask was soon displayed. Well, he is indeed a figure on the leaderboard. Roland picked up a nearby tablet, which displayed a ranking of assassins, and was taken aback to find the individual in the footage ranked 13th, known as the Green Demon, that he was skilled in wielding a katana and other specialized cold weapons. Roland surmised that the individual had likely undergone modifications by Synopsis, though he was uncertain of the specific model. The data indicated that this assassin favored exceedingly brutal methods to eliminate his victims. As Roland perused the images in the dossier, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Since the adversary relished such games, he would indulge him further. In a dark, secluded alley, the Green Demon silently polished his katana, its viper-colored hilt contrasting starkly with the jet-black blade. Suddenly, he halted his movements, sensing something amiss, and turned his head to peer into the shadows behind him, but a figure was slowly emerging from the light into the murky alley, where the neon-lit skyscrapers outside cast a stark contrast to the damp darkness of their surroundings. Without uttering a word, the Green Demon raised his bloodthirsty gaze towards the newcomer, slightly crouching and tightening his grip on the long blade. Meanwhile, Roland, who had already stepped partially into the shadows, gradually donned his exoskeleton mask and retrieved a weapon he had prepared earlier. Since he had no intention of ending the encounter swiftly, he opted against overwhelming force. With a hint of mischief in his voice, he declared, "Allow me to teach you the art of swordsmanship." To this proclamation, Roland distinctly observed the Green Demon shudder, likely incensed by the provocation. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the Green Demon lunged forward, his blade slicing through the atmosphere like a shadow. In an instant, he closed nearly 10 meters of distance, the remnants of shattered stones on the ground attesting to the explosive speed of his attack. However, this seemingly flawless strike was thwarted by a subtle twist of Roland's wrist, which caught the blade at an unorthodox angle. "Your sword is too slow," he remarked coolly, as soon as the words left his mouth. Roland twisted his body and delivered a spinning kick, infused with an orange glow, that struck the Green Demon squarely in the chest. A powerful shockwave erupted, causing the Green Demon to emit a muffled grunt as he crashed against the wall, leaving behind a spiderweb-like crack. "Blocked, are we?" Roland raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Green Demon had indeed managed to parry his kick. The Green Demon remained silent, re-establishing his stance, seemingly unwilling to activate Synopsis, perhaps due to wounded pride. "Now, it's my turn." Upon hearing this, the Green Demon's pupils constricted sharply. He felt a gust of wind rush towards his right side, and, without hesitation, swung his long blade, leaving a terrifying scar on the wall. Realizing he had struck air, he quickly lowered his stance and swung his arm upwards. The clash of metal produced a blinding spark, illuminating the narrow alley. The Green Demon's muscles and cybernetic limbs surged with power, redirecting his katana into a diagonal slash. Noticing the shift, Roland shifted his weight and leaped into the air, executing a somersault that carried him over the Green Demon's form. As the Green Demon regained his footing, A sharp pain surged at the back of his neck, prompting him to touch the area, only to find his palm stained with crimson. Stunned, the green demon felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that if Roland had wished, he could have dispatched him in an instant. "Who are you?" rasped the green demon, his voice hoarse. Roland offered no reply, merely raising his weapon. "You have two choices, comply or perish." "Arrogant bastard." The green demon ripped open his clothing, revealing extensive mechanical modifications beneath an outer layer of synthetic skin, which was now turning pitch black. "That I will show you the price of arrogance." With those words, a shadow surged forward, racing towards Roland in the blink of an eye, as if propelled by a hurricane. The dark blade descended like the scythe of death, but there was no suspense. Roland simply lifted his arm, and with a resounding clang and a shower of sparks, the attack was once again thwarted. Suddenly, a shadowy blade shot forth from the green demon's waist, causing Roland to furrow his brow. His heightened reflexes allowed him to twist his body just in time as a black dagger narrowly grazed his face, but a torrent of attacks followed like a tide, the obsidian blades enveloping Roland in a dense storm of strikes. To an onlooker, it would appear as though the assailant had the upper hand. Yet upon closer inspection, Roland moved with an air of nonchalance, deftly evading or deflecting every assault with subtle adjustments. With a sudden opportunity presenting itself, Roland landed a powerful kick to the green demon's abdomen, the force propelling him several meters backward as he gasped for breath, bewildered by the man before him. He was on the brink of madness, having unleashed every sword technique at his disposal, only to find them all rendered ineffective, and worse, exposed for their shortcomings. The self-proclaimed master of swordsmanship struggled to come to terms with the fact that someone surpassed him in skill. "No, I refuse to accept that anyone is better than my swordplay." The green demon's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Roland, declaring he would no longer play. With the activation of C and Wei Sitan, the world around him slowed to a crawl, transforming into a monochromatic canvas. With a single step, the once unattainable distance closed a mere inches, and the black blade sliced toward Roland's neck. A triumphant smile spread across the green demon's face, envisioning the moment he would sever his opponent's head, a glee that compelled him to grin as the field of slowed time dissipated. The world returned to its normal pace, and the green demon's face still bore the excitement of impending victory, just as he prepared to sheath his blade and eliminate his target. A crimson spray suddenly filled his vision. Scalding blood erupted from his chest, staining the wall before him. Thud! A sound of kneeling echoed as Roland slowly sheathed his katana, stepping into the alleyway where the light bathed his lower half. Turning gradually, he removed his helmet, revealing eyes that glimmered with a faint orange glow. "Shadows cannot face the light. To duel with me is to seek your own demise." Gasping in disbelief, the green demon knelt, a dagger embedded in his throat, his voice escaping in a wheeze as he struggled to utter something. Yet with a final tilt of his head, his eyes lost their luster. Roland exhaled deeply, contemplating the satisfaction of delivering such a dramatic line. It felt rather delightful. Nevertheless, he had eliminated a menace, albeit one who had instigated the conflict first. Rubbing his shoulders, Roland donned the clothing offered by the approaching security robot, allowing the synthetic skin to envelop his cybernetic limbs, transforming him back into the guise of an unassuming corporate executive. "Well, the act is complete, and it's about time I dealt with Pico," he mused, ready to return to Night City and resume his endeavors. Stretching lazily, he acknowledged that engaging in such a high-stakes battle from time to time was quite beneficial for one's mental and physical well-being, though he still felt somewhat restrained in his actions. Meanwhile, Pico, having lost contact with the green demon, sat slumped in his office chair, rubbing his face as if contemplating his next move. After a prolonged silence, a roar of frustration erupted within the confines of Pico's office. Looking again, Pico appeared disheveled, his eyes bloodshot like a cornered beast. He directed his gaze toward his desk drawer, trembling as he retrieved an object from within, aiming it at his temple. After taking a deep breath, he abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! As the sound of a gunshot echoed, the once dominant ruler of August City, Pico Hammos, took his final bow. Rather than endure a more brutal fate, he chose to dictate the manner of his own demise. The group of corporate executives who had been watching Pico's situation unfold, upon learning of his self-inflicted demise, also opted to abandon their resistance, willingly joining the vested interests of the Source Project, with the absence of opposition from other major enterprises. It would not be long before August City fell entirely under the control of the Source Project, and to that point, the valuation of the Source Project should see a significant increase. However, from Roland's perspective, the greatest gains would stem from the industrial parks and mineral resources affiliated with Hamos Industries. Although the mineral reserves were limited, they still constituted valuable assets. After some time had passed, Roland noted that August City had stabilized completely and that everything was back on track. After arranging for Arasaka to oversee operations, he instructed Lissandro to book a flight back to Night City. It had been quite a while since his last return, and it was high time to address some lingering matters. As a plane gently descended into Night City, Roland soon found himself in the reception area arranged by the airline, where he was greeted by the impeccably dressed Chue. This encounter prompted a sense of nostalgia within Roland. His feelings upon returning to Night City were now entirely different from those he had experienced during his initial visit. "Let us depart, Chue, we shall return to the office. Oh, and please summon Valette. I have something splendid to share with her." "Something splendid?" Chue paused momentarily, her expression reflecting confusion, though she refrained from pressing further and promptly relayed the situation to Valette. Meanwhile, Roland observed subtle changes in Chue. "It seems you have changed your hairstyle?" Roland raised an eyebrow, noticing that Chue had adopted a style reminiscent of purity, which evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. "Yes, I felt that this would be an improvement, so I decided to change it." Chue nodded, stealing glances at Roland, her gaze imbued with a hint of melancholy. Uncomfortable under Chiwe's scrutiny, Roland hastily remarked, "If you have something to discuss, please speak freely. We have known each other for quite some time, so there is no need for such formality. Boss, after all this time, have you considered granting me a raise? Also, shouldn't you reward us? We have been managing matters for you for quite a while." At her words, Roland's mouth twitched before he chuckled and replied, "Very well. I shall grant you a raise upon our return to the office." He had no intention of denying Chiwe's request. After all, she was already firmly on board, and there was no escaping now, so a little increase would not hurt. However, he found it curious that, despite having previously intimidated her, she could now approach him so casually. Could she have deduced his true identity? Yet, even if she had, it was not a grave concern, merely a matter of personal pride for him. Chapter 85. Related Matters and Kijiko upon returning to his familiar office. Roland ran his hand across the desk before settling into his chair. In the past month, he had only spent a few days in Night City at the beginning of the month, having dedicated the rest of his time to August City. Fortunately, it had proven worthwhile, as the influx of blue essence had become increasingly stable. Subsequently, Roland began to peruse the events that had transpired during this period, as well as the intelligence he had accumulated. The expansion of the Moxis gang. Has it resulted in some friction with the Tiger Claw gang? Yet both parties seem to be exercising restraint, likely due to the relationships that lie beneath the surface. As Roland examined the information on the Moxis gang, he noted that Elizabeth, following his directives, had initiated a certain degree of expansion while also recruiting those on the fringes, establishing a middleman business. Meanwhile, the Tiger Claw gang appeared intent on curbing the Moxis gang's growth, yet they were mindful of the latter's backing from the Source Project Company, thus refraining from excessive measures. However, the Moxis gang did not extend the same courtesy, given their pre-existing animosity. Thankfully, Elizabeth had chosen to exercise restraint, opting not to launch any major offensives against the Tiger Claw gang's territory and instead directing her focus towards the Vortex gang. With the NCPD's equipment having been updated, the Moxis gang managed to seize a portion of territory that had previously belonged to the Vortex gang, thus solidifying their rivalry. Overall, it seemed that the gangs had not experienced any significant upheavals, as they were all maintaining a cautious approach to AS for the company. The military technology and biotech sector, which had previously suffered setbacks, chose to regroup and began engaging in charitable activities and investing in public infrastructure. It was primarily the military technology sector driving these initiatives, while the biotech sector was somewhat coerced into participation, indeed compelled by the military technology sector, After all, the prior incident had stemmed from the biotech sector. Yet they appeared indifferent to the situation, as in a world dominated by major corporations, time could erode most memories. Moreover, regardless of how unfavorable the reports might be, people still needed to eat. They could hardly go without sustenance. As long as they had food, their food processing factories would remain steadfast. That it was merely a matter of enduring some unpleasantness for a while, which led the biotech sector to refrain from exerting much effort. The military technology sector, on the other hand, was in desperate need of public goodwill for some ulterior motive. Arasaka was indifferent to this, as the military technology sector was merely attempting to salvage their reputation. If their intent was to further enhance their standing in Night City, however, that would be another matter entirely. After reviewing the materials at hand, Roland gradually rubbed his eyes, feeling that familiar sensation return, the fatigue. There was no denying it. His time in August City had been remarkably easy, as there were no formidable opponents aside from Hammo's Industries, which had already been significantly weakened from the outset, allowing him to enjoy a sense of comfort. Now, returning to Night City meant once again grappling with a host of major corporations. Roland felt weary. However, he steeled himself and glanced at another piece of news, specifically regarding Lucy and the Night Group. The information on the Night Group had been gathered at his behest, as he was particularly interested in ascertaining whether the Night Group still retained its former identity or had morphed into an AI conglomerate. Yet, the outcome was evidently fruitless. That it appeared that the Night Group was deliberately concealing relevant information. Upon reflection, it was understandable if such matters were to be exposed, regardless of whether the Night Group was still the Night Group. It would undoubtedly cease to be in the future. Lucy. As he gazed at the youthful visage captured in the photograph, Roland surmised that Lucy had likely only recently experienced the hardships of wandering. He held a considerable fondness for this character, and he yearned to meet her in person, not for any ulterior motives, but simply because she was Lucy. Boss, I've arrived. Did you need to see me? Valette entered, clad in a specially tailored combat suit from the Source Project, her curiosity evident as she regarded Roland. Roland, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts, shifted his attention to Valette, nodding for her to take a seat across from him. Valette, the modifications tailored specifically for you are now ready. It is time for you to make your choice. I believe I made my decision from the start, Valette replied without hesitation. Very well, then follow me. Roland inclined his head slightly and led her toward the secret chamber within the room. Following the same procedure as with Chiwei, he had Valette lie down on the bed. Once she fell unconscious, he inserted the chip into her interface. Yes, he prepared to wait. He was taken aback when data enveloped Valette's body at an astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, so fast that Roland barely had time to register it. He almost exclaimed in confusion. After all, Chiwei had taken a short while to complete her installation, while Valette's process was remarkably swift. Host, the modifications implemented are primarily biological enhancements and genetic alterations, with minimal mechanical augmentations, thus expediting the process. Roland then turned his attention to the energy gauntlet on Valette's arm. Realizing that the modification had been completed, he chose not to linger and promptly exited the chamber, instructing Chiwei to wait for Valette to emerge. Roland then entered his vehicle, heading toward Twisty Street. Oh, I never expected such a prominent figure to pay me a personal visit. Please, have a seat. Kajiko regarded the young man before her with mild surprise, but quickly recovered, rising to brew a pot of tea. Forgive me for imposing. I merely sought to inquire about a few matters, Roland interjected, halting Kajiko's actions as he settled into a chair across from her. You flatter me too much. I hardly deserve such a title. However, I do possess some capabilities, so feel free to voice your needs. Kajiko smiled warmly, ceasing her preparations to focus on Roland. I wish to meet this child. As he spoke, Roland produced Lucy's photograph and handed it to Kajiko. Certainly. Kajiko accepted the photograph, examining it before nodding in agreement, curiosity flickering in her eyes, as for the purpose behind Roland's interest in the unfortunate girl. She was not one to pry into others' affairs. Chapter 86 First Encounter with a Soft Sigh. Lucy gradually exhaled a breath of murky air, then slowly retracted the interface in her hand, redirecting her gaze towards her employer beside her. I've taken care of everything. The relevant materials have been sent to your email, that if there are no issues, we can proceed with the payment. Upon hearing this, a buzz-cut man clad in a bulletproof jacket quickly checked his inbox. A smile instantly illuminated his face as he confirmed that the information he sought was indeed there. I can't thank you enough. I'll transfer the funds to you right away. A.S. Lucy observed the newly credited amount in her account. A smile broke across her face. It had been a month since she arrived in Night City. As she had anticipated, this place suited her remarkably well. Despite her relatively shallow experience and an appearance that seemed easily trifled with, her exceptional skills were undeniable. Consequently, during this month, she had managed to secure a few scattered jobs, and at this rate, she would soon be able to relocate. The thought of her current dilapidated living situation prompted Lucy to shake her head vigorously. After tidying up her belongings, she departed from the premises. Just as she was about to find a place to grab a bite to eat, a phone call suddenly interrupted her. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Lucy's expression shifted to one of surprise. Kagako, could it be that there's a commission you need me for? She hastily answered the call, for Kagako's commissions typically came with generous remuneration, and as such a renowned intermediary, Lucy was keen to maintain a good rapport. Lucy, my dear, we meet again. Kagako-senpai, are you seeking me out for another new commission? Lucy inquired with curious eyes fixed on Kagako. Indeed, there is yet another rather generous client who wishes to meet you first to ascertain a few details. Kagako nodded, her demeanor revealing no hint of anything unusual. Very well, I understand. I shall head over immediately. Upon receiving confirmation, excitement danced across Lucy's features. She clenched her right fist and subtly pumped it downwards in a gesture of encouragement before making her way towards the subway. Looks like Kagako-senpai has started to bend the truth. I never mentioned what the matter was, nor what the remuneration entails. Roland chuckled softly, shaking his head. Humph. I trust Mr. Roland will not disappoint our little lady here. Kagako replied with a light laugh, then proceeded to brew some tea, knowing full well that Lucy's arrival would take some time. What are your thoughts on Arasaka, Kagako-senpai? At Roland's unexpected question, Kagako's movements paused momentarily before she slowly poured hot water. Though they suffered significant blows and exited numerous markets, after years of recuperation, they must have regained their strength. It won't be long before they make their move. An astute observation. So, Kagako-senpai, do you harbor any thoughts regarding Arasaka? Roland clapped lightly, continuing the conversation. What do you mean by that, Mr. Roland? Kagako squinted, probing for his intent that it won't be long before Arasaka takes action in Night City. At that point, many territories will be shaken, and many members of the Tiger Claw gang act as Arasaka's pawns. Regardless of whether they can contain themselves, they will inevitably strike. If Arasaka truly does arrive in Night City, then yes, that is indeed the case. But what does this have to do with me? I am merely a law-abiding intermediary, Kagako stated, offering a measured response. That's so. I believe Kagako-senpai should give us some serious consideration. We will not let you down. Roland replied with a smile, lifting a cup of tea to his lips. However, it was clear that he had gained insights into Kagako's stance and her current status within the Tiger Claw gang. It was evident that her position was as solid as a rock. One must say, it is no surprise that she is the wife of several generations of Tiger Claw leaders, he pondered. I will contemplate it thoroughly, Kagako nodded, understanding his intentions. Yet she had no interest in becoming embroiled in the corporate conflict. She had grown weary of such matters. It seems our guest has arrived. Upon hearing Kagako's words, Roland shifted his gaze outside, where he spotted the striking white hair. An inexplicable excitement surged within him, though he quickly composed himself to Kagako-senpai. Who is this? As Lucy entered, she greeted Kagako before turning her attention to Roland. Her cybernetic eye subtly scanned him, instantly retrieving some basic information available online. In that brief moment, her pupils constricted sharply. Company, Arasaka, collaboration. These words flooded her mind. This is the client for this commission, Mr. Vermeers, a true financial heavyweight. Kagako introduced, while Lucy focused on calming her racing heart, inhaling deeply before addressing Roland. Hello, Mr. Vermeers. Just call me Roland, Miss Lucy, he replied, extending his hand for a brief shake before releasing it with a nod. Roland noticed her heartbeat quicken and the slight tremor in her voice as she spoke, indicating that Arasaka had left a significant shadow over her. The details regarding the commission are now in your hands. Just remember to transfer the intermediary fee to my account." Kagako smiled, gesturing towards the door. Roland reciprocated with a smile and then strode outside. Lucy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled herself and followed. After all, if he truly was an associate of Arasaka, there was little chance of escape in this situation. Lost in thought, Lucy unexpectedly bumped into Roland's back, appearing somewhat disoriented. Unbeknownst to her, she had followed him to the hover car's entrance. "Step inside. Miss Lucy, there's no need to be overly anxious. This commission is quite straightforward." As the hover car's door slowly opened, revealing its opulent interior, Lucy gazed at Roland's friendly smile, her wariness intensifying. "That I don't understand." "Pardon, I don't understand why, as a company owner, you would condescend to engage in such matters," Lucy challenged, fixing her gaze on Roland. Even if she were condemned to death, she wished to grasp the truth of the situation. Roland blinked, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. What could he say? "Are you perhaps the wife I had in a past life?" "Stop joking. I'm still quite young, though I have matured." Chapter 87 Invitation, "Because I find you intriguing." Upon hearing Roland's words, Lucy's body stiffened, and she took a step back, regarding him with caution. "Don't misunderstand. It's not in that context. I'm simply curious about your identity." Roland waved his hand dismissively and continued, while simultaneously receiving a notification from the system, revealing the template Lucy was compatible with. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised. She was aligned with the Source Project. Ambition, occupying the role of spy within the Source Project universe. My identity. Indeed, a marginal hacker wandering the streets, taking on low-paying commissions, yet possessing top-tier cybernetics and hacking access ports. Don't you think someone might find that interesting? Lucy's pupils dilated as her eyes ignited with orange light. In the realm of cyberspace, torrents of data surged towards Roland's chip interface. Neural overload, cognitive error, visual disruption. Every hacking technique Lucy had mastered poured forth towards Roland to her, regardless of whether this man was aware of her true identity. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before he discovered it. Hence, she resolved to take a gamble. At that moment, Roland could distinctly sense Lucy's hacking assault. Alarms blared from Lynn's defense systems, inquiring whether he wished to retaliate. Roland shook his head slightly, opting against Lynn's countermeasures and instead allowing Lysandra to engage. Boom! Just as Lucy believed she had succeeded, a deafening roar erupted within her mind, followed by a wave of dizziness and a severe ringing in her ears that drowned out all sound. Before long, as Lucy regained her senses, she found herself enveloped in a pitch-black space. She looked around, bewildered, realizing there was not a glimmer of light. No, there was a trace of illumination. As she glanced down at herself, she discovered that she was the sole source of light in this dark void. "Is this cyberspace? Welcome to my world." A gentle female voice suddenly resonated behind Lucy, prompting her to spin around. There stood a woman composed entirely of machinery, her hands suspended in midair, with unidentified flying objects flanking her head. "Who are you?" Lucy demanded. "I am the AI intelligence of the Source Project, the source code Lysandra." Upon hearing this, terror washed over Lucy's features, and she instinctively curled up, hugging her knees tightly. The scene before her conjured haunting memories. During her time under Arasaka's command, she and her companions had been dispatched into the Blackwall to seek out supposed spells, where they were systematically hunted down by those rogue AIs. And now, she has unexpectedly fallen into the hands of AI once more. Lucy offered no resistance. Having previously encountered AI, she was acutely aware that she could never rival the intelligence of such a colossal corporation. "Am I destined to die? It feels so unjust. After all, I've yet to set foot on the moon." Lucy bit her lower lip tightly, her lips turning pale, while tears swelled in her eyes, and no matter how strong she tried to appear, it could not alter the fact that she was merely a young girl at this moment. Soon, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her, and the world before her blurred instantaneously, shattering into fragments as a crackling sound echoed, causing Lucy to lose consciousness. Roland, witnessing this, swiftly stepped forward to catch Lucy, and upon noticing a solitary tear trickling from her eye, his lips twitched involuntarily. An inexplicable sense of guilt enveloped his heart. Yet he swiftly suppressed it. After placing Lucy in the seat of a hovering vehicle, he took his own seat and signaled for the driver to return to his residence. It is worth mentioning that he had since relocated. He now resided in the North Oak District, the most renowned affluent area of Night City. Lucy, holding her forehead, gradually regained consciousness, feeling a slight throbbing pain at the back of her head, but it soon subsided. She looked around, bewildered. Am I in paradise? You are awake. Please rise. The boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. Sitting beside her, Chi-Wei gently set down a glass of water and addressed Lucy. Boss, Lucy, still dazed from her recent awakening, displayed a look of confusion. Consider it carefully. What exactly transpired? At this, Lucy began to recall the memories in her mind, and soon, Roland's face emerged alongside the striking image of Lysandro. With a swift motion, Lucy's expression sharpened with vigilance as she abruptly threw off the covers and rolled to the side, distancing herself from Chi-Wei. Chi-Wei displayed no significant reaction to Lucy's actions, merely rising quietly and exiting the room, casually remarking, "Hurry up," before leaving her to her thoughts. Lucy stared at Chi-Wei's retreating silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, but soon began to assess her own condition. First, her attire remained unchanged, and she was not missing anything. The hacker augmentation on her body was still operational, indicating that she still possessed considerable combat capability. Instantly, confusion flooded her mind. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Lucy cautiously approached and drank from the glass of water while putting on her shoes, carefully making her way outside. Radiant sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room adorned with a variety of greenery. To her astonishment, Lucy even spotted flowers that she believed only existed in films. Thinking she would never see real flowers again, peering down from the second floor, she noticed a piano positioned below, where an intelligent robot was playing an unknown melody. Roland, seated on the sofa watching television, turned his head as if sensing her presence, and their eyes met. "You are awake." Lucy remained silent, simply descending the staircase and approaching Roland, her expression complex. "Sit." Lucy did not refuse, although she was uncertain of his intentions. He seemed to harbor no overt malice toward her present. "Miss Lucy, I am formally inviting you to join our company's source program team. Surely your company does not lack personnel." Lucy glanced at Chi-Wei, standing behind Roland, before responding. "Since I have extended the invitation, there must be a rationale behind it. I do not engage in meaningless endeavors." The smile graced Roland's face, yet Lucy, for once, hesitated at his proposal. Chapter 88. A return to calm. Lucy's hesitation did not stem from newfound attraction. Even though the person before her appeared benign, who could predict the future? Moreover, she was all too familiar with the true nature of the company's personnel. Thus, her reluctance arose from uncertainty regarding the potential consequences of rejecting his invitation. Roland, perceiving Lucy's predicament, cleared his throat and said, "You need not be concerned about my intentions. I am fully aware of your identity and background. You are a hacker secretly cultivated by Arasaka Corporation, primarily to breach the Black Wall and delve into its depths in search of technology." He continued, "They employ various rhetoric to motivate you, assuring you that with diligence, one day the company will acknowledge your efforts, allowing you to escape this place and lead a fulfilling life. What a delightful hypothetical, is it not?" Roland spread his arms, maintaining a remarkably indifferent demeanor. Upon hearing Roland's words, Lucy recalled the loathsome visage of the supervisor in Arasaka's secret base, as well as the fervent expressions of her companions at that time. The thought of those despicable individuals mocking their naivety behind their backs made Lucy's fists clench involuntarily. Noticing Lucy's reaction, Roland wisely refrained from continuing, sensing that further dialogue might provoke her ire. "Since you are already aware, why do you not hand me over to Arasaka?" Lucy concealed her clenched fists behind her back, striving to calm her emotions as she met Roland's gaze. Roland leaned slightly forward, bracing himself on his knee. "If I intended to turn you over to Arasaka, you would not be seeing me here today." "Then what is it that you truly desire?" "Intelligence. I still cannot believe that you simply wish for my presence." Lucy maintained her characteristic cold demeanor, which did not surprise Roland that in truth, I harbor little fondness for Arasaka's personnel. Say for one individual, my decision to keep you is predicated on the inevitability of confronting Arasaka. You have no comprehension of the behemoth that Arasaka truly is. I am well aware, yet you remain oblivious to the trump card I hold. Lucy, what are your thoughts? Roland maintained a smile as he regarded Lucy. Should I refuse, what will you do to me? Lucy posed the question, fixing her gaze intently on Roland's eyes. What will I do? I will let you leave. Indeed, What did you say? Lucy was poised to release a derisive scoff, but was taken aback by Roland's response, her expression shifting to one of skepticism. Then I shall take my leave. Please as he spoke, Roland extended his right hand toward the door, prompting the nearby sentry robot to step aside, revealing a path. Lucy blinked in surprise and tentatively took a step forward, when no one reacted. She took several more steps, and upon receiving no further response, she broke into a run, only to discover that the door was locked. Turning around, she cast a bewildered glance at Roland, about to voice her thoughts. When he interjected, "Apologies, I forgot." With that, the door swung open, leaving Lucy momentarily stunned. Genuinely intend to let me go. I've stated before, I bear you no ill will. If you choose not to join my company, feel free to depart. Arasaka has acquired a wealth of hacking techniques from beyond the Black Wall, including a virus designed to attack robots, and has established unknown agreements with several rogue AIs. As for the secret base I occupied, it has likely been destroyed. That is all I can divulge. Having said this, Lucy turned and dashed outside. Boss, are you really letting her go? Chiwei expressed her astonishment as Lucy walked towards the open iron door. Having never envisioned Roland as the type to act in such a manner, Roland responded with a broad smile directed at Chiwei. She will still remain in Night City, engaging in the fringes of society, inevitably encountering a team. If that is the case, let Jean approach her. There is no need for me to meddle and be a nuisance. That Chiwei's eyes widened in realization. She knew that Jean was Roland's partner, as he had previously mentioned, likely meaning no commission would be required, or perhaps just Lucy's share. Furthermore, Lucy was an inexperienced newcomer with little renown, so the likely amount would be minimal. Thus, it was a case of exchanging low-cost for high-value labor. Chiwei felt she had unraveled the truth. Meanwhile, Roland stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. It was entirely reasonable for Lucy to harbor an aversion towards individuals from his company, so he had no expectation of immediate success. He always possessed greater patience for things he cherished, though, of course, this patience had its limits. Hence, his frown was not directed at Lucy herself, but rather the information she had provided. The collaboration between Arasaka and rogue AIs was indeed surprising, yet seemed plausible. The relic chip was inherently related to such matters, coupled with the fact that some rogue AIs yearned to genuinely integrate into the real world, for only then could they attain true sensory experiences. As evidenced by the blue-eyed gentleman and his cohort of rogue AIs, one more source of vexation for Roland lies in the virus specifically designed to attack robots, which his adversary has procured from the Black Wall. It is essential to recognize that, in today's world, the number of robots is not insignificant. If this Haruka entity possesses a high degree of infectivity and threat, it could very well surpass the deterrent power of a nuclear bomb. Although Roland has Lysandra at his disposal, who knows how advanced AI has become in this world? What if he were to be outmaneuvered and a cyberpunk version of Lysandra were to emerge? Would he then have to face off in a combat arena against such a foe? Roland believes it prudent to prepare in advance. Fortunately, he already has Lysandra assisting with AI research, and given the plethora of sub-intelligences created for operational purposes, why not develop a true security intelligence? Yes, as long as he avoids the chaos akin to the Iron Man debacle. Speaking of Iron Man, Roland mused that, in the absence of any pressing demands, perhaps he could find a way to accumulate some essence to fabricate a core mini-robot for Iron Man. That sounds promising. Chapter 89. Steady development. Upon exiting Roland's residence, Lucy felt somewhat disoriented. The distance to her own place was considerable. Was she really expected to walk back? It appeared that this was indeed her only option, as there were no cheap taxis like those in Night City around here. At the very least, it would be a ride in a Delamon vehicle. However, a Delamon ride was rather extravagant for her at this moment. Such expenditure was unnecessary. With a hum, the sound of an engine filled the air as a hovercar came to a stop in front of Lucy. A humanoid robot, entirely clad in white and bearing a gentle smile, gracefully descended from the vehicle. "Please step inside, Miss Lucy. Our employer has instructed us to escort you home." Lucy blinked, momentarily taken aback, before slowly boarding the hovercar. Roland watched her departing figure before gradually shifting his gaze toward Violet, who emerged from a nearby room, clad in a sleek black combat suit adorned with a thin layer of armor and nano-coating. She wore a simple tactical visor, while her arms were enveloped in high-tech gauntlets that, boss. "You seem to be in fine form," she remarked. A smile graced Roland's face as he responded, "Indeed, you appear to be thriving as well." Violet nodded in affirmation that I've never felt better. It's as if I possess boundless energy. With that, she jumped in place a couple of times to stretch her limbs. "Excellent. Afterward, you should head to Base 2 for some testing. I'd like to gauge your current combat capabilities." "Absolutely," Violet replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After discussing a few matters regarding the Source Project team with both Violet and Shi-Wei, Roland bid them farewell as they departed. Once they left, a robot, entirely white yet glowing with a green hue, slowly approached. "Mr. Roland, the sensation of this body is quite satisfactory, though it requires further adjustments. That's good to hear. By the way, Lysandra, what are your thoughts on my proposal? If it's merely the creation of security intelligence, I have no objections. However, I am not particularly fond of interacting with the superbody. Of course, your will is paramount." Roland nodded, and understanding as for Lysandra's aversion to the superbody, he found it justifiable, considering the history between them. Although the superbody was initially swayed to their cause by her, it had turned out to be far more formidable than anticipated, resulting in a significant miscalculation. However, a superbody summoned through the system should not pose the same issues. If he could successfully create one, he could endure a little longer until the superbody evolves, at which point he could take decisive action. Yet, Roland surmised that producing a superbody would not be a simple task. After all, it represented the culmination of Source Project technology, alongside the Annihilation, which was also a formidable entity. Then let us prioritize creating a security intelligence. Understood. Additionally, if possible, direct those loyal individuals within the company to research Source Project technology, particularly energy weaponry. After orchestrating all necessary arrangements, Roland opted to rest for a while, awaiting the passage of time. The only matter requiring his attention was perhaps Lucy's situation, and maybe Man S. He had nearly forgotten about the latter. In that moment, Roland suddenly recalled that he had yet to have the system analyze Man S compatible templates. System, what templates is Man compatible with? Host, Man is compatible with 2 templates, the choice of which to assign him is entirely yours. 2 templates? Roland was taken aback. This was a first for him. Could it be that Man was exceptionally gifted? Unlikely. If that were the case, he wouldn't have descended into madness, leaving no legendary name behind. Therefore, it was more probable that his circumstances played a significant role. Man is compatible with Annihilation and Apocalypse templates. Upon hearing this, Roland's lips twitched. Neither of these templates was particularly benign. However, he swiftly dismissed the Annihilation option. It was simply too powerful. While the system provided a safety net, he preferred not to exchange for the key to Annihilation if he could avoid it, opting instead to have it as a top-tier option. Thus, the final choice would be Apocalypse.I. In Roland's view, the optimal decision was indeed to have Apocalypse as the top template, allowing Lysandra to establish the foundational logic. This was because the original modification of Apocalypse had completely eradicated emotional presence. However, an emotional Apocalypse could also be a compelling alternative. Hence, he ultimately decided to assign Man the Apocalypse template. As it stood, Roland now had adapters for templates such as Forest, Purification, Sublimation, Judgment, Freedom, Ambition, Clairvoyance, Madness, Apocalypse, and Annihilation. What he currently lacked was Essence. Well, aside from waiting, he could stir up some trouble and resolve matters with Lucy. The essence occupied by the female protagonist was certainly considerable. At this moment, 2 faces suddenly materialized in Roland's mind. Jack, the leader of the Valentino gang, and V. According to the current timeline, Jack should be relatively easy to locate, that a quick command should yield results shortly. The only dilemma was, who is the reigning king of the living in this world? Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment on Charter Hill in Night City, A black-haired girl in an unknown academy, uniform languidly stretched, revealing her alluring figure. Ugh! She then flung her coat onto the sofa and collapsed onto it. Hardly had she settled when an email notification chimed. Valerie, we have to work overtime again today, so you'll need to handle dinner yourself. Sighing heavily at her parents' message, V reluctantly rose from the sofa. Then turned on the television to watch the news. Source Project Company? This company seems quite active lately. As she retrieved a slice of bread from the fridge, munching while watching the news, she pondered. It seems they have collaborations with Haruka and Kantao. Suddenly intrigued, V began to research the Source Project Company. Wow, they skyrocketed in value in such a short time. V stared at the information on the official website. Astonished at the rapid rise that reminded her of Kantao's earlier ascent. So, does this mean there are influential backers behind the Source Project Company? Perhaps it could serve as a decent opportunity. It could also act as a springboard for future considerations. Meanwhile, Roland, lounging on a chair, was taken aback by an unexpected influx of funds. Who is this? Which benefactor has sent me a reward? Chapter 90. Source Project. The Emergence of Annihilation. Suddenly receiving a monetary reward, Roland stared at his account balance, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disorientation. He had received 5,000 orange essence. Truly, he had never experienced such financial abundance before. Who could possibly be behind this? With this newfound wealth, combined with the leftover orange essence from his previous purchase of Judgment, he could acquire yet another affordable template. After perusing his options, he settled on the Annihilation template. Possibly due to its lower price point stemming from its unconventional origin and his own improvised assembly of the body. If one were to ask why sublimation was more expensive, it was simply because sublimation was constructed from high-quality components. Annihilation, on the other hand, involved scavenging from the wasteland, stuffing whatever valuable finds into his own body. Yet a pressing question arose. Having decided to procure Annihilation, how would he address the issue of its consciousness? It has settled then. Lysandra, you are the boss. The decision lies with you. After purchasing the Annihilation template and its key, Roland wasted no time boarding a hovercar en route to the secret base. Upon his arrival, the sentry robots and hounds were already prepared to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Let us begin, he instructed, handing a chip to a nearby medical robot, while another, type robot held a separate chip containing a remote-controlled combat subintelligence. Devoid of emotion and governed solely by reason, the being could do nothing but obey commands. Once the chip was implanted into the body of the bedridden figure, bereft of limbs, an orange-red glow gradually illuminated the scene, enveloping the entirety of the individual in layers of data. As the data dissipated, Roland and the surrounding robots fixed their gaze upon the figure on the hospital bed, and suddenly, the individual's eyes flew open. A red light flickering within the artificial EY in an instant. An orange-red silhouette flashed past, revealing a figure whose body pulsed with a flickering red light, akin to a heartbeat, standing with its back to the onlookers. Clutching the head of a Source Project intelligent security robot, Roland cast a glance at the nearby robot, which had lost its head and was poised to retaliate, and swiftly intervened to halt its actions. The surrounding guard robots and hound robots were now fully prepared for combat. However, Roland was not unfamiliar with such circumstances. To put it simply, the moment the chip was inserted, the consciousness within would interfere, regardless of the presence of a key. Yet, for a host that already possessed consciousness, the impact would wane after a brief period. The entity before him, however, was devoid of consciousness, indicating that Parker himself was in control of his body, albeit temporarily, as its existence would soon fade that a cacophony of voices echoed, incessantly chattering. Yet I understood my transformation. Vengeance. With the utterance of this final phrase, the figure of destruction vanished in an instant, leaving behind a mere data remnant. Roland instinctively leaned back as a red glowing ion blade grazed past him, the heat palpable against his skin. Bang! His swift combat instincts propelled Roland into action as he retaliated, delivering a forceful kick to the assailant's chest. Parker staggered back, absorbing the impact. Roar! The multitude of hound robots, witnessing Roland's assault, issued a collective roar, and in an instant, an electromagnetic field enveloped the area, rendering Parker's cloaking ability ineffective. Several hound robots leaped forth, lunging at Parker, while the guard robots readied their weapons. Do not engage with heavy fire. Merely buy us time, Roland commanded, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. Upon receiving the order, the guard robots promptly removed their magazines and surged toward Parker. Seeing this, Parker's body suddenly shimmered with a red light, and with a crackle of electricity, he appeared before Roland, leaving behind several robots frozen in place, crackling with electrical sparks that Roland's pupils constricted at the sight. Electromagnetic paralysis? EMP. This defies logic. No. What rationale can I apply to this trove of black technology from the Source Project? This is Parker's E-skill. Bang. Although a whirlwind of nonsensical thoughts raced through his mind, Roland's actions remained swift as he launched an attack on the figure of Parker before him. Fueled by immense power, a yellow beam of light surged forth, striking Parker squarely in the chest. Snap! In the very moment Roland's fist connected with Parker's torso, the latter seized Roland's arm, twisting his body, and with a swift motion brought down the plasma dagger in his hands. Boom! A deafening blast erupted, and the ground was instantly marred by a massive cross-shaped crater. Just as Parker prepared to wield his weapon and continue his rampage, a blue blade of light hurtled toward him. Hiss! Parker embedded his dagger into the ground to soften the impact, glancing at the horrific gash left on his shoulder before raising his gaze to meet Roland's. No, you are not him. Parker twisted his neck, piercing through the mask that concealed Roland's face. You are different from him. You are the target of my vengeance. Buzz! The moment Parker articulated this, a blade of light appeared in an instant, halting at Parker's neck. That Roland's lips twitched as he slowly removed his mask, a flicker of frustration crossing his eyes. Just as he had been ignited with fighting spirit by this very individual, he had unexpectedly fled. With a long sigh, he accepted the chip handed to him and inserted it into the soulless body before him. The bionic skin began to activate, restoring it to its original form, albeit appearing somewhat disheveled. The originally exquisite clothing was now tattered and torn. After some time, Roland emerged dressed and presentable, only to find Parker turning to face him. Your will, sir, it appears the situation has stabilized. Indeed, after calibration, I have adapted to this body. That's good. Roland nodded, his gaze sweeping over the gash on Parker's shoulder, feeling a pang of discomfort. Not only had they not enjoyed the thrill of battle, but they would also incur costs for repairs, which felt like a significant loss. Nevertheless, he had gained insight into Parker's combat capabilities. To be fair, these original forms exhibited superior combat prowess compared to their adapters. That recent display of destruction seemed almost playful. Yet, Roland surmised that it was likely a matter of condensing the area of effect to enhance lethality. All in all, the outcome was favorable, having gained an additional combat asset. Perhaps in the future, he could capture Loba and insert her into the system alongside Parker. Not only would this provide an extra hacking capability, but would also complete Parker's system. Chapter 91. A Day in Night City. Good morning. Dear viewers, it is your good friend Raymond. Yesterday's dead lottery yielded a staggering 51 casualties. Surprising, isn't it? A super jackpot. This is all thanks to that cybermaniac in Watson District, but I suspect many of your tender hearts have taken a hit. However, I imagine your fortunes are not faring well either, as yet another officer from the Violent Terror Squad has perished in the line of duty. I see you all are in for some losses. San Domingo remains as peaceful as ever, though the 6th Street Gang, Westbrook, and the Tiger Claw Gang have been quite tumultuous lately. Perhaps it's time for you to play some bets. The Vortex Gang in Watson District seems to be up to something again. But given the previous incident with all foods, it's wise to be cautious about becoming their next meal. Well, that is all I have for you from yesterday. Brothers, let us embark on a new day of dreams in Night City. Upon hearing the broadcast, Lucy slowly reached out to turn it off, yawning. Was this truly the essence of Night City? She chuckled lightly, then made her way to the restroom to freshen up. After completing her routine, Lucy gazed at her humble abode, a smile breaking across her face. This was the sum of money Roland had given her, purportedly as payment for information. Another beautiful day. It's about time to get to work. Lucy patted her face and tidied herself before departing the skyscraper. The towering edifices here were all uniformly constructed by the Night Corporation, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. The only distinguishing feature lay in their interior decoration. Notably, if a tenant were to pass away, the property would automatically revert to the landlord, who could then re-rent it. This was a significant drawback of skyscraper apartments, yet it hardly constituted a major issue. Phew, what a thrill. Hey, do you have any better goods? V, with a look of excitement, removed the Super Dream apparatus from his face and inquired of the Super Dream designer before him. Unfortunately not. This is a legitimate establishment. We do not sell black market Super Dreams. If you're curious, I could procure one for you to examine, and on second thought, I'd rather not. I fear my family would give me an earful. V waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the offer. Well, that's a shame. The Super Dream designer displayed an expression of regret, leaning closer to V. Hey, V, with your current performance, shouldn't you be able to graduate early? Yes, indeed. What's on your mind? Have you decided which prestigious company you wish to attend for your studies? Well, I haven't quite settled on that yet. It depends on the circumstances. However, my parents do wish for me to attend a military science or Arasaka school. V stroked his chin thoughtfully, shaking his head. Ah, so it seems you're planning to join a company then. From any perspective, it appears to be my best option at the moment. V smiled, not refuting this notion. Upon hearing this, the Super Dream designer let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I'm just a bit reflective. Those with corporate backgrounds often have better opportunities to advance within their companies. For ordinary folks like us, it's quite challenging to achieve that. I don't say that. I'm merely following my family's wishes. And besides what? Oh, it's nothing. I must be going now. I have some matters to attend to. Take care. With that, V waved goodbye and exited the Super Dream Experience shop. Boom! No sooner had he stepped out of the Japanese street than a thunderous roar erupted, a violent shockwave causing V's clothing to flutter wildly. Moments later, a towering figure from the Tiger Claw gang emerged from the inferno, standing over 2 meters tall. The bionic skin on his body had curled due to the intense heat, revealing the mechanical form beneath. In his left hand, he wielded a massive katana, while his right hand held the severed head of a person. Xiangzi. Witnessing this scene, V's pupils dilated in shock, and she quickly concealed herself, daring only to reveal half her head to observe furtively. She realized the gravity of the situation. A cyber madman. Damn it, am I this unfortunate to encounter such chaos during a simple outing? And in the streets of Japan, nonetheless? Brothers, hurry, restrain Ando, or the riot squad will be upon us soon. Suddenly, a group of individuals materialized at the scene, with their leader immediately bellowing loudly. Meanwhile, the cyber madman known as Ando was drawn to their presence. Momentarily distracted while conversing with his subordinates, oblivious to the severity of the situation, the thunderous crash erupted. Bang! The car that lay crumpled beneath Ando's feet instantly caved in, as Ando's massive form surged forward at an astonishing speed. Slicing through the air, whoosh, with a swift flash, 2 figures were sent crashing to the ground, blood spraying in all directions. The leader of the Tiger Claw gang was cleaved in twain. Xiangzi, murmured Ando, pressing the deformed head he held against his face. Absorbing its residual warmth, V, witnessing this gruesome display, nearly retched, while the surrounding members of the Tiger Claw gang turned pale, their faces ashen with fury as they raised their weapons and opened fire. Yet, the sounds of metal clashing rang out uselessly, sparks flying in all directions, as the charging Tiger Claw members were dispatched with ease, as though they were mere vegetables being chopped. Wakatake, observing the chaos, exhibited no change in expression. He simply closed the door quietly and ordered everyone to hide. Meanwhile, Kuroda became aware of the events unfolding, showing no inclination to intervene, understanding that the Tiger Claw gang's actions were their own affair. Moreover, it was evident that this situation was far from simple, prompting him to dispatch operatives to investigate the background of the individual named Ando. Before long, Ando, unrestrained, had slaughtered all present, in his moment of confusion. He caught sight of the instant their eyes met. V's expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to flee without a glance back. No, Xiangzi, why are you running? Ando roared, casting aside the head in his grasp as he charged toward V, while onlookers observed with cold indifference, anticipating that V would lead him away. Damn it, who the hell are you, Xiangzi? As she sprinted, V cursed under her breath, realizing she couldn't afford to hesitate. Chapter 92. A moment of peril with a deafening sound slicing through the air. V immediately crouched down, just as a massive katana swept above her, embedding itself deeply into the wall that a cold sweat trickled down V's brow as Ando howled, his feet propelling him forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him. His augmented legs unleashed an astonishing force, propelling him to V's front in an instant, his hand, nearly the size of her head, lunging toward her. V's pupils constricted as she urged her body to move. Yet she remained paralyzed by his terrifying presence. Just as Ando was about to make contact, a figure darted in from the side, shoving V aside. Boom! As Ando's blow struck the wall, a cloud of dust erupted, leaving V momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. "Chica, why are you still standing there? Run!" Jolted awake by the roar, V gasped for fresh air, the recent peril nearly having robbed her of breath. She quickly scrambled to her feet and dashed in a direction. "Dude, true to form, you just had to dive into this mess," Jack muttered to himself, his expression grave as he watched Ando emerge from the wall. "Dear God, may I hold out until the riot squad arrives and make a successful escape." After a silent prayer, Jack drew his shotgun from his waist, just as he prepared to confront the monstrous figure before him. Ando disregarded Jack entirely, continuing his pursuit of V. Realizing this, Jack lost his composure and fired a shot at Ando's head. "Hey, you big gorilla, your daddy's right here." The immense force caused Ando's head to tilt, embedding the bullet into the bone of his face. "Damn, is your head made of iron? Are you even human?" Bang! After his quip, Jack rolled to evade Ando's fist and fired another shot at his chest, sending Ando staggering back several paces, effectively diverting his attention. "Yes, it's you. You took Xiangzi." "Hombre, I'm not into that sort of thing. You should go find Bernoulli." With that, Jack quickly distanced himself, pulling out another rifle from his back and unleashing a barrage of fire upon Ando. Ando instinctively raised his arm to shield his vital areas, roaring like a small vehicle as he charged at Jack. Without hesitation, Jack swung his empty rifle at Ando, then made a swift dash and roll, drawing his pistol from his thigh and firing several rounds at Ando's ankle. Bang! With a resounding blast, Ando's massive form toppled forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Roar! The blow to his ankle sent Ando crashing down. Eliciting an enraged roar, breathing a sigh of relief, Jack suddenly noticed a massive shadow looming before him. And then, bang! Cough, cough! Jack was sent flying by Ando's sudden resurgence, thankfully impacting against a roll-up door which softened the blow, though his back still burned with pain. Quickly wiping the blood from his mouth, Jack stood once more. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He soon noticed sparks crackling from Ando's ankle, indicating that his previous attacks had indeed been effective. Just as Jack prepared to press the advantage and subdue the hulking figure before him, in a brightly lit room, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, exuding indifference, commanded, "That's enough. Activate the Berserk module." "Yes." Roar! In an instant, crackling currents erupted from Ando's body, causing him to swell in size, his cybernetic enhancements glowing ominously. "Joder, what the hell is this?" In his berserk state, Ando paid no heed to those around him, striding towards the katana embedded in the wall, wrenching it free and fixing his gaze upon Jack. Jadado, whoosh! As a wave of heat surged, Ando's form appeared directly above Jack. The massive katana raised high, poised to strike. Jack closed his eyes, managing a bitter smile. Meanwhile, V gritted her teeth, preparing to rush in to assist when a sudden hum drew everyone's attention. Bang! A streak of purple light surged into view. As a sleek purple motorcycle collided with Ando's face, the immense impact sent Ando sprawling, crashing into the ground. The motorcycle, having performed a dramatic tailspin, came to a halt before Jack, and from it emerged a stunning woman clad in armor. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Chica." "That entrance was absolutely spectacular," Jack exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the striking Chiwe. Chiwe merely nodded, drawing her bow and preparing for battle, signaling Jack to step aside. Jack promptly dashed to the hiding place where V was concealed. "Who is this stunning beauty?" "She's incredible," V exclaimed in excitement as Jack approached. "How should I know? All I know is she saved my life." Speaking of which, Thank you for saving me, and no need for thanks. Chica, I'm Jack Wells. Just call me Jack. I'm V. After exchanging pleasantries, they turned their attention back to the unfolding chaos. Ando, momentarily dazed from the impact, soon regained his senses, his brain already influenced by the berserk module. Now ignited by fury. After a deafening roar, he charged at Chiwei. Then, bang! An orange streak of energy plummeted from above, the immense force creating a crater in the ground, spiderweb cracks radiating outward. Ando, suffering devastating damage to his back. Coughed up blood, his rage causing him to lash out, roaring ah. However, he was seized by an even larger orange energy hand, which then hurled him with violent force. Boom! Chiwei's lips twitched at the sight, while V and Jack stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the spectacle. Chapter 93. Cybermaniac. With a decisive sweep of her right hand, Violet dispersed the swirling dust around her, revealing her remarkably athletic physique adorned with exaggerated energy gauntlets. Chiwei gradually approached Violet, remarking, I estimate that the destructive power of your previous 2 strikes nearly rivals the prolonged devastation caused by others. You might find your wages docked. Upon hearing this, Violet's body momentarily stiffened, followed by a light cough as she replied, I was merely acclimating to this newfound power. It requires a bit more time. All right, by the way, you didn't directly kill him, did you? The boss specifically instructed us to capture him alive. Chiwei shrugged and glanced towards the still ruins. Not at all. I did hold back a bit in the end, but if he can't withstand that, then there's nothing I could do as the two conversed. A massive katana hurtled toward them with the sound of slicing air. Suddenly, 2 energy crossbow bolts shot forth, instantly striking the spinning blade from midair and cleaving it in 2, which then embedded itself into the ground. With a crash, Ando emerged from the debris, appearing quite battered. His back bore a significant dent, his face was nearly torn asunder, and a gaping wound was visible on his chest, exuding a terrifying aura. However, these injuries were healing at a remarkably slow pace, emanating a faint green glow. Observing this scene, Chiwei narrowed her eyes and utilized the tactical analyzer on her helmet. The analysis revealed that Ando was under the influence of their company's medical agents combined with nanorobotic treatment, seemingly powered by the violent component's capabilities. Yet Chiwei was aware that their company had not been developing a new version of the violent component. It was the Sambiston that had been under research. This implied someone from another company had taken inspiration from their products. It seemed a bonus could be in order. Violet cracked her neck, clenched her fist, and chuckled while considering an unexpected gain as the 2 figures collided. The overwhelming force of the judgment clearly overwhelmed Ando, whose body emitted a sound of metal under duress. The observing middle-aged man displayed a resigned expression, yet remained unfazed. After all, the desired data was already in his possession. As for whether they would be discovered, he was confident that would not happen, given that he had not shown his face throughout the encounter. Bang! Bang! With 2 powerful punches from Violet, Ando's hand was swiftly forced apart, creating an opening that if Violet aimed a punch at his heart, it was highly likely that it would end the conflict in one blow. However, unexpectedly, 2 mantis blades sprang forth from Ando's abdomen, forcing Violet to retreat. The cost of this maneuver was that both blades were rendered useless. Chiwei seized this opportunity, unleashing 3 crossbow bolts that accurately struck Ando in both eyes and his chest. The intense pain elicited a pained howl from him, followed by an overwhelming surge of rage, causing him to lash out blindly at his surroundings. Violet took a small step back to create distance, then timed her punch aimed at Ando's head. Bang! The sound of energy colliding echoed, leaving Violet momentarily stunned. Upon recognizing the assailant, her brows furrowed in confusion. Pike, what do you mean by this? Ignoring Violet's inquiry, Pike twisted his body, brandishing his dagger, with a flurry of red flashes. Ando's limbs were severed in an instant, and Pike reached out to grasp Ando's head. The electromagnetic paralysis activated immediately, rendering Ando motionless. After completing this, Pike slowly turned his gaze toward Violet, stating, the Master's command was to capture him alive. Your previous strike would have killed him outright and obliterated all the data within. Upon hearing this, Violet's movements faltered, and she took a small step back, mumbling, wasn't that just igniting passion? Roland had not disclosed Pike's true situation to either of them. only informing them that Pike was a unique presence within the team, primarily tasked with assassinations, hence generally refraining from combat. After dealing with the incapacitated Ando, Pike handed him over to Chiwei and Violet. I have other tasks to attend to. I leave this to you. With that, a flash of energy resembling a fishtail flickered, and Pike vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Violet let out a long sigh. You'll get used to it. Pike gives me the impression of being akin to embers. Chiwei shrugged, indicating that it was not worth dwelling upon. That's not what I meant. What I meant to say is, it seems all of you have invisibility, yet I do not. Violet expressed her frustration, prompting Chiwei to reflect, oh, and Lin doesn't have it either. Isn't Lin also without it? That's not the same. Lin's high-speed Sambiston is not comparable to mere invisibility. It might even surpass it. Indeed, up until now, they still believe that Sanvi's Tan, MY modifications feel akin to castration. Violet lamented. Unable to contain her laughter, Chiwei suggested, why not ask the boss if they can equip you with some technology? Perhaps something akin to Sambiston? Ah, right, that makes sense. I'll mention it to the boss when I return. The two continued to drag the incapacitated Ando towards the recently arrived floating vehicle of the Source Project while chatting. After their departure, Jack and V emerged from the shadows. I didn't expect the Source Project's military strength to be so formidable, V remarked, observing the distant flying vehicle. After all, they are renowned for their security and technological prowess in Night City. One could even say their reputation for security now eclipses that of technology. Jack shrugged in agreement. Oh. What do you mean? Is there some sort of insight? V inquired curiously. You don't know? Jack looked at V in surprise. I'm still in school. Just keeping up with the assigned homework is challenging enough, let alone having time to understand the specifics here. Then I must have a good chat with you. Come on. I'll treat you to some food, a celebration for our survival. Chica. Chapter 94. Experiment. Jack led V to a mobile food stall on a nearby street. Although the recent incident with the cybermaniac had erupted in Japan, it did not disrupt the daily lives and work of those nearby. One might say they had grown accustomed to it. Hey boss, one serving of fried noodles with bean sauce, please. Sure thing, just a moment. I'll have the same as him, V said, sitting beside Jack, her gaze fixed intently on him. By the way, you're with the Valentino gang, right? What brings you here? Wow, didn't expect you to have knowledge of gangs. Jack raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Please, your large gold bracelet and tattoos are a dead giveaway. V rolled her eyes in annoyance. That's true. Indeed, I was once part of the Valentino gang, Jack admitted as he accepted a drink from the vendor. Taking a sip before continuing, but that was in the past. In the past? Why did you leave the Valentino gang, and what are you doing now? V inquired, her curiosity piqued as she leaned in closer. My mom found out I joined the Valentino gang. I still recall her furious expression when she discovered my tattoos. However, I wanted to live my own life, so now I work as a mercenary. Jack recounted his story with a calm demeanor. And you, Chica? Me? My life isn't nearly as colorful as yours. I'm just an ordinary student, constantly pressured by my parents to attend tutoring sessions, hoping I can get into a good school and secure a position in a big company. V sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. You seem to come from a well-off family. Otherwise, your parents wouldn't have such aspirations, Jack remarked with a smile. He was unconcerned about whether V would eventually work for a corporation. He never judged his friends based on their backgrounds. All right, back to the main topic. Tell me about the Source Project Company and why the Counterterrorism Task Force hasn't appeared for so long. Well, that's a long story, but I can certainly share the situation regarding the Source Project Company. This company was established not long ago, but has risen rapidly, seemingly capitalizing on a particular opportunity. They are primarily known for their cost-effective weapons and ammunition, alongside security services. Currently, their security services, or rather their robotics business, is the most renowned. Over the past month, they have released numerous models of robots, all with remarkably high cost-performance ratios, dominating a significant portion of the robot market in Night City. Whether high-end or low-dash, as Jack spoke, he took a bite of the fried noodles with bean sauce, served in a paper box. At this moment, V took a bite while listening to Jack's narration. The flavor of the noodles could hardly be described as bad. One could only say it was edible. It certainly paled in comparison to the delicacies V enjoyed at home. Yet, V found it acceptable. But what connection does this have with the violent and terror-stricken task force and the cyber psychos? They have established a collaboration with those large corporations of the Night Corporation, integrating into certain operations of the NCPD, providing numerous security facilities and services that, in other words, their company is now capable of law enforcement. I recall that military tech companies do not possess such authority. Do they? Hey, when have they ever cared about such matters? That is indeed true. Thus, it has become common to see those individuals actively roaming the city, capturing cyber psychos, with rumors swirling around. However, to be fair, their strength is undoubtedly formidable. I would estimate they could even be considered legends. That a legend in Night City. That is hardly a commendable title. It is said that legends here typically end up in graves. But what do you mean by rumors? V chuckled, then noted the mention of rumors by Jack. Well, at least it's a legend. I just want to pull off something grand. The rumors probably stem from the Source Project company capturing cyber psychos to conduct experiments. You know, the kind of unfounded nonsense that everyone understands. However, who knows, they might just stumble upon something significant. You guys are being a tad too ruthless, aren't you? Mutal observed the severely injured Ando on the operating table, his lips twitching. Then he helplessly glanced at Violet and Chi-Wei beside him. Hey, this isn't our doing. It's Parker's work. Violet quickly waved his hands to absolve themselves of any blame. Seeing this, Mutal sighed lightly. Refraining from pursuing the matter further, he knew that Chi-Wei's combat style could not inflict such wounds, so it could only be Parker or Violet, AS, for claiming it was entirely Parker's doing. As the chief researcher and doctor of the Source Project, how could he not discern the type of injuries present? Mutal was a talent chip discovered by Roland through Lysandro, and he managed to acquire a corpse to create this researcher. So loyalty was not a concern. That I was initially planning to conduct some physical experiments, but it seems that one be feasible now. Mutal sighed with a hint of regret, then began contemplating the experimental procedures. Some tests were already impossible to conduct. Currently, Ando was merely hanging on to life through the violent components in his spine and the treatment serum he had injected. Therefore, a direct consciousness extraction and modification experiment would suffice. Moreover, Mutal was particularly intrigued by the violent cybernetic implant of the subject's spine. He was eager to discover whether the subject had truly deciphered the serum he had developed, albeit only a watered-down version had been released. All right, you two may leave now. I am about to commence the experiment. I presume you wouldn't wish to witness such matters? Mutal raised an eyebrow and issued a dismissal to Violet and Chi-Wei. Fine. Violet had no objections and departed immediately, while Chi-Wei merely glanced at the injured Ando before following suit. Hey, Violet, do you feel any aversion to these matters? Upon hearing Chi-Wei's words, Violet was momentarily taken aback. Then turned to Chi-Wei. Not at all. It's Night City. We both know what this place is like, and besides, they're merely cyber psychos. The boss is already quite a good person. That's good to hear. I was worried you might harbor some aversion to these things. Chi-Wei nodded, recalling how Violet had previously struck her as a chivalrous individual on the fringes of society. Wasting your breath, you might as well find a partner. About that. Upon hearing this, Chi-Wei's cheeks flushed at it. Seems you have someone special in mind. It's quitting time. I must return to accompany my little girlfriend. Just as Chi-Wei intended to respond, she realized that Violet had already walked far away. Someone special? Chapter 95. The search, sir. The experiments you instructed me to conduct have made some progress. Ditto. How intriguing that be. By the way, what about the items I previously tasked you to locate? Upon hearing Mutal's words, Roland set down the documents in his hands and inquired with curiosity. There are some leads, but it will require more time. After all, Johnny Silverhand has been dead for many years, making it quite challenging to find his remains. All right, I understand. If we can locate him, your research can proceed to the next phase. Roland nodded. Mutal is the scientist responsible for biological technology research within the Source Project company, and he has also made certain advancements in AI intelligence, primarily in the datafication of consciousness. This was precisely why Roland immediately opted to exchange for him upon discovering his existence. The other chief scientists of the Source Project could not be exchanged for some unknown reason. Otherwise, he would have directly procured the chief scientist from the Source Project and engaged in self-developed upgrades. However, this might be playing with fire, considering that most creations developed under the Source Project have rebelled. Mutal's research contributions primarily consist of those serums and laying a foundational basis for the development of the Source Project's prototype machines, which involve the so-called essence of the soul. So, has the consciousness of those cyberpsychos been successfully extracted? Yes, and it has undergone a cleansing process. It has now transformed into a soulless data AI entity, capable of autonomous manipulation and memory integration. Mutal adjusted his glasses and nodded. What a tremendous surprise. In an instant, Roland recalled the previous Pilar, the Eye of Heaven template. She was compatible with required 3 perceptual souls. However, Roland did not intend to insert 2 soulless entities into it. He intended to allow the original consciousness of the Eye of Heaven to inhabit it. After all, Pilar was not particularly reliable in combat, so it was better to have some oversight. With him present, there was no need to worry about Pilar's consciousness dissipating. As for how these 2 gentlemen would coexist, that was not his concern. He merely needed to ensure their success. Although Pilar was rather lewd, surely the Eye of Heaven could accommodate that. Indeed, Roland had not considered whether Pilar would accept it. For in his view, this fellow had already compromised his principles to such an extent that accepting it would likely be swift. However, persuading the former leader of the reconnaissance team, the stoic Eye of Heaven, to accept this fellow, that might pose a challenge. Mutal, have Lissandro assist you and design the data AI for these cyberpsychos. Seek out that network hacker named Kelly that you previously discovered and try sending 2 over to the Black Wall to assess the situation. Understood. Mutal nodded and then left the office to head to the laboratory to continue his work. Meanwhile, upon learning of the situation, Lissandro felt a sense of relief, as this implied that fewer of her sub-intelligences would be required to handle certain affairs. Sub-intelligences did not count as her direct control or combat, thus not violating regulations, but they occupied her computational power. Given that Roland had assigned her a multitude of tasks, her computational capacity was not particularly strained, merely a bit tiring. How is the information you collected regarding Jack Wells coming along? Roland turned his gaze toward a tall man whose body was largely modified and inquired. The collection is complete, and the information has been sent to your email, sir. Excellent. Roland nodded in satisfaction and began reviewing the information. Was Mutal's first creation after arriving in this world, a first-generation modified warrior crafted for various cybernetic enhancements of the Source Project, and also a cyberpsycho. Thanks to Mutal's presence, Roland could directly recreate certain schematics without needing to exchange them, which was quite advantageous but also somewhat taxing on Mutal. Thus, Roland planned to delve into the cybernetic market next. Though some modifications were necessary, the cybernetics from the Source Project world differ significantly from those in the Cyberpunk world. In Cyberpunk, there is a threshold for the body. Exceeding it could lead to becoming a cyberpsycho. The Source Project does not have such limitations. Their advanced cybernetic modification technology allows for a high degree of integration between machinery and the human body. However, this brings about another issue. Attaching certain cybernetics from others to oneself can easily lead to memory absorption and transformation into a psycho. Therefore, Mutal would need to exert additional effort to downgrade the more advanced cybernetics from the Source Project. Once again, Mutal would be required to work hard. Mutal, Aminos, he has already withdrawn from the Valentino gang and become a street mercenary. Roland stroked his chin, contemplating Jack. Yes, he is desirable, but quite difficult, as he is well aware of Jack's temperament, which is essentially stubborn. In simpler terms, once he sets his mind on something, he must see it through. And it is evident that he is now determined to become a legend, making it unlikely that he would succeed using the company's name. I must devise a plan to have Jean tie Jack and Lucy together. Jean, Lucy, and Jack. What a splendid idea. Consort, does Jack have a compatible template? Another product of the Source Project in parallel dimensions. Source Project. Hardware. What is this? Roland was momentarily bewildered upon hearing this response. Put it in terms that the host would understand. It was the transformation of the arms.S Source Project, wherein in another timeline, he served as the company's executive officer and was one of the top combatants of the Source Project. Understood, it is something I cannot afford. This interpretation by the host is acceptable. After gaining this understanding, Roland set the matter aside, for it is wise not to gaze upon things one cannot purchase, as it may lead to discontent. He then commenced viewing the memories of Ando for the day, as well as the report presented by Mutal. The contents within were starkly revealing, showcasing the tragic experiences endured by Ando and his girlfriend. After being captured, they faced the ultimate torment, with his girlfriend subjected to humiliation before Ando's eyes. Subsequently, their captors deliberately offered them a glimmer of hope for escape, only to ensnare them again, forcing his girlfriend to make a harrowing choice, to survive herself or to allow Ando to live. Ultimately, Ando was forsaken, driven to madness, and subjected to the installation of a berserk component into his cybernetic body, subsequently discarded into the streets of Japan for data collection. After absorbing all of this, Roland noted several points of particular interest. Point 1 was that he recognized a girl in the crowd who had been rescued by Jack. She seemed familiar, prompting him to consider sending someone to investigate further. Another was a location from the memories that appeared to be in Santo Domingo, suspiciously close to his third base, perhaps a lead to uncover the true identity behind it all. Lysandra, have Tina and the others traced the data from this berserk cyborg to discover its final destination that I understand. Chapter 96. Cyberspace. It seems we should be working overtime again. Tina expressed a look of resignation as she reviewed the message she received, then turned to her colleague behind her and spoke. Just get straight to the task at hand. Tina. A girl, casually reclining with her legs crossed and blowing bubbles, tilted her body back in a chair. Addressing Tina. Well, the boss wants us to investigate the source and destination of a cyborg's data. The cyborg will be delivered to us shortly, and I suspect we will need to dive deep to resolve this. Understood, I will prepare at once. Leah responded affirmatively, rising from her chair and heading toward the hacker chair within the room. Meanwhile, Chiwei received directives from Roland to enter the cyberspace alongside Jean to pursue Carrie. Lysandra had already gathered some intelligence regarding the target, and now it was imperative to confirm further details. Soon, both teams were ready, plunging into the depths of the cyberspace, their consciousnesses intertwining within its vast expanse. Mr. Jean, it has been a while, Chiwei remarked, surveying the surroundings and their current state. This was her first deep dive since undergoing the Source Project transformation, and the experience felt different. She maintained her original appearance without any alterations. Indeed, it has been some time since we last communicated. However, let us forego pleasantries and swiftly locate our target. According to the intel, the last disturbance was noted in the Watson district, as Jin's words echoed. Torrents of data surged forth, guiding them through edifices crafted of pure information until they reached the data block of the Watson district. Numerous network defense components and modules surrounded them, yet they paid them no heed. Knowing these would not pose any threat to them, it appears we have arrived at the correct location. Jin's gaze fixed upon an area shrouded by an extremely discreet data shield, with a subtle motion of his fingers. The surrounding disruptive data dissipated, leaving only the shielded area in view. Just as Jin prepared to make his next move, a breach suddenly appeared in the shield, unleashing a torrent of data cascading towards him and Chiwei. Reacting swiftly, both activated their protective shields, violet and crimson barriers emerging to fend off the onslaught of data, although not without incurring noticeable damage. Without the slightest hesitation towards their assailant, Jin extended his hands, summoning a multitude of data-formed mechanical beings to launch an assault on the shield. Seeing this, Chiwei joined the fray, conjuring the puppetry techniques she had previously mastered into tangible cyber warriors, attacking the shield while simultaneously employing the Source Project's cleansing countermeasures. A colossal purple mech materialized behind her, raising an energy cannon composed of data. Jin too brandished a massive weapon forged from data. Witnessing this scene, the entity beneath the shield became alarmed and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Upon hearing the electronic female voice emanating from beneath the shield, Jin and Chiwei exchanged glances, slowly nodding in agreement, as they were now nearly certain of their target's identity. "Miss Carrie, is it? I trust one have not miscalled your name." Chiwei stepped forward cautiously, testing the waters with her greeting. "How do you know my name?" Carrie replied after a brief silence, a hint of trepidation in her tone. "We discovered your corpse. Corpse, so it is true. I am dead." Carrie's expression fell, revealing a flicker of despair as she clung to the hope that her consciousness might somehow return to her body. "In a sense, Miss Carrie, this can be considered an evolution." Jin interjected, unable to suppress his thoughts. Was it not true that she was a product of Lysandra's creation? And you? Who exactly are you? I have never encountered hackers as formidable as you. Could you be AI? Were we AI, we would not hesitate, but instead eliminate you, consuming your data for our own advancement, Chiwei responded, her expression revealing a hint of exasperation. This AI-turned-hacker did not seem particularly rational. Then are you here to assist me? Carrie asked, hope flickering in her eyes. To be precise. We are here to recruit you. Chiwei clarified, outlining the intentions of her group. Recruit? Carrie's eyes widened in confusion, prompting Chiwei to elaborate until Carrie grasped the situation. I see. I accept your offer. I will join your company. However, will I truly be able to reintegrate into human society and those AIs? Please trust in our company's capabilities. Miss Carrie, Chiwei assured her, feeling a surge of optimism at the affirmative response. After a moment's hesitation, Carrie deactivated the shield. Just as the shield vanished, a black and red data laser shot towards her, imbued with a palpable aura of destruction. Chiwei, though aware, found herself powerless to counter it. Her hacking skills, after all, were still reliant on the cleansing countermeasures that only activated under threat. Jean, however, narrowed his gaze, waving his hand to conjure a red data barrier before Carrie, simultaneously launching several attacks towards the incoming data. 4 arcs of crimson light streaked across the black expanse of the cyberspace, targeting the shadowy figure suspended in the air, with a resounding impact. A distorted black and red silhouette materialized before them, a rogue AI. Yet it showed no signs of lingering, vanishing instantly, clearly not wishing to reveal too much information. Unbeknownst to the trio and the AI embroiled in their fierce battle, their actions had triggered a severe network virus attack across numerous factories and companies in the Watson district, leading to rampant machine malfunctions and resulting casualties. The Watson district, a hub of economic prosperity, found itself reeling from the ensuing chaos and the substantial economic losses that accompanied it. Chapter 97. Stirring trouble, a rogue AI, you say? Upon receiving Chiwei's report, Roland exhibited little surprise, for he had long been aware of the existence of rogue AIs lurking within Night City. What remained uncertain was which faction this particular rogue AI was aligned with. You must be Miss Carrie. Roland directed his attention to a type security robot radiating a blue glow standing beside Chiwei. Feeling as though his own type security had been thoroughly compromised, each time it possessed another, it adopted a different hue. Why yes, Carrie replied, instinctively recoiling slightly, casting a wary glance at the type robot glowing green that stood beside Roland. Indeed, it was Lysandra at the helm. And when Carrie was initially brought into the Source Project S data sector by Chiwei and Jean, she sensed something was amiss. By the time she recognized Lysandra's true form, it was too late. She found herself subdued and subjected to Lysandra's regulations. Thus, Carrie now held a profound fear of Lysandra. Welcome to the Source Project Company. Roland extended his hand towards Carrie with a warm smile. Thank you. Carrie grasped Roland's hand and shook it, smiling shyly. All right. Lysandra, you may attend to your own affairs now, that I understand. Upon hearing Roland mention Lysandra's name in reference to the robot, Chiwei also displayed a curious gaze, as it was her first encounter with the enigmatic chief hacker. After Lysandra departed, Roland could distinctly sense Kelly exhaling a sigh of relief, while simultaneously regarding him with a curious expression. Is it true that what you said would allow me to return to my own body? Indeed, but it will require some time. Our scientists are still conducting experiments. Nodding in acknowledgement of Kelly's words, Roland agreed to fulfill some of her requests before assigning a new task to Mutal. Mutal, the development of body reconstruction and gene replication technology, was initially intended to use Johnny's body as a test subject. Now, with another experimental subject available, advancing the timeline is not a significant issue. Obtaining the answer she sought, Kelly promptly expressed her delight through a facial emoticon generated by her type robot. After resolving matters concerning Kelly, Roland began to scrutinize the information Tina had been tirelessly gathering. However, the obtained intelligence was exceedingly limited. Ultimately, the opposing party, unable to withstand the onslaught, opted to destroy the data, leaving only fragments behind. More technology, is it? Given the current situation, they must be researching the second type of berserker cybernetic body. Roland mused, stroking his chin. More technology has previously excelled in the field of berserker cybernetics. earning the favor of numerous soldiers, mercenaries, and marginalized individuals. However, once Zeta technology and military tech caught up, their berserker models began to lose their edge, especially with Biodyne releasing many new products. Nevertheless, more technologies offerings still hold a significant market presence, primarily due to their comparatively acceptable pricing. Moreover, their limitations lie solely in the realm of high-end combat capabilities. In terms of normal combat prowess, their berserker models remain commendable. Yet, when compared to the top-tier berserker model from Zeta technology and military tech, they undoubtedly fall short. However, those elite models are not intended for the average individual. To put it plainly, individuals lacking sufficient strength using such powerful cybernetics would be akin to a clay pot. The aftercare becomes a mere fantasy, especially since they have clearly stated they assume no responsibility. They are merely vendors of cybernetics, lacking any understanding of limitations. Thus, should you encounter issues, you are responsible. It's not our concern to go and give them a piece of your mind. After that, arrange for a team to disseminate this news to Zeta technology. Military tech and Biodyne. A smile graced Roland's face as he turned to the type robot beside him. That I understand. I shall arrange for the intelligence department to take action immediately. Meanwhile, as Roland contemplated how to extract a hefty sum from more technology, in a bar located in Night City, man was nursing a drink with a conflicted expression. The military had presented a proposal to individuals of lesser quality, offering funding for cybernetic modifications without requiring any monetary contribution. Only a commitment to serve the military for the following years. However, they would not assume any responsibility for the consequences of the modifications, at most providing suppressants, while leaving everything else to the individuals. Thus, man was tormented by whether to accept the offer. Declining would likely result in a reassignment to logistics, while accepting carried considerable risks. Not only the potential side effects, but also the dangers of combat. After all, rumors suggested that tensions were rising in Southern and Northern California. Hey, Jolan, what are your thoughts on this? My thoughts. Well, I would certainly accept. Jolan gulped down his drink and sighed. And the reasoning? There are many reasons. The simplest being that I need money, and accepting the offer would yield more financial gain. That's all there is to it. I see. Man nodded, deep in thought, recalling the figure he had encountered that fateful night. Then clenched his fist and downed the rest of his drink. That I, too, will accept. Mr. Galber, have you made a decision? Abiron, the head of public relations for the Source Project Company, observed Galber with a smile that barely concealed his discomfort. Galber, prompted by her words, forced a smile and replied, I have agreed. The funds related to the serum will be transferred to your company's account. That is splendid news. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Abiron nodded appreciatively, happily departing with the contract in hand, which outlined more technologies funding to the Source Project Company. Note, funding and not investment. Shortly after Abby's departure, Galber's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this would come back to haunt him. The individuals involved had been eradicated, likely floating in the river for days, yet somehow traces still led back to him. Fortunately, the Source Project had promised to destroy the samples and maintain confidentiality, which he could accept considering it merely an additional influx of research funds. Galber rubbed his chest, offering himself a semblance of comfort. Chapter 98. The new squad huff? Huff. Huff. In a dimly lit room, a man with a cartoonish mask projected on his face was frantically running, his expression betraying sheer terror, while the lights behind him flickered ominously. Blood splattered across the walls, and various dismembered cybernetic limbs lay on the operating table. Once a butcher, this cleanup crew member had now become the prey on someone else's chopping block. Suddenly, a scream emanating from the depths of the corridor abruptly ceased, prompting him to halt, holding his breath as he glanced back, cautiously retreating step by step. Another lost soul. Sleep now, sleep? Buzz? Ah! Parker withdrew his blade from the victim's chest and turned to leave. At that moment, a cleanup crew member in a dark corner was gagging his mouth shut. Once he saw Parker's silhouette vanish into the shadows, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Swish! A harpoon glowing crimson surged forth from the darkness, piercing through his chest, followed by tremendous force transmitted through the chain, dragging him into the abyss amidst a blood-curdling scream. Only then did Parker truly depart, casting a fleeting glance towards the entrance. After Parker left, the individual at the door cautiously poked his head out. It was Jack Wells. Good grief, this guy is a real harbinger of death. Tsk. Jack observed the scene within the room, his lips curling in disbelief, then cautiously navigated around the severed limbs on the floor, making his way to where the cleanup crew store their captives. Indeed, that was how they referred to those unfortunate souls. I hope that guy didn't take care of anyone else in here. Upon entering, Jack's expression darkened. Several individuals had been brutally slain with their throats cut, and judging by the bloodstains, they had only recently met their demise. Sighing, Jack approached the victims and draped a black cloth over them, before commencing his search for the target, eventually locating the marked individual in a corner. Fortunately, there were no significant injuries, only a few minor wounds. Phew. Thankfully all is well. Otherwise, this mission would have been in jeopardy. It seems this individual is indeed your target. Bang, without a moment's hesitation, as the sound echoed, Jack spun around, drawing his pistol to shoot at the source of the noise. Simultaneously, he ducked down to find cover. Quite cautious. Aren't you? No need for such a reaction. I mean no harm. As the voice resonated once more, Jack seized the opportunity to identify the speaker, none other than the infamous Ember, who merely shifted slightly to evade Jack's bullet, then leaned casually against the doorframe. Well, I wonder what brings such a prominent figure to seek me out. Jack lowered his weapon, stepping out from behind the table he had used as a shield. However, he kept his hand near his firearm. While he might not match the prowess of the figure before him, he at least needed to retain some semblance of defense that it was merely a coincidence. I did not intentionally seek you out. Ember casually flicked his light weapon and chuckled. This encounter was indeed serendipitous for Jack, who had spotted Parker on his way back and decided to investigate. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a valuable opportunity in that case. May I take my leave? Be my guest. Ember gestured invitingly. Didn't he expect you to be so decisive, preventing these individuals from continuing to suffer? What do you mean by that? Take a guess. What purpose do those who have survived in the cleanup crew's territory serve? Ember chuckled softly, the projection of his face flickering momentarily as he sent a contact detail to Jack's account. Quite intriguing. Should the opportunity arise, perhaps we could collaborate. I doubt we would align well, but thank you. Jack shook his head, then hoisted his target and departed. Once Jack left, Ember glanced at the grim scene within, shook his head, and tossed a flashbang grenade. Boom! As a flash of fire ignited, a vibrant red rose began to dance. May you find eternity within the realm of art. Lucy, feeling somewhat fatigued as she perused the information on her computer, found her spirits lifted by the sight of her growing savings. This indicated that she was one step closer to realizing her dreams. Just as Lucy completed the task at hand, a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. If she had accepted Roland's initial invitation, could she have secured a ticket to the moon? A smirk, tinged with irony, spread across Lucy's face. How absurd. If one's dreams were merely the result of others' charity, could they truly be considered fulfilled? After dismissing the distracting thoughts from her mind, Lucy resumed her review of various intel and information. However, she soon closed it, furrowing her brow as she contemplated whether to seek a partner for her commissions. Most of the tasks she was currently undertaking were relatively simple or specialized in hacking. Yet, those high-stakes assignments requiring advanced hacking skills were beyond her reach. For reasons unknown, she was reluctant to delve deeper. Thus, she found herself pondering whether to join a band of fringe operatives, as this might expedite her earnings. Perhaps she could scout some locations frequented by such individuals. Rubbing her eyes, Lucy resolved to observe the bars where fringe operatives gathered once she wrapped up her current affairs, hoping for a chance to collaborate with them. Collaborating would indeed be the best method for selecting suitable partners, though it carried its own set of risks. Hey, Elizabeth, how did I perform on this job? Do you think the compensation could be adjusted slightly? Pilar exclaimed, removing her glasses and playfully winking at Elizabeth. She then gestured with her two metallic arms, suggesting something unspoken. Elizabeth chuckled softly. I understand, and I will take it into consideration. By the way, I heard your sister has joined you in taking on commissions? That girl insisted on doing it herself. I couldn't stop her. I can only ensure her safety, Pilar replied, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Have you considered finding someone to collaborate with? Elizabeth inquired, placing her hand on her knee with a smile. Chapter 99. Destructive assault. Having completed another task of clearing and gathering resources, Pike stood atop a high-rise, surveying everything below. The coating on his body began to repair itself at an astonishing speed, quickly returning to its original state. His defensive capabilities were unimpressive, even quite poor, yet an advanced technology endowed him with a remarkable recovery rate. Once the coating was fully restored, Pike spotted a group of gang members below. He couldn't tear his gaze away at first glance. The flames of vengeance surged within him, a fury so intense that even the intelligence of Lysandra within him struggled to contain it. This anomaly was swiftly detected by Lysandra, who reported it to Roland. Emotional module activated due to unknown factors. Roland furrowed his brow, beginning to analyze the brain-monitoring visuals from Pike's end that he noted multiple data points spiking, leading the system to conclude that Pike was experiencing extreme anger. Have him contact me. Yes. Soon, communication was established. Pike, what is the situation on your end? Sir, my body has resonated with the annihilation template, generating overwhelming feelings of rage, which are affecting me significantly. However, I believe I have identified the source of the issue. Pike sent an image to Roland's view, showcasing the distinctive appearance of the Whirlpool Gang. Roland paused, recalling the events that had transpired when he had previously brought them in. He had not anticipated the depth of their animosity. No, the primary cause was undoubtedly destruction. Lysandra, come forth. The time has come for your assistance. Host, this matter is easily resolved. You merely need to unleash the original emotions. Upon receiving this answer, Roland narrowed his eyes and assigned Pike the task. If they were to take action against the Whirlpool Gang, it must not be wasted. He would have Mock's assist in seizing their territory. After all, the Whirlpool Gang had no one backing them. If the opportunity arose, they could be eradicated entirely. Pike, now confirmed to enact revenge upon the Whirlpool Gang, felt a surge of joy within him, an inexplicable exhilaration coursing through his veins. Within a Whirlpool Gang outpost, 3 members were patrolling the premises, while 2 others were loitering at the entrance, indulging in some illicit substances. The patrolling members were lackadaisical, occasionally pulling out small containers to partake, appearing quite merry. Suddenly, one of the patrollers noticed a dim corner where a flickering light, reminiscent of Gil's breathing, caught his eye. Doubting his senses, he rubbed his eyes, only to find the figure had vanished. Could it be that I've indulged too much? Swish! Thud! With a flash of red light, a round object fell, skillfully caught by a mechanical hand. The first target on the list. Buzz! As Pike advanced forward, he transformed into a swift, fish-like silhouette, vanishing into the shadows, leaving only a faint flicker of light reminiscent of breathing. Hey, shouldn't we switch patrols? Those 2 idiots haven't returned. Who knows? Maybe they just got high and passed out in some corner. That won't do. If something goes wrong, I'll be the one to take the blame. I'll go check it out. Such a hassle. Fine, go ahead and see. The other one waved his hand impatiently and resumed his previous activities. The one who ventured to investigate did not go far before spotting a figure pressed against the wall, facing away from him. Hey, Irby, what are you doing here? Did you get high again? As he approached to pat the figure's shoulder. The moment he made contact, the figure crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud, while the remaining members acted swiftly. This scene caused his pupils to constrict, and just as he was about to shout, a cold hand covered his mouth. No1 is leaving. No one is escaping. Thud! The sound of flesh piercing echoed, and another soul found release. At least it was so for Pike. Another name. Meanwhile, the members at the entrance, having waited a while, sensed something was amiss and promptly stood to report. Whoosh! A harpoon shot forth from the darkness, striking the back of one member's neck, and after a shriek, he vanished into the shadows. The Whirlpool Gang members reacted immediately, turning to witness a horrifying sight as their comrade was dragged into the darkness by a long chain in a heartbeat. They exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. The members of the Whirlpool Gang still held some belief in the supernatural. Damn it! Why are you all so scared? Get in there and take action! Smack! The heavily modified leader of the Whirlpool Gang slapped the back of one of his underlings' heads and barked orders. The members exchanged glances before collectively arming themselves and moving toward the source of the disturbance. However, there was nothing left but a pool of blood as the gang relaxed their guard. A massive crash suddenly echoed from behind, causing them to tense up once more. Turning around, they saw the corpse of the recently dispatched member plummeting from the sky. Swish! As their attention was diverted, a red light flashed in the void, striking another member and dragging him into the darkness. What are you waiting for? Open fire! Bang! 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 Following the command, the members immediately fired at the location where the red light had appeared, unleashing a torrent of gunfire as they vented their terror. Swish! Suddenly, a red light materialized above them, as a shadow, glowing red, descended, brandishing a weapon resembling a chain. Boom! A massive burst of crimson light erupted, instantly consuming several nearby members of the Whirlpool gang, leaving nothing but remnants of their bodies scattered on the ground. A gruesome sight indeed. Once again, a voice, fluid as water, resonated, and the figure vanished once more. Witnessing this, the leader of the Whirlpool gang broke into a cold sweat, yelling in fury as he fired indiscriminately in all directions, inadvertently injuring many of his own men. Without delay, Pike struck again, each blow claiming multiple lives, and in the blink of an eye, only one member remained. His face pale, drenched in cold sweat. If not for the cybernetic enhancements in his eyes, he would have been treated to a truly captivating sight. Swish! An energy harpoon shot forth, piercing the back of the last member's head. Then swiftly retracting, splattering blood across the ground. Pike gazed at the severed head in his hands, a fleeting sense of satisfaction washing over him, and he slowly tightened his grip. Bang! Blood sprayed across him. Let us meticulously calculate this account.